Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate. Paw Paw Fruit, dominating the old era after healing Roger. 1pp Chapter 1. Saturn Satan? I'm targeting you. C Circle Calendar 1484. The once in 3 years game of Annihilation of Nations was held as scheduled. At the suggestion of Galen Saint, the Celestial Dragons chose a place called Valley of the Gods as their hunting ground. In this hunting operation, the one who gets more killing points can get a prize. This time, the prizes are 9 god-level devil fruits snatched from Rock's pirate, and the world's most beautiful woman, Shaki. Led by Captain Rox, a group of powerful crew members rushed towards the Valley of Gods, vowing to take back their own devil fruit. Rock's main goal is to rescue his wife and son Blackbeard, who have become slaves in the Valley of the Gods. At the same time, the famous Roger pirates were also drawn into the dispute because of the fight for Shaki. There is also Garp, who represents the highest combat power of Marine. Various forces gathered in the Valley of Gods. It is really appropriate to describe the impending war as heroes are as numerous as carp crossing the river. However, in the fight between these powerful men, the civilians of God's Valley became the most innocent victims. The celestial dragons' butcher knives fell mercilessly, corpses littered the streets, and the wailing gradually faded away. The entire Valley of the Gods was like hell on earth, with all civilians and slaves killed or injured. In the messy, unnoticed pile of corpses, a small figure was struggling to move. He was a 4-year-old boy named Jimil Hiro. He had a chubby face and a particularly eye-catching blonde hair. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary child was actually a time traveler? The original owner had already died at the hands of celestial dragons. And Hiro originally lived on Blue Star. At that time, he was walking on the street when a fortune teller suddenly stopped him and said mysteriously that he was going to get lucky. Hiro was skeptical and decided to go to the lottery shop to buy a lottery ticket to verify whether the fortune teller was accurate. But who could have expected that fate would play such a trick on us? Just as he was rushing towards the lottery shop with full of anticipation, a large truck hit him head-on and knocked him away. You call this luck? 1,000 alpaca races raced through Hiro's mind, his heart filled with resentment towards his fate. When he opened his eyes again, everything in front of him had been turned upside down. He had actually traveled to the Valley of Gods. For ordinary people, this is undoubtedly a place of death. To make matters worse, he traveled through time and space into the body of a 4-year-old child. God is trying to kill me. Shiro's heart was filled with despair, and he couldn't help but shout in his heart. However, as someone who was familiar with the routine of time travel, he immediately thought of the system. System brother, system dad, system grandpa, come out quickly, or I'm going to die. Hiro called ingratiatingly, his eyes full of anticipation. However, no matter how he begged, there was silence all around, with no response. Without a system, this would undoubtedly be the ultimate hell for a child who is powerless. What to do? How can we survive in this cruel battlefield? Playing dead? He rejected the idea as soon as it came to mind. Rox, Whitebeard, Garp. Each of these powerful men possesses devastating haki and immense destructive power. The Conqueror's haki they unleashed alone was too much for his little brat's body to bear. After much deliberation, Hiro made a risky decision, to grab a devil fruit. With his deep memory of the original plot, he set his sights on the meatball fruit. As long as you find Ivankov and Bartholomew Bear, you will have a chance to get it. At this time, Ivankov was in a corner of the Valley of the Gods, passionately encouraging the remaining residents on the island and calling on everyone to snatch the devil fruit together. He understood that only by grabbing one of the devil fruits could he buy a chance for some people to survive. Ginny, who has the skill of eavesdropping, becomes the key figure in their efforts to seize the devil fruit. Guided by the information provided by Ginny, Ivankov and Big Bear acted cautiously. Finally, he successfully snatched all the devil fruit treasure chests and hid in a remote hut. However, just as Ivankov opened the fish fruit treasure chest with great anticipation, a loud noise was heard. Auntie, Charlotte Linlin broke in. Her strong arms locked Ivankov's throat, and the precious blue dragon fruit was taken away. Then, Charlotte Linlin's greedy eyes fell on the meatball fruit in Big Bear's hand, ready to snatch it away. At the critical moment, Ivankov risked his life without hesitation, tightly grasped Charlotte Linlin's right leg, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Big Bear, eat the fruit. Big Bear's eyes were full of fear. He ran desperately while opening the treasure chest in a panic, wanting to swallow the meatball fruit. At this critical moment, Hiro appeared in time and shouted with all his strength. Brother Big Bear, give me the meatball fruit and you go and lead those people away. The kind and simple Big Bear had no doubts at all. He handed the meatball fruit to Hiro without thinking, and then fled desperately in the other direction. Hiro's hands trembled as he quickly stuffed the devil fruit into his mouth. In an instant, an indescribable taste exploded in his mouth. It was a strange smell mixed with smelly socks, rotting corpses, and plastic products. It hit his taste buds directly, making his stomach churn and almost vomiting. But in order to survive, he endured the discomfort, pinched his nose and swallowed the meatball fruit into his stomach. The next second, a violent energy raged in his body, and 2 balls of flesh slowly grew on his palms. Is this the power of the devil fruit? I'm terrifyingly strong now? Hiro clenched his fists excitedly, his eyes flashing with excitement, and he couldn't wait to use the moves of the meatball fruit. But at this moment, an invisible sense of oppression came from behind him. Hiro turned his head and saw Saturn Satan slowly approaching him with steady steps. Satan came in front of Hiro and did not take action immediately. Instead, he showed a condescending attitude and began to preach. Little brat, do you know that bloodline is above everything else? You were born into a slave family, so you are a slave. However, Hiro would not tolerate him. He pointed at Satan's nose without fear and cursed. You big idiot, do you know where I come from? Celestial dragons are worse than dogs. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you back to your grandma's house. These words left Satan stunned, his heart full of doubts. Who is this brat? How dare he scold me like that? Before Satan could come to his senses, Hiro decisively slapped his palm on his body and used the power of the meatball fruit to teleport behind Satan. Then, he used all his strength to slap Satan on the back. Chapter 2. The strongest man. Satan felt dizzy and the scene around him changed rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the holy land of Mariajoy. In order to prevent others from knowing that he had capsized in the gutter, Satan quietly found a hidden place and reopened the teleportation array. At this time, Hiro, who was in the Valley of Gods, looked at the balls of flesh on his palms excitedly and danced with excitement. This ability was beyond his understanding and was simply an invincible plug-in. With his memory of the original work from his previous life and having completed similar games, he can slap others or himself to most places. But he soon calmed down and realized that Satan fell into the trap simply because the other party underestimated him because he was just a child. If he encounters a strong person who is serious and uses hockey, this move of his will most likely be ineffective. Kid, give me the meatball fruit. Charlotte Linland's signature laugh could be heard from not far away. Hiro looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the big bear had been caught up by Charlotte Linland and was retreating step by step with a look of fear on his face. Although Hiro doesn't think he is a good person, it was he who tricked Kuma into giving him the meatball fruit after all. He felt a little guilty for not helping the man in need. But then again, Hiro couldn't help but swallow his saliva. At this time, Charlotte Linland's appearance and figure are still online, and she is completely different from the ugly and fat steel balloon in the later period. This is Oda's bad taste. I always like to make beautiful women in their youth become ugly when they are old. When Charlotte Linland got older, she just became fat. In this battle of the Valley of Gods, two super beauties appeared, Flame Flower, Gloriosa and Bakengem Stussy. When they get old, they become short, old and ugly. It's totally an eyesore. The thought flashed through his mind, and before Shiluo could think about it any further, he slapped his chest with his palm again. The next second, he appeared next to the big bear. Big Bear was so shocked by this sudden situation that his eyes widened, his face full of surprise and confusion. However, before he could react, Hiro's palm had already slapped him. The big bear disappeared in an instant. You little brat, you actually ate the meatball fruit. I'm going to kill you. Charlotte Linland's face flushed instantly, her eyes burning with rage. She gripped the Emperor's sword tightly in her hand and swung it fiercely at Hiro. Shiloh's heart suddenly started to ring with alarm bells, and cold sweat soaked his back. It's over. Although he possesses the magical Gourami fruit, this 4-year-old child's body becomes his biggest constraint. His reaction speed was far behind Charlotte Linland's attack rhythm, and he could only watch helplessly as the gleaming sword blade got closer and closer. At this critical moment, a black shadow broke through the air and hit the Emperor's sword with a sharp axe accurately. There was a loud and crisp, ding, sound, and sparks flew everywhere. Under the powerful impact, the Emperor's sword deviated from its original fatal trajectory, and the axe was bounced back. Hiro felt a cool breeze brushing past his cheek, which frightened him so much that his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. Thanks to this axe, he managed to save his life. Charlotte Linland frowned, a look of displeasure on her face. She slowly raised her head, her eyes sharp as torches, and looked towards the distance. I saw a man jumping towards me with brisk steps. He held a battle axe in each hand, wore sunglasses, and had a confident and playful smile on his face. Charlotte Linland, is bullying children all you have left? I'll be your rival? The man's voice was full of provocation, echoing in the empty venue. Copper Jabba, are you so nosy? Then die for him? Charlotte Linland snorted coldly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Without hesitation, she left Hiro behind and pointed the Emperor's sword at Jabba, her aura growing more fierce. When Hiro heard the name, Jabba, his eyes lit up and an expression of admiration appeared on his face involuntarily. In his memory, he was originally hesitant and unable to make a decision about who was the strongest in the original work. However, ever since he learned about Jabba's feat of fathering a child with a giant woman who was more than 10 times taller than him, the answer became extremely clear in his mind, without any suspense. In Hiro's opinion, Jabba is well versed in the skill of, as long as the middle is aligned, it doesn't matter whether the two sides are aligned or not, and he is simply a legendary existence. He is undoubtedly the strongest person in his mind. Kid, get out of here. While Jabba was fighting fiercely with Charlotte Linland, he took the time to loudly remind Hiro. Hiro knew very well that the level of the battle before him was far beyond his ability. If he stayed here, he would not only be of no help, but might even become a burden. So, without any hesitation, he turned around and ran away. However, Hiro did not choose to leave the Valley of the Gods. Relying on his deep memory of the original plot, he ran all the way to the remote room where Ivankov was. In his impression, in addition to the blue dragon fruit and the meatball fruit, there were also 4 unknown devil fruits stored in that room. However, when Hiro rushed into the room, he was greatly disappointed by what he saw. The box that originally contained the 4 devil fruits had long since disappeared, and the entire room was in a mess. Ivankov fell to the ground, unconscious, apparently having been attacked. Ginny hurried over and squatted beside Ivankov, her face full of anxiety and worry, and was carefully helping him up. Hiro didn't stay for long and didn't explain anything. He walked quickly forward and patted Ginny and Ivankov lightly with his palm. The 2 figures disappeared and were teleported to the side of the Big Bear. At this time, Big Bear was standing at the port of God's Valley, looking at the densely packed ships in front of him with a blank face, and he had not yet recovered from the previous incident. That's right, Hiro had swatted him here before. Soon, Hiro also arrived at the port. After Ivankov, Ginny and Big Bear reunited, they could no longer contain their excitement. They hugged each other tightly, their faces filled with joy of surviving the disaster. It's a pity that I still can't escape from here. A trace of disappointment flashed in Ginny's eyes, and she sighed in frustration, her voice full of helplessness. By the way, Big Bear, I asked you to eat the meatball fruit, why didn't you eat it and gave it to the child? Ivankov looked at the Big Bear with confusion in his eyes. Big Bear hesitated for a long time before telling the whole story truthfully. Big Bear, you are so honest and kind. With this devil fruit, we can all survive, now. Ginny was so angry that she put her hands on her hips, with a resentful look on her face. Big Bear was like a child who had made a mistake, shrinking to the side with his head down, his face full of guilt. Don't worry, I can help you wherever you want to go. Chapter 3. Reasons for joining Roger Pirates. Just when the atmosphere became awkward, Hiro walked up to the 3 of them at the right time with a warm and confident smile on his face. The 3 of them looked at Hiro in unison, a glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. My name is Jamil Hiro. Nice to meet you, Brother Ivankov, Brother Big Bear, and Sister Ginny. Hiro solemnly introduced himself, his tone full of sincerity and enthusiasm. That's great, little Hiro, we can go wherever we want with you. Ivankov excitedly picked up Shiro and wanted to kiss him on the face. Shiro's face was full of disgust, and he quickly reached out and held Ivankov's head. After all, Hiro knew that this guy was the future king of transsexuals. He doesn't like this. After a heated discussion, the 3 finally decided to go to the Big Bear's hometown, the Kingdom of Solby. Before leaving, Hiro warned Big Bear seriously, you must protect Ginny in the future, and you must marry her when you grow up. Big Bear touched the back of his head, a blush spread across his face, and he nodded shyly. Hiro firmly believed that as long as Big Bear married Ginny, there would be no fate in the original book where Ginny was kidnapped and forced to become the wife of celestial dragons. In addition, without the meat puff fruit, Kuma's role in the Revolutionary Army will be greatly reduced, and he will be able to spend more time with Ginny. This might change his tragic fate in the original work. Big Bear also warmly invited Shiro to go to the Kingdom of Solby together, hoping to continue to move forward side by side with him. However, Hiro has his own plans and goals, so he politely declined Big Bear's kindness. Then, Hiro slapped the 3 of them and flew them to the Kingdom of Solby. Hiro himself stayed at the port, weighing quietly. As the fruits were snatched away, the battle in the Valley of Gods came to an end. Rox, the man who once killed Admiral alone and entered the flowers alone. In the end, it was severely damaged by the cooperation of Roger and Garp. Since then, Garp has been awarded the title of Double King, or Team King. Rayleigh defeated Saint Somas of the Knights of God in one move to save Shaki. Jabba and Charlotte Linlin fought for dozens of rounds and ended in a draw. Whitebeard met Fergaland Galen, the leader of the Knights of God, on a narrow road and was accidentally left with a scar on his chest by the other party. Seeing how powerful Fergaland Galen was, Whitebeard was very excited and released Conqueror's Hockey to fight him fiercely. In the end, the fight ended in nothing. The Roger Pirates didn't get any devil fruit, but everyone in this group of warmongers was very excited. After being rescued, Shaki left the Valley of Gods alone. Roger walked with a steady yet somewhat heroic pace, and arrived at the port with Rayleigh, Jabba and a group of crew members. The salty sea breeze from the port carried the bloody smell after the battle, but it did not affect the joyful mood of the crowd at all. This battle was so exciting. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying fight. Ha 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 ha. Roger's hearty laughter was still clearly audible amid the sound of waves near the harbor, startling a few seabirds circling over the harbor. At the same time, he was holding a small baby in his arms. The baby had a few sparse red hairs on his head, gently fluttering in the sea breeze. At this moment, a small figure rushed out from the corner of the port. Uncle Jabba. Hiro quickly ran up to Jabba and shouted, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. Jabba heard the shout and his expression, which had been serious after the battle, softened instantly. He immediately squatted down, opened his arms and picked up Shi Luo steadily, looking him up and down carefully, his eyes full of concern. Kid, why did you run away here? Are you hurt? As he spoke, he reached out and gently checked Hiro's arms and legs, fearing that he might have missed any wounds. I'm not hurt, Uncle Jabba, thank you for saving me. Hiro tilted his little face up, his eyes sparkling, expressing his gratitude sincerely. Jabba breathed a sigh of relief, gently touched Hiro's head, and reminded him earnestly. I'm glad you're not hurt. Hurry up and find a place to hide so that you won't be discovered by those celestial dragons. However, Hiro shook his head firmly, with a fiery light flashing in his eyes. No, Uncle Jabba, I want to join you as pirates. He spoke very seriously, his eyes determined as if he wanted to join the party. In his mind, this is the ship of the future Pirates King. How can he miss the opportunity to board this ship and become a winner without effort? Hey, come on, the captain has already brought back a baby, and with this little brat, our pirates group is going to become a nursery. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but complain, with a helpless and funny curve at the corner of his mouth. His words made the crew around him laugh softly. Don't you think this baby is cute? Wahahaha. Roger didn't care about Rayleigh's complaints at all. Instead, he hugged the baby tighter and bent down to kiss the baby's pink face. The baby felt Roger's affection and let out a crisp giggle, waving his little hands in the air. But just as Roger was showing off this cute little guy to everyone, he suddenly felt a salty taste in his mouth. He was stunned at first, then he realized that it was the baby who had peed on his face. The baby was naive and still grinning, and everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw it. Roger looked embarrassed and pushed the baby to Rayleigh, complaining about this little guy, and quickly ran to the beach to wash his face. Shiro stood aside, laughing secretly in his heart. He naturally knew the identity of the baby. It was the son of Figalan Galen, the red-haired Shanks who would possess the face fruit in the future. Looking at this little baby still in swaddling clothes, Hiro could already see how he would become a powerful figure on the sea in the future. Soon, Roger, who had finished washing up, came back to everyone's sight. He shook the water droplets from his hair and looked at Hiro in Jabba's arms with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Little boy, why do you want to join us as pirates? When Shi Luo heard this, he immediately straightened his back, patted his chest, and blurted out. Of course, it's to turn the world upside down and become the freest person in the world. When everyone heard this, they were stunned at first, then fell silent and looked at each other. After a moment, they all burst into laughter in unison. That's the captain's catchphrase. This guy is quite interesting. Maybe this is fate. Kid, you're perfect for our pirates group. Various discussions arose one after another. Roger was even more excited. He strode to Hiro, touched Hiro's head, and said with a big laugh. Ha 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 ha, okay, Roger, approve of you joining us. What's your name? Chapter 4 Teacher Rayleigh. Hiro couldn't hide his excitement, his face flushed red, and he answered excitedly. Captain Roger, my name is Jimel Hiro. Well, this time in the Valley of the Gods, we've gained a lot. We've added 2 new crew members. Let's get on board and have a party. Ha 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 ha. Roger waved his hand, and the heroic momentum seemed to bring the entire ocean under his command. Hiro excitedly boarded the legendary ship, Oro Jackson. As the ship left the Valley of the Gods, the Oro Jackson was filled with laughter and joy. Roger held the glass and drank heartily. The wine flowed down the corners of his mouth, but he didn't care. The crew members sang and danced, and the cheerful songs blended with the sound of the waves. After Jabba finished a glass of wine, his cheeks flushed slightly. He looked at Hiro, who was sticking out his tongue after taking a sip of wine. Hey, little Hiro, why is Charlotte Linlin hunting you down? Based on Jabba's understanding of Charlotte Linlin, it is certain that this person is profit-driven and ruthless. However, they would not chase and kill a child for no reason. There must be some unknown reason behind it. Hiro blinked, held out his hands in front of Jabba, and answered seriously. It must be because I ate the meatball fruit. Jabba saw this. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He quickly picked up Hiro and came to Roger. Captain, look, little Hiro ate the meatball fruit. There was uncontrollable excitement in his voice. Roger was drinking heavily. He turned his head and looked at Hiro's palm. His originally tipsy eyes suddenly brightened up, and his expression changed from doubt to excitement. This is such a pleasant surprise. Not only do we get 2 new crew members, but we also get a devil fruit. Rayleigh, Tabit and others also gathered around, looking at Hiro's palm curiously and marveling at it. To celebrate little Hiro eating the meatball fruit, the party will be postponed until tomorrow. Wahahahaha. Roger announced with a big laugh, raising his glass high, wanting to share this joy with everyone. Shi Luo's face was full of black lines, and he secretly complained in his heart. I guess you're just looking for an excuse to throw a party. But looking at everyone's excitement, he couldn't help but smile. The next day, everyone was drunk. The deck was littered with bottles and food scraps, a mess. Rayleigh stood up, his steps still a little unsteady. He walked to Hiro, patted his head, and said solemnly. Little Hiro, you are now a trainee crew member of our Roger Pirates. The cleaning job is now left to you. The corners of Hiro's mouth twitched, and he complained softly. After all this time, they let me on board just to employ child labor and exploit the labor force, you bloody capitalists. With Rayleigh's observation hockey, he naturally heard Hiro's complaints. He smiled, rolled his eyes, and began to paint a picture. Little Hiro, joining our pirates is a very promising opportunity. As long as you work hard, you will be promoted to a full-time crew member and your salary will increase 5-fold. Oh my god, you take me for a 3-year-old? Hiro rolled his eyes, ignored Rayleigh, picked up the broom that was taller than him and started sweeping the floor. He swept vigorously, and the dust flew in the sunlight. An hour later, I finally managed to finish cleaning up. Hiro was so tired that he was out of breath. He sighed continuously while leaning against the broom and glanced at Shanks, who was sleeping soundly in the cradle. Looking at that quiet little face, an idea came to Hiro's mind. When will this end? I shouldn't have joined the Roger Pirates so soon. At this moment, Hiro's biggest wish is for Shanks to grow up quickly so that he can do all the work. The sailing life that followed was not as wonderful as Hiro had imagined. There was basically no exciting adventure or exploration. Overall, very boring. There was not much to do except have a party. To put it bluntly, going on an adventure at sea is just a group of grown men with nothing to do getting together to have some fun. Roger always finds excuses to hold parties, which makes life difficult for Hiro, who is in charge of cleaning. Every time a banquet ended, the deck was in a mess, as if it had been through a storm. One day, after another banquet, Hiro was cleaning the house listlessly with a mop when he suddenly had an idea. Why don't I just move this garbage away? Wouldn't that be so easy? He slapped his forehead, a light flashed in his eyes, and he called himself too stupid, with a little excitement in his heart. The sun shone on the deck of the Oro Jackson, and the mess of bottles, large bones and other garbage gave off a strange smell. Hiro's cheeks puffed up, and a faint white glow appeared on his tender palms. As he waved his hands rhythmically, the garbage flew towards the nearby deserted island one by one with the sound of breaking through the air. This easy cleaning method reduced the originally huge workload by 90%. On the deck, Roger, his face flushed with alcohol, stood up staggeringly, the smell of alcohol mixed with the sea breeze blowing in his face. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a torch, and stared at Shiluo's smooth movements with interest, his eyes flashing with the light of discovering a rough gem. Roger, wearing slippers, strode towards Hiro, the smell of alcohol on his body almost covering him. Little Hiro, your devil fruit abilities are quite impressive. Are you interested in learning some skills from us? I guarantee you'll make a name for yourself on this turbulent sea. Shiloh's eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded like a rattle. Seeing this, Roger laughed so hard that the flag on the mast trembled slightly. He patted Hiro's shoulder hard, causing Hiro to stagger. All right, little Hiro, you'll definitely become a powerful force in our pirates group in the future. With you here, our Roger Pirates will definitely leave a mark on this grand line. After saying that, he turned and shouted in Rayleigh's direction with an unquestionable momentum. Wait. Captain Roger, this. Shiro looked at Roger's posture, his heart skipped a beat, and his palms were sweating from nervousness. He waved his hands, trying to stop Roger from saying the next words. But before he could finish his words, Rayleigh came over quickly. Rayleigh, little Hiro's training is now up to you. You must train him strictly. He is the future of our pirates' world. Ha 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 ha. Roger's voice exploded in the air, startling a flock of seabirds. When Shi Luo heard this, he took a deep breath, froze in a daze, and his mind went blank. Ms. Rayleigh? He repeated the name in his mind. This is a synonym for a mediocre teacher who misleads students in the pirates' world. The experience of Luffy, the pirate's king, involuntarily emerged before his eyes. Luffy is a gifted person, but after following Rayleigh for 2 years, he only learned the basics of hockey. Think about Teacher Guy, who used only 3 sticks to help Luffy master the tyrant and awaken the sun god Nika form. In Hiro's heart, Kaido is the well-deserved world-class teacher. At this moment, he was full of regret and felt that he had boarded the wrong boat. Chapter 5. The New World of Pirates, The Crisis of Roger Pirates. But soon, Hiro adjusted his mentality and comforted himself. Forget it, I'm still young, so Rayleigh should be able to help me lay the foundation. As long as I train hard, maybe I can create a miracle. Rayleigh knew that Hiro's strength increased greatly after eating the meatball fruit, and after careful consideration, he tailored a strict physical training plan for him. The plan calls for Hiro to increase his training volume by 1% each day. Take push-ups for example. If you do 1,000 today, you have to grit your teeth and complete 1,010 tomorrow. For a 4-year-old child, such a volume of training is simply unrealistic. But there is a burning fire of becoming stronger in Shiro's heart. He gritted his teeth, day after day, without stopping. In addition to training, Hiro has a special thought. He specifically found Jabba, his eyes full of curiosity and anticipation, and chased Jabba to ask about his recipes, asking in great detail about everything from breakfast combinations to dinner ingredients. Jabba looked at Hiro's insistent questioning and was puzzled. Little Hiro, why do you want to know these things? Hiro scratched his head embarrassedly, his face flushed red. In order to grow better, in order to make myself more talented. Jabba nodded, not quite understanding, and told Hiro all the food he often ate. The days passed one by one. It was a sunny day and Hiro was doing squats on the deck, swaying profusely. Suddenly, Roger stood at the bow and announced to everyone that he would temporarily leave the Oro Jackson for a few days. He looked hurried and without explaining the reason, he rowed his boat and disappeared into the vast ocean. 3 days later, when the sunset dyed the sea golden, Roger came back in his small boat. He was holding a baby in his arms. The baby had a red nose and his face was wrinkled from crying. Hiro recognized at a glance that the child was the future famous clown, Buggy. All the crew members on the ship, including Hiro, were confused. They didn't understand Roger's intentions or Buggy's origins. Roger remained silent, but gently placed Buggy next to Shanks, and with a gentle yet firm look in his eyes, he told everyone to raise the baby together in the future. Although everyone was full of doubts, no matter how playful they were, they absolutely respected the captain's orders. This is the unique personal charm of the sea succubus Roger. Without saying much, you can make people follow you wholeheartedly. Since then, the three little ones, Hero, Shanks and Buggy, have become the crew's source of joy when they are bored. Whenever Hero had free time, he would practice sparring with the crew members. Although he was beaten badly every time, he never got discouraged. Later, whenever Hero fought against a crew member, the deck would be bustling with activity, and the others would start betting. Bet on Hero to last a few minutes without getting knocked down. Shouts and laughter rang out one after another. When Shanks and Buggy grew up a little, the naughty crew members encouraged the two little guys to fight each other. Shanks is 5 months older than Buggy. He is superior in both strength and movement, and he crushes Buggy in every match. Poor Buggy was always beaten and cried. His red nose became redder and bigger as he cried. He looked both aggrieved and funny, which made everyone laugh. However, during the voyage, the pirates encountered a major crisis. Under the wise leadership of Captain Roger, the pirates are close to bankruptcy and can barely afford to eat. In addition to daily food and drink, the pirates also incurred a lot of expenses for purchasing weapons and equipment, raising children, etc. Although they are called pirates, they have their own principles and never steal from civilians. In addition, the pirates were famous, so other pirates would take a detour when they saw the Oro Jackson, making it extremely difficult for them to steal their treasures. Captain Roger liked to hold banquets from time to time and spend money lavishly, and the pirates' fortune was almost completely squandered. Just when everyone was frowning, Hero had an idea and proposed to cooperate with the bounty hunter. Capture those pirates who have a bounty on their heads, have committed many evil deeds, have no pirate ships, and can only stay in a fixed place, and sell them to bounty hunters at a 20% discount in exchange for the daily expenses of the pirate group. Looking at the gloomy crowd, Hero put his hands behind his back and said like a little adult, "Without me, this family will fall apart sooner or later." Thus, an unprecedented spectacle appeared in the pirates' world. The infamous Roger Pirates Group captures pirates and sells them to bounty hunters, who then sell them to the world government. This strange transformation became a hot topic among people on the sea after dinner. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the waves of Grand Line have surged to the year 1490 of Sea Circle calendar. In the 6 years since the earth-shattering battle in the Valley of Gods, the world of pirates has been full of twists and turns and bustle. This war completely changed the landscape of the pirates' world and laid the groundwork for countless subsequent changes. The once invincible and powerful Rocks pirate fell apart after the smoke of the Battle of God Valley cleared. The crew members who once fought side by side and dominated the world have each embarked on a different path. As the captain of the Rocks pirate, Rocks D. Zebek suffered heavy losses in that tragic battle. After the battle, he disappeared and his whereabouts are unknown. Regarding his whereabouts, various speculations and legends are circulating in the pirates' world. Some say he was seriously injured and secluded on a mysterious island to recuperate, waiting for the opportunity to make a comeback. Some people also say that he had already died in the sea, ending his legendary life. But no matter what the truth is, his disappearance has left a huge void in the pirates' world. All the crew members of Rocks Pirate are heroes in the pirates' world. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, whose heroic character and powerful strength made countless pirates in awe. Golden Lion Shaki, who not only possesses powerful swordsmanship but also controls the power of the lion fruit, his unique fighting style and crazy adventurous spirit have made him famous in the pirates' world. Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, has a violent and eccentric personality. Using the soul fruit's power, she built the vast Charlotte family and the powerful pirates. There are also John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe and others, each of whom has extraordinary strength and means, and occupies a place in the pirates' world. Among the remnants of the Rocks pirates, Kaido of the Beast's rise to prominence is astonishing. After the Battle of God Valley, Charlotte Linlin gave the fish fruit she had snatched to Kaido. This mysterious devil fruit contained infinite power, which made Kaido, who was already very powerful, become even stronger. With this power, Kaido quickly rose to prominence and became a force that could rival veteran powerhouses like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte Linlin. Apart from the remnants of the Rocks pirates who are causing turmoil in the pirates' world, the old and powerful pirates are still ambitious. Red Earl, Redfield, possessing mysterious and powerful powers, is aloof but extremely powerful, and is a feared figure in the pirates' world. World Destroyer, Burndy World, with his unique abilities and crazy behavior, runs rampant in the pirates' world. However, in this turbulent world of pirates, the Roger Pirates Group is still facing different difficulties. Chapter 6 Daily Life of the Three Little Ones. In order to make a living, the members of Roger Pirates had to capture those pirates who had committed many evil deeds and could only stay in a fixed place, and sell them to pirate hunters. Gradually, many pirates on the sea were deterred from the waters where Roger Pirates were located and dared not set foot there easily. This situation meant that Roger Pirates was able to capture fewer and fewer pirates, their income was greatly reduced, and their lives became increasingly difficult. However, no matter how difficult the situation is, the pirates cannot let the children starve. Everyone has reduced unnecessary expenses. Among them, the one who suffered the most was Captain Roger. The future pirates' king, who was a heavy drinker, had a generous personality, and loved to host lively banquets from time to time, looked at the increasingly tight financial situation and could only announce with heartache. From now on, the frequency of banquets must be reduced by half. But even so, the members of the Roger Pirates Group still stick to their beliefs, not to rob civilians. In this magnificent picture of the times, on the deck of the Roger Pirates, the three little ones are writing their own unique chapter. At this time, Hiro has grown into a 10-year-old boy. The childishness in his eyes and eyebrows has faded, and his determination and courage are gradually revealed. Shanks and Buggy have also reached the age of 6. The two little guys are jumping around in the pirates group with a different kind of energy. Originally, every morning, Shiro would hold a broom taller than himself, humming a tuneless little song while carefully sweeping every corner. But now, the cleaning job has quietly been handed over to Shanks and Buggy. Shanks is optimistic and open-minded by nature. He has no complaints about the new task. Whenever the morning light was dim, you could see him walking briskly, picking up a broom and sweeping the floor in a serious manner. He would carefully sweep the gaps in every deck, even the dust in the corners, and complete the cleaning task conscientiously. As for Buggy, his rolling eyes always hide mischievous thoughts, and his cunning character is fully revealed during his cleaning work. Sometimes, he would secretly hide the broom when no one was paying attention, and pretend to be looking for it. Sometimes, he would use sweet words to coax Shanks into helping him with work, and find ways to be lazy. All these little tricks were seen by the attentive Shiro. As the eldest of the three little ones, Hiro knew that there was no order without rules, so he naturally had to punish the naughty Buggy. While everyone was helping to clear the heavy cargo, Hiro seized the opportunity, pretended to slip, and with a light wave of his hand, he accidentally knocked Buggy to a deserted island not far away. Buggy fell onto the beach of a deserted island, surrounded by silent woods and howling sea breeze, and fear instantly overwhelmed him. He was so frightened that he cried out, and his voice echoed on the deserted island. From then on, Buggy never dared to be clever or lazy again. He worked honestly every time, for fear of being exiled to that terrible deserted island again. Buggy is quite miserable. He is the youngest and the weakest among the three. Most of the time, the other crew members of the pirates, including Hiro, just treated him as a naughty child, occasionally joking and teasing him. However, Shanks is only 5 months older than him, and the two have been secretly competing with each other on the road to growth since they met. Whether it's climbing the mast faster, catching the bigger fish, or wrestling, they all want to compete. Unfortunately, Buggy's talent is far inferior to Shanks'. In every competition, Buggy could only look at Shanks' high-spirited back. He has always lived under Shanks' shadow. Seeing Buggy's lost look, the big brother Hiro always uses the power of the meat glob fruit to send out shockwaves to help Buggy when they are fighting. Sometimes it was when Buggy was about to lose, a gentle push allowed him to regain his footing. Sometimes he would cleverly interfere with Shanks and create opportunities for Buggy. Under Shiro's kindness and power, Buggy admired him very much and often called him Brother Shiro, sweetly. His admiring eyes treated Shiro as his superhero. As for Shanks, in the competition with Buggy, he has always had an absolute advantage thanks to his extraordinary talent. Over time, a greater fighting spirit was ignited in the little boy's heart, and he longed to challenge stronger ones. Hiro, who was only 4 years older than him and far stronger than him, naturally became his target. From then on, Shanks would find Hiro from time to time and say with a firm look in his eyes, "Brother Shilo, I want to challenge you." Unfortunately, Shanks could not escape the fate of being completely defeated in every challenge. One day, when the sun was shining, Shanks once again mustered up the courage to challenge Hiro. The two men took up their positions on the deck, surrounded by crew members who were watching the fun. Shanks rushed forward aggressively, waving a wooden sword, but Hiro knocked him to the ground with just 2 light moves. Shanks lay on the ground covered in dust and dirt, but he was still struggling to get up and fight again. Seeing this, Hiro was both angry and amused. He decided to teach this stubborn little guy a lesson and pretended to spank Shanks. Shanks was so frightened that he shouted, "Brother Shilo, please give me some face and don't spank me in front of everyone." The panicked look made the surrounding crew members laugh. Hiro grinned and said jokingly, "Shanks, you've always wanted face since you were little. I'll make you a face fruit. You'll have face wherever you go." Shanks blinked his eyes, his expression filled with clear stupidity, and asked curiously, "Brother Hiro, is there really a face fruit? Don't lie to me." Hiro touched Shanks' head meaningfully and said with a smile, "It will, Shanks. Your face will be very useful on the sea in the future." This conversation made everyone laugh even more, and the deck was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Another day, the warm sea breeze gently blew the sails of the Roger Pirates group. The three little ones sat side by side on the deck, letting the sea breeze blow gently, enjoying the rare leisure time. Shanks stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he had discovered a new world, and shouted loudly, "Brother Hiro, Buggy, I found something very interesting." Buggy, who was bored, suddenly became lively. He excitedly approached Shanks and asked impatiently, "What is it?" Shanks stood up excitedly and said seriously, "I found that the names of the people in our pirates group sound very nice when they're turned backwards. Look, Captain Roger is called Jiro when turned backwards, Vice Captain Rayleigh is called Lee Lei when turned backwards, and Uncle Jabba is called Baja when turned backwards." Hiro. After hearing this, Buggy rolled his eyes, looked speechless, turned around and left without looking back. Chapter 7 Developing the fleshball fruit. In these 6 years filled with laughter and joy, Hiro has never stopped growing. He greeted the morning light every day and carried out hard training under the strict guidance of Rayleigh. Sweat soaked his clothes and scars covered his body, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. After 2.5 years of practice, I'm still a rookie. After another 2.5 years, although there was some growth, the effect was still not significant. Finally, after day of training, in his 6th year in the Roger Pirates, he successfully awakened the low-level armament hockey. That powerful force surged within him, bringing his strength to a new level. While exercising his body, Hiro also paid great attention to the development of the fleshy fruit. This god-level devil fruit, Bartholomew Bear, did not exert its due power in the original work. Hiro knew very well that this was related to Big Bear's honest and kind character, strong limbs but simple mind and intelligence. Therefore, in his spare time, Hiro is always immersed in researching more possibilities of the fleshball fruit. In terms of healing, Hiro discovered that after using the power of the meat glob fruit to shoot out the injuries inflicted on himself or others, he had to find a medium to bear the consequences. If the right medium is not found within a certain period of time, the injuries caused by the film will return to the patient. In the original book, Big Bear is kind-hearted and can't bear to let others suffer, so he chooses to bear it all himself. But Hiro would not do that. With his intelligence and wisdom, he came up with a clever solution. Catching sea kings. Whenever someone is injured, he captures the sea kings and makes them suffer the pain of the injury. In this way, not only the problem of transferring the injured was solved, but also the food problem of the Roger Pirates group was solved. Of course, those sea kings that suffered damage from the disease were not included in the pirates' diet, but were released back into the sea. Not only that, Hiro also had a sudden idea. Can we transfer these injuries to inanimate objects, such as weapons? He knows very well that injuries are essentially internal damage to the body. If injuries can be transferred to weapons, it means that the internal material structure of the weapon will change. Isn't this the process of tempering the weapon? If there were a tough weapon that could withstand these injuries, the power of the weapon would be greatly increased. In order to verify his conjecture, Hiro often experiments with some ordinary weapons. He carefully used the power of the meat glob fruit to transfer the injuries to his weapon bit by bit. However, the results were not ideal. After suffering the impact of the injuries, the weapons all turned into fragments. But Hiro was not discouraged. Instead, failure stimulated his stronger desire to explore. In addition, Hiro also discovered that the globule-shaped fruit could allow himself or others to teleport instantly. This ability undoubtedly represents the mastery of certain laws of space and time. He was often alone on the deck late at night, gazing at the vast starry sky and lost in thought. According to Hiro's prediction, if the meat glob fruit is developed to the ultimate level, it will not only be able to teleport to outer space, but it will also be possible to travel through time and space and return to the past. This bold idea guided him to continue exploring the mystery of the fleshy fruit and move forward bravely into the unknown. After countless days and nights of dedicated research and repeated experiments, Hiro finally found a new breakthrough in the exploration of the fleshy fruit. He decided to boldly expand the spatial laws contained in the meatball fruit, thereby creating an unprecedented spatial binding technique. The so-called spatial confinement is that Hiro uses the mysterious power of the meatball fruit to create an independent and temporary spatial domain. This space is an invisible cage that can accurately cover the space where the opponent is located. In this created space, the opponent's actions will be greatly restricted. This move can be regarded as a magic weapon to defeat the enemy when facing an opponent of the same level or an opponent weaker than oneself. It can greatly control the initiative of the battle and gain the upper hand for oneself. However, this move is not without flaws. If the opponent's strength far exceeds that of Hiro, the time that this spatial restraint can last will be greatly shortened. In the exploration of combat techniques, the meat glob fruit has previously been limited to 2 attack methods: shockwaves and slapping the opponent away. In order to make the shockwaves he fired more accurate and thus more powerful in battle, Hiro made a special trip to consult Beatum, the famous sniper in the Roger Pirates group. Beatum is an experienced and highly skilled sniper. He generously teaches Hiro all the sniping skills he has mastered over the years. During the teaching process, Beatum emphasized seriously. For a sniper, in order to improve his hit rate, in addition to mastering armament hockey to enhance his attack and defense capabilities, observation hockey is an indispensable key factor. It is like the eyes of a sniper, allowing the sniper to sense danger and the movement of the target in advance. The teleportation ability of Hiro's globular fruit is a dream come true for snipers. This ability allows snipers to quickly change positions on the battlefield and launch surprise attacks on the enemy. Therefore, Beatum very much hopes to teach his marksmanship to Hiro, so that he can perfectly combine the power of the meat gum fruit with his marksmanship. But Hiro, who already possessed the powerful attack method of shockwave, smiled and politely declined Beatum's kindness. In Hiro's opinion, the shockwave is more useful than the pistol. The shockwave is a powerful attack produced by him using the special ability of the meatball fruit to strongly compress the surrounding air, forming a high-pressure air mass, and then launching it out through his palm. This attack method is not only extremely powerful, but also capable of long-range attacks, making it extremely flexible and practical in combat. The pressure cannon is even more powerful. It is Hiro's killing move using the power of the meatball fruit to hit the atmosphere at high speed, instantly penetrating the target and causing huge damage. The pressure it generates is greater than that of a shockwave and its destructive power is more astonishing. In Hiro's opinion, if a gun is used, it will limit the use of the power of the meat glob fruit, greatly reducing the value of this god-level ability. In the days that followed, in order to awaken observation hockey, Hiro resolutely let Beatum shoot at him, constantly stimulating his potential by dodging bullets. Of course, to ensure safety during training, During practice, the bullets shot by Beatum were not covered with armament hockey, while Hiro covered his entire body with armament hockey to protect against possible accidents. Chapter 8 Inches World Destroyer. Brandy World. This arduous bullet dodging training lasted for 3 full months. Hard work pays off. After countless attempts and failures, Hiro finally succeeded in awakening observation hockey. The moment he awakened observation hockey, Hiro's perception was greatly improved. He could clearly sense the path of bullets and easily dodge them. From then on, even without covering his body with armament hockey, ordinary bullets could no longer cause any damage to Hiro. After awakening observation hockey, Hiro's hit rate when using shockwaves is fully guaranteed, and every shot can accurately hit the target. At this time, Hiro possessed the god-level ability of the meat gum fruit, and with the assistance of the low-level armament hockey and observation hockey, his strength had become extremely powerful. In the current Roger Pirates group, except for Roger, Rayleigh and Jabba, 3 extremely powerful men who can crush Hiro, the others no longer pose any threat to him. What's shocking is that Hiro is only 10 years old. At this age, for most people, they are just children playing spoiled in their parents' arms, but Hiro has already made his mark in the world of pirates where there are many strong people. However, Hiro was not satisfied with this. In addition to developing the potential of the meat glob fruit as much as possible, he also worked hard to practice swordsmanship. On the ship of Roger Pirates, there are 2 swordmasters, Roger and Rayleigh. They would give guidance to Hiro from time to time. Under their careful teaching, Hiro's swordsmanship improved very quickly and he had become a good swordsman. Hiro's goal goes far beyond this. He has a great dream in his heart, which is to become a swordsman, a great swordsman, or even a top swordsman. Especially Captain Roger's extremely powerful, divine evasion, made Hiro fascinated and became the move he most wanted to learn. Unfortunately, the practice of this move requires the support of a powerful conqueror's hockey. With Hiro's current strength, this is still an unattainable move. Hiro's growth and hard work also stimulated Shanks and Buggy who were on the boat with him. Under the influence of Hiro, they also plunged into hard training. Shanks chose to practice fencing, while Buggy chose a dagger. On this day, the sun shone on the deck of the Roger Pirates, and the 3 little ones were training hard on the deck. At this moment, Jabba's excited voice suddenly came. "Hey guys, there's a big ship approaching us." Upon hearing this, everyone stopped their training, their eyes flashing with excitement, and they came to the deck to watch. During this period of time, the Roger Pirates group had not encountered any decent pirates for a long time, and their money and food were running out, so everyone was worried about it. Rayleigh took one look at the pirate's ship's skull and crossbones flag. His expression turned serious, he took a deep breath, and quickly shouted to everyone. "Don't act rashly. This ship belongs to the Ward Pirates, and its captain is Brandy World, also known as World Destroyer." Upon hearing this, the Roger Pirates immediately began to discuss. "Huh? Brandy World? Isn't that a figure as famous as Captain Roger and Whitebeard? How do we start this? I heard this guy's Momo fruit can make his cannon 100 times bigger. One shot is powerful enough to destroy a small town. I thought it was a fat sheep, but it turned out to be a tough bone to chew." Hiro stood on tiptoe, leaning against the railing, his eyes revealing curiosity and excitement, as he looked carefully at the pirate's ship not far away. For Hiro, this is the boss of the movie. Since the Battle of God Valley, Roger Pirates has not encountered pirates of this level. After that war, the remnants of the Rocks and some other big pirates were eager to develop their own power. They all knew how powerful the Roger Pirates were, and no one wanted to touch this warlike group with terrifying combat power, so they all deliberately avoided confrontation with the Roger Pirates. However, the Ward Pirates are an exception. Their captain, Brandy World, is arrogant and likes to cause destruction everywhere, and he doesn't care about anyone. At the edge of the deck, 2 small figures, due to their height disadvantage, stood on tiptoe and stretched their necks, but their vision was still blocked by the crowd and they could not see anything. It was Shanks and Buggy. They were so anxious that they stamped their feet, put their little heads together, and whispered to each other. Suddenly, Shanks' eyes lit up, he slapped his head and excitedly said, "Buggy, got it, I'll put it on your shoulders so you can see it." Although Buggy was a little hesitant, he couldn't think of a better solution, so he nodded helplessly. So Shanks swiftly climbed onto Buggy's shoulders, holding Buggy's hair tightly with both hands to keep his balance, and looked ahead eagerly. Shanks was so engrossed in watching that he completely forgot their agreement. Buggy was so anxious that he shook his shoulders and complained loudly. "Hey, are you ready, Shanks? It's my turn, we agreed to have a turn." Shanks, however, stared at the pirate ship ahead like a possessed man, his eyes unblinking, and responded nonchalantly. "Will you let me see it again, Buggy? You're so weak that it's useless to see it." This made Buggy furious. He glared in rage. "Shanks, you be *****D. As he said that, he jerked his head and threw Shanks to the ground. Shanks fell down with his teeth grimacing, holding his butt and shouting angrily. "Buggy, what are you doing?" Buggy put his hands on his hips and said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, it's my turn to watch, you're down there." He really didn't want to talk to Shanks anymore. What this guy had just said was so infuriating. At this moment, Hiro's brows were furrowed, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he stared intently at the pirate's ship in front of him, exuding a solemn aura. On the pirate's ship, a figure stood tall at the bow, his burly figure imposing without even being angry. This person was wearing a red cloak that rustled in the sea breeze, and the horn helmet on his head added a touch of hockey. His right hand gently stroked his gray-green beard, and every move exuded a strong aura. There was a person sitting on his shoulder. It was his elder brother Bojack. As the vice captain and think tank of the pirates, he has a deep gaze and whispers in World's ear from time to time, offering advice. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Roger jumped to the bow of the ship. He held the hilt of his sword, Ace, tightly in his left hand. The sea breeze whistled, blowing the straw hat pinned around his neck. His signature smile was so bright that it seemed to dispel all the gloom. World, Sasabuladana, are you here to give us treasure? Wahahahaha. The hearty laughter echoed across the sea, full of provocation and confidence. Chapter 9. Send him to the place he wants to go most. Upon hearing this, World's bronze face instantly flushed red. He kicked the wine barrel beside him violently, and the barrel rolled on the deck with a dull thud, shaking the weapons in the hands of the surrounding crew members slightly. Roger, have you forgotten the power of my Momo fruit? He stretched out his hoarse voice, and the sound waves spurted out with saliva. Leave the treasure behind, or I'll bomb your Oro Jackson. Seeing this, Rayleigh took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Roger's side on the shaking deck to warn him. Captain, this guy's Momo fruit is too powerful, it's better not to provoke him easily. But Roger waved his hand nonchalantly, with an uninhibited smile on his face, but a hint of helplessness and determination flashed in his tone. Rayleigh, you know the current situation of our pirates group. If we don't grab some treasure, we won't be able to survive. Bojack, sitting on World's shoulder, gently tugged at the captain's collar. The Roger pirates are incredibly powerful. If we destroy their ships, they'll probably fight us to the death. It's not worth it. However, World was already blinded by anger and violently swung Bojack's hand away, nearly knocking him off his shoulder. Stop talking. Roger is too arrogant, I'm going to kill him. Before the 2 captains could take further action, a sound of metal friction suddenly erupted on the deck. Jabba could no longer contain the excitement in his heart and rushed out first, brandishing his 2 axes. Come on, who wants to fight me? When the ward pirates saw the aggressive Jabba, they were immediately furious. Someone holding a telescope exclaimed, this guy is the 3rd in command of the Roger Pirates group, and he's quite powerful. Jabba's face was filled with anger when he heard this, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He loudly retorted. You bastards, stop talking nonsense. I'm the 2nd in command of the Roger Pirates. Rayleigh saw Jabba's impulsive look, put his right hand on his forehead, and sighed helplessly. This guy is so reckless. Before he finished speaking, the sword at his waist had already been unsheathed, and the blade was shining with a cold blue light. With a swish, his figure flashed, leaving only a shadow in the air. Hey, as the captain, I can't let the crew get hurt. Roger shouted, an excited smile on his face and a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Rayleigh complained as he fought, his blade colliding with the opponent's weapon, creating dazzling sparks. Don't make excuses, you just want to start a fight. At this moment, Nokken of the Ward Pirates took his stance, took a deep breath, and shouted. Cordyceps slam. As he shouted, his fist was wrapped in a strange green light and he threw a Huxia medicine punch at Jabba. Jabba's eyes flashed, and he easily caught the opponent's fist. Then he used the force to turn around, and the blood axe in his hand chopped towards Nokken with a sharp sound of wind. On the other side, Rayleigh faced Sebastian, a hybrid of the merman and the giant. Sebastian's body was covered with blue-gray scales, and the meteor hammer in his hand glowed with a cold light. He is well versed in Urin karate, and every move and every style of his is filled with overwhelming momentum. Rayleigh fought fiercely with him. The 2 men's moves were unpredictable, and the flashes of swords and spears were intertwined, making the fight difficult to separate. Roger was about to rush towards Waldo. Suddenly, the air around them began to twist and change, and the space was like a piece of paper crumpled by an invisible hand. A strong feeling of dizziness came over him, and by the time he came to his senses, he found himself in a maze made up of blocks. It turned out that Gyrom of the Ward Pirates used the power of the cube fruit to turn a nearby deserted island into a cube maze, temporarily trapping Roger. Captain, now is the time to attack the Oro Jackson. Bojack shouted a warning to World, his voice echoing throughout the maze. World had a sinister smile on his face, his eyes flashing with madness. Alright, I'm going to turn the Roger Pirates into ashes, ha 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 ha. He quickly jumped to a cannon, placed his hands on it, and shouted. Guys, adjust your course and show those bastards from the Roger Pirates how powerful we, the Ward Pirates, are. Following his command, the cannon quickly grew 100 times larger under the power of the Momo fruit. The huge recoil caused the pirate's ship to shake violently. Seeing this, the crew members of the Ward Pirates raised their arms and shouted, responding to their captain's call. Attention, full left. The navigator shouted, his voice trembling. The helmsman hurriedly turned the steering wheel all the way to the left, causing the ship to roll noticeably and items on the deck to slide off. The rest of the crew members held onto the railing tightly, their bodies tense and faces pale, for fear of falling into the sea by accident. World firmly grasped the massive cannon, which was over 20 meters in diameter, with both hands. With a mad glint in his eyes, he pointed at the Oro Jackson and roared with laughter. You bastards from the Roger Pirates, I'm sending you to hell. Don't follow Roger in your next life, ha 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 ha. Looking at the enormous, terrifying shell, Buggy, who was standing on Shanks's shoulder, turned pale as paper, his legs trembling, his eyes instantly reddened, and he began to cry. It's over, we're dead. The other crew members also fell into despair, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it was suffocating. Everyone knew that if such a large shell flew over, even if it was wrapped in armament hockey, it would probably be blown into pieces. At this moment, a golden light flashed. Hiro slapped his thigh and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already behind Brandy World. Careful! Bojack, sitting on Brandy World's shoulder, yelled, his voice changing in pitch. Before Brandy World could react, Hiro concentrated all his energy into the meatball fruit and struck him on the back. Strange ripples appeared on his palm. Go away, bye. Following Hiro's teasing laugh, Brandy World and the cannon disappeared from their original locations, leaving behind only a whirlwind. You little brat, where did you take our captain? Bojack fell to the ground and looked at Hiro in surprise, his eyes full of fear and his body trembling. Your captain, I sent him to a place he always wanted to go. Hiro touched his chin playfully, a sly glint in his eyes. He slapped Bojack with his palm, sending ripples through the air. The next second, Bojack arrived directly on the Oro Jackson. This is the vice captain of the Ward Pirates. He could be worth a lot of money if sold to pirate hunters. Hiro pondered in his mind. At this moment, Brandy World looked at the scene before them in amazement. He was sent by Hiro to Marineford, the Marine headquarters. Chapter 10. Brandy World bombards Marine headquarters. At Marineford, the headquarters of Marine, the salty sea breeze carries the waves against the rocks. Brandy World looked at the scene before him, a complex light flickering in his eyes. That brat has some weird abilities. His eyes were fixed on the group of Marine soldiers dressed in righteous uniforms and patrolling in an orderly manner. The shocked expression on his face quickly faded, replaced by a wicked smile. I didn't expect to make it to the Marine headquarters. I really have to thank this little brat. Ha 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 ha. The shrill laughter echoed in the silent air, full of sarcasm and complacency. Brandy World's entire life was driven by an almost paranoid desire for freedom. In his understanding, freedom is the right to wantonly destroy anything in the world and is indulgence without any constraints. The Marine and the world government, like heavy shackles, tightly imprison his soul and are the biggest obstacles on his path to freedom. For countless days and nights, he imagined in his dreams the scene of annihilating the Marine headquarters. That was his lifelong wish and a symbol of his desire to break free from the shackles and regain his freedom. However, the Marine headquarters, a fortress that is as impregnable as a rock, has a defense power that is beyond imagination. The dense defense facilities and elite Marines kept him out. No matter how many attacks he organized or how many sophisticated plans he made, he could not get even a little closer. But at this moment, fate seemed to have bared its fangs at him and opened the door to destruction for him. Go to hell, you Marine bastards! I'll show you the power of destroying the world. Brandy World's eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged as he suddenly raised the massive cannon in his hand. The barrel of the gun flashed with a strange light, and it was aimed at the Marine headquarters building. He pulled the fuse with all his strength. There was a loud bang, deafening. A huge artillery shell flew out with a breath of destruction. Wherever it passed, the air was distorted and a sharp scream was emitted. At the flag-raising squares along the way, the fluttering flags were instantly ignited by the high temperature and turned into ashes. The execution platform collapsed under the powerful impact, and the debris flew everywhere. The recruit training ground was ruthlessly swallowed by a huge flame energy and turned into dust in an instant. The Marines patrolling nearby and the recruits in training didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes in the blazing light. Screams and cries echoed over Marineford. At this time, the atmosphere in the office of the Marine headquarters building was solemn. Marine Marshal Kong, Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marine Staff Officer Suru, Marine Rear Admiral Akainu, and Kizaru sat around the conference table, discussing important matters. The moment Brandy World stepped into Marineford, Kong and Sengoku's keen observation hockey detected his presence. Sengoku reacted the fastest. With a roar, golden light flashed, and he instantly transformed into a giant Buddha. He broke through the window and flew towards the giant cannonball that was about to hit the building. He shouted loudly, and a shockwave containing infinite power burst out from his palm, colliding with the cannonball. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky and the violent explosion was deafening. At this moment, Kong appeared in front of Sengoku, surrounded by black energy, as if he was wearing an indestructible armor. Kong Iron Wall. With a roar, he spread his arms and endured the terrifying impact of the huge artillery shell explosion. Boom. The powerful energy hit the two people's bodies crazily. With Kong bearing most of the blast's energy, Sengoku's Buddha-like body forcibly caught the remaining energy. Despite this, a small amount of residual force still shot towards the Marine headquarters building. For a moment, the sound of glass breaking was heard frequently. With the two of them trying their best to protect it, the Marine headquarters building was finally saved. Puff. Kong's face turned pale, blood gushed out, and his body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Although Sengoku was in slightly better condition, he was also seriously injured. His giant Buddha form gradually dissipated and he turned back into a human form. Kong held himself up, pointing at the arrogant Brandy World not far away, his voice filled with unquestionable majesty. Sakazuki, Borsellino, go and take care of that guy. Yes. Akainu and Kizaru responded in unison, and rushed out like an arrow from a bow. Kizaru flashed across the sky in a flash of yellow light, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Brindy World. Seeing that the single shot failed to flatten the Marine headquarters building, Brindy World's eyes flashed with a sinister look. Without hesitation, he smashed the giant cannon in his hand to the ground and snatched a rifle from a panicked Marine soldier. 100x gun. As he roared, the rifle grew 100 times larger, and the black muzzle was once again aimed at the Marine headquarters building. Just as he was about to launch another attack, Kizaru's signature lazy voice rang out. It's you, Brindy World. Your Momo Fruit ability is truly terrifying. He pouted and pretended to look horrified, but there was a playful glint in his eyes. You Marine brat, if you don't want to die, get out of my way. Brindy World roared impatiently, continuing to focus on his aim, ignoring Kizaru's threats. Brindy World, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Before he finished speaking, Kizaru's right leg transformed into a dazzling yellow light and kicked towards Brindy World's face with a momentum that could cut through the void. Brindy World, with his sharp observation haki, jerked his body back and barely avoided the fatal blow, but the giant rifle in his hand fell to the ground uncontrollably. How dare you, Marine brat, ruin my good thing? Brindy World was furious, his eyes glowing red, and he attacked Kizaru with his iron fist. Kizaru's lips curled up into a faint smile, and he dodged the punch easily. 100 times faster, Brindy World roared, his aura surging, his speed increasing 100-fold, his figure turning into a series of afterimages, miraculously catching up with Kizaru's speed of light. The two engaged in a thrilling battle in the air, with fist winds and light intertwined and energy fluctuations overflowing. In the eyes of all the Marines, they could only see two blurry figures moving back and forth, which was dazzling. Borsellino, get out of the way. Akainu's deep and murderous voice came from behind. The two are monsters who graduated from the same Marine officer training camp. They understand each other and cooperate well. Kizaru dodged and made room. Immediately afterwards, a doghead formed from a huge amount of red flame energy flew towards Brindy World. Wherever it passed, the air was ignited, leaving a long trail of flames. This move is naturally Akainu's strongest single-target attack move, Dark Hound. Chapter 11 Inches World Destroyer. Defeat. Brindy World pushed the power of the Momo Fruit to the ultimate level, and a dazzling purple light lingered around him. With the blessing of 100 times, he barely avoided the fatal blow at a speed that almost defied common sense. However, when he looked up, he saw the dazzling flash Kizaru, his fingers transforming into beams of light. Lava surged beneath Akainu's feet, and countless Marine officers clad in cloaks of justice surged toward him from all directions. Brindy World's heart sank. He knew that it was a fantasy to destroy this fortress that symbolized the majesty of the Marine today. A whole Marine, I won't play with you anymore, Brindy World roared with gnashing teeth, the sound waves wrapped in resentment and anger, echoing over the battlefield. Before he finished speaking, he spread his arms, used moonwalk to stomp on the air, and rushed towards the nearby deserted island. With his mastery of shave and moonwalk from the Marine 6 styles, coupled with the 100-fold speed increase of the Momo Fruit, he was confident that he could escape the Marine's pursuit. But just when he thought he was about to escape successfully, a piercing pain suddenly struck him from behind without warning. Brindy World groaned, and fell uncontrollably to the ground like a cannonball. Brindy World, you be *****D, how dare you kill so many of my recruits? The roar exploded like thunder. It turned out to be the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm, Zephyr. The eyes of this iron-blooded warrior who served as Marine instructor were now red and bloodshot, and the armament hockey on his arm was flashing with black light. That heavy punch filled with anger just now came from him. Almost at the same time, Akainu and Kizaru also arrived quickly. The three of them formed a triangle, tightly surrounding Brindy World. Brindy World struggled to get up, but facing the siege of these three top masters, his resistance seemed so powerless. Under the violent attack, it didn't take long for him to fall to the ground covered in wounds. Blood kept flowing from his wounds, staining the ground dark red. Within a few days, the seagulls of the World Economic News flapped their wings and spread this breaking news all over the world. Shocking. World Destroyer. Brindy World bombards Marineford, the Marine headquarters, and is arrested by Marine and imprisoned on the 6th floor of the underwater prison. The eye-catching headline was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar in the pirates' world. On the streets, in the pubs and inns, people were talking about it. Some were shocked, some were excited, some were worried. All kinds of emotions were intertwined. On the other hand, the other members of Ward Pirates suffered the same tragic fate. After a fierce battle, all members of the Ward Pirates were subdued. Not only that, Roger Pirates also took all the treasures piled up on Ward Pirates' ship. To celebrate our victory over the Ward Pirates, let's have a 3-day banquet, ha 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 ha. Captain Roger stood at the bow, arms outstretched, laughing heartily. His laughter was hearty and heroic, full of infectiousness, making every crew member excited. At the banquet, the deck of the Oro Jackson was filled with fine wine and delicious food, the aroma of barbecue was overflowing, and the fragrance of wine filled the air. Everyone held their wine glasses, laughed loudly, drank and ate meat crazily, and shared interesting stories from the battle with each other. Everyone chatted happily, and laughter and cheers echoed in the night sky. At this banquet, Hiro undoubtedly became the most dazzling protagonist. Everyone, including Captain Roger, looked at him with gratitude. Buggy rushed forward exaggeratedly, hugged Hiro's thighs directly, with tears in his eyes, and thanked him for saving his life in a slightly crying voice. This funny scene made all the crew members burst into laughter, and the atmosphere on the deck became more joyful. "Hey, Hiro, where did you send that Brandy World guy flying?" Roger gulped down a large glass of wine, his face flushed, and he sat down in the direction of Hiro with a big laugh. "Well, we'll know in a few days." Hiro raised the corners of his mouth, revealing 2 white fangs, and cunningly kept the secret. 3 days later, the banquet ended and the crew members were lying on the deck, all drunk and unconscious. At that moment, a newspaper gull flapped its wings and appeared above the Oral Jackson. Rayleigh, with his eyes blurred by drunkenness, struggled to get up, took out a few Baileys and bought a newspaper. When he saw the news headlines, his hazy eyes suddenly opened wide and he sobered up a lot. "Hey, Captain, wake up." Rayleigh walked quickly to Roger, grabbed his collar and shook him hard a few times. "Rayleigh, keep drinking and continue the party tomorrow." Roger burped loudly and mumbled in a daze. He tried hard to open his eyes, but he couldn't, and they were still narrowed into slits. Brandy World has been captured by Marine and imprisoned on the 6th floor of the undersea prison. Rayleigh shoved the newspaper into Roger's arms, his voice unconsciously rising a few degrees. Bang. Brandy World. Nani? Roger sobered up instantly, stood up abruptly, stared at the newspaper with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. He really was caught. That palm of Hiro sent him flying back to the Marine headquarters. The two of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards Hiro, who was sleeping soundly beside Shanks and Buggy. At this moment, Hiro still had a faint smile on his face, as if he was dreaming something sweet. "This kid is really smart." Roger touched his chin, smiled with satisfaction, and praised sincerely. "Should we sell the rest of the ward pirates to the pirate hunters as soon as possible?" Rayleigh's eyes turned into money symbols, and he saw a lot of Baileys waving at him. As the deputy captain and chief steward of Roger Pirates, he has been worrying about the livelihood of the pirates during this period. Hiro was awakened by the startled voices of Roger and Rayleigh. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly walked to their side. When he saw the news about Brandy World's arrest in the newspaper, a wicked smile appeared on his lips and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He thought for a moment and offered his own opinion. "Teacher Rayleigh, I think it would be more appropriate to sell the crew of the ward pirates to pirate hunters after some time." "All right. You'll be credited with first merit in this battle. I'll do as you say." Rayleigh smiled and touched Hiro's head, his eyes full of appreciation. "Little Hiro, you are truly the savior of our pirates group. You can stand on your own in the blink of an eye." Roger happily put his arm around Hiro's shoulders, a relieved smile on his face. Chapter 12, Skyrocketing Bounty. "Captain Roger, you're too kind. It's my honor to be on the same ship with the King of Pirates." Hiro said this modestly, but the joy that could not be hidden at the corner of his mouth still revealed his inner excitement. He felt extremely proud to be recognized by this legendary figure. "The Pirate King? That's an interesting title, little Hiro. From now on, I will aim to be the Pirate King. Ha 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 ha." Roger grinned, his mustache fluttering in the sea breeze. "Captain Roger, you are the King of Pirates, and no one can stop you." Hiro's expression was exceptionally resolute, with a fiery glint in his eyes. He thought to himself, if you weren't the Pirates' King, how could I be the easy winner? "Okay, I believe you, little Hiro. Over the years, everything you predicted has basically come true. Also, thank you very much for using your fruit power to help me get rid of my illness." Roger patted Hiro's shoulder, his eyes full of gratitude. Hiro just snuggled up to this generous, powerful man with supreme charisma, quietly looking at the endless sea. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the sea, making the waves sparkle, and it is breathtakingly beautiful. He holds the dream of one piece in his heart and is filled with hope. This is the romance that belongs only to men. It is their persistent pursuit of freedom, dreams and adventure. Inside the conference room of the World Government Building, 5 Elders' scalp tingled as he read the eye-catching headline of the World Economic News. Venushi Nasujiro's fingers clasped the hilt of his sword tightly. Brandy World is incredibly bold. This action is a blatant challenge to the authority of the Marine and World Government. Mercury Vokuli's eyes were filled with shock. Luckily we caught him, otherwise who knows how many pirates would have challenged us. Mars Mosh tapped the conference table irritably. Although Brandy World has been apprehended, he still has many accomplices. Jupiter Peter's fingers drew deep grooves on his chin and he pondered. We have to find a way to capture Brandy World's accomplices. After thinking for a moment, Saturn Satan proposed a plan. Why don't we significantly increase the bounty on the Ward Pirates members and have those pirate hunters help us capture them? In the end, the 5 elders unanimously agreed to Saturn Satan's proposal, increased the bounty on all members of the Ward Pirates by 5 times, and quickly issued bounty notices around the world. In addition, in order to deter the pirates, the Marine headquarters sent out an elite team to specifically eliminate all kinds of pirates. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford, Marine Marshal Kong was in the solemn command center of the headquarters, and the atmosphere was very serious. Although they successfully prevented Brandy World from destroying the Marine headquarters, that single shot caused the Marine to suffer the most severe losses in recent decades. At present, the Marine headquarters building is undergoing reconstruction and repair in full swing. Suddenly, Kong received an urgent order from the 5 elders, instantly breaking the original order and tranquility in the headquarters. Without any delay, Kong immediately contacted Garp, who was on a mission in a distant sea area, through Den Den Mushi. Tell him that he doesn't need to return to Marineford after completing the mission, but should stay on the sea immediately and make every effort to eliminate the pirates. Garp, who was far away at the front line of the mission, was surprised when he heard this sudden order, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his weathered eyes. However, his expression was soon replaced by excitement, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. He knew that with this order, he would finally be able to embark on the journey of chasing Roger and have a thrilling contest with this old rival. At this moment, on the vast ocean, the Oro Jackson was cutting through the waves, and under the sunlight, the hull was shining with a unique light. On the deck, Roger's signature hearty laughter echoed everywhere. He picked up Hero, his face full of admiration and amazement, and boasted loudly. "Little Hero, you're a genius. You knew the bounty on the Ward Pirates' crew would increase dramatically, right?" Hero seemed remarkably calm. He just nodded nonchalantly and said calmly. "This should be common sense. After all, Brandy World bombarded Marine headquarters, so the world government will definitely not sit idly by." When the other crew members heard this, they gathered around, their faces filled with admiration and praise. They spoke one after another, praising Hero's courage and strategy without reservation, and every word was full of recognition and respect for him. Shanks and Buggy, standing by, were envious and thinking to themselves, "How great it would be if one day I could become the savior of Roger pirates like Hero." At this moment, Roger raised Hero again, a bright smile on his face, and announced loudly, "To celebrate the huge increase in bounties on members of the Ward Pirates, we're about to get a large sum of money and have a 3-day party. Ha 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 ha." "Good," everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. They all understood that with the bounty, Roger Pirates would no longer have to worry about funding, and could adventure without worries on this sea full of unknowns and challenges, and keep moving towards their dreams. Amidst laughter and joy, a few days passed quietly. The Roger Pirates successfully sold the members of the Ward Pirates to several pirate hunters and received a generous reward. Just as they were preparing to hold another banquet to celebrate this hard-earned victory, the shrill whistle of a marine warship suddenly came from the distance. Following the sound, I saw a huge marine warship approaching quickly. At the bow of the warship, a middle-aged man with a full beard was standing with his right foot on the railing, looking casual and unrestrained. He held a bag of senbei in his hand, the corners of his mouth kept moving, and he ate the senbei while staring sharply at the front. This person is Garp, known as the Marine Hero. Ever since the Battle of God Valley, Garp's reputation as the Marine Hero has become a household name throughout the pirates' world. Among them, Morgans, president of the World Economic News, played a significant role. In that thrilling battle in the Valley of the Gods, Rox was defeated by Roger and Garp. However, in order to gain the support of the world government, Morgans only publicized Garp's heroic deeds in the newspapers, portraying him as a hero who saved the world. Despite gaining such great fame, Garp was not happy in the past few years. The reason is simple: his only son, Monkey D. Dragon, became the leader of the self-defense force and openly opposed the world government. Chapter 13, Frozen Sea. It is worth mentioning that Long also participated in the Battle of God Valley. At that time, Long was only 17 years old and still a young marine. It was during that battle that Long witnessed the brutality and darkness of the celestial dragons, and the seeds of resistance were planted in his heart. In the following years, Long's strength experienced an astonishing surge. This chief of the 2nd Marine Officer Training Camp, who had been placed with high hopes, resolutely left the Marine and devoted himself to the revolutionary cause after witnessing the dark rule of the celestial dragons. He became the dreaded Rebel King. Garp, a Marine Vice Admiral, was deeply troubled by his son's choice and often felt hopeless. The only interest that supports him to continue in his Marine career is to catch up with his old rival Roger and engage in exciting contests with him on the sea. "Vice Admiral Garp, the Roger Pirates Oro Jackson is just ahead. Please give the order." A man wearing a top hat, a well-tailored suit, and holding a famous sword asked Garp for instructions. "Bogart, give the order immediately, full speed and full advance, catch up with the Oro Jackson." Garp waved his hand, his eyes filled with excitement. After receiving the order, Bogart walked quickly towards the bridge. Along the way, a passionate young man with curly hair waved excitedly at Bogart and asked, "Lieutenant Bogart, are we about to engage in battle with the Roger Pirates?" This young man was the future Marine Admiral Aokiji. At this moment, his whole body exuded a strong fighting spirit, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Bogart frowned, his eyes full of worry, and reminded, "Kuzan, don't get too excited. The Roger Pirates have a lot of experts, so be careful." However, Kuzan couldn't listen at all at this time. The only thing on his mind was the upcoming battle. His blood was boiling and he couldn't wait to compete with the Roger Pirates. "Guys, let's give the Roger Pirates a welcome gift first." Garp stood on the deck of the marine warship, his cloak of justice fluttering in the sea breeze. He grabbed the last few pieces of senbei, and the crisp sound mixed with the sea breeze was swallowed into his stomach. At this moment, Garp, with eyes as sharp as an eagle, strode towards the artillery on one side of the deck, and every step carried a terrifying power. He did not rush to give the order to fire, but bent down, his rough palm firmly holding a black cannonball. Immediately afterwards, a layer of pitch-black armament hockey quickly covered the surface of the shell, emitting a strange glow under the sunlight. With a low roar, Garp swung his arm violently, and a cannonball with powerful hockey attached to it streaked through the sky and rushed towards the famous Oro Jackson in the distance. On the Oro Jackson, these powerful seafarers were well prepared. With their keen observation hockey, they had already noticed that the marine warship was slowly approaching. In the crowd, Hiro looked alert, his eyes narrowed slightly. Beatum silently tightened his grip on the gun rubbing against his palm, making a subtle sound. Captain Roger, with his arms folded across his chest and a faint smile on his lips, seemed to be looking forward to the upcoming battle. Beatum was the first to act. He quickly raised his gun, squinted one eye, and locked the crosshairs firmly on the whistling shell. With a crisp gunshot, the bullet flew towards the shell. However, the expected explosion did not sound. Only a crisp, ding, sound was heard, and the bullets and shells collided, bursting into dazzling sparks. It was then bounced away, drawing a strange arc in the air and falling into the sea. Damn it, this shell is coated in armament hockey. Beatum cursed angrily, his face full of regret and unwillingness. He kicked the railing beside him hard, and the sound of metal clashing echoed on the deck. At this time, Roger had already drawn the sword named Ace from his waist. His eyes were determined, ready to shoot down the shell with a fierce blow. At this moment, Hiro rushed forward quickly, grabbed Roger's arm, and said loudly, "Captain, let me do it." Before he finished speaking, Hiro took a deep breath and swung his arms violently. An invisible air shock wave gushed out from his palm and rushed towards the cannonball. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, flames shot into the sky, and thick smoke filled the air. The shells exploded in the air, and countless fragments scattered like raindrops, falling into the sea, splashing large amounts of water. However, the battle did not end there. Then, several more shells streaked through the sky and flew towards the USS Oro Jackson. Hiro was not afraid at all, his eyes were determined, and he waved his arms continuously, sending out several air shock waves one after another, hitting each shell accurately. Every explosion created huge waves on the sea, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Rayleigh stood aside, pushing his glasses up, his eyes gleaming with approval. Jabba's mouth corners slightly raised, and he couldn't help but admire. Hey, there's a little monster in our pirates group. On the marine warship, Garp frowned, looking at the shells exploding one after another, his eyes full of confusion. He stopped throwing the shells and muttered to himself. Something's wrong. Why did these shells suddenly explode? I didn't see Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba take action. Vice Admiral Garp, let me freeze the entire ocean surface. Kuzan ran forward excitedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his hands trembling slightly, and he couldn't wait to show off his abilities. Okay, Kuzan, trap them. Garp looked towards where Roger was, a sly smile on his lips, his eyes revealing his determination to win. Roger, this time you won't be able to escape. After receiving the order, Kuzan suddenly jumped up, opened his hands, and a large amount of cold air gushed out from his palms. It instantly enveloped a large area of nearby sea. The sea water froze rapidly, and the ice spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the sea surface around the Oro Jackson was completely frozen. On the Oro Jackson, everyone was still immersed in praising Hiro's wonderful performance. Suddenly, Buggy sneezed loudly. He hugged his arms tightly, trembling with fear, his teeth chattering, and said to Shanks beside him, "Shanks, have you noticed how cold it suddenly gets?" Shanks nodded and tightened his grip on the small rapier in his hand, causing a thin layer of mist to rise from the blade in the icy air. He looked at Buggy and said jokingly, "Yeah, you felt it too, but Buggy, your red nose is really sensitive to temperature." Buggy's face flushed red, and he yelled at Shanks in anger. "This has nothing to do with the red nose, you be *****D. Chapter 14 Awakening Conqueror's Hockey. At this moment, Jabba, who was at the helm, ran out of the cabin in a panic. As he ran, he shouted, "Oh no, the sea is completely frozen. The Oro Jackson can't move." Rayleigh looked at the smooth ice beneath his feet, frowned, his eyes filled with solemnity. Is he a person with special abilities? Roger held Ace in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing towards the warship. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. This is a headache. That be *****D. Garp is very well prepared this time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape. On the warship, Garp was grinning and laughing loudly at first, thinking that he had already won. However, when he looked down at the sea, his smile froze instantly and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He immediately started cursing. Kuzan, you idiot, you froze our warship too. Kuzan, who was just laying off some steam, finally reacted. He scratched his head awkwardly, his face full of apology. Sorry, I was so excited that I turned up the AC too much. Bogart, standing aside, held his forehead with his right hand helplessly, his face full of despair, and he was too tired to complain. Forget it, never mind, come with me to beat up the Roger pirates. Garp roared, his aura surging. He rushed towards the Oro Jackson, brandishing his iron fists. The ice beneath his feet cracked with his impact. God avoid! Roger shouted, and the ace sword in his hand was wrapped with black and red lightning. A powerful slash flew towards Garp, and the air made a sharp explosion wherever it passed. Iron fist! Garp roared, frantically wrapping armament hockey and conqueror's hockey around his right fist. His fist turned pitch black and flickered with a strange black and red light. He swung his right fist, striking towards Roger's slash, the powerful momentum threatening to overturn the entire sea area. The moment the two violent energies came into contact, the entire sky changed color. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and became extremely gloomy. The energy aftermath with black and red lightning swept towards the surroundings. Some weaker Marines were simply unable to withstand this powerful aura and were knocked unconscious by Conqueror's Haki, collapsing on the deck. This is a fierce Conqueror's entanglement and bombardment. Hiro stood aside, his eyes filled with shock and desire. He watched the collision between the two top powers without blinking. Hiro, come over here quickly, you'll be knocked unconscious. Beatum yelled anxiously at Hiro, his voice filled with worry. He wanted to rush over and pull Shi Lola away from the battlefield, but was blocked by the powerful energy fluctuations around him. However, Hiro pretended not to hear anything and slowly approached the battlefield where Roger and Garp were fighting with a determined look in his eyes. Every step he took was accompanied by a powerful impact, and the ice beneath his feet crackled with a crackling sound. Has Hiro gone mad? Is he trying to help Captain Roger? No one can get involved in a battle of this magnitude except Vice Captain Rayleigh and Uncle Jabba. Buggy hid behind Shanks, his body trembling slightly, his face full of fear and anxiety. I think Brother Sheila has his own ideas, we just need to watch. Shanks looked intently in the direction of Roger and Hiro, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. The two Conquerors' Haki collided with each other, and the powerful force caused the surrounding air to distort. It was impossible to say that Hiro was not afraid. His heart was beating wildly in his chest, almost jumping out of his throat. However, he understood that the strength of Conqueror's Haki depended on one's courage. If he didn't even have this much courage, even if he had the qualities of a king, it would be impossible for him to awaken Conqueror's Haki. More and more people were knocked unconscious at the scene, and the Marines fell all over the deck, but Hiro did not retreat but advanced. A powerful energy wave suddenly hit his brain, making him feel a little dizzy, and the scene in front of him became blurred. But Hiro did not back down. He shook his head vigorously, gritted his teeth, and tried to keep himself awake. As the energy aftermath of the two Conquerors' Haki swept towards Hiro, many small wounds inevitably appeared on his body, and blood kept flowing out, staining his clothes red. But he had only one thought in his mind: injured? Don't be afraid, as long as he doesn't die, Hiro can use the power of the meat glob fruit to recover. If you miss this golden opportunity, you won't know when the next one will come. I will climb to the top step by step, I will do. Alpaca, those two Conquerors' Haki are too strong, they're making my head a little confused. Come on, the sun rises in the east, and I'm the only one who is undefeated. With the sunflower in my hand, I own the kingdom. What the hell is this? One day, with a knife in hand, I will slaughter all the dragon dogs in the world. It has that flavor. Some strange classic quotes kept flashing in Hiro's mind, and these chaotic thoughts kept colliding in his mind. In order to stop himself from thinking too much, he slapped himself twice, and the crisp sound echoed on the battlefield. These two slaps made him more sober and his eyes became more determined. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, dark clouds rolled in, and the Conqueror's fight between Roger and Garp continued. Suddenly, a new Conqueror's Haki rushed into the battlefield between the two. Who is it? Roger and Garp shouted in unison. When the two saw that there was only a 10-year-old child nearby, they both widened their eyes and looked incredulous. They subconsciously withdrew Conqueror's Haki, and the energy fluctuations on the battlefield gradually subsided. Roger's voice suddenly rang out, carried by the sea breeze. Hiro, is that you? Have you awakened Conqueror's Haki? Before he finished speaking, he jumped like a nimble eagle and came to Shiro's side. At this moment, Hiro was covered in blood. The dark red bloodline gradually solidified under the blowing of the sea breeze, sticking his clothes tightly to his body, outlining the boy's slightly thin but resolute outline. There was a gleam in those stubborn eyes that was inconsistent with his age. Roger looked at the intern in front of him, his heart filled with infinite expectations. Hiro remained silent, only nodding solemnly at Roger. Well done, little Hiro, you really gave me a surprise. Roger couldn't hide his excitement. He lifted Shiro high up and did a magic circle of love. His hearty laughter echoed among the waves. At this moment, Garp walked over carelessly, picking his nose, with his signature smile on his face, and extended an invitation to Hiro. Hey, kid from Roger Pirates, stop being a pirate. There's no future in that. Just follow me and become a Marine. His tone seemed casual, but it hinted at a hint of anticipation. Chapter 15. Breaking the ice. Hiro glanced at Garp, a hint of sarcasm on his lips, and retorted bluntly. Vice Admiral Garp, I think you should be trying to convince your son to return to Marine service, not me. These words, like a sharp dagger, pierced Garp's soft spot. Garp froze in place, his face uglier than pig liver. Ha 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 ha, little Hiro, well said, you are the future of the pirate's world. Roger's laughter rang out again, louder than before, lingering on the sea for a long time, startling a flock of seabirds, which fluttered off into the distance. On the other side of the battlefield, fierce fighting continues. Rayleigh and Bogart's sword duel was in full swing, and their swords collided, sending out dazzling sparks. Swords flashed as they fought back and forth, their moves becoming unpredictable. It was difficult to tell who was the winner in a short period of time. Jabba was fighting with the young Kuzan, and Kuzan's frozen fruit ability showed its powerful power. The cold air spread everywhere, and the seawater froze into ice wherever it went. Faced with this powerful ability, Jabba was a little flustered for a moment, dodging left and right, looking a little embarrassed. Of course, Jabba did not use his full strength when facing this young sea ice. Frozen kid, it's a waste of your devil fruit abilities to be a marine. Why don't you join our Roger pirates? Jabba deftly dodged an ice blade, but still kept a calm smile on his face as he tried to recruit Kuzan. Don't try that. I believe in passionate justice. I'm going to wipe out pirates like you and restore peace to the sea. Kuzan's expression was extremely serious, his eyes revealed a firm belief, and he sternly rejected Jabba's invitation. Just as Jabba was about to continue persuading, the sound of Garp's team gathering came from afar. Kuzan, who was fighting with great enthusiasm, showed an unwilling look on his face and had to return to the warship in disappointment. It turned out that Garp was very depressed by what Hiro said. When he thought about his son becoming a revolutionary, his fighting spirit instantly dissipated, and he no longer had the heart to continue fighting with Roger. Roger had no intention of making enemies with the Marine, so he ordered everyone to withdraw. However, the cold air released by Kuzan was so strong that it froze the nearby sea surface into a white ice field. The hard ice layer gleamed coldly in the sunlight. For a moment, both sides were trapped in the same place and unable to leave. On the Oro Jackson, the crew of the Roger pirates gathered on the deck, their eyes fixed on the ice in front of them, their faces full of anxiety. What should we do? If we wait any longer, it might attract other Marines, and then we'll be in trouble. Rayleigh looked at the endless icy sea around him, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes full of worry. Why don't we break the ice into pieces so it can melt faster? Jabba held 2 axes in his hands, ready to strike at the ice. Breaking the ice directly might damage our ship. Roger immediately spoke up to stop Jabba's actions, his eyes revealing caution and worry. Let me do it. Hiro stepped forward and stood at the bow of the boat. His eyes were determined, he took a deep breath, and began to activate the power of the meatball fruit. As he moved, an invisible force surged in the air. Crack, 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 the sound of ice breaking rang out one after another. Under the impact of this force, the huge ice surface shattered into small ice cubes. Then, the small ice cubes quickly turned into crystal-clear ice crystals, sparkling brightly under the sunlight. Under the influence of air, these ice crystals quickly began to melt, turning into drops of water and re-emerging into the sea. The principle is actually simple. In addition to high temperature being able to melt ice, air can also do it. Hiro's shockwave is formed by air compression, so as long as the ice layer is continuously blown into the air, its structure is destroyed, and it is broken into ice crystals, the problem of breaking the ice will be solved. Looking at Shiro's miraculous fruit ability, everyone was amazed and cast admiring glances at him. Shanks and Buggy's eyes were full of admiration for Hiro. Seeing the ice melt and the seawater resume flowing, Roger made a naughty face at Garp and shouted an order. Set sail and get rid of these B***** D Marines. With his order, the sails of the Oro Jackson were blown up by the sea breeze and quickly disappeared on the vast ocean. Watching Roger's disappearing back, Garp hung his head, said nothing, his face full of loss and helplessness. The passionate young man Kuzan was indignant, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and said through gritted teeth. I will definitely catch you next time. Bogart quickly took out his Den Den Mushi and passed the news of Hiro's awakening Conqueror's Haki to Marine Marshal Kong. What? A 10-year-old from the Roger Pirates awakened Conqueror's Haki and ate the meatball fruit. Kong stood up from his seat in shock, his face full of disbelief. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, he paced back and forth in the marshal's office with a serious expression, and finally decided to inform the world government of the news. After receiving the news, the 5 elders immediately issued a bounty order for Hiro, a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. The reward amount has reached 180 million berry. You have to know that there was no inflation during this period, and Roger's bounty was only 650 million. Berry, Rayleigh, and Jabba's bounties did not exceed 400 million. At the age of 10, Hiro's bounty is already ranked 4th among the Roger Pirates, which is undoubtedly an astonishing number. When the newsbird dropped the newspaper onto the Oro Jackson, Roger was even more excited than Hiro. He waved the newspaper and cheered loudly. To celebrate little Hiro's first bounty reaching 180 million, berry, we're having a party for the next 3 days, ha 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 ha. The crew members also cheered, and there was jubilation on the deck. However, the protagonist of the party, Hiro, was not thinking about this. He was very curious about this new ability of Conqueror's Haki, and would release it from time to sense its power. Since he was often with Shanks and Buggy, life was miserable for these 2 little ones. He was often lulled to sleep by the Conqueror's Haki released by Hiro, and after waking up he was still dizzy and confused. Shanks realized the gap between himself and Hiro, so he trained hard whenever he had free time, sweating on the deck and working hard to improve his strength. Buggy's mind is not on training. He often fiddles with various treasure maps. His eyes are shining with desire for treasure and he is particularly keen on treasure. After a battle with the Ward pirates, a lot of spoils were seized. Buggy secretly hid a devil fruit, thinking in his heart that he would sell it when he had the chance and make a fortune. What he didn't know was that one day in the future, he would accidentally eat this devil fruit and embark on a completely different adventure. Chapter 16 Kaido of the Beasts. As time went on, Hiro gradually adapted to Conqueror's Haki. Of course, Hiro would not be satisfied with this. With a fiery glint of knowledge in his eyes, he bowed respectfully to Rayleigh and sincerely asked for the trick of using Conqueror's entanglement, a sophisticated combat technique. After all, the famous teacher guy once said in an unquestionable tone. Only hockey stands above everything else. These words were deeply engraved in Hiro's soul. Rayleigh, a strong man who has experienced countless bloody battles and accumulated rich experience, has a kind smile on his face. He shared all his experience in using Conqueror's entanglement with Hiro without reservation. Hiro listened intently, his eyes fixed on Rayleigh's every move, taking every key point into his mind. Afterwards, he found a quiet corner and devoted himself to practicing Conqueror's entanglement according to the method taught by Rayleigh. He held his breath and tried to wrap Conqueror's hockey in a specific way, but every time he tried, it was like groping in the dark, unable to find the right direction. Not surprisingly, he didn't learn it. Time passed quietly, and for 3 months, Hiro was immersed in the arduous process of practicing Conqueror's entanglement. Every day, before the first rays of morning light illuminated the sky, he would already have started practicing, sweat dripping from his forehead, soaking his clothes. His hands were covered with thick calluses due to long-term confrontation with hockey energy. But even so, he still couldn't master the mysterious Conqueror's winding technique. In order to prevent Hiro from getting discouraged, Rayleigh smiled warmly, his eyes full of encouragement, and gently patted Hiro on the shoulder, and gave Hiro a heartfelt pep talk. This skill is an advanced combat skill. It took me 5 years to master it after awakening Conqueror's hockey. You can practice it slowly, there's no need to rush. Hearing this, Hiro couldn't help but take a breath and complained in his heart. Why don't you reflect on your own teaching level? 3 months passed, and although Hiro still hadn't mastered the Conqueror's entanglement, a powerful combat technique, his strength was steadily improving at a visible speed through daily training. His hockey is more condensed, and his body's reaction speed and strength have been significantly enhanced. On this day, Hiro was practicing Conqueror's entanglement on the deck of the Oro Jackson as usual. The sea breeze gently blew his golden hair, but he was completely unaware. At this time, the Oro Jackson slowly approached an unknown island. The island is lush and green, filled with a mysterious atmosphere. Just as the crew of Roger Pirates was preparing to go to the island to replenish fresh water and food, the sky over the island suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. A huge figure rose into the air from the depths of the island. It was a giant green dragon that was 100 meters long. Its body covered the sky and blocked out the sun every time it moved. It would stir up a gust of wind. When Buggy saw this horrifying scene, his face turned pale, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Hiro immediately recognized that this was Kaido of the beast's blue dragon form, and his heart tightened. Kaido's deep and domineering voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the island. Roger, how dare you come to my territory and act wild? Roger rubbed his chin thoughtfully. After a moment's silence, he suddenly slapped his forehead and realized. You are that brat Kaido, how did you become like this? Kaido's anger instantly ignited when he heard this, and he raised his voice and roared. Roger, you be *****D, don't you know this is the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form? Roger turned around and asked the crew members in a low voice. Is what he said true? The crew nodded in unison as if nothing had happened. Roger coughed dryly and said to Kaido awkwardly, Kaido, Sashi ignores Dana. We just came to the island to replenish some fresh water and food, don't be so stingy. Roger, you be *****D, how dare you look down on me? I will make you pay the price. Kaido became even more enraged, opened his bloody mouth, and spewed a hot breath towards the Oro Jackson. Wherever the hot breath passed, the air seemed to be ignited, emitting heart-pounding energy fluctuations, and the surrounding seawater began to boil. This monster has become so strong. Roger felt the powerful force of the hot breath and couldn't help but sigh. We have to stop him, or our ship will be destroyed. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and said solemnly. At this time, everyone in the Roger Pirates group had a solemn look on their faces, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and everyone was on high alert. God avoid. Roger didn't hesitate at all, shouted, and swung the knife. A slash with black and red lightning cut through the sky. The slash contained powerful force and instantly cut the powerful orange energy in half. Kaido reacted extremely quickly and quickly changed back into human form, thus barely avoiding the attack. I missed it, what a pity. Roger reluctantly put Ace back into the sheath. Why is that boy Hiro gone? Jabba looked around, anxiously searching back and forth for Hiro. Only then did everyone realize that Hiro was not on the Oro Jackson. Could it be? Roger thought of a possibility and suddenly became nervous, his eyes full of worry. On the other side, Kaido picked up the mace, 8 precepts, with lingering fear, thinking to himself. Roger's strength is truly terrifying. If he were to hit me, my dragon body would probably be pierced. It seems I can't provoke him now. He was about to run away, but after taking a few steps, he noticed a figure behind him. Looking closely, I saw a blonde boy about 10 years old. This young man was naturally Hiro, who had used the meatball fruit to knock himself away here. He stood in front of Kaido with a determined look, showing no fear. Kid, when did you get here? Kaido pointed the mace at Hiro with a fierce look in his eyes, which were full of vigilance and murderous intent. He exuded a strong sense of oppression and was ready to attack at any time. I just arrived. I came when you changed from your azure dragon form to your current state. Hiro looked at Kaido with interest. Even after transforming into a human form, Kaido's nearly 8-meter height and extremely strong physique still exuded a powerful sense of oppression that made people shudder. But there was no sign of retreat in Hiro's eyes. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the relatively short Hiro in front of him, with a hint of doubt and disdain in his tone, and slowly spoke. Are you from Roger Pirates? Hiro met Kaido's gaze fearlessly, his eyes burning with a fiery fighting spirit, and tightened the sword at his waist. Yes, I just wanted to meet you, little devil, you're looking for death. Kaido's furious roar shook the air around him. He swung the huge mace violently, and a streak of gray energy cut through the sky. Wherever it passed, the air made a sharp whistling sound and rushed towards Shiro. Chapter 17. Teacher Guy is indeed worthy of his reputation. Hiro's expression froze, and he lightly patted his chest with his left hand, and the ability of the meatball fruit was quickly activated. In an instant, his figure teleported behind Kaido. What? This speed? Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly. Without time to think, he turned around and hit again with the stick, relying on his instinct from years of fighting. The strong wind brought by the mace swept the surrounding gravel and dust into the air, forming a small storm. Hiro nimbly moved between Kaido's attacks, and each teleportation was just right. His figure moved easily within Kaido's attack range. At the same time, he was always observing Kaido's movements, looking for opportunities to counterattack. After hitting several times in a row, Kaido found that he was completely unable to hit Hiro, and his anger grew stronger. His face became ferocious, veins bulged on his forehead, and his roars became louder and louder. Hiro seized an opportunity and drew his sword. He took a deep breath and wrapped the armament hockey around his saber. He swung his sword and slashed at Kaido. The knife flashed with a fierce momentum. However, the result was disappointing. His blade hit Kaido's scales, but only a string of sparks flew out, without even breaking Kaido's skin. Kaido saw this and burst into arrogant laughter, which was full of ridicule and disdain. Oh la la la, kid, you've successfully piqued my interest. Thundering 8 trigrams. With a roar, Kaido swung the stick at Hiro. The powerful black armament hockey is tightly wrapped around the mace, exuding suffocating power. At the same time, the mace was swung as fast as lightning, rushing towards Hiro with the force of breaking the wind. The shadow of the stick dragged a long black afterimage in the air, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Hiro's eyes widened, his heart nearly beating out of his chest. He could clearly feel the terrifying force coming towards him, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He tried his best, twisting his body to the limit, and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. The mace flew past the corner of his clothes, and the strong airflow left a red mark on his body. He knew in his heart that if this blow hit him on the head, he would probably die on the spot. After all, he doesn't have King Luffy's sit-up ability to stand up from desperate situations again and again. That damned little devil is so troublesome. Kaido, unable to hit Hiro, becomes angry and starts swinging randomly. His attacks became disorganized, but each swing carried immense power. The ground shook under his attack, and gravel flew everywhere. Hiro took the opportunity to send an air shockwave towards his abdomen, and the shockwave rushed towards Kaido with a whistling sound. Kaido was indeed hit and his body leaned back slightly, but he was not angry. Instead, he grinned and showed a sly smile. It turned out that this was a flaw he exposed, deliberately letting Hiro take action. Go to hell, little devil, Gundali Naga. As soon as Kaido finished speaking, his entire body spun rapidly, like a giant spinning top. His hair and clothes rustled in the high-speed rotation, his hands kept waving, and purple energy fists hit Hiro. Wherever the energy fist passed, huge holes were blasted into the ground and smoke and dust rose up. The surrounding trees were broken one after another by the residual force of the energy fist. Hiro wanted to teleport, but found that he was half a beat too slow and was hit in the right chest by a purple energy punch. Suddenly, the sound of broken ribs reached Hiro's ears clearly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood drew an arc in the air and spilled onto the ground, dyeing the land red. Descending the third world, leading to Naraku, Kaido instantly transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form and leapt up. His body stretched in the air while wrapping Conqueror's hockey around his mace. In an instant, the sky changed color and lightning and thunder appeared. Countless lightning bolts converged on the 8 precepts, like giant silver pythons, forming a terrifying force. The clouds rolled violently under the impact of hockey. The already injured Hiro had no time to react and was about to be hit by the powerful Conqueror's entanglement. At this critical moment, a cold light flashed, and a sharp long knife blocked his forehead and collided violently with the mace. It turned out that Roger guessed that Hiro might come to see Kaido, so he rushed over as fast as he could. Roger's figure was like a god descending from heaven, his eyes firm and sharp. For a moment, 2 powerful Conquerors hockey wrestled with each other. The surrounding air was distorted and made a harsh roar. Cracks began to appear in the ground. Soon, Kaido was knocked back 3 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Hiro was stunned by the aftermath of the collision between the 2 terrifying energies, and his body flew backwards. Roger, I'll settle this score with you sooner or later, just wait. After Kaido left a harsh remark, he quickly shuttled through the woods and disappeared. All that was left was a devastated battlefield and the howling wind. What a troublemaking brat. Roger looked at the unconscious hero, sighed helplessly, picked him up gently, and returned to the Oro Jackson. The deck of the ship glowed golden under the setting sun. Roger carefully placed Hiro on the bed, his eyes full of concern. Half an hour later, Hiro finally woke up. Feeling the severe pain in his head and chest, he used the power of the meatball fruit without hesitation to get rid of all the pain. A pale pink light flickered between his palms, and the pain turned into visible streams of air, which he shot into the air. He then quickly caught a few sea kings and made them endure the pain. The sea kings cried out in pain and sank to the bottom of the sea. That Conqueror's entanglement move Kaido used against Captain Roger just now was incredibly powerful. Hiro couldn't help but sigh. He sat at the bow of the boat, looking at the sparkling sea, his eyes full of awe and yearning. However, after close contact with Bakken, he was greatly inspired. He picked up his sword, and with the enlightenment he had just gained, he wrapped Conqueror's haki around it and swung it towards the sea. In an instant, a ray of energy with black and red lightning split the sea surface, dividing the seawater into two, forming a huge chasm. Several fish and shrimps that had no time to dodge were cut in half, and their blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. Success! Success! I've mastered the tyranny! Hiro cheered loudly and excitedly, his voice full of joy and excitement. After 3 months of hard training with no results, he finally managed to master this advanced combat technique after a battle with Kaido. Mr. Guy is truly a world-class teacher, and his reputation is well-deserved. Hiro sighed inwardly. When his eyes caught sight of Rayleigh, the corners of his mouth twitched. Rayleigh was sitting nearby, looking at him with a smile. What else is there to say? Roger looked at the lively and energetic Hiro, smiled with satisfaction, and murmured softly to himself. Our little monster has grown again. If this continues, the world will be turned upside down. Chapter 18 Douglas Bullet. The hourglass of time flows slowly, and before we know it, 2 years have passed. During these 2 years, the 12-year-old Hiro always maintained the habit of getting up early for training, and his determined figure danced on the deck. Working together with him were Shanks and Buggy, 2 energetic little guys. That morning, as the sun just broke through the sea level, Buggy challenged Shanks aggressively. There was a fire of unwillingness to admit defeat in his eyes. He clenched his fists and put on a posture determined to win. However, the gap in strength was ultimately insurmountable, and after just 5 rounds, Buggy was knocked to the ground cleanly by Shanks. The bitterness of failure surged in his heart. Defeated, Buggy hung his head and sat alone at the stern, tears rolling down his face like beads from a broken string, wetting his clothes. As the eldest of the 3 little ones, Hiro saw Buggy so depressed and immediately stepped forward to comfort him. He gently patted Buggy's shoulder with his palm, and said in a gentle but firm tone, "Buggy, you know what? God has given everyone different talents. Your talents may be in other areas." Buggy raised his head, his tear-blurred eyes filled with confusion. "Brother Hiro, I'm so useless. I have no talent for training. I probably can't even train hockey. I might not be cut out to be a pirate." He was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and it was obvious that he had lost all hope for the future and fell into deep confusion. "Buggy, you know, I'm very good at judging people. I think you have a natural charm that makes people approachable. You may not be able to awaken hockey, but you are born with conqueror's luck that others don't have." Hiro's expression was serious, revealing an unquestionable determination. In fact, according to the original storyline, Buggy does have an affinity for the little people. He is cunning, timid but ambitious. As a small person, he uses all means to survive in this rough sea. He is a pure pirate. More importantly, Buggy was extremely lucky and was able to become 4 emperors simply by relying on his rookie strength. "Are you serious, Hiroko? Do I really have conqueror's luck?" Buggy stood up excitedly, his originally dull eyes suddenly brightened up, his face full of anticipation. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Think about it. Have you ever gotten something that others have always wanted without doing anything?" Shiro hinted at something, with an intriguing smile on his face. Buggy touched his chin, his eyes rolling around. Suddenly, he thought of the devil fruit he had secretly hidden, and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. "It seems to be true, Brother Sheila, thank you, I won't be confused anymore." As he said this, he happily shook Hiro's hand, and his longing for the future was rekindled in his heart. As the two were talking, a small boat was slowly approaching the Oro Jackson. The sea was calm, with only the faint sound of the small boat cutting through the water. Suddenly, a figure on the small boat leapt up like an arrow from a bow and rushed towards the Oro Jackson, shouting, "Roger, accept my challenge." At this time, on the Oro Jackson, except for the 3 little ones, almost everyone was still hungover from yesterday's banquet. The deck was silent, with only light snoring coming from time to time. Roger, with his keen observation haki, sensed the threat. Out of instinct, he pulled out the ace beside him without hesitation and fired a divine avoidance at the man. Ah! There was only a sharp scream, and the man fell back into the boat. This scream broke the silence on the boat. Everyone was awakened by the scream and looked towards the direction of the boat and began to discuss. "I think I heard someone was going to challenge Captain Roger. Who is it? So fierce? I don't know, it seems he was hit by Captain Roger's magic bullet. I guess he's dead." Roger stretched and yawned, then walked slowly to Rayleigh's side with a lazy look on his face and asked, "Rayleigh, I just sensed a strong guy coming over. I wonder how he's doing now." Rayleigh's mouth twitched, and he looked towards the boat with a serious look. You gave him a direct hit, how could he still be alive? Roger rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and smiled innocently. This is my fighting instinct, but I didn't use my full strength, so I shouldn't die. However, just when everyone thought that the man was dead, a shocking scene happened. The man leapt up again and headed towards the Oro Jackson. His movements were still agile, as if the previous attack had not had much impact on him. Everyone was curious about how this man could still be alive and well after being hit by Roger's divine avoidance, so they did not stop him from getting on the boat. Shiro and the other 3 little ones also followed over curiously to join in the fun. The man was over 5 meters tall, with well-defined muscles all over his body. His red skin shone with a strange luster in the sun. He was wearing a military uniform. His huge body and cold temperament made people shudder and feel extremely oppressive. Hiro recognized him immediately. This man was Douglas Bullet, the boss of the movie, Zoom. At this time, there was a deep knife wound on Bullet's chest, and blood was flowing out, staining his clothes red. It was obvious that he was seriously injured, but his eyes were still full of fighting spirit. Who are you? Why are you challenging me? Roger strode forward and asked, holding the hilt of the ace. My name is Douglas Bullet, I'm 15 years old, and my goal is to defeat everyone and become the strongest in the world. Bullet puffed out his chest, completely ignoring the bleeding wound, and his voice was sonorous and powerful, full of ambition. You're lying. How can a 15-year-old look like this? Buggy was the first to jump out and express doubt. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter, and a burst of laughter suddenly rang out on the deck. Hiro was speechless and quickly covered Buggy's mouth, signaling him not to continue, thinking to himself. But Bullet does seem a bit anxious. Seeing the atmosphere was getting worse, Bullet became anxious and started shouting. You guys stop laughing, I will definitely defeat your captain. A trace of anger flashed across his fleshy face, and an air of unwillingness to admit defeat emanated from his whole body. Roger didn't laugh at Bullet. Instead, he pulled out his ace seriously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Boy, you have great ambitions. Come on, use all your strength. Chapter 19 Hiro vs. Bullet. A cold light flashed in Bullet's eyes, and he released his conqueror's haki. The powerful momentum swept over like an invisible wave. Buggy, who was just teasing Bullet about his anxious growth, was immediately lulled to sleep by the haki and collapsed to the ground. Well, boy, you actually have the qualities to become a king. Roger, recognize your ambition. Come on, wahahaha. Roger laughed loudly and was about to swing his knife at Bullet, his hearty laughter echoing on the sea. At this time, Rayleigh stepped forward quickly, held Roger's hand, and said seriously. Captain, you already injured him with that evasive move just now. How dare you attack him again? Roger looked dissatisfied and muttered. What do you mean, Rayleigh, are you trying to pick a fight with me? Rayleigh shook his head, pushed up his glasses, and said seriously. No, isn't this kid only 15? Hitting him isn't bullying, it's unfair, and even if you win it's dishonorable. Roger hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He then looked at Hiro, a sly look in his eyes. So what you mean is, yeah, let's let Hiro compete with this kid. He's 15 and Hiro is 12, the age difference isn't that big. Rayleigh's eyes fell on Shiro. Shiro has made rapid progress in the past 2 years, so it's a good time to find him a sparring partner. Okay, let's do it, Roger yelled in Hiro's direction. Hiro, you come fight this Bullet guy for me. When Hiro heard the words, a fiery light ignited in his eyes. He immediately took a big step and rushed towards Bullet at an extremely fast speed, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. Deep down, he was filled with intense curiosity about the boss of this movie, and he was eager to know how powerful Bullet was at this age. Although in the original book, Buggy once boasted that when Bullet was only 15 years old, he was able to fight Rayleigh to a standstill, and it seemed that there was no winner. However, Hiro didn't believe it at all. The reason is very simple. Buggy's own strength is so weak that it is impossible to tell his strength. From Hiro's perspective, the back and forth between Bullet and Rayleigh during their daily sparring sessions looked like a draw to him. But in reality, in an everyday sparring situation, how could Rayleigh possibly use his full strength? It was just a friendly exchange and could not really show the true level of both sides. Roger, are you trying to escape? Bullet's voice was filled with defiance and anger. His emotions were like a raging fire, instantly turning red and hot, and he exuded a dangerous and violent aura. At this time, Hiro's height was nearly 1.8 meters, which was quite outstanding among ordinary people. However, when he stood in front of Bullet, who was about 5 meters tall, he looked so small, like a child standing in front of a giant. The huge difference in size created a strong visual impact. Bullet looked at his opponent, who was younger than him, and naturally felt contempt for him. In his eyes, Hiro might just be a young boy who is ignorant of the immensity of the world and cannot pose any threat to him at all. Faced with Bullet's contempt, Hiro did not choose to refute with words, but directly used actions to prove his strength. He unleashed the powerful Conqueror's haki without reservation. The red and black energy with lightning swept towards Bullet, fiercely clashing with Bullet's haki. The two powerful energies collided, making a sharp, hissing sound. Under the impact of this powerful energy, various objects on the deck flew everywhere. Several weaker crew members were unable to withstand the powerful pressure of the two haki. They turned pale and staggered back to the cabin, hiding in a relatively safe place. Haki. Conqueror's haki. Bullet's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. He never imagined that this seemingly immature boy in front of him actually possessed such a powerful conqueror's haki. Hiro looked at Bullet's shocked expression, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and played a word game. My dear son, don't call me dad as soon as we meet. The originally tense atmosphere full of gunpowder suddenly became relaxed and cheerful due to his witty remark. The people around were stunned at first, then burst into laughter, and the laughter echoed over the deck. However, Bullet was completely enraged by this. His eyes widened and he roared. You kid, you're looking for death. As he spoke, he quickly wrapped the powerful armament haki around his fists and attacked Hiro fiercely. Seeing this, Hiro showed no sign of weakness and immediately wrapped armament haki around his sword and rushed towards Bullet. The fist and the knife collided, making a crisp, ding ding ding, sound that echoed on the deck. In this fierce confrontation, although Hiro's swordsmanship had improved significantly in the past 2 years, he still felt a little tired facing the powerful Bullet. Bullet's armament haki, taijutsu, and strength far surpass Hiro's, and each of his attacks carries immense power. Although Bullet had not yet reached his peak form during this period, the outstanding fighting power he demonstrated had already put Hiro under tremendous pressure. After only a dozen moves, Hiro felt numbness in his palms and his hands almost lost consciousness. He realized that if he continued to fight like this, he would definitely lose, so he decisively changed his tactics. Hiro began to use the teleportation ability of the meat blob fruit. His figure kept flashing on the deck, and he skillfully maneuvered with Bullet. Although Bullet's own speed is very amazing, like lightning in the eyes of ordinary people, it is still far behind Hiro's teleportation ability. The situation reversed in an instant. Bullet, who had originally taken the initiative, now became the passive party. He could only watch Hiro flash in front of him, but was unable to catch his figure. However, although Hiro's swordsmanship was superb, he was still unable to hurt Bullet at all. This is because Bullet's armament haki is so powerful that he often wraps his entire body in haki, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier that renders Hiro's attacks completely ineffective. Although Bullet was able to defend against Hiro's attacks, he was suppressed in a battle with someone 3 years younger than him, which made him extremely angry as he was determined to become the strongest in the world. Boy, let me show you the power of my fusion fruit. Chapter 20. Competing with each other with a roar, Bullet's body swelled up rapidly, his muscles bulging high, filled with terrifying power. At the same time, the Oro Jackson began to shake violently, and the weapons on the ship were summoned by a mysterious and powerful force, and they quickly gathered towards Bullet's body. The scene was shocking. Oh no, if this guy keeps doing this, the Oro Jackson will be eaten. Jabba was extremely anxious and swung his 2 axes to attack Bullet, trying to stop Bullet's crazy behavior. At this moment, Roger quickly stopped in front of Jabba and signaled Jabba to continue watching. Hiro's face turned grim. He could clearly feel the horror of the Devil Fruit's ability. In Hiro's opinion, the plot in the movie where Bullet becomes weaker after transforming into a combined form and is easily defeated by King Luffy is simply nonsense. In the movie, even if I.M. came here, he would have one leg broken by King Luffy. Spacebound, Hiro swung his palms vigorously, concentrating all his energy, and used the power of the meatball fruit to condense an invisible space next to Bullet. This space is an invisible cage that traps Bullet tightly. Bullet was about to absorb the weapons on those ships when he suddenly felt that he had lost contact with the outside world and everything around him was isolated from him. What? My fusion fruit is ineffective. He looked at Hiro in disbelief, his eyes full of confusion. God avoid. Shiro shouted softly, gritted his teeth, and used up all his remaining strength to strike out with a slash of black and red lightning. The slash was like a roaring dragon, flying towards Bullet with violent momentum. Puff! Bullet was hit in the chest again, and blood spurted out. On his chest, a shocking cross was formed by the wound left by Roger before. Bullet, flying in the air, fell heavily after being stabbed. He covered the 2 bloodstains on his chest and roared unwillingly, his voice filled with anger and despair. No. Impossible. How could I possibly lose to a 12-year-old? I want to be the strongest. Hiro's body shook a little, and he put the sword back into the scabbard tremblingly. This battle was too difficult for him. The spatial constraint and the divine avoidance he had just used had completely drained his physical strength bar. Whether it is spatial restraint or divine avoidance, although their power is astonishing, they also consume a lot of physical energy. With Hiro's current strength, it is very difficult for him to perform these 2 moves at the same time. Hey, come on, little Hiro just used the captain's divine evasion. Oh my god, is little Shiro already that strong? As expected of the future of the pirates' world, this kid is truly going to be something special in the future. The members of Roger Pirates Group looked at the scene in front of them with amazement on their faces. They all praised Hiro's growth with exclamations of praise coming one after another. Roger walked over to Bullet and comforted him with a smile. Hey, that kid named Bullet, don't be depressed. I already injured you before you started fighting with little Hiro, so you lost. Roger developed a love for Bullet, a gem in the rough, who was both ambitious and capable, and he hoped to recruit Bullet into his pirates group. However, Bullet supported himself with his fists, stood up with difficulty, and said stubbornly. Losing is losing. I, Deadless Bullet, never make excuses. Wahahaha, alright, Bullet, stay with our pirates group. Here you can continue to spar with little Hiro, or you can challenge me. Roger laughed and held out his hand, extending a warm invitation to Bullet. Bullet fell into deep thought. After a moment, he raised his head, a firm look in his eyes, and then he shook Roger's hand. In this way, the Roger Pirates team welcomed an ambitious crew member who might leave at any time. For Hero, Bullet is undoubtedly his best sparring opponent. In the days that followed, Hero and Bullet seemed to be full of energy as if they had taken drugs. He would start training before dawn every day and would not stop until late at night. They exuded an almost paranoid desire to win. Sweat soaked their clothes but was quickly dried by the sea breeze. Their palms were blistered but they still held their weapons tightly. Both of them were filled with energy, fearing that they would be surpassed by the other if they slacked off. This strong sense of competition drove them to train frantically, pushing their bodies and abilities to the limit. In addition to training, the battles between them became more and more intense. Every confrontation was full of sparks. Hero cleverly manipulated his opponent with exquisite tactical layout and spatial ability, while Bullet suppressed him with domineering strength and fierce attacks. They have won and lost against each other, and every battle is like a life and death duel, which is not only a contest of strength, but also a competition of will. Through day after day of study and practice, Bullet has deeply developed his Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, and finally developed a new combat form, Devil Mode. When he activates this form, the atmosphere on the entire battlefield suddenly becomes depressing and terrifying. His body from head to toes was wrapped in a layer of black and red light, with a heart-pounding evil aura. In Devil Mode, Bullet's strength and speed increase exponentially in a short period of time, making him even more invincible. However, this immense power does not come without a price, as this form consumes a great deal of Haki's energy, making it difficult for him to maintain it for long periods of time. After Bullet mastered the Devil Mode, Hero fell into trouble in the battle. The spatial constraints that had always been effective seemed fragile in the face of Bullet's violent power and could hardly be contained. For a time, Hero was frequently at a disadvantage in his matches against Bullet, and every failure made him more eager to break through. However, the turning point of fate came quietly. After winning a battle, Bullet was so proud of himself and immersed in the joy of victory that he accidentally let out the secret of Devil Mode. After hearing this, Shilo suddenly understood. Isn't it just Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki? I have those too. From then on, Hero began secret training. He studied day and night in an unknown corner, constantly trying and exploring. Half a month later, when he fought Bullet again, he was already able to skillfully perform Devil Mode. From then on, the power balance between the two was balanced again, and Bullet could no longer easily gain the upper hand in the battle. Bullet slapped himself madly, but it was no use. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the hard training and fierce competition. In this long-lasting competition and tempering, Hero and Bullet have made rapid progress in strength and both have reached the same level as Rayleigh and Jabba. It's just that its combat experience is slightly inferior to the King's Wings. At this point, the Roger Pirates had 5 giants. Their fighting power was like the bright stars, illuminating the entire pirates' world. They became the most powerful pirates group and were showing signs of surpassing the Rock's pirates of the past. Faced with the Roger Pirates, which were at their peak of power, all the major forces on the sea were wary and dared not provoke them easily. However, there is one person who is extremely stubborn, and that is Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 21 Golden Lion's Ambition. Golden Lion has ambitions to dominate the world, and his lion fruit ability gives him the magical power to levitate objects. He is a cruel and ruthless person who will do anything to achieve his goals and acts recklessly on the sea. In order to realize his crazy plan of forming an invincible flying armada that could destroy the world, he plundered everywhere, leaving devastation wherever he went. Finally, with the huge amount of wealth looted, he built the flying invincible fleet he had always dreamed of. This fleet has extremely powerful destructive power, and its deterrent power even threatens the rule of the marine and world governments. However, Golden Lion was still not satisfied. He felt that the flying armada was not enough to destroy the world government and the marine. So he turned his attention to the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton. According to legend, Pluton was a super battleship, known as the worst battleship in the history of shipbuilding. It possesses terrifying power, can destroy an island with a single shot, and has the ability to destroy the world. Golden Lion has been eyeing the design drawings of Pluton, and has been asking around for its whereabouts. Coincidentally, the Roger Pirates, Oro Jackson, is a masterpiece personally designed by Master Tom of the Seven Waters. At the same time, Master Tom also has the design drawings of the ancient weapon, Pluton, in his collection. In order to prevent the blueprint from falling into the wrong hands and to ensure that this amazing technology would not be lost, Master Tom, after careful consideration, decided to hand over the ancient weapon, Pluton, blueprint to Roger for safekeeping. After much inquiry, Golden Lion finally learned the secret. The design drawings of the ancient weapon, Pluton, were in Roger's hands. So, without hesitation, he led his invincible flying fleet to meet Roger in a menacing manner. In the waters of Etwall, Golden Lion successfully found the location of the Roger Pirates. At this time, everyone on the Oro Jackson was living their lives as usual. Some were concentrating on training and sweating. Some people were drinking, chatting and bragging. Suddenly, a huge shadow covered the entire ship and the atmosphere became tense. Captain, something's happening. Beatum, who was shooting at seabirds with a pistol, was the first to notice something was wrong. He looked alert and shouted loudly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up, only to see 10 ships suddenly appear in the sky, like 10 giant flying birds, blocking out the sky and the sun. On the ship, the golden lion head flag fluttered in the sea breeze. Isn't this Shiki? Why is he here? Roger frowned at the scene, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself. Roger, join me, let's rule the world together, ha 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 ha. The golden lion's wild and unrestrained laughter was like thunder, floating across the entire sea. I heard his voice before I saw him. This oppressive laughter made everyone in Roger Pirate's group feel nervous. Faced with this unprecedented scene, they felt an inexplicable tension in their hearts. After all, ships can fly. This is not a joke. The Golden Lion side has complete control of the air, which will put them in a very passive situation in the battle. Moreover, the reputation Golden Lion has made on the sea in recent years is no less than that of Roger. These two plus Whitebeard are the 3 legendary pirates of the New World. Its strength is self-evident. Shiki, didn't I tell you before? I refuse. Roger stood at the bow, his posture straight, holding the hilt of the ace knife, and roared in response towards the Golden Lion. Soon, Golden Lion, biting a cigar, slowly flew from the flying fleet towards the Oro Jackson. He exuded a powerful aura, and the air vibrated wherever he passed. Roger, if you're willing to be my right-hand man and hand over the blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluton, we can rule the world together. It's much better than you wasting your time on this little boat. Golden Lion once again sincerely invited Roger to join a team. Its words not only recognized Roger's ability, but also revealed its desire for the Pluton design drawings. Golden Lion admires Roger from the bottom of his heart. In the original story, before Roger was executed, the Golden Lion went impelled down to cause a scene, but was defeated by Sengoku and Garp and imprisoned in the underwater prison. This is true love. Roger is like a succubus on the sea. Both crew members and opponents are unconsciously attracted by his personal charm and want to get close to him. Shiki, I will not join you, nor will I give you the ancient weapon, Pluton design. This thing can destroy the world once it is created, you know? Roger had a stern expression and sharp eyes as he firmly rejected the Golden Lion's proposal. He has his own persistence and justice in his heart and will never allow such a dangerous thing to fall into the hands of an ambitious person. Roger, if that's the case, then I, Golden Lion Shiki, will not let you leave today. As Golden Lion spoke, his aura surged, and he released a powerful Conqueror's Haki. Wherever it went, the ships trembled and the sea surged. Roger didn't back down at all and unleashed Conqueror's Haki with all his strength. 2 violent Conqueror's Haki collided fiercely in midair, neither giving in. The surrounding space was distorted by this powerful force. Just as the two were fighting each other with Conqueror's Haki, another Conqueror's Haki rushed in. Roger quickly realized that this was Hiro's Haki. He glanced at Hiro with a look of surprise and a hint of relief in his eyes. Huh? It's actually a little devil. Golden Lion looked towards Hiro, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seems you have some big ambitions to fulfill. Why not join my flying pirates? You think you can rule the world? Just go home and dream. Dreams are full of possibilities. Hiro responded to the Golden Lion's invitation with a sarcastic tone, gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, and fought desperately against the 2 powerful Conqueror's Haki. He knew very well that his Conqueror's Haki was not as good as those 2 legendary pirates, but he was not afraid. Because he understood that this was a great opportunity to improve his Conqueror's Haki. Just now, Hiro clearly felt that his courage had increased a little, and Conqueror's Haki also increased, which made him more determined to fight. What an ungrateful brat. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you later, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Golden Lion withdrew Conqueror's Haki, drew out 2 famous swords, Sakura 10, and Deadwood, and with a fierce flash in his eyes, he swung 2 sharp sword energies at Hiro. The sword energy cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Chapter 22. Battle of Edwall. Shiki, your opponent is me. Roger's eyes flashed, and he drew out Ace without hesitation, launching a powerful slash. The sword energy was so strong that it instantly dispersed the 2 sword energies of Golden Lion. Little Hiro, go help take care of Shanks and Buggy. Roger's voice was firm and strong, reaching Hiro's ears. Hiro nodded, without hesitation, and hurried over to Shanks and Buggy. He understood what Roger meant. This time they were facing a force 10 times their own. Moreover, the enemy also has air superiority and can bomb the Oro Jackson from the air at any time. With Shanks and Buggy's current strength, there was no way they could withstand it, so they needed his protection. The sword fight between Roger and Golden Lion has lasted for more than a dozen rounds, with both sides' sword moves being fierce and sparks flying everywhere. The Golden Lion suddenly roared to the sky, its hair dancing wildly in the wind, and it suddenly soared into the air. He waved his hands wildly and muttered to himself. 10 ships, enveloped in a strange light, slowly rose into the sky and sped towards the USS Oro Jackson, their gun barrels flashing dangerous red lights. Roger, no matter how good your pirates are at fighting, can they possibly survive the aerial bombardment? Ha 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 ha. The Golden Lion's unbridled laughter, filled with endless provocation and arrogance, echoed on the sea, causing pain in everyone's eardrums. The powerful men of Roger Pirate's group all gripped their weapons tightly, and the blades shone coldly in the dim light. Their expressions were solemn, as they stared intently at the Golden Lion's flying armada, their bodies tense and muscles bulging. ready to shoot down any falling shells. However, they all knew in their hearts that this was an almost impossible task. The flying invincible armada was built by Golden Lion with countless efforts and huge amounts of money. Each ship is equipped with the most advanced artillery, with dense and extremely fierce firepower. The shells that fell like raindrops were enough to blow any ship into pieces. Faced with such a terrible crisis, Buggy was already frightened to the point of having his face pale and his legs trembling constantly. He choked with sobs, his voice filled with fear and despair, and said to Hiro beside him, "Brother Hiro, those ships flying in the sky are terrifying. Will we die?" Hiro reached out and gently touched Buggy's head, with a soothing smile on his face, and said in a firm tone, "No, don't worry, it can fly, right? I'll make these broken ships fall down in no time." Shanks widened his eyes upon hearing this, staring at Hiro in disbelief, and said in surprise, "Huh, Hiro, are you serious?" His tone was full of doubt. After all, everyone could see the strength of Golden Lion and the power of the flying fleet. "Watch out, spatial restraint!" Shi Luo shouted loudly, and as he spoke, he quickly slapped out two invisible energies with his palms, causing ripples in the air. Around the Golden Lion, a mysterious space slowly took shape, flickering with strange light. As a result, the connection between Golden Lion's lion fruit ability and the 10 ships was suddenly severed. "What? I'm trapped by a force." Golden Lion's face was full of disbelief. His eyes widened as he looked at his hands, his eyes filled with shock and panic. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the mysterious spatial constraints, but to no avail. "Look, those ships are falling," Shanks shouted excitedly, with a hint of surprise in his voice. Everyone looked up and saw that the 10 ships that were originally high above had lost the support of the lion fruit's ability and were rapidly falling towards the sea. "It's over. With so many ships crashing down on us, we'll be smashed to pieces." Buggy fell to his knees in despair, covering his eyes tightly with his hands, not daring to look at the impending disaster. At this critical moment, Hiro's eyes flashed, and he gathered the power of the meatball fruit and slammed the deck hard with his palm. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and the Oro Jackson disappeared from the spot. Only ripples remained on the sea. When it reappeared, the Oro Jackson was already 1 kilometer away, firmly parked on the sea, just avoiding the fleet's downward attack. This is Hiro using the flying ability of the meat globe's fruit. If the target of this ability is a human, it can be sent to any place in the world. However, for a ship as large as the Oro Jackson, Hiro can only send it 1 kilometer away at most at this stage. But that's enough. It is enough to save everyone from danger. "Little Hiro, you saved everyone again." Roger looked at Hiro excitedly, a smile on his face. Shiro smiled at Roger, a smile that was a little tired, but more of a relief. However, the battle is not over yet. Although the flying armada fell into the sea, splashing huge water, it still had considerable firepower. All the ship's guns were aimed at the USS Oro Jackson. Since Golden Lion is stronger than Hiro, Hiro can only use the space binding technique to temporarily trap Golden Lion. Soon, Golden Lion broke free with its powerful strength and used the ability of Lion Fruit again to turn the overturned ship over again. The ships realigned themselves with the Oro Jackson. "Roger, do you think you can escape like this? I can still blow up your Oro Jackson? Ha 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 ha." Golden Lion laughed arrogantly, as if to order all ships to fire at once. Now, Hiro had no choice. He stood at the bow, protecting Buggy and Shanks behind him, with a determined look in his eyes, intending to face the shells head-on. He leaned forward slightly, his hands clenched, ready for the incoming attack. At this moment, there was a sudden strong wind, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a huge hurricane swept in, roaring and swallowing everything. The Golden Lion's fleet bore the brunt of the hurricane, blown hither and thither by the force of the wind. The ships collided with each other, producing a harsh sound of metal friction. Soon, 10 expensive ships were smashed to pieces, and the debris was scattered on the sea. Many crew members of the flying pirates fell into the water one after another, and their screams sounded particularly shrill in the strong wind. "No. This is impossible. How could a hurricane suddenly appear?" Golden Lion's face was filled with disbelief and he became furious with helplessness. He couldn't understand why such a sudden change happened at the critical moment. What was even more desperate was that when Golden Lion was doubting his life, a ship's rudder was blown into his head by the hurricane. "Ah!" The Golden Lion screamed in pain, and blood slowly flowed down its face. Chapter 23. Leave your famous sword behind. Seeing his old rival's miserable end, Roger sighed and yelled at him. "Shiki, get out of here now, even God won't help you." At that moment, he was still a little frightened. After all, the destructive power of that fleet was too strong. If they were not careful, the entire pirates group would be destroyed. "Roger, I will make a comeback, just wait." After saying these harsh words, Golden Lion quickly flew away. His figure gradually became smaller in the strong wind, but he still carried an unyielding spirit. Seeing Golden Lion running away, Hiro patted his chest. The next moment, he appeared in front of Golden Lion. Little devil, what do you want to do?" Golden Lion looked at Hiro in astonishment, his eyes full of surprise. Without a word, Hiro drew his sword, glared fiercely, and shot a powerful dodge towards the Golden Lion. The blade light cut through the sky like lightning, carrying with it a powerful momentum. Golden Lion was frightened by the sudden appearance of Hiro, and quickly drew out his two famous swords, Sakura 10, and Deadwood to block him. Bite. A crisp sound of metal collision was heard, and the two famous swords barely blocked Hiro's divine avoidance. However, the slash was too powerful, and the strong impact directly knocked Golden Lion 5 or 6 meters away. He rolled several times in the air and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Hiro was quick-witted and caught Sakura 10 with a teleportation. He turned around and grinned at Golden Lion. "Thank you, Golden Lion Shiki." Before he finished speaking, Hiro had teleported back to the Oro Jackson. Golden Lion was stunned in place, and after a moment he reacted and cursed angrily. "Just wait, you little brat. I, Golden Lion, will avenge you." His voice became farther and farther away, and his figure quickly disappeared in the vast ocean. Hiro was excited looking at the spoils in his hand. He has always lacked a suitable weapon. Now, with the Golden Lion's famous sword, Sakura 10, the sword moves he performs will be even more powerful. Seeing the Golden Lion leave in a panic, cheers of victory erupted from the Oro Jackson. Everyone waved their weapons, with joyful smiles on their faces. "Yeah, we won, that flying armada is finished." Buggy danced with joy, his previous fear having long since vanished. Shanks held the rapier in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief, a relaxed smile on his face. Hiro nodded at Roger, and their eyes met, and they understood each other without words. "Brother Sheila, I believe it now." Buggy happily shook Hiro's hand. "What?" Hiro looked at Buggy in surprise. "You said I had Conqueror's luck." Buggy opened his eyes wide with excitement and paused. "My Conqueror's luck must have played a role in this hurricane." "Ahem." Hiro coughed dryly and said with a wry smile, "That should be it." In fact, Hiro felt that this was Captain Roger's child of destiny luck taking effect. On a small boat 2 kilometers away, a man in a green cloak watched all this with a smile, muttering to himself. "Big Bear, I found the savior you mentioned. Today I'm repaying your life-saving grace." Then, the man controlled the wind and quickly left the waters of Edwall in a small boat, leaving only a calm sea. On the vast ocean, the Oro Jackson breaks through the rolling waves. On the deck, Hiro's slender fingers were stroking the Sakura 10, and the blade made a clear sound when it was unsheathed. He was agile, his sword was flying, and every time he swung his sword, it was accompanied by a fierce momentum. Dazzling golden sword energy left long shadows in the air. The crew members of Roger Pirates looked at this shocking scene with horror on their faces, secretly marveling at Hiro's powerful strength. As time goes by, Hiro and Sakura 10 have become more and more in tune with each other. Soon, Hiro completely adapted to this famous sword and brought out its power to the fullest. Not far away, Bullet was leaning lazily on the mast, looking at everything around him boredly. But when Shiro's wildly wielding sword energy appeared before his eyes, his fighting spirit was instantly ignited. He clenched his fists excitedly, his knuckles crackling, and shouted loudly that he wanted to fight with Hiro. A confident smile appeared on Shiro's lips, and he was naturally very happy to accept the challenge. For the past 3 years, Hiro and Bullet have been engaged in intense battles and training almost every day. They already knew each other's moves like the back of their hands. Every movement and every habit was deeply imprinted in each other's minds. Therefore, when the two really fought, the battle entered a white-hot stage. But this time, Hiro, holding the famous sword, Sakura 10, had a slight advantage from the beginning of the battle by virtue of the weapon. His attacks were more fierce and his defense was tighter, making it difficult for Bullet to find any flaws. This thrilling battle lasted for a full 3 hours, with both sides using all their strength. Finally, Hiro seized a fleeting opportunity and knocked Bullet to the ground. Bullet lay on the deck, breathing heavily, his eyes full of unwillingness. Looking at Bullet's face full of dissatisfaction, Hiro smiled knowingly. He already knew the direction to improve his strength next, improving the attributes of weapons. He knew very well that under the same combat power, a suitable and powerful weapon would have a decisive bonus effect. As a swordsman, weapons are his second life, and their importance is self-evident. Hiro's thoughts involuntarily went back to the past. At that time, he had a bold idea to try to use the injuries transferred from the meatball fruit to temper weapons. However, he was using ordinary weapons at the time, and under the powerful impact, those weapons were all turned into fragments and scattered on the ground. Now, with the famous sword, Sakura 10, Hiro has new hope in his heart and decides to try this bold idea again. In the days that followed, whenever the crew members were injured or sick, Hiro would use the meat glob fruit to knock out their injuries in the form of pink gas balls. Then he would go to the corner of the deck and concentrate on trying to get these airballs into Sakura 10. But what he never expected was that as soon as those pink airballs approached Sakura 10, they were repelled and could not penetrate the sword at all. Hiro frowned, his face full of doubts, thinking to himself. What's going on? Is it possible that my thinking is wrong? Those kinds of damage can't be inflicted on inanimate objects? This question made him unable to ride his sister. Just when Hiro was at a loss, a heated discussion came from the deck. Is this the world? It's all cakes and desserts. It feels magical. Why are we here? I heard there's a red signpost with the final island here. Captain Roger wants to. Chapter 24. Welcome to Stussy's tea party. Hiro's heart moved and he became interested. He quickly went to the railing to watch. I saw a huge island slowly emerging on the sea in the distance. The buildings on the island were all made of cakes and desserts, which were colorful and magnificent. Suddenly, a ship flying the flag of the Big Mom pirates appeared not far from the Oro Jackson. The ship was richly decorated, and the huge skull logo on the sail was particularly eye-catching. A man standing at the bow wore an exaggerated top hat decorated with exquisite candy patterns and held a huge candy stick in his hand. He pointed at the Oro Jackson and shouted a warning. "Who are you? Anyone who hasn't received an invitation to the tea party is not allowed to set foot in Wanguo." Hiro's sharp eyes recognized at a glance that this person was Charlotte Perisparrow, the eldest son of Aunt Charlotte Linlin. When Roger heard about the tea party, his eyes lit up and he muttered to himself. "This tea party will definitely be lively and filled with food and drinks, much more fun than our banquet." Seeing that his warning was ineffective, Perisparrow's face quickly darkened and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He then shouted softly, "Come closer, I want to see who has the guts to go against us, the Wan Nation." Helmsman Don Kino was in the cabin and shouted to Roger nervously. "Captain, what should we do now? Should we force our way in?" He gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, waiting for Roger's order. "Just rush forward. I'll clear a path for you." Roger waved his hand with a dashing and heroic gesture. He quickly pulled out Ace and shouted, "God avoid." A slash with black and red lightning split the sea surface in two. The sea water was stirred up by the powerful force into huge waves, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Soon, the slash hit the ships of the nations. With a loud click, the sturdy ship was cut into two pieces. The people on the ship fell into the water one after another, screaming in fear. Perisparrow, who possesses the ability of the licking fruit, struggled desperately in the water and shouted for help from the crew. "Hurry! Save me!" The Oro Jackson took the opportunity to rush forward in one breath, its bow splitting the waves and speeding towards Wanguo. At the same time, in Wanguo's cake castle, Auntie Charlotte Linlin's 8.8-meter tall body was lazily leaning on a huge chair. On the table in front of her stood a large bowl of steaming sweet soup and a 5-layered cream cake. The cake was decorated with a variety of exquisite fruits and candies, exuding an enticing aroma. Opposite her sat a woman of outstanding appearance. The woman is about 1.8 meters tall, with a slender figure and curvy figure. She has fiery red lips and her eyes reveal a unique charm that makes people unable to help but look at her a few more times. She is none other than Stussy, the former member of Rock's Pirate. Well, Stussy, you're finally here. It's worth the tea party I held just for you." The ant picked up the sweet soup, tilted her head back, took a big sip comfortably, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. "Linlin, thank you. You've done a great job over the years and have become the strongest woman in the world." Stussy rolled up her long legs, elegantly picked up the red wine glass, and took a sip, her demeanor showing elegance and composure. The world's strongest woman? That's not my goal." The ant stuffed a large piece of cake into her mouth, with an expression of great enjoyment on her face, and suddenly changed the subject. "But then again, Stussy, aren't you with that fellow from Newgate?" "Well." Stussy sighed deeply and stood up slowly, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and resentment. "Don't even mention it. Newgate is always looking for his son everywhere. He has no time for me." "Recognize your son? Is that necessary?" The ant became interested, and a trace of complacency flashed across her face. "Why don't you just give him more children, just like me? Keep giving birth to children, huh. No way." Stussy stomped her feet in anger, and her exquisite high heels made a crisp sound on the ground. "He never touched me. No way." The ant's face showed a surprised expression, her eyes widened. "With your looks, how many men would want you? That's right, I don't know what Newgate is thinking." Stussy became angrier as he spoke, his arms folded across his chest, his face filled with anger. "Maybe he's afraid of hurting you." The pearl necklace between the ant's plump folds swayed with laughter, and a sly glint flashed in her cloudy but shrewd eyes. "After all, you know Newgate's terrifying physical condition. Maybe he's really worried that you can't withstand his impact." Stussy looked down at himself unconsciously, nodded in annoyance, and frowned slightly. "Maybe. That's such a shame. But then again, if I had known back in the Rock's pirate days that I and that guy Newgate would have had a child, that child would have definitely been a powerful and terrifying monster." The ant's thick tongue greedily licked the cream at the corner of her mouth and fell into a brief memory. The man with long golden hair and wild laughter in the smoke of the Valley of Gods appeared in her mind again. "What's even more frustrating is that everyone thinks I'm Whitebeard's woman, which makes other men afraid to get close to me." Stussy suddenly picked up the red wine glass, tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass. "That's a shame, Stussy. Besides delicious food, men are the thing that makes us happy the most." The auntie curled her lips and laughed even more wantonly, and the jewel necklace on her chest shook violently with her laughter. "I want revenge on that B***** D. Edward Newgate." Stussy clenched the red wine glass, her beautiful face full of resentment and hatred in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. "Revenge? What gives you the right?" The ant's expression instantly became solemn, and her whole aura changed. "Not to mention that the Whitebeard pirates founded by Newgate are growing in power, and their affiliated pirates are now spread all over the world. Just by eating the shock fruit, this guy's strength has increased dramatically. He is already very strong, and he is even more unfathomable. Linlin, have you heard of cloning technology?" Stussy suddenly moved closer to the ant and spoke in a low voice. "Is there really such a thing?" The ant shook her head, looking incredulous. In her opinion, this technology that can replicate life is even more incredible than devil fruit. Right now, the world's most powerful scientist, Vegapunk, is preparing to establish a peace research institute, MADS for short, which will gather the world's top scientists. It is dedicated to developing weapons of mass destruction, including cloning technology. Stussy began to explain incessantly, full of anticipation for the future. Chapter 25. Eating and drinking. If cloning technology were truly developed, who would you want to clone? The ant also became interested, leaning her huge body forward and staring at Stussy curiously. I have Edward Newgate's hair. I want to clone Whitebeard and make him obey my orders completely. Then I'll go and take revenge on Edward Newgate. Let the clone fight the original. A hint of viciousness flashed in Stussy's eyes. Vicious woman. The ant shook her head, her tone unclear whether it was praise or condemnation. So, Stussy, is there anything I can help with? There is indeed a big problem right now. MADS lacks funding for research, and the gap is particularly large. Stussy's pretty face was once again filled with sorrow, and her delicate features were slightly wrinkled with worry. This problem is easy to solve. The ant paused, took another big sip of the sweet soup, and the thick soup flowed down the corners of her mouth. She wiped it casually with the back of her hand and continued. I've also invited the underworld's lone shark king, Dewfield, to this tea party. When he arrives, I'll introduce him to you. If he's willing to invest, your MADS will definitely have plenty of money. He's greedy, but he's willing to do any business as long as it's profitable. Really, Lin, you really are my best friend. Stussy happily hugged the ant's thick thighs, his eyes full of gratitude. While the two were talking, a tall young man with a scarf wrapped around his mouth suddenly rushed in and reported. His steps were steady and powerful, and he exuded a strong aura. Mom, this is bad. It seems the Roger pirates have broken into Wanguo. Nani? Katakuri, are you telling the truth? The old lady's body trembled, and the piece of strawberry cake in her hand fell to the ground with a plop, and the cream splashed on the expensive carpet. Yes, mother, Parasparrow's ship was cut in two. Katakuri's tone was filled with a hint of anger and worry. As an important cadre of the Big Mom pirates, he is well aware that the strength of the Roger pirates should not be underestimated. Damn it, Roger, you're going too far. How dare you bully my Wanguo? The ant angrily pushed the empty bowl of sweet soup to the ground. The sound of the broken ceramics was particularly harsh in the silent room. Katakuri, go call all the executives over here and follow me out to meet Roger. Yes, Mom. Katakuri walked out quickly, his white cloak fluttering behind him. Lin, I'll go with you. Stussy showed her loyalty and quickly adjusted her skirt, with a fighting spirit in her eyes. The ant nodded and strode out of the room. In the banquet hall of Wanguo, a group of uninvited guests were eating and drinking to their heart's content. Beneath the gorgeous crystal chandelier, there is a dazzling array of desserts and fine wines. All the guards and waiters had been knocked unconscious by Conqueror's hockey and fell to the ground in all directions. Captain, why don't we stay here? There's good food and drink here, and it's better than life at sea. Beatum, with cream dripping from his mouth, patted his big belly with a satisfied smile on his face. Uncle Beatum, how can you say that? Adventures at sea are so exciting, and these are just some desserts, right? Buggy said as he ate a strawberry pie in big mouthfuls. The red jam covered his cheeks, but it did not affect his continued enjoyment of the meal. Hey little Buggy, I don't see you eating less, Beatum retorted. The bickering between the two echoed in the empty banquet hall. The other members of Roger Pirate's group had no time to pay attention to these two people and ate with their belly full. Rayleigh tasted the red wine elegantly, while Jabba devoured the cake voraciously, and the whole banquet hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Only Shiro doesn't like sweets. He finds ordinary food disgusting if 3 spoonfuls of sugar are added to it. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Roger reluctantly threw an empty wine jar aside. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and shouted, "Oh no, I forgot we're here to get the red road sign text." Rayleigh's mouth twitched, and he murmured helplessly. Finally you remembered. Use your observation hockey and see, Charlotte Linlin is almost at the door. Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? Roger sat up, his face full of resentment. Captain Roger, you were the one who ordered everyone to eat to their heart's content. Hiro rolled his eyes and mercilessly complained about the unreliable captain. The other crew members also cast glances of approval. Is that what's going on, Jabba? Roger looked at Jabba, who was reclining in his seat, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Jabba burped and nodded, his face still stained with cream, looking very funny. Roger, you be *****D, how dare you ruin my tea party? Before the ant arrived, the powerful voice had already come over. Roger jumped to the door and met Auntie head-on. Sashi ignored Dana. Linlin, we are so sorry for coming here uninvited. Looking at the messy banquet hall with cake crumbs and broken tableware all over the floor, the Auntie's blood pressure rose a lot due to anger. Her expression darkened, and she quickly released Conqueror's hockey. The air around her became distorted, and the cups and plates on the table exploded. Roger naturally would not admit defeat, and his Conqueror's hockey also surged out. The two Conqueror's hockey collided violently, neither giving in. The walls of the entire banquet hall began to crack, and powerful airwaves spread everywhere. Buggy, who had just been arguing with Beatum, was the first to be hit. He was quickly coaxed to sleep and collapsed to the ground unconscious. The pressure from the collision of Conqueror's hockey caused the chandelier in the banquet hall to shake violently. After a standoff that lasted half a minute, the two earth-shattering auras were seated at the same time. The ant's huge body swayed slightly, and she staggered back involuntarily, her heavy soles leaving long marks on the luxurious carpet. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from afar, and Katakuri led a group of brothers and sisters to appear behind Big Mom. Katakuri's iconic scarf fluttered in the air, and a rare look of worry appeared on his stern face. "Mom, are you okay?" Before Katakuri finished his words, he quickly stepped forward and used his strong arms to firmly support the ant who was about to fall. "I'm fine." Big Mom angrily shook off Katakuri's hand, her eyes burning with anger, and roared like a bell. "Napoleon, come here." "Okay, Mom." A group of spiritual homies responded happily. In an instant, the air twisted and deformed, and it quickly transformed into the majestic Emperor's sword. The exquisite decoration on the hilt gleamed coldly under the light. The ant suddenly raised the Emperor's sword above her head. The light reflected from the sword illuminated her ferocious face. She shouted loudly. "Everyone, come out!" In an instant, countless homie soldiers of various shapes and sizes poured out from every corner of the banquet hall. They bared their fangs and claws, surrounding the crew of Roger pirates layer by layer, and the entire banquet hall was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Chapter 26 Hiro vs. Katakuri. Roger looked at the tense situation and thought to himself that this was not good. He immediately put on a smile and started to speak kindly. "Lin, let's talk it over. I came to Wangguo to discuss something with you." Although each member of the Roger Pirates group is a warmonger. But this time, they did come with an important purpose, not to provoke a dispute. The ant was not moved at all, and roared loudly in anger. "Roger, you barged into the Wangguo, messed up my tea party, and even made sarcastic remarks. Do you really think I, Charlotte Lin, am easy to bully?" The air around her vibrated violently, and her powerful aura spread in all directions. Looking at the tense situation, Hiro warned Roger loudly. "Captain, this battle has to be fought. Let's defeat them first and then talk." "Who the hell are you, you little brat? How dare you interrupt me?" Big Mom's anger shifted to Hiro, and she roared, "The spear of Elbaf, Wangguo." She held the Emperor's sword tightly in both hands, and the sword emitted a strange pink light. As she swung it, a powerful pink energy slash flew towards Hiro. "She gets angry at the slightest disagreement. You really can't mess with older women." Hiro complained inwardly. At the same time, he reacted extremely quickly, and instantly pulled out the Sakura 10 from his waist. The sword body burst out with black and red energy, and fired a God Avoidance. Two energy slashes of completely different colors collided rapidly in the air, bursting out with dazzling light. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the banquet hall, and powerful energy waves spread in all directions. The exquisite tables and chairs were overturned, the expensive tableware was scattered all over the floor, and the banquet hall was in a mess. The ant looked at the unharmed Hiro, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Oh, you can actually catch my Wangguo, boy, who are you?" She never expected that the young man in front of her would possess such amazing strength. Hiro's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He clenched the Sakura 10 in his right hand, looked at Big Mom warily, and said slowly. "Charlotte Lin, have you forgotten? Back in the Valley of Gods, you chased me." The ant at this time has changed a lot compared to 11 years ago. Her once graceful figure has now become noticeably fatter, and her once beautiful face has been eroded by time and overeating and no longer exists. A trace of disappointment could not help but well up in Hiro's heart. It's not that he has any special feelings for the ant. But in the past 11 years, he has been living with a group of rough men all day long. As a teenager, he has an instinctive desire for beautiful women deep in his heart. But the ant's current appearance shattered the fantasy in his heart. Big Mom stared at Hiro's face, lost in deep memories. After a moment, a flash of realization flashed in her eyes. She pointed the Emperor's sword in her hand at Shi Luo and roared loudly. "I remember now, you're the kid who stole the meatball fruit back then." "Yes, it's me." The corners of Hiro's mouth curled up in a provocative arc, and there was a fearless light in his eyes. Okay, kid, I let you escape last time, this time I will make sure you stay in Wangguo." Before she could finish her words, Big Mom brandished the Emperor's sword and attacked Hiro. Lin, your opponent is me." Roger reacted quickly, drawing his sword to block in front of Big Mom. The blade rubbed against the air, making a harsh sound, and his powerful momentum was no less than Big Mom's. "Katakuri, I leave that kid to you," Big Mom shouted orders while fighting fiercely with Roger. "Yes, Mom." After receiving the order, Katakuri flashed and appeared in front of Hiro. At this moment, his eyes were glowing with a strange red light. He was holding a trident, looking majestic, and exuding a powerful aura. As Big Mom's most outstanding son, Katakuri at this stage has successfully awakened Conqueror's Haki and has initially acquired the strength of a vice-emperor. "There is no victory in your future," Katakuri made a cold prediction, his voice full of confidence and intimidation. Hiro was not afraid and retorted, "I know your observation Haki can foresee the future. Your observation Haki is indeed quite powerful, but you can't win just by having observation Haki alone." After saying that, he drew out Sakura 10 and attacked Katakuri. The swords and spears collided with each other, making a loud clang sound, sparks flying, and the whole banquet hall was echoing with the sound of fierce confrontation. The two fought for more than 20 rounds in a short period of time, but it was difficult to determine the winner. This result surprised Hiro greatly. In his opinion, Katakuri at this stage is not as strong as in the later stage. With his current strength, he should be able to win easily. However, Katakuri's Mochi Mochi Fruit ability is too strange, and his moves become elusive and hard to guard against. Coupled with the observation haki that can foresee the future, he often takes the initiative in battle. This observation haki, which can foresee the future, is truly a great thing. If I can learn it, my strength will be able to reach a higher level. Hiro thought to himself, a hint of envy and desire flashing in his eyes. Glutinous ball thrust. Katakuri suddenly shouted softly, and he spun the trident in his hand at high speed, stabbing at Hiro continuously. The tip of the trident flashed with cold light, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Hiro hurriedly activated armament haki to protect his whole body, dodging and blocking, and finally managed to block this round of fierce attacks. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. At this time, Hiro had already fully understood in his heart that relying solely on swordsmanship would not be enough to deal with Katakuri's attack. However, he also has the killer ability of the meatball fruit, which is the space transfer ability. Can't you foresee the future? See if you can foresee teleportation. Hiro thought to himself and patted his chest. In an instant, the space twisted, and Hiro teleported behind Katakuri. He swung the Sakura 10 in his hand without hesitation, and a sharp sword energy hit Katakuri's back solidly. However, to Hiro's surprise, the wound he expected did not appear. Katakuri's body continued to extend, cleverly offsetting the power of the sword. It's worthy of being the high-end version of rubber fruit. It's really difficult to make. Hiro marveled inwardly. He knew it was time to show his true strength. He no longer hid in directly activated bullets, devil form. In an instant, his body burst into dazzling light, his speed and strength increased exponentially, and his entire aura changed drastically. After several teleportations, Hiro fired a God evasion. This time, his attack was even more powerful. Black and red lightning, accompanied by a sharp slash, hit Katakuri head-on. Chapter 27 Sword Spirit. Katakuri still wanted to use the power of the Mochi Mochi Fruit to offset the slash. However, this time, the slash with black and red lightning hit his abdomen and quickly spread, and the powerful energy tore his body apart. Ah! Katakuri let out a shrill scream. His body flew backwards more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. There was a horrific wound on his abdomen, and his internal organs were clearly visible. It was obvious that he was seriously injured and had lost his ability to fight. Big Mom is fighting fiercely with Roger, resisting Roger's attacks. When she saw Katakuri's miserable defeat out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly became panicked and her hands paused slightly. At this time, other members of the Roger Pirates also engaged in fierce battles with the Big Mom Pirates. Among them, Bullet was the most courageous. He could kill one Homie's soldier with one punch. Wherever he went, Homie's soldiers fell down one after another, and a large area was cleared. Seeing that her side was about to lose, Big Mom was filled with resentment. She gritted her teeth and asked Roger for peace. Roger, what exactly do you want to gain by coming to my Wanguo? Roger looked at the battle situation and felt that his goal had almost been achieved, so he ordered everyone to stop. He turned slowly and said to the ant, I need the text of the red road sign in your hand. The ant frowned, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, and asked, do you also want to find the final island? Roger put Ace back into the sheath, a longing look on his face, and said slowly. Of course, after so many years of sailing, we've reached a point where we no longer desire anything. Apart from the final island, nothing else can attract me. Okay, I can give you the text of the red road sign. You must evacuate Wanguo immediately. Also, I need that kid to do something for me. As the ant spoke, she stretched out her fat finger and pointed at Hiro. What are you going to do? Roger's heart tightened, and he placed his right hand on the handle of the ace knife cautiously. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. I just want this kid's meatball fruit ability to heal my son's injuries. The ant explained with a frown, a hint of anxiety in her expression. Roger glanced down at Katakuri, then walked towards Hiro and asked in a low voice. Little Hiro, this should be okay. Of course, it's easy for me. As Hiro was about to step towards Katakuri, he was suddenly stopped in his tracks by a thunderous shout. No, 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 Katakuri's injury is not a serious matter. My fourth child, Charlotte Owen, has been injured more seriously and needs urgent treatment. There was a frightening glint in the ant's eyes, and she stopped Hiro from trying to save her. Katakuri's face was pale as he struggled to hold up his upper body, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth under his headscarf. No, that's right, my fourth brother is dying, go save him. His voice became extremely hoarse, and every word he spoke felt like he was tearing his internal organs. Hiro frowned and looked back and forth in the messy banquet hall. The exquisite dessert table was overturned on the ground, and cream, chocolate sauce and wine mixed together to form a strange river, but there was no sign of Charlotte Owen. Parasparrow, go and carry Owen out. The ant's roar caused the candy chandelier hanging from the ceiling to shake. Yes, Mom. Parasparrow took the order tremblingly and left. Soon, two Homie's soldiers made of candy and souls stumbled into the banquet hall carrying a stretcher. Charlotte Owen curled up on the stretcher. His iconic orange skin now turned a terrifying blue-gray, and most of his body was sunken as if it had been run over by a giant steamroller. His ribs were clearly visible through the flesh, drawing a hideous arc in the air. Hiro gasped and squatted down to carefully examine the injury. Who hurt him like this? He looked up at the ant, his voice filled with barely concealed shock. A rare trace of regret appeared on the ant's face, and she slowly recounted the tragic battle that happened half a month ago. It turns out that while Charlotte Owen was performing a secret mission, she encountered an elite Marine unit led by Garp. During the battle, the curly-haired young officer in the Marine activated the ability of frozen fruit, turning the entire sea surface into a huge ice field. An out-of-control Marine warship was speeding towards Owen's ship. Who do you think I am? Owen made bold statements, laughed wildly, and jumped off the boat without paying any attention to his companion's dissuasion. His body was engulfed in scorching flames as he tried to melt the warship with the power of the heat fruit, but at the last moment he chose to face the giant steel ship with his flesh and blood. As a result, the warship loaded with artillery ran over him mercilessly, leaving only this horrible body. The crew members of Roger Pirates turned their heads away, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Some people bit the back of their hands, some buried their faces in their hats, and the sound of suppressed laughter echoed in their chests. Hiro suppressed the upward curve of his lips, and Irving's ridiculous feats in the plot flashed through his mind. It turned out that this big brother's reckless attribute was actually a fine tradition, cultivated since childhood. What? As Owen's injury incurable, Big Mom suddenly approached, and the pressure she emanated almost distorted the air. It's not that she values family ties that much. However, Charlotte Irving ate the heat treat fruit, and was considered one of the children who was given special training. If he died like this, it would have an impact on the overall strength of the Big Mom Pirates. Hiro's eyes fell on the Sakura 10 in his hand. The sword was glowing with a faint white light, as if responding to the crazy thoughts in his heart. This injury can be cured, but you have to help me. Just tell me what you want, don't dither. The ant waved her hand impatiently, and her huge body brought up a fishy wind. Help me give this sword a soul, and I will let this sword bear these injuries. Hiro raised Sakura 10 above his head, and the sword reflected Big Mom's stunned expression. This is Shiki's Sakura 10. How did it end up in your hands? The ant's pupils suddenly contracted. Uncle Shiki was so generous and gave it to me because he immediately hit it off with me. Hiro kept his composure while urging, hurry up and use the power of your soul fruit to give this sword a soul. I think your fourth son is dying. Okay, it's a small matter. Watch carefully. A yellow soul flame rose from Big Mom's palm, which was the terrifying power of the soul fruit. After she condensed her soul flame into a ball of homie, she infused it with Sakura 10. The sword began to vibrate violently, emitting a sharp metallic scream. In an instant, a face with an honest smile appeared on the sword. Mom. Thank you for giving me life. The voice of Sakura 10 was childish and innocent, but it made the hairs on the head stand on end for everyone present. Chapter 28. Sword Spirit swallows injury. The ant pointed at Shiro and said in a cold tone. You don't need to thank me. From now on, this man is your master. You must obey him. Yes, master, I'm happy to serve you. The Sword Spirit, Sakura 10, bowed respectfully, and the light reflected from the sword cast a mysterious shadow on Hiro's face. Okay, we'll work together from now on. Now, let me give you something to eat. A triumphant smile appeared on Shiro's lips. Okay, thank you, master. The Sword Spirit, Sakura 10, was extremely excited and rubbed against Hiro again and again. He slapped Owen with his palm, and Owen's injuries recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a ball of pink energy emitting a strange glow gathered in his palm. That was the concrete form of the injury extracted by his ability of the meat glob fruit. Is this edible? The Sword Spirit of Sakura 10 trembled, and his voice was full of fear. I command you to eat it. Hiro's voice suddenly rose, carrying unquestionable majesty. Yes, master. The Sword Spirit closed its eyes and swallowed the terrifying energy in one gulp. Ah! Sakura 10. The Sword Spirit screamed. In an instant, the entire banquet hall was filled with deafening sounds of metal collision. Sakura 10 twisted and deformed violently, and the sword body burst out with a dazzling light. A minute later, everything returned to calm. Sword Spirit, how are you? Hiro carefully picked up the Sakura 10, his heart in his throat. This was his first attempt to combine the power of the meat globe fruit with a soul-imbued weapon, and scenes of countless previous failures flashed through his mind. Master, I feel full of strength. What did you give me to eat? Sakura 10. The Sword Spirit's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement, and the sword body burst into a brilliant light. It worked. This method really works. Hiro jumped up excitedly, his eyes shining with ecstasy. The people around him looked at each other, completely confused as to why the young man was so excited. Little did they know that a brand new ability that could change the rules of battle in the pirates' world was being born in this chaotic banquet hall. Next, Hiro enthusiastically used the power of the meatball fruit, gently touching the wounds of the injured people present. The wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the groans of pain were gradually replaced by whispers of gratitude. Hiro carefully fed the harmful substances ejected from the injured person to Sakura 10, beside him. The Sword Spirit devoured greedily like a glutton, making bursts of buzzing sounds. The ant's children gathered around, their eyes full of amazement and admiration, and their liking for Hiro increased greatly. This kid is really righteous. We can get along. If you have any problems in the future, just look for him. In whispers, everyone agreed that Shiro was a person who could get along with others. The tense situation, which was originally on edge and filled with gunpowder in the air, suddenly became much more relaxed. Seeing how capable Hiro was at such a young age, Big Mom proposed that he become her new husband. This move was opposed by his children, as no one wanted a stepfather who was only 16 years old. The aunt also kept her promise, slowly took out an exquisite brocade box from her arms, and solemnly handed it to Roger. When it was opened, a dazzling red light poured out, which was the precious red road sign text. Just as the members of Roger Pirates were packing their bags and preparing to set sail, a cold and beautiful figure stopped in front of Hiro. The visitor was none other than the protagonist of this tea party, Bajinjemu Stussy. She wore a golden fishtail dress that outlined her perfect curves, and her short golden hair fluttered gently in the breeze, each strand of hair telling of her charm. Thousands of emotions flowed through those big, Caroline eyes in a blink. Hiro looked at Stussy's outstanding appearance and his curvy and well-sculpted figure. His Adam's apple couldn't help but roll up and down, and he swallowed his saliva. Your name is Shiro, right? You're so strong at such a young age. I'm sure you'll be a great success. Stussy laughed sweetly, her voice as sweet as a silver bell. She gracefully lifted her short golden hair, and her big, expressive eyes kept blinking, sending sparks to Hiro. With such a seductive beauty in front of him, Shiloh felt dizzy, his mind began to drift, and he was a little bewildered. However, at this moment, the image of Miss Ba-jin, who was old, short and ugly, suddenly flashed through his mind. That image made Hiro shudder. Looking at Stussy in front of me more carefully, although her makeup is exquisite and she is well maintained, the thought that she is already in her 40s and will soon enter the aging period makes the excitement in my heart disappear without a trace. He frowned, his face full of disgust, and said in a cold tone. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. After saying that, he walked towards the Oro Jackson, without looking back, leaving Stussy standing there stunned. You little brat, do you have any eyesight? Stussy was so angry that his face turned red, and he kept stomping his toes on the ground. The sound was particularly loud in the empty venue. Seeing this, the aunt walked slowly to Stussy with her bloated steps, patted her shoulder gently, and whispered comfortingly. Stussy, don't get so serious with the kid. We have business to attend to. Dewfield should be here soon. With the aunt's comfort, Stussy suppressed his anger, stepped on his high heels, and followed the aunt back to the living room. On the Oro Jackson, the sea breeze gently rustled the sails. Roger laughed and put his arm around Hiro's shoulders, chatting casually. Hey, little Sheila, that Bajinjemu Stussy still has all the charm. Why did you reject her? Hiro stroked his chin, rolled his eyes, and made up a reason. Even our Captain Roger is still single. How can a small crew member like me have the nerve to look for a woman first? Of course, fulfilling our dreams is more important. Roger nodded thoughtfully, his eyes filled with relief. You're right, little Hiro. After we complete this journey, I have to take the lead in getting married and having children, otherwise these rough guys on our ship will end up alone. Just as Hiro was about to continue the conversation, the Sakura 10 sword spirit suddenly shone brightly and jumped out to interrupt. Master, little Sakura also wants to find a partner and have children. Hiro rolled his eyes and complained in his heart. How did Charlotte Linlin give me such a chatty soul? Interesting, this thing is really interesting. Our pirates group will be more lively from now on. Okay, to celebrate our capture of this red road sign, let's have a party. Ha 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 ha. Roger's hearty laughter rang out on the deck like a loud bell. The crew members cheered and brought in wine and delicious food. A carnival feast began. Chapter 29 The Legendary King of Boiling Resistance. After the banquet began, Hiro drank a few glasses and came to the stern alone, feeling a little tipsy. The moonlight shimmered on the sea, making the waves sparkle. He observed Sakura 10 carefully. He found that after Sakura 10 swallowed the pink harmful substances, the color of the blade became darker. Will this help Sakura 10 turn into a black sword faster? A thought flashed through his mind, and Shi Luo's blood boiled, and he swung his sword towards the sea. There was a loud bang, and the waves were split apart. The same sword move, but the power is actually increased a little. From now on, just feed the wounds from the meatball fruit to Sakura 10, and its power will continue to grow. Hiro muttered to himself as he touched the blade of the Sakura 10 sword. That's right, master. I will become stronger and stronger. The sword spirit jumped out again to interrupt. Hey, you chatterbox, can you please stop talking so much nonsense? Hiro said dissatisfiedly. What a chatterbox, master. Call me little Sakura from now on. The sword spirit emphasized seriously. Little Sakura is too feminine. As a sword spirit, you should take a name like Hockey. How about this? I've thought about it. You will specialize in taking the wounds caused by the meatball fruit from now on. I will change the name of this sword to Tetanus Blade. How about you call yourself Little Tetanus from now on? A sly glint flashed in Hiro's eyes. What a shame, master, please give me a new name. The sword spirit said aggrievedly, his voice full of pleading. Just call me Xiaopo. If you don't listen to me, I won't let you eat good food anymore. Shiro's tone was threatening. Woo woo woo, the master is bullying Xiaopo. The sword spirit actually started crying. A moment later, in order to vent its dissatisfaction, the sword spirit suddenly controlled Sakura 10 and shot a golden sword energy towards the sea. In an instant, the sea split into two, countless fish and shrimps were cut into two sections, and the sea was in a mess. This is Golden Lion Shiki's Lion Thousand Slice Valley. You can do this, kid? Shiro was stunned by the scene in front of him. Yes, Master, Xiaopo has this move in his memory. He originally didn't have the ability to use it, but after Master gave him something good to eat, Xiaopo was able to use it now. The sword spirit proudly waved in front of Hiro, its light gleaming. Okay, sure, Xiaopo, you can fight on your own in the future, become a good helper to my master. Hiro excitedly embraced the sword spirit and Sakura 10 in his arms, his heart filled with joy and anticipation. Leave it to me, I will protect the master well. The sword spirit held his head high and chest out, looking like a brave warrior, very human. In the rough New World waters, the Oro Jackson braved the wind and waves and sailed freely. Ever since Blade and Soul joined Roger Pirates, the laughter and noise on this legendary pirate's ship have become more and more lively. This cheerful and outgoing sword spirit is born with the magical power to make people let down their guard. It actively shuttled around the deck, enthusiastically greeting and chatting with every member on board. When the chef was preparing delicious food, he would come over and ask curiously about the seasoning. When the crew was repairing the boat, it also actively helped hand out tools and offered advice. As they get along day after day, Jian Ling has completely integrated into this big family full of love and passion, becoming an indispensable part of it. When the sun shines on the deck, casting golden shadows, Shanks draws his sword and begins practicing his swordsmanship. Every time this happened, the sword spirit would always notice it with its sharp eyes, and without waiting for Shanks to speak, it would jump out with a whoosh, turning into a sharp sword light and engaging in a fierce sparring match with Shanks. The sword spirit's moves were unpredictable, sometimes like a nimble fish, easily avoiding Shanks's attacks. Sometimes it is like a ferocious cheetah, attacking swiftly. Under the careful training and professional guidance of Blade and Spirit, Shanks' swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. His already extraordinary sword moves became even more fierce, and his sword's momentum was astonishing wherever it pointed. On the other hand, Buggy was well aware that his strength was slightly inferior to that of the team, and a hint of uneasiness often flashed in his round eyes. So, he would run to the sword spirit from time to time, with a flattering smile on his face, and say all kinds of exaggerated words of praise. Master Sword Spirit, your swordsmanship is simply divine. With you on board, we feel so relieved. He was so attentive simply because he hoped to get the protection of the sword spirit when he encountered danger, so that he could feel more secure. After the thrilling battle with Katakuri, Hiro deeply realized the importance of observation hockey and began to devote himself to training in this area. Foreseeing the future is a high-level observation hockey, and its practice is extremely difficult. At first, Hiro naively thought that as long as he had a fierce battle with Katakuri, he would be lucky enough to awaken the ability to foresee the future, like King Luffy. However, such good things did not happen to him. Perhaps it was because the process of him defeating Katakuri was relatively easy, lacking the breakthrough and tempering in desperate situations. Time passed quietly under the wash of the waves. After sailing on the sea for a long time, the Oro Jackson slowly approached an unknown island shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. The island is covered with dense vegetation and entwined vines, exuding a faint sense of unknown danger. When the crew landed on the island, they encountered a group of ignorant Marines. These Marines thought they could take down the famous Roger Pirates, but they didn't know that in the eyes of the pirates, they were just clowns who overestimated their own abilities. As expected, the Marines were easily defeated and fled in panic under the fierce attack of the Roger Pirates. At the same time, on the sea not far from the island, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates was slowly approaching. Buggy, who was on guard, was observing the surroundings vigilantly with a telescope. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply, and he warned everyone in a hurried voice. Oh no! The Whitebeard Pirates are coming. Upon hearing this news, Roger's eyes lit up with excitement. He was so excited that he shouted loudly. This fellow Newgate is a rare and good opponent. We can have a good fight. Just as everyone was still talking, a beast-like figure rushed out from the dense jungle. The man was nearly 4 meters tall, with a strong body and sturdy hands holding 2 swords that gleamed with cold light. The most striking thing is that this man of considerable age is actually wearing open-crotch pants, which looks very strange. Hiro recognized him immediately. This person was none other than the legendary Kazuki Oden, the famous king of cooking, and the legal heir of Wano Kuni. Kazuki Oden's talent is truly monstrous. He dared to throw away his nanny at the age of 0, caught rabbits with his bare hands at the age of 2, hit a giant bear with stones at the age of 4, frequented red light districts at the age of 6, had fierce fights with powerful gamblers at the age of 8, and even gangsters had to avoid him when they saw him at the age of 9. At the age of 15, he kidnapped free women every night and did some unspeakable things to them. His physical fitness is ridiculously strong, and the fact that he could be boiled in the boiler for so long and still be safe and sound is not groundless. But he was extremely confused and stupid in some of his decisions. A good hand of cards is played badly, which makes people dislike it. Seeing the powerful Kazuki Oden rushing towards them, Rayleigh and Jabba did not hesitate and jumped out first, posing in a fighting stance with a nimble posture, ready to face this fierce battle. Chapter 30 Roger Pirates vs Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, Roger rushed over while laughing and shouted. Wait, Rayleigh, Jabba, as the captain, I can't let you get hurt, leave it to me. Rayleigh and Jabba looked at each other, their mouths twitching helplessly. They knew very well that their captain was passionate about fighting, so they stopped trying to stop him and let him go. Kazuki Oden brandished his two swords, shouted, and used the spear, ghost mimic, move. 3 ordinary crew members of Roger Pirates were chopped to the ground and rushed towards Roger with great momentum. Faced with such a fierce attack, Roger's eyes glared and he shouted, God avoid. He swung the ace in his hand fiercely. A powerful slash, laced with black and red lightning, cut through the air and struck Kazuki Oden with the force of thunder. Kazuki Oden was hit by the slash before he could dodge, and spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His massive body flew backwards dozens of meters like a kite with its string cut, crashing through more than a dozen trees before coming to a stop. However, even though this powerful man was seriously injured, he acted as if nothing had happened, quickly climbing to his feet, his fighting spirit undimmed. Just when Roger wanted to continue sparring with Kazuki Oden, a tall and strong figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The man who came was Whitebeard, with a pretty and sexy look, holding a long-handled naginata in his hand. He was the future, strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. His eyes were cold and full of anger, and he swung his naginata at Roger. Roger reacted quickly and made another, divine dodge, with his backhand. In an instant, Ace and Kong Yunchi did not actually touch each other in midair, but their domineering moves collided fiercely. Conqueror's Haki was released wantonly, and the terrifying airflow it generated caused the surrounding space to begin to distort and deform. The ground shook violently, and the surrounding grass and trees were instantly reduced to dust under this powerful force. Many crew members were blown away by the strong airflow and fell heavily to the ground. After a fight, Roger and Whitebeard each stood firm and fought evenly. Roger smiled happily, his signature laugh echoing across the island. Newgate, Sasabuli Dana, your strength has increased a little bit. You're the strongest opponent I have met in a while. Wahahahahaha. That laughter was filled with admiration for the strong and the joy of fighting. Whitebeard swung the Kusugong Kris beautifully and said in a deep voice. Gulala, Roger, Oden is my brother, how dare you hurt him, I won't let you go. Roger looked puzzled and asked, Hey Newgate, didn't you adopt a son? When did you start taking in a brother? Whitebeard's face darkened as Marco, Kazuki Oden and other crew members appeared behind him. Don't worry about that. Come on, let's have a fight. The 2 pirates will fight. Whoever loses gets to keep the treasure, Gulala. Behind Roger, the King's Wings, Hero, Bullet and others also appeared, showing no fear. The 2 sides didn't waste any more time talking and tacitly looked for their opponents. A protracted war between pirates has begun. On this turbulent Grand Line, the clashes between pirates are always full of drama. The clash between Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates is particularly delicate because of the special old friendship between the captains of the 2 ships, who are both enemies and friends. In the smoke of battle, although everyone was pointing swords at each other, they were all consciously or unconsciously measuring the distance, showing their strength while avoiding damage to the foundation. Especially those famous and powerful people in the Roger Pirates group, who did not dare to give their all when facing the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates group who had not yet fully grown up. They all knew that if they opened fire at full capacity, the Whitebeard Pirates would probably suffer heavy casualties. This battle, which should have been brutal, seemed more like a friendly exchange with a hint of trial. In the crowd, Harrow's sharp eyes quickly scanned the entire court and quickly found the opponent that best suited him, Kazuki Oden. Among the Whitebeard Pirates at that time, only Kazuki Oden could barely stand on the same level as Rayleigh and Jabba. In Hero's eyes, the others could hardly pose a real threat. However, Hero chose Kazuki Oden not only because of his strong strength. Over the years, Hero has encountered a bottleneck in his practice of armament hockey that is difficult to break through. He was clearly just one step away from awakening the advanced armament hockey, but no matter how hard he tried, the door to a higher realm remained closed. Of course, it is also possible that there is a problem with Rayleigh's teaching method. Kazuki Oden comes from the mysterious Wanokuni, and the emission he masters is the high-level armament hockey that Hero dreams of. This gave Hero hope of breaking through the bottleneck. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a strange wave of energy appeared around Hero's body. With the ability of teleportation, he appeared in front of Kazuki Oden and blocked his way steadily. At this moment, Kazuki Oden only had Roger in his eyes, who had just used divine avoidance to knock him away. His attention was completely attracted by Roger. Suddenly a young man appeared in front of him, which made him frown and look impatient. Do you want to taste whether my sword is sharp? Kazuki Oden held Enma and Aim no Habazan tightly in his hands, the blades shining coldly in the sunlight. When Hero heard this provocative line, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart, as if he had heard it somewhere before. A confident smile appeared on his lips, and he drew the tetanus blade from his waist without hesitation. He met Kazuki Oden's gaze with a tone that was equally provocative. My sword is not bad either. Before he finished speaking, the aura around the two of them suddenly surged, and a wonderful duel was about to begin. The battle was about to break out. Kazuki Oden's two-sword swordsmanship was well-deserved. As the sword flashed, the sharp sword energy broke through the air and attacked Hero with overwhelming force. But Hero is no less impressive. His swordsmanship was taught personally by 2 top swordmasters, Roger and Rayleigh. Whether in the exquisiteness of the moves or the control of rhythm, he is on par with Kazuki Oden. The two men moved as fast as lightning on the deck, and the crisp sound of swords clashing was endless. In the blink of an eye, they had fought for 40 or 50 rounds. Hiro was fully focused in the fierce battle. Not only did he have to deal with Kazuki Oden's violent attacks, but he also had to pay attention to the subtle changes in his opponent's moves, especially the way he used armament haki. He knew very well that this might contain the key to breaking through his own bottleneck. Seeing that ordinary moves were not enough to defeat Hiro, Kazuki Oden's eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity, and he immediately decided to use his ultimate move. Chapter 31 The Fat Black Man Who Resists Damage in an Instant. Kazuki Oden's aura suddenly rose, and a strong red haki wrapped around his two swords. He crossed his two swords in a cross position, ready to strike. Oden's two-sword style. Peach Garden Tenkan. With a deafening roar, Kazuki Oden suddenly jumped up, flashed, and slashed down at Hiro fiercely. Just in time, Shiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that this move was an extremely powerful sword move that was enough to cut Kaido's dragon body. At that moment, Hiro did not hesitate to cover the tetanus blade with all his strength with armament haki, preparing for a head-on battle with Kazuki Oden. At this critical moment, the voice of the sword spirit suddenly rang in Hiro's mind. Master, let Xiaopo take action. Shiro's eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, he loosened his grip on the hilt. It or you lie in Thousand Slice Valley. The sword spirit shouted softly, and a brilliant golden sword energy burst out from the blade, cutting through the air and meeting Kazuki Oden's attack with indestructible momentum. Kazuki Oden groaned, and his entire body was quickly covered with emission, forcibly blocking the incredibly powerful sword energy. The huge impact force caused his body to sway slightly, and his feet left two deep marks on the deck. Sharp! Hiro exclaimed in admiration and quickly grasped the hilt of the tetanus blade, taking advantage of the fact that Kazuki Oden's old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated. He fought another move with the opponent who was close at hand. Bite! A crisp and deafening sound of metal collision was heard, and the three weapons collided violently, bursting out dazzling sparks. A powerful gust of wind spread out from the two of them, forcing the surrounding crew members to retreat. Although Hiro blocked Kazuki Oden's move with his solid skills, a strange red haki penetrated his body along the blade. Puff! Shi Luo felt his chest churning and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale instantly, but his heart was filled with shock. Is this emission's internal sabotage? Only by experiencing this destructive power personally did he truly understand the horror of emission. Without thinking too much, Hiro suppressed the discomfort and slapped the wound without hesitation, trying to flush out the damage in his body. But at this moment, he discovered that the sword spirit had been exhausted after using all its strength to send out that sword energy, and had fallen into a dormant state, and was unable to help him absorb the damage at all. FK, you're trying to trick me at the critical moment. Xyluoxin Chunin kept complaining, feeling helpless. He knew that if he didn't transfer the damage to other creatures as soon as possible, it would return to his body, and the injury would probably be even more serious. He looked around anxiously and his eyes soon locked on a little black fat man. This person is Marshal D. Teach, a trainee of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this time, Teach was plump and looked very wretched, but he had no idea that he was about to face a disaster. A fierce look flashed in Hiro's eyes, and he moved behind Marshal Teach in a flash. Before the other party could react, he injected the ball of damage into his body. Ah! Marshal Teach let out a shrill scream and rolled around on the ground in agony, his face full of fear and pain. Call! Hiro breathed a sigh of relief. His tense mood slightly relaxed. He winked at Marshal Teach lying on the ground, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry, brother. Marshal Teach was sweating profusely from the pain, his entire body twitching, and he had no energy to reply. Looking at the man who would backstab Whitebeard and become one of the 4 emperors in the future, Hiro felt a flash of murderous intent in his heart. At that moment, he even wanted to take this opportunity to completely resolve this hidden danger. But reason soon calmed him down, and during this period, Marshal Teach still behaved like a good crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, showing unity and friendship. If I kill him now, given how much Whitebeard values his crew, he will definitely fight me to the death, and the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Hiro no longer hesitated, his figure flashed again, and he teleported back to Kazuki Oden. The fighting spirit in his eyes was rekindled, and he continued to fight fiercely with this powerful opponent. Kazuki Oden was surprised to see that Hiro was injured but appeared in front of him full of energy without any sign of injury. But he did not show mercy. Instead, he used his ultimate move without reservation, and a series of attacks containing powerful force poured towards Hiro. Hiro gritted his teeth and took the attacks one by one. When faced with moves that used emission, he even deliberately used his body to feel them, just to gain a deeper understanding of the mystery of emission. As a result, his injuries continued to increase, but he didn't care. Whenever he was injured, he would use the power of the meat globe fruit to slap the damage away, and then transfer the damage intact to Marshal Teach without hesitation. Rock's son, right? People's dreams never stop, right? The damage won't stop. This fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As time went by, Marshal Teach had already fallen into a coma, lying there like a lifeless dead dog, his body covered with scars left by painful struggles. 3 days passed quietly, and in the repeated confrontations with Oden, Hiro finally realized the shocking power of emission. After countless attempts and explorations, he successfully mastered this extremely advanced armament hockey skill, a power that only a truly strong person can wield. At the moment when Hiro mastered the emission skill, the sword spirit, which had been dormant for a long time, also sensed the increase in the master's power and slowly woke up. The sword spirit emitted a faint light, as if cheering for Shiro's growth. Hiro's eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned the battlefield. Although the personnel on both sides had fought fiercely, basically no one suffered serious injuries. He frowned slightly, touched his chin, and a sly look flashed in his eyes. This won't do. How can I feed the sword spirit good food if you don't get hurt? Hiro fell into deep thought, his brain working rapidly. After a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he thought of a brilliant idea, to use sniping to deal with the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Don't go. Keep fighting with me. Kazuki Oden rushed over fiercely, brandishing two swords, the blades cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Oh my god, this isn't over yet. Do you really think I can't beat you? Hiro's face turned stern, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and he fired a god evasion at Kazuki Oden without hesitation. That powerful slash rushed towards Kazuki Oden. Chapter 32 Oden goes on board. Ah! Kazuki Oden let out a scream and his body flew backwards under the powerful impact. He knocked down several thick trees in succession before he could barely stabilize his body. Although Hiro's divine evasion is slightly less powerful than Roger's, it is still enough to make Kazuki Oden suffer terribly and unable to recover for a while. You actually know this trick? Kazuki Oden's face was filled with shock, and his words became stammering. From this moment on, he no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly young opponent. 3 days of intense fighting took a huge toll on Kazuki Oden's physical strength. When he was hit by Shenbi again, he finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat. Hiro transformed into Old Six and kept moving around the battlefield with his flexible teleportation ability. He found the right moment and sent powerful shockwaves towards the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Except for Marco, who was able to repair his wounds by himself because of his Phoenix ability, almost everyone else was hit by Hiro's shockwave and suffered serious internal injuries. This fight had completely lost its original nature of a friendly match. Seeing this, Roger took the initiative to call a halt. He looked at the Whitebeard pirates members who were stumbling and seriously injured, his brows furrowed tightly, and his tone was filled with a hint of dissatisfaction and surprise. Little Hiro, did you do all this? Yes, in order to let them know the cruelty of adventures on the sea, I decided to leave them with some deep memories. Hiro put his hands behind his back, looking very confident. Roger's face was full of black lines, and he felt helpless in his heart. After all, anyone could see that this matchup was supposed to be a friendly exchange. However, Hiro turned the game into a one-sided crushing defeat. You little brat, you actually hurt all my sons, I'm going to kill you. Whitebeard was furious and rushed towards Hiro viciously, emitting a powerful aura. Roger quickly stopped Whitebeard and comforted him. Newgate, don't worry. Hiro ate the fleshball fruit and can take pictures of these people's injuries. After hearing this, Whitebeard's expression softened slightly and he laughed loudly. Gulala, so that's how it is, little devil, then you should heal my sons quickly. Okay, watch me, Xiaopo, follow me, there will be something delicious to eat. Hiro waved his hand, and the sword spirit immediately followed him to treat the injured. Half an hour later, Hiro successfully photographed the injuries of everyone except Marshal Teach. Facing Whitebeard's questioning, Hiro remained calm and said calmly that Marshal Teach's injuries were too serious and he was unable to treat him. How could he dare to tell Whitebeard that these injuries were actually caused by him? Whitebeard sighed helplessly, there was no other way. Hiro thought to himself that it would be nice if he could nip the evil Blackbeard in the bud. However, he still underestimated Marshal Teach's tenacious vitality. This guy is simply a blood cow. When the two pirates groups started to hold a banquet, he woke up on his own. At the banquet, Whitebeard drank until his face flushed and he was in high spirits. He grabbed Hiro's hand and said loudly, Gulala, little Hiro, are you interested in joining the Whitebeard pirates and becoming my son? Hiro held his forehead with his right hand, secretly complaining in his heart. This guy's old habit of wanting to recognize a son has come back. If you want to have a family, you don't have to recognize a son. You can also do live broadcasts. Before he could even open his mouth to refuse, Roger couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stepped forward to stop Whitebeard's recruitment. Newgate, stop dreaming. Little Hiro is the future of our Roger pirates and the future of the pirates' world. He will support the next era. The two of them started bickering with each other again. As time went by, the banquet gradually came to an end. Before parting, Roger learned that Kazuki Oden could read the original text of history. He was overjoyed and quickly asked Whitebeard to borrow him. He vowed that after reaching the final island, he would definitely let Kazuki Oden return to the Whitebeard pirates. When Whitebeard heard this, he immediately flew into a rage and roared. Roger, you're going too far. You don't allow little Hiro to be my son, and you even want to borrow Oden away. Dream on. Roger was very anxious now. Finding the final island and unlocking the secrets of the historical text has been the dream of the entire pirates group for many years. Seeing Whitebeard's firm attitude, Roger gritted his teeth and even wanted to kneel down in front of Whitebeard and beg him to lend him the person. Seeing this, Hiro quickly stopped Roger's behavior. Captain, you don't need to do this. the decision on this matter doesn't lie with Whitebeard, but with Kazuki Oden himself. Hearing this, hope rekindled in Roger's eyes, and he looked at Kazuki Oden expectantly. Kazuki Oden pondered for a moment, then said to Whitebeard with a firm gaze. Brother Newgate, I also want to go to the final island and take a look. Please allow me to join the Roger pirates temporarily. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard clenched his right fist in anger and continuously released the powerful force of the shock fruit from his body, causing the air around him to tremble, in order to express his inner pain and struggle. But in the end, he chose to respect Kazuki Oden's decision, agreed to his request, and allowed him to leave the Whitebeard pirates. In this way, the Roger Pirates team welcomed a powerful new crew member. At this time, the Roger Pirates team has 6 superfighters: Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Hiro, Bullet and Oden, which can be said to be very powerful. Even when he met the extremely powerful Rocks pirate back then, he was not at all inferior. The atmosphere on the Oro Jackson became very lively due to Oden's joining. At this time, Oden had already married Kazuki and had 2 lovely children, Momosuke and Kazuki Hiyori. Everyone in the Roger Pirates group likes children very much and often plays with Momonosuke and Hiyori. Even the usually mischievous Shanks and Buggy are no exception. However, only Hiro sneers at Oden's son Momonosuke. Because he knew what Momonosuke did when he grew up, if Oden had not become his partner, he would have wanted to strangle the boy to death. However, when it comes to Kazuki, Hiro has a different attitude. He behaves very respectfully and politely. It's not because Shi Luo inherited the legacy of Wei Wu and liked married women. It's because Kazuki ate the Paramecia time fruit, which allows him to travel through time and space to the future. According to Hiro's research and predictions on the meat globe fruit, if the meat globe fruit is developed to the ultimate level, it may also have the ability to travel through time and space. So, he wanted to ask Kazuki about how to use the ability of the time fruit. That day, when he looked at Kazuki in her kimono, he suddenly said, "Mrs. Shi, you don't miss your son either." Chapter 33 Leader of the Revolutionary Army. Before he could finish his words, Hiro slapped himself and thought to himself, "The kimono of my daily life has misled me." Kazuki looked at Hiro in surprise, who was behaving strangely, and asked softly, "What happened to Momonosuke?" "Oh, it's okay." Shiro took a deep breath, stopped himself from thinking too much, and continued, "Mrs. Shi, I would like to ask you about the knowledge of the time fruit." Kazuki stared at the curious light flashing in Hiro's eyes, narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and finally let go of the doubt in his heart. In her opinion, Hiro was simply attracted by the mysterious power of the time fruit and had no other complicated thoughts. Therefore, Kazuki told the story without reservation about his in-depth understanding of the fruit of time over the years and the unique experience he had accumulated in the process of using it, describing every detail in meticulous detail. Hiro listened to Kazuki's story attentively, a thoughtful glimmer gradually appeared in his eyes, and some inspiration quietly emerged in his heart. However, he quickly calmed down and realized that he still had a long way to go before he could truly master the heaven-defying ability of traveling through time and space. At least the meat globe fruit needs to be awakened to take the crucial first step on this path. But this is easier said than done. As time went by, in the following year, the focus of Roger Pirates operations shifted dramatically from New World to the upper half of the Grand Line. The Roger Pirates sailing route is completely different from that of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original work, and has its own unique trajectory. Looking back on the past years, most of the time, the Roger Pirates were like a group of travelers drifting casually on the sea, wandering around without a clear goal. I drifted aimlessly on the vast ocean for 20 or 30 years, going wherever I went and enjoying the unrestrained adventure. In the past decade or so, they have basically been operating in the New World, an area full of challenges and opportunities. The reason for returning to the upper part of the Grand Line this time is mainly to look for important clues in the red road sign text and historical text. They are eager to get one step closer to the final island, a mysterious place that hides countless secrets, and uncover the long-hidden truth. The Oro Jackson braved the rough seas, its sails filled to the brim by the wind, and soon crossed the calm belt. There is no wind in the calm belt, and the sea surface is as calm as a mirror, but it hides great dangers. There are many huge and ferocious sea kings here, and if you are not careful you will fall into an irretrievable situation. The Roger Pirates did not dare to stop for a moment. The crew worked together to control the ship and rushed forward in one breath. However, the long voyage had exhausted all the fresh water and food. "We need to find an island to replenish our fresh water and food." Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, and a cold light flashed across the lenses. He looked at Roger, who had his head drooped and looked as listless as a frostbitten eggplant because he had no wine to drink, and there was a hint of worry in his tone. At this moment, Buggy suddenly picked up the telescope and shouted excitedly, "Look, there's an island ahead." Hearing the sound, everyone turned their eyes to the island that was faintly visible in the distance. The island was lush and green with dense vegetation. Everyone's faces were suddenly filled with expectation. After all, if fresh water is not replenished, everyone will die of thirst in this vast ocean. Jabba skillfully spread out the map, examined it carefully, and shouted to Roger, "Captain, this island is called Ruskina Island. Not far away is Nine Snake Island. Do you want to go to the island?" Roger's head, which had been drooping, suddenly raised up, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he immediately became energetic. He waved his hand and said loudly, "Of course we have to go up, we have no more wine on the boat." Hiro stood aside, the corners of his mouth twitching, and he secretly complained in his heart. This unreliable captain only cares about wine. You didn't even mention fresh water or food. Soon, the Oro Jackson slowly docked near Ruskine Island. As soon as the boat stopped, all the crew members jumped off the boat impatiently and rushed to the island. However, at this moment, 3 arrows suddenly came through the wind and hit the crew of Roger pirates right in front of them, deeply embedded in the ground, with the tails of the arrows still trembling slightly. Then, a clear and beautiful female voice sounded. Who are you? Why are you here on the island affiliated with the Amazon Lily Kingdom? Everyone looked up and saw a tall and beautiful woman appear before their eyes. She is about 1.85 meters tall, with an upright posture and delicate features on a beautiful face, especially her big, kiss-me eyes, which are particularly expressive. Her dark purple short hair was neat and tidy, and she wore a pair of snake-shaped earrings that sparkled strangely in the sunlight. At this moment, he was holding a bow and arrow with the bowstring taut, aiming at the people of Roger pirates, his face full of vigilance. Don't misunderstand me, beautiful lady. We just want to refill our drinks. We have no ill intentions. Roger rubbed the back of his head naively, with his signature smile on his face, and took a big step forward, trying to dispel the other party's doubts with his enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, the beauty didn't buy it. Her eyes turned cold, she put an arrow on the bow, and in one smooth movement, she shot an arrow at Roger's forehead. Roger's face changed and he quickly wrapped the armament hockey around his head. With a ding sound, the arrow was bounced away. It seems Captain Roger's charm only works on men, not on women. Hiro stroked his chin, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and this thought flashed through his mind involuntarily. Hey, let's talk. Seeing this, Rayleigh quickly stepped forward, bowed slightly towards the beauty, and put on a gentle smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. The beauty's expression calmed down a bit, but she still ordered him to leave in a cold tone. I advise you to leave here quickly, otherwise, we, Nine Snake Island, will not let you go. Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness, not knowing what to do. Just when the atmosphere reached a stalemate, a deep male voice suddenly rang out. What's the matter, Toledo? Hearing this voice, the beautiful woman named Toritoma immediately put down her bow and arrow, her eyes filled with love, her face filled with infatuation, and she turned to look at the person who came. The man was over 2 meters and 5 feet tall, with a strong physique, 2 obvious red marks on his face, an amazing aura, and an invisible pressure. When Hiro saw the person coming, his eyes widened and a storm of emotion surged in his heart. This man was none other than the father of pirates King Luffy and leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 34 Old Friends Reunion. Long, why did you come out? I can handle this matter. Toritoma held his face in his hands, looking like he was in love, and his voice was full of coquettishness. Long strode forward, his eyes sharp as a torch, carefully examining the members of the Roger Pirates group. Suddenly, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his voice trembled slightly. You are, before he could finish his words, 2 men and 1 woman appeared behind him. One of them is tall and powerful, with a simple look on his face, giving people a simple and reliable feeling. One person has purple hair, neither male nor female, and exudes a unique aura. There is also a pretty pink-haired girl holding a lollipop, playful and cute. When Hiro saw these 3 people, he immediately exclaimed. Brother Ivankov, Brother Bear, Sister Ginny, you are, little Hiro. When the 3 saw Shiluo, they were stunned for a moment, then after looking him up and down, they all rushed over. The 4 old friends were very happy to get together, with bright smiles on their faces, and they couldn't wait to start chatting. Ginny stood on tiptoe and touched Hiro's head, her fingertips gently brushing the ends of his hair, and her voice, gentle and mature with years, was filled with wonder. Little Hiro, we haven't seen each other for 12 years, you've grown up. Hiro looked at Ginny's pretty face, his eyes full of surprise and emotion. Yes, Sister Ginny, you have become a great beauty too. As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently swept to the side. A big bear, nearly 7 meters tall, stood quietly in the corner, its round body almost occupying half of the wall. At this moment, he was touching the back of his head in a foolish manner, his chubby face was suspiciously flushed, and even his earlobes were dyed a shy pink. Ginny's eyes curved with amusement, and she took out a beautifully wrapped lollipop from her trouser pocket and stuffed it into Hiro's palm without saying anything. Little brat, you've grown up and become sweet-mouthed, I'll give you some good food. The colorful candy wrappers reflected the Madara's gorgeous light in the sunlight. Shiro wanted to refuse, but seeing how enthusiastic Ginny was, he finally put the lollipop carefully into his arms. Hiro boy, long time no see, did you miss me? With an exaggerated ending and twisting waist, Ivankov rushed over in a very dramatic posture. As his eyes moved, his long nails painted in bright colors were about to wrap around Hiro's neck. Hiro instinctively reached out and pressed the other person's head. His eyes swept over the other person's flamboyant makeup and twisting body, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Looking at his attire and temperament, this guy has eaten the hormone fruit and turned into ********. Thinking of this, he shuddered imperceptibly and quickly changed the subject. Brother Ivankov, please don't be like this. Why are you here? Ivankov leaned against the wall, tapped his chin elegantly with his fingertips, and said in a low, mysterious voice. Well, we were in the Solby Kingdom before, and then Brother Long came there and organized a revolutionary army to fight against the world government. He glanced at the tall dragon in the distance, his eyes full of admiration. We are moved by Brother Long's ideals and courage and have decided to follow him. This is the temporary command center of our revolutionary army. Hiro nodded thoughtfully, his eyes suddenly drawn to the figure beside the dragon. The beautiful woman holding the bow and arrow exudes a cold aura, yet she inadvertently reveals a hint of girlish innocence. Who is this person? He pointed at the other person and asked curiously. She is the current king of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Tolitoma. Before Ivankov could finish his words, Hiro's eyes widened. What? The name instantly opened the floodgates of his memory. The image of Boa Hancock, a lovesick woman in the original novel, and Tolitoma's affectionate eyes, led him to form a bold guess. King Luffy's mother is most likely the previous empress. At this moment, hearty laughter broke the brief silence. Roger strode up to Long and slapped his shoulder hard, making the air buzz. So you're that Garp guy's son. You're just as imposing as your father. Ha 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 ha. Long's expression remained solemn, his brows furrowed tightly, and his tone was somewhat distant. Captain Roger, I am now on hostile terms with my father, and this isn't the first time we've met. Oh, have we met before? Roger rubbed his chin, his face filled with confusion. About a year ago, your Roger pirates and Golden Lions flying pirates engaged in a fierce battle off the coast of Ed Vol. A hurricane then appeared, destroying the Golden Lion fleet. Did you know that this happened? A faint smile appeared on Long's lips, and his stern face softened a little in the rare memory. So, Roger's pupils suddenly shrank, and he cried out in disbelief. This hurricane is because of you. Yes, Big Bear, Ivankov, and Ginny are my right-hand men. They keep telling me about a child who saved them. The dragon's eyes fell gently on Xyluo. That day, I happened to be passing through the Eid-Wall Sea. When I saw someone on your ship using the power of the meatball fruit, I knew it was him, so I helped you out. I thought it was to repay the favor of my 3 subordinates who saved my life. Hiss. The Roger pirate's crew gasped one after another, and the atmosphere froze in an instant. How powerful must a person be to have created such a huge hurricane? Buggy's face turned even paler. It turned out that the hurricane that turned the tide of the battle was not caused by his conqueror's luck at all. Shiro also stood there in a daze, and the firm assumptions in his mind suddenly collapsed. A hint of shame also came with it. In fact, even without him, Big Bear could still have saved the 3 of them by eating the meatball fruit. Tolitoma keenly sensed the change in atmosphere and immediately put away her hostility, switching to passionate mode with her skirt flying. She ordered Da Shang and the others to bring out the fine wines they had collected for many years, filled the long table with the special delicacies of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and soon lit a bonfire in the open space outside the command center. A grand banquet began. The flickering firelight illuminated everyone's faces. Hiro, Ginny, and Big Bear sat in a corner. After 3 rounds of drinks, the tipsy Shiro suddenly remembered something. He sat up straight and looked at Da Shang sincerely. Brother Big Bear, are you married to Sister Ginny? The Big Bear coughed violently as if he was choked, his huge head almost buried in his chest, and he stammered and couldn't speak. Ginny crossed her arms over her chest, but the corners of her mouth turned up, betraying her pretended anger. Brother Big Bear, do you have any concerns? Shiro stood up suddenly and asked with a flushed face. Chapter 35 Murloc Hero Fisher Tiger. The anxiety and worry that had been suppressed for many years completely erupted at this moment. Ivankov came over at the right time and explained in a tone that was a bit disappointing. Little Hero, Big Bear feels that because of their blood relationship, marrying him will bring misfortune. Confused. Hiro's voice was particularly clear in the night. Brother Big Bear, I have to tell you this. Sister Ginny is such a good person, but you didn't seize the opportunity. If anything unexpected happens in the future, it will be too late to regret. Don't believe in bloodlines. Aren't you the revolutionary army to break the celestial dragon's hateful bloodline theory? His words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. The noise at the banquet suddenly stopped, and everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 people. Long slowly stood up and strode to Big Bear and Ginny, holding their shoulders tightly with his powerful hands. That's right, Big Bear, this hero brother is right. We, the revolutionary army, are determined to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule. What bloodline? All that bullshit. You 2 get married now, and I'll be your witness. This sentence immediately ignited the atmosphere of the whole audience. After a moment of stunned silence, Big Bear's face lit up with a bright smile, still rubbing the back of his head in a silly manner. Ginny blushed and lowered her head, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Get married. Get married. Shanks and Buggy led the cheers, and everyone stood up to help with the arrangements. In a short while, the originally simple cottage was decorated with ribbons and flowers, becoming warm and romantic. Kazuki, who had experience in marriage, used his superb craftsmanship to quickly make a decent wedding dress for Ginny. The moonlight gently sprinkled on the open space, and the bonfire reflected the happy faces of the newlyweds. Amid the cheers and blessings of the crowd, Big Bear and Ginny exchanged vows. Shiro stood in the crowd, watching the lovers finally get married, his eyes slightly moist. The ending that was destined to be tragic in the original work has now been completely rewritten through his efforts. This sense of accomplishment is more precious than any treasure. A lively wedding banquet came to an end under the blowing of the sea breeze, and the noise and joy gradually dissipated. With a longing for the unknown, the members of Roger Pirates once again set out towards the vast ocean on the Oro Jackson, which carries countless dreams. In the vast upper half of the Grand Line, I tirelessly searched for the mysterious historical text. The Oro Jackson broke through the waves on the sea, and after a long and thrilling journey, it finally arrived at the legendary The Fishmen Island. This island hidden in the deep sea is full of mystery and carries the hopes and sorrows of the merfolk. After much inquiry, the members of Roger Pirates learned that the Fishmen Island had two precious historical texts and decided to take them. As the Oro Jackson slowly approached the Fishmen Island, a strange scene occurred. The fishermen who were originally active nearby scattered and hid the moment they saw the boat. The fleeing figures were filled with fear and anxiety, and the air was filled with tension. Shanks was puzzled by the fishmen's unusual reaction. He pulled Hiro's sleeve and asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. Brother Zailuo, why are these fishmen so afraid of us? Well, Shi Luo frowned slightly, dragged out the last word, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. This brings us to the world ruled by celestial dragons. In this cruel world, celestial dragons reign supreme, using their immense power to enslave others at will and treat life as worthless. With just one order from them, countless innocent people would become slaves and lose their freedom. The merfolk, due to their strong bodies, possess powers beyond those of ordinary people, and some of them have outstanding appearances, which has become their original essence. For profit, human traffickers often extend their evil hands to the murlocs, capturing them and selling them to celestial dragons as slaves. Such tragedies have repeatedly occurred throughout the history of the murlocs, and each plunder has left a deep scar in their hearts. Hearing this, Shank's eyes were filled with anger, his fists clenched, and he gritted his teeth and said, "So that's how it is, celestial dragons are nothing." Forehead. Hiro froze in place, a complicated expression on his face. He really wanted to tell Shanks that you are also a celestial dragon, and born into one of the top celestial dragon families. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. The members of Roger Pirates knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. In order to avoid any complications, they quickened their pace and headed towards Ryugu City. However, before they had gone far, a group of weapon-wielding fishmen suddenly rushed out and surrounded them. The leader had a striking red skin and a body as strong as an iron tower. He wore a turban on his head. His unique attire, coupled with the powerful aura emanating from him, made people dare not underestimate him. Hiro took a look and was shocked. This man was the fishman Hiro Fisher Tiger who would later wreak havoc in the holy land of Mariajoy, liberate slaves, and establish the Sun Pirates. Behind Tiger were two younger brothers, one with blue skin and the other with purple skin. It was Jinbei and Arlong in their youth. Arlong's eyes were filled with anger. He took a step forward and yelled at the top of his voice. "Hey, you bunch of human bastards, are you trying to capture slaves from our mermaid tribe again? Brothers, kill them." That hoarse roar was filled with hatred and dissatisfaction towards humanity. Fisher Tiger reached out and grabbed Arlong's shoulder, saying gently, "Arlong, don't be so impulsive. There are many good people among humans. We must strive to live in peace with them." Boss Tiger, but, they. Arlong wanted to retort, but was pulled back by Jinbei. "Arlong, we must treat humans with love, and humans will love us back. Do you understand?" Tiger continued to teach earnestly, his eyes full of tenderness. Although Arlong didn't really take Tiger's words in, it made the Roger Pirates team like him more. Especially, the only Murloc in the Pirates group, Sunbel. Sassy as ignoring Dana. "Tiger, you're still so friendly to humans." Sunbel walked up and greeted Tiger. Tiger looked at Sunbel and his eyes widened. You are Sunbel. "Yes, we haven't seen each other since I went out to sea. It's been more than 10 years. Sunbel opened his arms and hugged Tiger. "After you went out to sea with a pirate group, there was no news. I thought you." Tiger's voice was trembling, and he held his former friend's hand a little tighter. "You don't think I've become a slave, do you?" Sunbel said with a teasing tone. Chapter 36 Marine arrives. Sunbel, you don't know, in recent years, the number of human traffickers coming to capture us Murlocs as slaves has increased. Tiger clenched his fists and looked at the suspicious black shadows that flashed by from time to time in the distance. Those human traffickers are like omnipresent demons, silently extending their tentacles and dragging our people into darkness. That's why I organized a guard team to patrol day and night to drive away the human traffickers and protect the safety of the fish people. At the end of his words, his voice was full of helplessness, and he slowly loosened his arms that were hugging Sunbel. Sunbel knew that this situation had been going on for a long time and fell into deep thought for a moment. Roger adjusted his iconic straw hat, strode forward with a smile that could melt ice on his face. "Hello, we are the Roger Pirates. We have no ill intentions here, we just want to see your king." Roger's voice was loud and sincere. He extended his hand, palm facing up. "I wonder if this brother can help lead the way." That smile seemed to have magic, which made people's vigilance unconsciously melt away. Sunbel reacted and quickly introduced. "Tiger, this is the captain of our pirates, Gordy." Roger. Hearing the name, Tiger's pupils suddenly contracted, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "So you're the Roger Pirates, the famous pirates on the seas. What an honor to meet you." Without hesitation, he quickly shook Roger's hand and said very straightforwardly, "Come with me." After this is done, Come to our boat and have a party together, brother Tiger, ha 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 ha. Roger laughed and patted Tiger's butt generously. Tiger also responded with a smile. That's great, ha ha ha. Then, he took a big step forward, leading the way, and swam towards Ryugu Castle with the Roger pirates. Under the leadership of Tiger, the Roger pirates soon arrived at Ryugu Castle. The Dragon Palace is magnificent, with shell-shaped buildings inlaid with sparkling gems, sparkling under the light from the seabed. The current king is Shirahoshi's father Neptune, a fishman who has just taken over as king for a few years. He is tall and wears a crown on his head that symbolizes royal power. When he heard that the famous Roger pirates had arrived, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he quickly swung his tail to greet them and immediately set up a banquet to entertain them. The banquet hall was brightly lit, and the tables were filled with all kinds of underwater delicacies. Luminous jellyfish suspended in the air illuminate the entire space. The air is filled with the aroma of grilled fish and the mellow flavor of seaweed wine, which is mouth-watering. However, Neptune seemed a little overly polite when entertaining everyone. He kept pouring wine and serving delicious food to the members of Roger Pirates, even being a little servile. He completely lacked the dignity that a head of state should have. His tail twisted restlessly and his eyes were full of flattery. When the wine was half drunk, Roger put down the exquisite shell wine glass in his hand and looked at Neptune with sincerity in his eyes. King Neptune, we have come here with another request, which is to make a copy of the historical text. Neptune agreed without hesitation. Of course, as long as it's the Roger Pirates' request, I will fully cooperate. His straightforward attitude surprised everyone in the Roger Pirates group. Everyone looked at each other with surprise in their eyes, then raised their glasses and drank heartily, and cheerful laughter rang out in the banquet hall again. As the banquet was about to end, Neptune suddenly stood up, walked solemnly to Roger, and made a request, his voice full of expectation. Let the Fishman Island be brought under the control of the Roger Pirates. Hearing this request, Roger's smile froze and his brows furrowed. He loves freedom and has been wandering on the sea for decades, enjoying an unrestrained and adventurous life, and has never considered any place as his sphere of influence. But Neptune agreed so readily to the request to make a copy of the historical text that it would be unreasonable to refuse. He fell into deep thought, his mind full of contradictions, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. At this stalemate, Hiro stood up, his expression calm and his tone firm as he said, King Neptune, this matter can be handled this way. You can link it to the Roger Pirates and declare it to the public, in order to deter those pirates and human traffickers. However, if you encounter any trouble, we are thousands of miles away and can't help you. Please understand. His words were clear and coherent, taking into account the needs of the Fishman Island while upholding the principles of the Roger Pirates group. A hint of appreciation flashed in Roger's eyes, and he secretly praised Hiro's wit. Neptune smiled with relief. That's enough. As long as we can use the name of Roger Pirates on the Fishman Island, many villains won't dare to act recklessly. As he said this, he was so excited that he was about to kneel down to Roger. Roger quickly supported his knees and signaled him seriously that he didn't need to do so. Hiro, who was watching this scene, thought to himself. These days, it seems even being a king is not easy. Having said that, Neptune quickly took Roger into the treasury. The national treasury contains countless treasures, and the historical text is quietly placed in the most conspicuous position. With the help of Neptune, the Roger Pirates successfully took away the red road sign text and made a copy of the black historical text. After finishing these things, Roger Pirates returned to the Oro Jackson, which had already been decorated and prepared to welcome a new banquet. Roger warmly invited Tiger on board. The boat was brightly lit, the air was filled with the aroma of wine, and everyone was toasting and laughing. The sounds of music, clinking glasses, and chatting and laughing intertwined together, making the place extremely lively. In this joyful atmosphere, Roger felt that Tiger was a good match for his temperament, so he sincerely invited him to join the pirates. Tiger, come and adventure with us on the sea. There are countless unknown wonders waiting for us ahead. Tiger politely declined. Captain Roger, I appreciate your invitation, but I cannot leave the Fishman Island. This is my home. Every coral reef and every swimming fish are connected to my blood. I want to protect the Fishman Island and prevent those human traffickers from coming here to capture slaves. This is my responsibility and my mission. Just as the conversation was getting heated, Jinbei hurried over to the Oro Jackson. He was panting, his face full of anxiety, his chest heaving violently. Brother Tiger, this is bad. A marine warship has landed at the Fishman Island. It looks like they're going to call you to task. There was obvious nervousness and uneasiness in his voice, which made the originally joyful atmosphere suddenly tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tiger, and an unknown crisis seemed to be about to come. Chapter 37 Sengoku appears on the Fishman Island. What? How come? Tiger sat up in shock, his chest heaving violently, and his pupils surging with turbulent waves. Why would a marine come here for no reason? Jinbei's broad face was covered with a haze, and his words became stammering. It's Arlong. He secretly went out to sea before and robbed a lot of gold. Huh, is Arlong crazy? Tiger held his forehead with his right hand, sweat pouring down his face. He took a deep breath, barely suppressing the shock and anger surging in his heart, and raised a question. No, the one escorting Tian Shengjian should be a marine officer. How did Arlong do that with his strength? This guy led his men to pierce the ship carrying the heavenly gold. Jinbei lowered his head, his sea blue scales gleaming dimly in the dim light, his voice filled with despair. Where is Tian Shangjin now? Tiger suddenly grabbed Jinbei's thick shoulders. All the gold in the sky has fallen into the sea. There was helplessness in Jinbei's tone. That's it, you idiot. Tiger staggered back 2 steps, then collapsed to the ground with his hands on his head, his eyes full of despair. Brother Tiger, don't be so anxious. Roger slapped Tiger's shoulder hard with his rum-scented palm and turned to look at Jinbei. Little fatty, tell me, who's leading the marine team this time? Jinbei didn't like the name, little fat boy, but the current situation didn't allow him to care. He quickly gathered his thoughts and said in a tense voice. This time, Marine Admiral Sengoku is leading the team himself, and he has 3 very capable vice admirals under him, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. So it's this guy Sengoku. I haven't seen him in a while. This is a good opportunity to catch up with him. Roger grinned his signature smile, and the ace sheath at his waist resonated with his laughter. Brothers, there's work to do. The deck was instantly filled with the clanging sound of metal colliding, and bloodthirsty glints ignited in the eyes of the crew members of the Roger Pirates group. Rayleigh wiped his sword with smooth movements, Jabba's fingers trembled slightly with excitement as he held the double axes, and Bullet waved his fists like the god of war descending. As they jumped off the boat using the gangplank, they startled a school of silver flying fish. At the port, the fishermen who were carrying corals screamed and ran away. Tools made of shells were scattered all over the ground, interweaving with the screams one after another into a chaotic melody. Arlong, who had caused a big disaster, was curled up in the shell house, shivering, and was the main character of Not Very Good But Loves to Play. Brother, don't worry, I've divined that you'll be safe and sound. 5-year-old Xiarl stood on tiptoe, her chubby cheeks full of seriousness, and the crystal ball in her arms emitted a strange blue light. Arlong trembled as he held his sister in his arms, and said with joy on his face. Really, shyly. Inside the palace of the Fishmen Island, the trident in King Neptune's hand fell to the ground with a clang. The usually majestic ruler's face was as pale as paper, and the coral crown hung crookedly on his head. He forced himself to support his shaky body and rushed towards the port. The sound of his tail hitting the ground was chaotic and rapid. Upon seeing Sengoku, Neptune's tail slammed heavily onto the coral tiles, raising a cloud of fine dust. Welcome Marine Sengoku Admiral. Sengoku wore a neatly trimmed cloak of justice, his goatee trembling slightly with his breathing. He glanced at Neptune and spoke in a very cold tone. King Neptune, hand over the gold from heaven now, or your island will be wiped off the world map. Neptune looked up in astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief. Heaven, heavenly gold, what heavenly gold, didn't we already pay it? Sengoku's aura surged, and the Marine's badge of justice flashed in the airwaves. Don't play dumb. 5 days ago, it was you, the Murlocs, who robbed the world government of a fortune in gold. And you're still trying to make excuses. The 3 vice admirals behind him took half a step forward simultaneously. Akainu's lava fruit ability heated up slightly, Kizaru's fingertips glowed with a strange golden light, and a thin layer of ice formed under Aokiji's feet. Neptune waved his hands repeatedly, and the pearls on the crown fell. No, impossible. We, the Fishmen, are absolutely obedient to the world government and the Marines. We would never do such a thing. This must be a mistake. His voice trailed off, barely audible over Sengoku's oppressive presence. Neptune, if you continue to deny it, I will have no choice but to give the order to take action. You should know about Buster Call. Sengoku's voice was like a sledgehammer, making the air buzz. The marine soldiers behind him raised their weapons in unison, pointing their guns at the shivering fishmen. Neptune's eyes went dark and he collapsed to the ground. Sengoku, you're so impressive. A hearty voice tore through the stagnant air. Roger walked over with his hands in his pockets in an unruly pace. His red cloak fluttered in the sea breeze, and the ace knife at his waist gleamed coldly. Sengoku's pupils suddenly shrank, his face full of shock, and his voice unconsciously rose. Roger, why are you here? Aren't you and your Roger pirates operating in the new world? Roger slowly walked up to Neptune and stood face to face with Sengoku. The 2 mighty conquerors hockey collided with each other, and the air made a sharp explosion. The weaker marine soldiers and fishmen collapsed to the ground. Buggy has always had experience in being coaxed to sleep, so now he has learned his lesson and is hiding behind a reef 100 meters away. Sengoku, King Neptune has done me a great favor. Please give me some face and stop making things difficult for the fishmen. Veins bulged in Roger's hand as he gripped the ace knife, the blade half an inch out of its sheath, a cold light flashing. Roger, don't forget, you're a pirate and I'm a marine. We're in opposition. How could I possibly give you face? If you don't want to make things worse, persuade King Neptune to hand over the stolen gold and the looted people. Sengoku's voice was decisive, and a dazzling golden ball of light condensed in his hands. It was the power of the human fruit, mythical beast, great Buddha form surging. Tiger clenched his fists, ready to step forward and take the blame at any time. Then let's start the war. Roger pulled out the ace suddenly, and the blade drew a graceful arc in the air. Rayleigh and others quickly gathered behind Roger, forming an impenetrable line of defense. Okay, Roger, I'm going to wipe out your pirates today. Sengoku's palms glowed with golden light, and the vice admirals behind him also took fighting stances. Akainu's magma boiled, Kizaru turned into a beam of light, Aokiji's ice cone broke through the ground, and Momosugi and Chatten drew their weapons. Beat these marines and turn the place upside down. Roger raised his sword and shouted. Good. The roars of the pirates were deafening, colliding fiercely with the marines, shouts in the air. Kill the Roger pirates, capture these bastards and put them in impel down. Sengoku waved his hand and shouted an order. Yes. Marines surged in like a tide, and a world-shaking battle began. Chapter 38 The fierce battle begins. Tiger was about to take a step when he met Roger's warning gaze. He was shocked and suddenly woke up. This battle is a showdown between Roger pirates and Marine. Once he gets involved, the Fishman Island will definitely become the target of Marine's revenge in the future. Looking at the flying swords and sabers on the battlefield, Tiger felt powerless. What Roger didn't expect was that even if Tiger didn't participate in the war, he would still be imprisoned. As the powder keg ignited, both sides couldn't wait to start fighting. This battle lasted for a long time, from day to night and from night to day. Roger naturally faced off against his old rival, Sengoku. On the other side, Hero faced Akainu, Rayleigh faced Kizaru, Jabba faced Aokiji, Bullet faced Momosugi, Odin faced Chatten, and each matchup was full of gunpowder. The other members of Roger Pirates also engaged in desperate battles with Marines of the same level. Shanks can only deal with some ordinary Marines. Buggy is even worse off. He can only hide in the corner and occasionally wait for the right opportunity to throw a few throwing knives for a sneak attack. As old rivals, Roger and Sengoku have a deep understanding of each other and are extremely familiar with each other's moves. Sengoku's Buddha palms, radiating brilliance, contained infinite power when performing the Marine 6 styles, and every swing was accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. Roger, with his top-notch swordsmanship and unpredictable sword moves, fought Sengoku to a stalemate, and the outcome was hard to tell. Kizaru used the ability of sparkling fruit to instantly transform into a sword of Ama no Kurokumo, emitting dazzling light, and started a thrilling swordsmanship competition with Rayleigh. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Rayleigh is undoubtedly stronger than Kizaru. Every time he strikes the sword, he does so with calmness and experience. However, Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability grants him extreme mobility. Whenever he was at a disadvantage, he would teleport and then perform the light speed kick and Yasukani no Magatama. Those lightning-fast attacks were hard to defend against, and the situation was reversed. Even though Rayleigh was extremely powerful, he was helpless against him for a moment and could only grit his teeth and continue looking for opportunities to win. This is the second time Aokiji and Rayleigh have faced each other. Over the years, Aokiji has continued to grow in the Marine, from an unknown ordinary Marine to a Marine Vice Admiral. Under Garp's strict teaching, his strength has made a qualitative leap. At this moment, Aokiji used the power of frozen fruit to create 2 ice blades that shone with cold light, and wrapped them with armament hockey, and launched a fierce attack against Jabba's double axes. Although Jabba has gradually adapted to Aokiji's frozen fruit ability, it is still difficult for him to defeat this powerful opponent in a short period of time. Bullet and Odin faced off against Momosugi and Chatten. From the beginning of the battle, Bullet and Odin relied on their powerful strength to suppress Momosugi and Chatten. Their attacks continued like a violent storm, and Momosugi and Chatten could only defend themselves and hold on. As for Hero, he launched a crazy battle with the future Marine Marshal Akainu. Akainu bit a cigar, his eyes full of confidence and arrogance. Although his position at this time was only Vice Admiral, his ability was already very close to the Admiral level. Marine headquarters identified him, Kizaru, and Aokiji as candidates for future admirals, but they just lacked some significant achievements. This time, Sengoku led the team to capture the fishman who robbed Tianshengjian, just to gain merit for this young generation. Are you Jimmel Hero, the 4th in command of the Roger Pirates? Akainu put his hands in his pockets and looked down at Hero, his voice full of disdain and arrogance. That's right, Akainu, I have another nickname, Professional Dog Butcher. The corners of Hero's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile, with a provocative glint in his eyes, and he was not afraid of Akainu's momentum at all. Court death. Akainu's eyes widened, he bit the cigar in his mouth, and swung a hot lava fist at Hero. The fist was burning with raging magma flames, and the air was burned and distorted wherever it passed. Seeing this, Hero quickly activated the ability of the meat glob fruit. An invisible energy barrier quickly formed in front of him, accurately rebounding Akainu's attack. Kid, your meatball fruit can reflect all attacks, so try it, Great Eruption. Akainu roared, and his right fist quickly gathered a large amount of magma energy. In the blink of an eye, an extremely huge magma fist took shape and slammed towards Hero. As the punch was thrown, the temperature around it rose sharply. Under the influence of the high temperature, the air became distorted and blurred, making it difficult to breathe. I can't deflect this punch, but why should I take it, idiot? Hero slapped his palm to his chest with a mocking tone. In an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot, so fast that people could not react at all. Akainu's great eruption missed and hit the sea directly. There was a loud bang, and a large area of seawater was instantly evaporated, turning into water vapor all over the sky. Some fish and shrimps that did not have time to escape were directly roasted by the high temperature and emitted a burnt smell. Damn little devil, all he can do is hide. Akainu's face darkened, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He quickly used observation haki to sense Hiro's position, and at the same time used Marine 6 styles, shave, and rushed towards Hiro. It's coming so fast. Shiro snorted coldly and quickly pulled out the tetanus blade, with great reaction speed. Akainu, on the other hand, put on a show of force, wrapped the armament haki around his feet, and pretended to step on a sword, in an attempt to intimidate Hiro. FK, I let you put it on. Little bro, teach him a lesson. As Hiro spoke, he quickly let go without hesitation. Yes, master. The sword spirit controlled the tetanus blade, and quickly shot out a dazzling golden sword energy. Akainu originally intended to strike first with that kick, preventing Hiro from unleashing his sword energy, but he never expected that the sword could actually attack on its own. There was a loud bang, and Akainu flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. A piercing pain came from his right foot, and he couldn't help but groan. What the hell? Akainu looked at the tetanus blade, standing in the air in disbelief, covering his injured right foot, his eyes full of shock and anger. This sword is really powerful. It's called the dog-beating sword, and it's specifically for beating red dogs like you. Hiro grinned and began to talk nonsense with a playful smile on his face, deliberately provoking Akainu. You be asterisk 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 D, how dare you insult me again and again? Go to hell, dog na red lotus. Chapter 39 Observation Haki, Meeting the Future. Akainu was furious. He gritted his teeth, ignored the pain in his right foot, stood up suddenly, turned his whole body into magma, and swung out a magma energy punch with his left arm that contained huge energy. As the magma moved, it quickly transformed into a ferocious giant magma dog, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Hiro fiercely. Wherever it went, the ground was burned with charred marks. Seeing this, Hiro quickly slapped the air with his hands and used the ability of the meatball fruit, pressure cannon, to knock the giant magma dog away. At the same time, he teleported behind Akainu and shot a powerful shock wave at his back. However, Akainu did not dodge or evade, allowing the shock wave to hit him. With a loud bang, half of his body disappeared in an instant. However, the power of the Logia fruit lies in the fact that after becoming an element, it is completely immune to such conventional attacks. Not long after, the disappeared body reappeared. Hiro knew that in this world full of powerful people, the only way to deal with Logia demon fruit power was to use armament haki and conqueror's haki. In an instant, Hiro's body burst out with astonishing momentum. Without hesitation, he wrapped armament haki around the tetanus blade. The blade emitted a strange glow and slashed towards Akainu. The sharp blade tore through the air, making a piercing scream. Akainu wrapped his fists in armament haki and collided with the cold metal. For a moment, the sound of metal colliding continued to be heard, and sparks flew everywhere. The two sides refused to give in and continued to engage in a fierce duel of boxing and swordsmanship. Akainu during this period had not yet reached his peak, and his overall strength was inferior to Hiro. However, Akainu's observation haki is stronger than Hiro's, and the blood bowl physique given by the Logia fruit allows him to hold his own in the confrontation with Hiro. Every punch he delivered carried the heat of molten lava. Every swing of the sword contains deadly murderous intent. The two sides fought back and forth, and the aftermath of the battle destroyed the surrounding buildings beyond recognition, and the ground was plowed into shocking gullies by magma and sword energy. The fight lasted for a long time and both sides were injured. Hiro's clothes were stained with blood, and the wounds on his body were still oozing blood. Akainu's face was also scratched by the sword energy, leaving several scars. Lava flowed along the wounds, staining the ground red. After Hiro used the power of the meat glob fruit to deal the damage, he fed it to the sword spirit. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye and he regained his health. This fight will never end. It's a pity that my observation haki hasn't evolved to a high level yet. Otherwise, I would definitely defeat him quickly. After this thought flashed through Hiro's mind, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he decided to take the risk to break through observation haki. Akainu's iron fist struck again, bringing with it a wave of scorching air. Hiro closed his eyes, feeling the change in the airflow, and tried to avoid the attack. At the beginning, he was hit hard by several punches, each of which hit his body like a sledgehammer, making his throat feel sweet and almost spitting out blood. But Hiro gritted his teeth and persevered with his strong will and the healing ability of the meat glob fruit. Later, he gradually adapted to the rhythm of Akainu's boxing and his body began to respond instinctively. Seeing Hiro closing his eyes to dodge, Akainu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he quickly turned his arms into magma. In an instant, the temperature around rose sharply, and the air seemed to be on fire. Suddenly, Hiro felt a huge danger, a chill that penetrated deep into his bones. He suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a red light in his eyes. Dark Hound. With an angry roar, several dog heads transformed from magma flew towards Hiro at an extremely fast speed. The dog opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Wherever it passed, the ground was burned with charred marks. Hiro had no time to dodge and was hit by Akainu's strongest single target attack and died on the spot. However, this scene has not yet happened, it is a scene that appeared in Hiro's mind. Is this what observation haki means by foreseeing the future? A hint of surprise flashed in Hiro's eyes, and then he fired a god evasion at Akainu. A slash of black and red lightning cut through the sky, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. As soon as Akainu's Dark Hound, was formed. It was shattered by the slash from Hiro and turned into sparks in the sky. You, actually broke through. Akainu's cold face was full of disbelief. He never thought that this 16-year-old kid could achieve a breakthrough in such a fierce battle. Then I have to thank you, Red Dog. Hiro teased with a playful smile, a confident arc on his lips. A-hole, you're only 16 years old, yet you already possess such terrifying strength. You'll definitely pose a huge threat to the Marines and the world government in the future. Today, I'm going to kill you even if it costs me my life. As Akainu spoke, he turned his entire body into magma again and used the prince's tactics against Hiro. His arms kept throwing out one magma punch after another, and countless hot magma fell towards Hiro like raindrops. In an instant, Hiro was surrounded by magma, and the scorching heat made his skin sting. Anyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows that if you use the prince's tactics and just hit randomly, it means you are already defeated. Sure enough, Hiro, with the high-level observation haki, used the power of the meatball fruit to bounce back all the magma punches. Each magma fist that bounced back carried great force, exploding around Akainu and setting off waves of heat. Akainu stood there panting, his chest heaving violently, his eyes full of unwillingness. Hiro wrapped emission haki in tetanus blade, flashed in front of Akainu, and slashed at his chest with a swift sword. The red energy quickly invaded Akainu's body, causing internal damage. Ah! Akainu screamed and flew backwards more than 10 meters, falling heavily to the ground, and the marine cap also flew out. Puff! He struggled to stand up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked quite miserable, with blood streaks at the corners of his mouth and magma constantly oozing out of the wounds on his body. Just when Hiro was about to deal a fatal blow to Akainu, a powerful golden shock wave suddenly swept across the entire Mermaid Island port. Sengoku, who was fighting with Roger, glanced sideways and saw that Akainu had been defeated. Teapot was also beaten all over by Odin's two-sword style, with his body covered with knife marks of varying depths. Momosuge was even more brutally beaten by Bullet, her entire face bruised and swollen by his iron fist, and her heaven-defying long legs were covered with bruises. Although Kizaru and Aokiji were in better condition, they were still injured and their combat uniforms were torn and tattered. Bloodline Madara Madara. Sengoku knew that if this battle continued, Marine would lose. A trace of helplessness and unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice. Roger, please give me some face. We'll stop here today and I'll evacuate the Fishman Island with my men. Chapter 40. Follow Roger and go hungry. Sengoku, you're the one who said it. You're a Marine, I'm a pirate. We're opposites. Why should I give you face? Roger did a boomerang and returned the original words to Sengoku with an unruly smile on his face. Sengoku's face turned pale when he heard this. His face darkened, and he murmured. You forced me to do this. Before he finished speaking, Sengoku transformed into the form of a giant Buddha, more than 10 meters tall, radiating golden light and looking solemn and majestic. He leapt up and blasted a powerful golden Buddha shock wave towards the ground. In an instant, a golden energy circle formed on the ground with him as the center, and continued to spread. Everyone in the port was forced back a step by the violent golden shock wave. Some weaker Marines and 2 trainee crew members from the Roger Pirates were knocked unconscious. Everyone, listen up. Evacuate the Fishman Island immediately. Sengoku's voice spread to everyone's ears along with the golden shockwave. Taking advantage of the moment when Roger Pirates was stunned, all the Marine officers and Marine soldiers who were still standing quickly retreated and fled to the warship. It's not that easy to leave. Bullet was about to give chase as he spoke, a powerful aura erupting from him. Stop chasing me, Bullet. Roger appeared in front of him and reached out to stop him. Bullet then withdrew indignantly, his eyes full of unwillingness. Akainu also left quickly, but Hiro would not let him have an easy time. He teleported behind him and shot a sword energy at his back. Puff! Akainu spat out another large mouthful of blood, adding to the injury. He staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. Sengoku stood on the turbulent sea, with the towering marine warship behind him, and the sea breeze whistled and blew up his white cloak of justice. Seeing Hiro chasing closely, the figure approached with a fierce momentum. Sengoku's eyes flashed, golden light condensed in his palm, and he blasted out a golden Buddha shock wave. The golden energy cut through the air, making a deafening roar, and the seawater was evaporated into large white mist wherever it passed. Hiro's body suddenly flashed, and at the critical moment, he avoided the fatal blow in an extremely thrilling manner. Sengoku stood in front of the warship, his sharp eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, closely observing the retreat of all Marine officers. Whenever an enemy tried to stop him, he would decisively fire a golden shock wave to cover the Marines, retreat and also intimidate the crew of Roger Pirates. Under Sengoku's strong cover, the Marine officers returned to the warship safely, and the deck of the warship was gradually filled with tired but grateful Marine soldiers. Hiro wanted to continue the pursuit, but just as he was about to launch another attack, he was stopped by Roger's voice. Little Hiro, stop chasing us and come and treat the wounded here. Shiro then stopped and turned around. The scene in front of him made his pupils shrink suddenly. The once prosperous port of the Fishman Island has been mostly destroyed, with buildings collapsed, flames shooting into the sky, various debris floating on the sea, and the air filled with smoke and the smell of blood. Most of the members of Roger Pirates' group were injured. They were either lying or sitting, with expressions of pain on their faces. Several of them were even seriously injured and were in critical condition. Blood kept gushing out of their wounds, staining their clothes red. Although the Roger pirates had the upper hand in this battle, they were outnumbered by the Marines. The dense influx of Marine soldiers made it difficult for the crew members except for the high-end combat forces to fight. They were caught in a dilemma under the enemy's siege and consumed a huge amount of physical strength. Hiro quickly turned around and used the power of the meatball fruit to continuously slap out pink substance from his hands to heal their wounds. And those pink substances were naturally fed to the sword spirit. After the sword spirit absorbed them, it emitted a faint light. While Hiro was healing everyone, a desperate cry came from not far away. It's over, it's really over now. The Fishman Island will be removed from the world government. The voice was filled with fear and helplessness, and was particularly clear in the silent battlefield. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see King Neptune of the Fishman Island sighing. His face was full of worry, he held the golden trident tightly in his hand, and his body was trembling slightly. Roger walked forward, his eyes full of confusion, and asked, King Neptune, didn't you already repel the Marine? Why are you so scared? Neptune repeatedly pounded the ground with the golden trident in his hand, his face filled with frustration and despair. Captain Roger, you don't know that the Marines and the world government have determined that the lost sky gold was robbed by us, and they will definitely come back again. As soon as you leave the Fishman Island, we will definitely face a catastrophic disaster. Roger stood there in a daze, frowning, and for a moment he was at a loss as to what to do. He paced back and forth, his eyes full of anxiety, thinking about how to help the Fishman Island. After thinking for a moment, he found Rayleigh and asked in a low voice. Rayleigh, how much money do we pirates have now? Rayleigh didn't know what Roger was going to do, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he still told the number truthfully. We defeated the Ward pirates 6 years ago, seized their treasure, and sold their crew to pirate hunters. We earned a total of 2.7 billion berries. We've spent quite a bit over the years, so we probably have around 1.5 billion left. What's wrong? After a moment's silence, Roger said with a firm look in his eyes. I want to give our pirates funds to the Fishman Island, and then have them raise some money to replace the lost heavenly gold and hand it over to the world government. That way, the world government shouldn't make things difficult for them. What, then how are we going to feed and drink so many of our crew members? Rayleigh's face was filled with shock, his eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he heard. Well, let's talk about this later. Weren't we poor for a long time back then? We managed to get through it just fine. Roger glanced at Neptune, his eyes full of sympathy and determination, and continued. Look, King Neptune was so willing to let us copy the historical text. We can't just sit there and watch them perish. Okay, announce the news yourself. Rayleigh sighed helplessly. Crew members like them usually strongly support the captain's orders. Although he was worried, he still chose to trust Roger's decision. Sure enough, after Roger announced this decision to the crew, everyone talked about it. Although there was surprise on their faces, no one expressed any objection. They all understood the captain's kindness and justice and were willing to follow him on his adventure. Shi Luo held his forehead with his right hand, his face full of despair, and secretly complained in his heart. If you follow Captain Roger, you'll go hungry 9 times out of 3 days. He shook his head helplessly, but didn't say much. 2pp Chapter 41 The Fortune Teller's Prophecy. When the 1.5 billion berries were handed over to Neptune, the young king knelt down excitedly, tears of gratitude in his eyes, and shouted repeatedly. It was you, the Roger pirates, who saved the Murlocs. With these 1.5 billion berries, King Neptune sold the treasures in the treasury. After some effort, he finally collected the lost gold from heaven. To express his gratitude, King Neptune allowed the Roger pirates to stay for 1 more day. He specially found a fortune teller from the Fishman Kingdom to help the Roger pirates with divination to help them avoid danger and seek good fortune. The members of Roger Pirates group did not really believe in divination, but they agreed to it because of King Neptune's kindness. Half an hour later, King Neptune invited the fortune teller from the Fishman Island. To everyone's surprise, the fortune teller was just a little girl about 5 years old. The little girl was wearing a purple hooded cloak, her face was a little chubby, her skin was pale, and her short black hair covered half of her face. She looked a little cute and a little weird. Her purple shark tail swayed slightly, and a white crystal ball was placed in front of her, which was shining mysteriously under the light. At this moment, she was observing Roger carefully, her eyes focused and deep. Is this little girl the fortune teller you mentioned? Roger widened his eyes and looked at Neptune in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. That's right, Captain Roger. Her name is Shiley. Although she's young, she's a very powerful fortune teller. She's born with the ability to tell fortunes. Everything she predicts becomes reality. Neptune explained seriously, his eyes full of trust in Shiley. Okay, little fortune teller Shiley, just tell me the fortune. It doesn't matter if it's not right, ha 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 ha. Roger just thought it was very funny, and his signature smile echoed throughout the palace. Shiley stared at Roger intently, his expression constantly changing, sometimes frowning, sometimes showing a look of fear, and suddenly exclaimed. No, impossible, you will probably get seriously ill and die soon. Roger got excited when he heard this and decided to tease the little fortune teller. No, little fortune teller, you calculated it wrong. I'm not sick and I'm in good health. Shiley looked at the crystal ball and nodded. I know, someone changed your destiny. Someone changed my destiny. Could it be? Roger looked at Hiro as he spoke. Hiro responded with a smile, pretending to be unaware, but he was secretly thinking about something in his heart. The person who changed your destiny is him. Shirley looked up and pointed his little finger at Hiro. Hearing this, Shi Luo also became interested, so he quickly walked to Shirley, squatted down, and asked gently. Little fortune teller, tell me, what will my fate be? Shirley closed his eyes, placed his hands above the crystal ball, muttered something, and the air around him became solemn. Half a minute later, she opened her eyes, her face full of shock. You are already dead. What? A voice full of confusion and shock suddenly rang out on the deck. Everyone present was stunned at first, and the originally relaxed atmosphere instantly froze. Then, there was a deafening laugh, full of disbelief and ridicule. Are you kidding me? This little fortune teller actually said that Hiro is dead? This is simply a fantasy? I think this fortune teller is completely inaccurate and is just being mysterious. He's just trying to attract our attention and get some reward money. Oh, stop wasting time. We might as well get back to the ship. It's such a waste of energy to get entangled with such a weird person. Everyone was talking at once, questioning Shiley's words, their words full of contempt and distrust. However, Shiloh in the crowd was startled, and his eyes became deep and complicated. He knew better than anyone that the original owner of this body was indeed dead. Hiro took a step forward, his eyes burning, and asked seriously. And what will be my fate, Shiley the diviner? You will. Shirley spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse and trembling. Suddenly, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and the bright red looked particularly glaring on her pale face. Immediately afterwards, blood began to ooze from the nostrils, corners of the eyes and ears. The little body was ultimately unable to finish its words. Its eyes rolled back, and it fainted, falling limply to the ground. What's going on? Hiro shook his head helplessly, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. He walked forward, his palm glowing slightly, and struck Shiley with a palm. As the palm landed, a ball of pink substance floated out of Shiley's body. It was the injury she suffered for divination. Shiley slowly woke up, his face full of fear, his body trembling constantly, and he said tremblingly. Your future is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I can only see a few fragments, but the world will be turned upside down because of you. Her voice was filled with awe and fear, as if she had seen something terrible. Oh, that's it? Hiro shrugged, his face full of disappointment. I thought I would hear some earth-shattering prophecy. Roger walked up with a big laugh and patted Hiro's shoulder so hard that Hiro almost staggered. Little Hiro, it seems that this little fortune teller is quite capable. We are going to turn this world upside down. Ha 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 ha. After this little episode, the Roger pirates continued their adventure at sea. Before leaving, Hiro gave Fisher Tiger a piece of advice. Don't trust humans too much. Human nature is complex. Many people will even betray their rescuers for personal gain. Fisher Tiger was confused and fell into deep thought. The Oro Jackson hoisted its sails and sailed through the rough sea. However, after a few days of marching, Rayleigh found that his money and food were almost gone. He frowned and complained to Roger helplessly. Captain, why did you give all your money to the Fishman Island? At least leave some for living expenses. If you keep going like this, we'll starve. His eyes were full of worry, and he felt helpless as he looked at the empty granary. Roger drank the only remaining bottle of wine, and the wine flowed down the corners of his mouth, soaking his clothes. He burped nonchalantly and responded. What's there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is I can go back to my old ways, catching those heinous pirates and selling them to bounty hunters. Rayleigh felt a headache, he held his forehead and looked helpless. This unreliable captain really doesn't know how well known the Roger pirates are. Those pirates hid when they saw the Roger pirates flag. How could they easily catch the other pirates? He sighed inwardly, feeling both amused and helpless at the captain's naivete. Chapter 42, Rip-Off Bar. In a corner of the Oro Jackson, Buggy excitedly took out the devil fruit he had treasured for a long time. Buggy held the fruit tightly and muttered to himself. The pirates are out of money now, and might even disband. When that happens, I'll sell this devil fruit and go out on my own. Just then, Shanks came over silently and suddenly called him. Buggy was like a frightened bird. In his nervousness, he stuffed the devil fruit into his mouth and hid it without thinking. As a result, he accidentally let the fruit slide down his throat and was swallowed directly. Instantly, a strange power surged within him. Buggy's eyes widened, his face filled with fear and regret. Just like that, Buggy became a user of Chop Chop Fruit's ability. From then on, the hatred in his eyes when he looked at Shanks continued to intensify, and he wanted to eat the other person alive. Oral Jackson, after sailing on the sea for several more days, they were already out of ammunition and food. Everyone on the boat was starving, so they could only catch a few sea kings and kill them to satisfy their hunger. Those sea kings are huge, but even so, they can hardly meet the needs of the entire pirates group. This won't work, Captain, we have to think of a solution. Don Kino, the helmsman, was so hungry that he felt dizzy and held the steering wheel with his hands weakly. He almost had no strength to steer. His voice was filled with fatigue and anxiety, and his eyes were full of desire for food. Roger stroked his chin, frowning, his eyes full of doubt, as he looked thoughtful. That's really weird. How come I haven't run into any pirates with bounties on them these past few days? Rayleigh was speechless and rolled his eyes. Hey, I say, you don't really think that pirates will come close to our Oro Jackson, right? Now everyone who sees our skull and crossbones will stay away. Forehead. Roger froze in place, speechless, his face turning red and white, looking very funny. How about this? We're not far from the Sabadi archipelago. Why don't we get to the island first and figure out a solution later? Hiro suggested, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Oh, yes, little Hiro, there's Rayleigh's old lover Shaki in Sabadi archipelago. She runs a bar. We could ask her for help. Roger's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he grinned and laughed, his smile full of cunning. Is there such a thing? How come I don't know about it? Hiro immediately transformed into an 8 trigrams enthusiast and moved closer to Roger, his face full of curiosity. Tell me quickly, Brother Rayleigh has this romantic affair. Although I know that in the original book, everyone in Roger Pirates was attracted by Shaki's beauty except Rayleigh. In the end, Rayleigh and Shaki got together. However, Hiro is still very interested in how they got together. Of course, you weren't even on board when they got ready. Roger made a megaphone out of his hand with ill intentions, leaned close to Hiro's ear, and whispered the past events, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. That's enough, stop talking nonsense. Shaki and I are not what you think. Rayleigh looked helpless, his face flushed red, and he began to quibble. We are just ordinary friends. Rayleigh, you're being a bit formal. I heard you make a promise to Shaki with my own ears. You said you would go find her after we fulfilled our dream and finished this trip. Roger shouted at the top of his voice so that the entire crew could hear him. How do you know about our conversation? Rayleigh's face was filled with surprise and anger, his eyes looked murderous, he clenched his fists, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. I accidentally released observation hockey, and I heard it. As Roger spoke, he began to move back, a guilty look on his face. It was really careless. Roger, you B********, D, you actually eavesdropped, I'm going to kill you. Rayleigh drew his sword and rushed towards Roger with a fierce look, as if he was determined to cut him into pieces. Roger ran desperately while explaining feebly. Rayleigh, don't be impulsive. As the captain, I'm worried that you've been cheated. His voice was full of panic and his pace became faster and faster. Hiro held his forehead with his right hand and said to himself helplessly. The deputy captain chased the captain and hacked him. I've never seen that before. The dusk was as dark as ink, and the Oro Jackson split the sea surface with a faint blue fluorescence. As the halo of the port lighthouse became clearer and clearer, this legendary pirate's ship finally slowly approached the shore. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Roger thought for a moment and then went to the dock with only Rayleigh, Jabba and Hiro. Hiro followed behind the 3 older brothers, his steps a little stiff. He tightened the sword at his waist and glanced around vigilantly. After passing through several lush forests, they soon arrived at forest number 13 of the Sabadi archipelago. The moonlight shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves, casting madder-like shadows on the ground. A towering tree stands before my eyes, its thick roots intertwined and supporting a peculiarly shaped house. The sign above the house swayed slightly in the night breeze, and the large characters, Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, stood out in the dim light. When I pushed open the wooden door of the bar, a strong aroma of wine and tobacco hit me in the face. In front of the bar, a tall, short-haired beauty was leaning lazily, a cigarette between her fingers, curls of green smoke rising in the warm yellow light. The black leather jacket wraps around her graceful figure, and her every move exudes the charm of a mature woman. Sashi ignores Dana. Shaki. Roger grinned his signature bright smile and strode to the bar. He grabbed a bottle of rum, bit the cork open with his teeth, and the amber liquid flowed from the corners of his mouth, soaking his collar. The period of no alcohol on the ship was really frustrating for the captain, who was addicted to alcohol. At this moment, he tilted his head back and drank it down, a satisfied gurgling sound coming from his throat. After taking a few sips of wine, he looked at Shaki and couldn't help swallowing. Shaki's beauty was so stunning that even the future pirate's king, who roamed the seas, was attracted by her. Huh? You're Roger. Shaki turned around when she heard the voice, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her pupils suddenly contracted due to shock. Her fingers trembled slightly and the cigarette dangled between them. When her eyes passed Roger and fell on Rayleigh not far away, she was struck by lightning and stood still. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground with a click, raising a fine cloud of dust. Shaki. Rayleigh touched the back of his head, the tips of his ears reddening, and walked slowly forward. His steps were hesitant, each one carrying the weight of 16 years of longing and guilt. Shaki's eyes became moist and tears welled up. She rushed forward and threw her arms around Rayleigh tightly. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks, soaking Rayleigh's clothes. Her voice was filled with tears and grievances. You heartless wretch, you've been gone for 16 years without a single letter back. Don't you know I've been waiting for you? Chapter 43. Roswald Saint. Rayleigh let Shaki hold him, his hands hanging in the air, not knowing what to do. His voice was soft and helpless. There's nothing I can do. Out at sea, you never know what will happen tomorrow. But, the results of our voyage will be known soon. As he spoke, he carefully wiped Shaki's tears with his sleeve, his movements gentle and clumsy. Didn't you come back because the voyage was over? A trace of disappointment flashed in Shaki's beautiful eyes, and the hope that had just been ignited suddenly dimmed. No, it's because our pirates group is in trouble and we want your help. Rayleigh scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes averted. Upon hearing this, Shaggy pushed Rayleigh away, took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and lit it neatly. She took a deep breath, blew out a smoke ring, and said in a bad tone. I knew you were heartless. Tell me, what can I do for you? Rayleigh then told Shaggy everything that happened on the Fishman Island without reservation. As the story progressed, Shaggy's expression became increasingly grim. She said in a deep voice. So, you came to my bar this time to get money? Rayleigh blushed and waved his hands hurriedly. I'm not taking it, I'm borrowing it. Once we pirates have money, we'll pay you back. Shaggy refused without hesitation. No, as you can see, my bar doesn't have many customers, so it can only barely operate. Rayleigh looked around. There were only a few drunks sitting in the empty bar, and a thin layer of dust on the tables and chairs in the corner. Thinking of the bar's unique name, he suddenly understood why the business was so slow. Then, let's think of a solution ourselves. Rayleigh's tone was full of disappointment, and he turned to leave. Etc. Shaggy called him, a sly look flashing in his eyes. Although I don't have any money, I can help you find a way to make money. I'm just afraid you don't dare to do it. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Rayleigh's eyes. Roger, Jabba, and Hiro also gathered around, their eyes full of anticipation. What road? There's nothing we dare not do. Rayleigh's voice was filled with anxiety and urgency. Shaggy folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the bar, took another drag on his cigarette, and said to Rayleigh with a sidelong glance. Besides running our regular bar business, I've also set up a business selling intelligence to get information about you, the unfaithful man. Recently, a fleet of celestial dragons is coming to the Sabaody archipelago. You mean we hijacked the celestial dragon's ship? Rayleigh's eyes widened and he unconsciously pushed his glasses up. There was a mixture of shock and excitement in his eyes behind the lenses. Didn't you fight off the admiral because of the celestial gold incident? Now you're definitely on the world government's blacklist. Why would you be afraid to rob the celestial dragons? Shaggy blew out a smoke ring and turned his gaze towards Roger with a challenging look in his eyes. Of course I can't be afraid. Thank you so much for giving us this news, Shaggy. As Roger spoke, he picked up the bottle of rum again and drank the rest of the wine in one gulp. Don't be so quick to thank me. Once the job is done, give me 20% of the profits. Shaggy turned back to the bar in annoyance and continued wiping the wine glass. No problem. Roger readily agreed and prepared to lead everyone out. Wait, Rayleigh, you have to stay. If you hijack the celestial dragon ship and don't come back, who am I going to ask for money? Shaggy pointed at Rayleigh, his face serious, but there was a hint of imperceptible worry in his eyes. Shaggy, don't you have any trust in us? Rayleigh's face looked a little grim. Who would trust pirates? Shaggy retorted coldly, with a hint of stubbornness in his tone. Roger held Rayleigh's shoulders, signaling him not to argue, and turned to Shaggy and said. Well, once we successfully capture the celestial dragon's fleet, we'll come back to redeem Rayleigh. With that, he strode out of the bar with Jabba and Hiro. Everyone knows what Shaggy is thinking. She not only wanted to spend more time with Rayleigh, but also wanted to keep Rayleigh away from this dangerous operation. After all, in this world ruled by celestial dragons, offending them means pushing oneself into an abyss of no return. As soon as he returned to the Oral Jackson, Roger jumped onto the deck, waved his arms and excitedly announced to the crew. There's work to do, and this time it's going to be a big one. When everyone heard this, their blood boiled and cheers rang out one after another. The atmosphere on the deck was extremely warm. When they learned that the target this time was celestial dragons, some crew members showed a hint of hesitation and concern on their faces, but looking at Roger's determined eyes, they finally chose to remain silent and grip their weapons tightly. The next day, the sun shone on the sea, making the waves sparkle. Buggy, who was holding the telescope, suddenly shouted excitedly. Here they come. The celestial dragon's fleet has appeared. Upon hearing the sound, everyone quickly gathered in front of the railing, their weapons flashing coldly in the sunlight. On the sea, a giant ship that looks like a palace on the sea is breaking through the waves. Its huge body and extremely luxurious appearance are shining in the sunlight, showing its unparalleled dignity and majesty. The size and gorgeous decoration of this leading ship are enough to attract the attention of all seafarers. The ship is more than 200 meters long and about 75 meters wide. The bow of the ship is inlaid with dazzling colored gems. Each gem has been carefully selected and emits colorful light under the refraction of sunlight, making the bow extremely gorgeous. Below the gem is a flag symbolizing celestial dragons. The unique pattern silently declares the noble identity and special status of the ship's owner. What is even more striking is that this ship does not have powerful cannons installed on its sides like other warships, but instead has a dazzling array of gold, silver and jewelry. These jewels are either carved into exquisite ornaments or piled into unique shapes, decorating the ship's hull with splendor and luxury that is astonishing. Next to the main ship, there are 5 marine warships following closely, forming a tight protection barrier. On the warship, the marine soldiers were on full alert, their neat formations and flashing weapons further demonstrating the fleet's powerful formation and deterrent power. On this extremely luxurious ship, a young man with a glass cover was sitting leisurely on a slave. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, and his every move showed arrogance and indulgence. At this moment, he was holding a glass of attractive high-end red wine, shaking the glass gently, and enjoying the scenery on the sea comfortably. Saint Roswald, I have captured 4 captains this time to serve as your slaves. Are you satisfied? A man wearing a mask and a neat white suit walked up cautiously and asked Saint Roseward respectfully. Guernica, just 4 captains are not enough for this saint to have fun with. You must work harder to capture more captains. Otherwise, if this saint is not satisfied this time, I will punish you. Saint Roseward's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he spoke in a threatening tone. Chapter 44. Robbing Celestial Dragons. Yes, Saint Roswald, we will definitely try our best to capture more captains for your enjoyment. Guernica was obviously frightened by Saint Roseward's words. His voice trembled, his face showed panic, and he retreated tremblingly. On the deck, another man, also wearing a mask and a white suit, stepped forward and asked anxiously. Guernica, what did Saint Roseward say? Well. Guernica sighed helplessly, his face full of sorrow. Joseph, Saint Roseward is not satisfied. He thinks we haven't captured enough captains. Hearing this, Joseph looked at the group of people wearing black suits and masks behind him with a melancholy look on his face. The 2 of them are CP0, and this time they are leading a group of CP1 to CP8 members, shouldering a dual mission. On the one hand, they had to escort Saint Roseward to safety and ensure that this honorable celestial dragons was not threatened while sailing on the sea. On the other hand, they also have to satisfy the pervert hobby of Saint Roseward, capturing pirate captains as slaves. In order to complete this task, they have to run around and search for suitable targets on the sea, bearing huge pressure and risks. At this moment, the helmsman's anxious voice suddenly sounded. My lords, a pirate ship has appeared ahead, docked near the Sabadi archipelago. When Saint Roseward heard the news, a glimmer of excitement suddenly flashed in his eyes. He quickly picked up the telescope and looked in the direction of the helmsman's hand. After confirming the target, he gave the order loudly without hesitation. Hurry over and capture the captain of that pirate ship for me. At the same time, on the distant sea, Jabba was driving the Oro Jackson at full speed towards the Celestial Dragon's fleet. As the 2 ships got closer and closer at sea, the tense atmosphere continued to spread. At this time, Joseph and Guernica turned pale. They realized the seriousness of the situation and rushed to Saint Roseward, anxiously admonishing him. Saint Roswald, this ship belongs to the Roger Pirates, the most powerful group on the sea. We must not provoke them, otherwise. Before the 2 of them could finish, Saint Roswald was already furious and shouted. You bunch of rubbish, what Roger Pirates? I am Celestial Dragons, the ruler of this world. No matter how powerful he is, once he sees me, he must serve me as his slave. It's over. It's over. Joseph took 2 steps back, his back soaked in cold sweat. He was well aware of the terrifying power of the Roger Pirates, and knew that if they clashed with them, disaster would await them. No, we have to tell the 5 elders about this. Guernica acted decisively, quickly picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed the world government's number. His hands were trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and uneasiness. He hoped to get support and instructions from the world government. At the time Guernica was making the call, everyone on the Oro Jackson was already rubbing their hands in anticipation. They were almost drooling as they looked at the jeweled Celestial Dragon's main ship. Roger pulled out Ace, his eyes revealing determination and courage, and roared. Brothers, get to work. Take away all the treasures on this ship. Good. Everyone echoed in unison, their voices shaking the earth. They all grabbed their weapons and jumped up without hesitation, jumping towards the Celestial Dragon's ship. Seeing this, Guernica quickly passed orders to the warship, asking it to fire at the crew of Roger Pirates. After receiving the order, the marine warship immediately organized an attack. In an instant, the sea was filled with artillery fire, and shells flew towards the ships of the Roger Pirates group like raindrops. Explosions rang out one after another, and smoke filled the entire sea. However, the ones rushing at the front of the Roger Pirates group are all top-notch warriors. How could these ordinary shells scare them? Before the shells got close, they were detonated by their powerful force. Especially Hiro, who used the damage-reflecting ability of the meat glob fruit to cleverly bounce the shells back. With several loud bangs, the 2 marine warships exploded instantly, flames shot into the sky, debris flew everywhere, and huge waves were raised on the sea. Protect Saint Roseward. Joseph shouted orders at the CP members at the top of his lungs. The CP members immediately responded as if they were facing a formidable enemy, quickly protecting Saint Roseward behind them and forming a defensive formation. Bullet rushed onto the ship like a tiger emerging from the mountains at lightning speed. Each of his punches contained tremendous power. He punched each CP member one by one, leaving them without any chance to fight back. Seeing this, Guernica and Joseph rushed towards Bullet, trying to stop his attack. At this moment, Hiro and Odin jumped onto the boat and intercepted the 2. Guernica is known as the Sword and Shield of Celestial Dragons, the world's strongest agent, while Joseph is known as the Sword God and Sword Master, holding the title of the strongest sword and shield. The names of these 2 people are quite famous within the world government. However, in terms of actual combat capability, they are only slightly stronger than the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Hiro and Guernica engaged in a fierce battle, with both sides fighting back and forth. After more than a dozen rounds, Hiro seized the opportunity and hit a god evasion. Guernica had no time to dodge and was hit by the powerful force. He fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. The battle on Odin's side was similar. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, he used the Taoyuan 10 Fists. Under this powerful attack, Joseph was quickly defeated and fell to the ground powerlessly. Hey, how come you guys finished the fight before I, an old man, even made a move? Roger was quite dissatisfied when he saw that Hiro and the other three had gotten ahead of him and didn't get to fight. His unruly character was fully revealed at this moment, so he fired a god of void at a marine warship without hesitation. In an instant, a slash of red and black lightning flashed by, and the warship was cut in half. The marines on the ship panicked and jumped into the sea to escape. Jabba was not far behind, swinging his double axes and launching 2 slashes at another warship. That warship suffered the same fate. Saint Roswald, who had been so arrogant before, was now so frightened that his face turned pale and his legs were shaking. He screamed in terror and backed away desperately. Help! However, at this time, there was no one around him to rely on, and only an unknown fate was waiting for him. After dealing with Guernica, Hiro teleported to the Saint Roseward. He held the sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword against Saint Rosward's chest, and his eyes revealed a hint of coldness and disdain. Saint Roswald looked at the sword in front of him and was terrified to the extreme. Chapter 45 Rubber Fruit appears. You can't kill me. Saint Roseward stumbled backward, his back slamming heavily against the side of the ship. His diamond-studded noble hat sat askew on his head, and his sapphire brooch rose and fell with his heavy breathing. I'm Celestial Dragons. If you kill me, you'll be wanted by the world government and the Marines, and there's no way you'll end up well. At this critical moment, he tried to use the supreme title of Celestial Dragons to intimidate the pirates in front of him. However, the only response he received was cold silence. A sarcastic sneer appeared on Shi Luo's lips, and the sword at his waist shone with a cold light. Celestial Dragons. He walked forward slowly, his boots crushing the scattered glass shards on the deck. The harsh sound crushed Saint Rosward's last hope. What Lousy hates most is a bunch of parasites like you. If you weren't a Celestial Dragon, I might have spared your life. Saint Roswald's face turned as pale as paper, and his previous arrogance disappeared completely. He suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, his knees hitting the hard wooden board heavily. Then, he hugged Shi Luo's legs, his snot and tears covered his once arrogant face, and he choked and wailed. Don't. Young hero, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can agree to anything you ask. A trace of disgust flashed in Hiro's eyes, and he kicked out mercilessly. Saint Roseward flew out and fell heavily on the deck, and the back of his head hit the anchor chain with a dull sound. Hiro's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he shouted angrily. You Celestial Dragons, worse than dogs, carry out an operation to destroy a nation every 3 years. When you wantonly massacre civilians, those innocent people beg for mercy. Why don't you think of letting them go? No. Don't kill me, I beg you. Saint Roseward struggled to get up from the pool of blood, and suddenly kowtowed like a madman. The bang sound of his forehead hitting the deck was particularly clear in the silent night. Everything here is mine, and there's a devil fruit in the cabin that I'll give you too, as long as you let me go. He was disheveled, his elegant suit was stained with blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Hiro has always been decisive in killing, but at this moment he was more patient than ever before. Seeing the once high and mighty Celestial Dragons howling and begging for mercy, an indescribable pleasure welled up in my heart. Just as he was immersed in this twisted feeling of pleasure, a pungent smell of urine suddenly entered his nose. Looking down, I saw that Saint Roseward was so frightened that he became incontinent, and urine flowed down his trouser legs, leaving a disgusting trail on the deck. Hiro frowned, covered his nose in disgust, his eyes full of contempt. Tell me, what is that devil fruit in the cabin? Saint Roseward seemed to have grasped a lifeline, and the look of fear on his face faded slightly. Okay, I think it's called rubber fruit. They say that after eating it, your body can stretch or shrink at will. What? Rubber fruit. Hiro's pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes widened in disbelief. Young hero, if you think rubber fruit is useless, then this holy book, oh no, I can go back to the holy land of Mariajoy and bring you other devil fruit. Saint Roseward thought that rubber fruit did not impress Hiro, so he continued to increase his bet. Hiro was lost in thought at this moment and didn't hear what Saint Roseward said. Memories flooded back. This fruit was the key to Luffy, the pirate's king. If Luffy eats it, how will his fate be changed? Or is it that there is a destiny in the universe, and even if someone eats it, that person will die at some point in time, and the fruit will eventually return to Luffy's hands? Countless questions exploded in his mind, causing him to slowly put down his sword involuntarily. At this moment, a loud shout broke the eerie silence. Hey, Hiro, what are you doing? Why don't you kill him? Bullet rushed forward like a tiger. After dealing with the CP members, he keenly noticed something abnormal about Hiro. Before he finished speaking, his fist had already hit Saint Roseward. Bang! The crisp sound of glass shattering and the muffled sound of bones bursting exploded at the same time. Saint Roswald's head was like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer, red and white objects splashed on the deck, and a fishy and sweet smell instantly spread. Hiro suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the gradually cooling corpse on the ground, feeling mixed emotions. Without saying anything, he turned and ran towards the cabin. Hiro rummaged through the piles of debris and finally found a golden box in the corner of the warehouse and found the legendary rubber fruit. The surface of the fruit is covered with mysterious spiral patterns and emits a faint, strange luster. He carefully stuffed the rubber fruit into the package on his back, feeling mixed emotions. When Hiro walked out of the warehouse, the deck was already in an uproar. The members of Roger Pirates cheered, and the gold, silver and jewelry reflected a bright light. We've made a fortune this time, not to mention the treasures inside. This ship alone has so much gold, silver and jewelry. I was saying, our Captain Roger has incredible luck. He just gave away 1.5 billion berries, and immediately got several times that much back. This time, I'm going to save some money myself, so I won't be so poor next time. Everyone was talking at once and working enthusiastically to chisel off the treasures on the ship. The gems inlaid on the hull and the exquisite gold carvings all became their spoils. As for the 4 pirates captains who were captured and enslaved by CP members, they were originally planned to be released. But after inquiring, we learned that they usually burned, killed, looted and committed all kinds of evil. Everyone looked at each other and sold them to the pirates' hunters according to the old rules. Roger brings the treasure to the Shaki rip-off bar to redeem Rayleigh. Inside the bar, dim lights flickered, and the aroma of wine and cigars intertwined. Roger generously pushed 20% of the treasure in front of Shaki. Shaki took the treasure, but there was no joy on his face. He just looked at Rayleigh quietly, his eyes full of reluctance and attachment. Don't worry, I'll be back. Rayleigh gently held Shaki's hand, left these words, and turned away gracefully. A lively banquet was held as scheduled on the Oro Jackson. Amidst the laughter and clinking of glasses, Rayleigh suddenly stopped smiling and walked up to Roger with a serious expression. Captain, we've hijacked a celestial dragon's ship, and 1 celestial dragon is dead. The world government will definitely take action. We must quickly capture the last piece of historical text and find the final island. Roger's signature smile gradually faded, and a determined light ignited in his eyes. All right, let's do it. We've been drifting on this ocean for decades. It's time to fulfill this dream. Luckily, we heard from Shaki's bar that the last red signpost is in the hands of the giants. Let's head straight for Elbaf now. Following a resounding command, the sails of the Oro Jackson rustled in the night wind as it headed full speed towards the giant nation of Elbaf. P.S. For the sake of plot flow, the journey to Sky Island to get the red signpost is omitted here. Chapter 46 Roger eats rubber fruit. A bonfire burned brightly on the deck, its orange-red flames illuminating the laughing faces of the crew of the Oro Jackson. The knuckles of Hiro's fingers turned white as he held the wine flask. After a few sips of spicy rum, the burning sensation in his throat could not dispel the uneasiness in his heart. His gaze passed through the noisy crowd and fixed on the tall figure at the bow. Roger was leaning against the mast, drinking from a wine bowl with a faint smile on his lips, and the sea breeze blew up his scarlet cloak. Little Hiro, do you have something to tell me? Roger's eyes suddenly turned to Hiro. He put down the wine bowl, and the metal made a crisp sound when it collided with the wooden table, which seemed particularly abrupt in the noisy banquet. Hiro's heart trembled suddenly. He took a deep breath and finally moved. Captain Roger, there's something I want to give you. His voice was trembling, and his shaking hands reached for the package behind him. Amid the rustling sound of fabric, a fruit of strange color was brought out. The dark purple skin was covered with spiral lines, and it glowed with an eerie luster under the firelight. Roger's pupils suddenly contracted, and the wine bowl hung at his lips for a long time. This is devil fruit? Did you get it from that celestial dragon's ship? His voice rose unconsciously, his rough fingers gently stroked the surface of the fruit, and an elusive light flashed in his eyes. Yes, I've thought about it for a long time and I think you should eat this rubber fruit. Hiro handed the fruit out with both hands, and the sweat from his palms spread out tiny water marks on the surface of the fruit. Roger threw the fruit into the air with interest and caught it steadily. As this rubber fruit, judging from the name, it should turn your body into a rubber man. That seems quite interesting. Wahahaha. Captain Roger, eat this devil fruit. You're the son of destiny, and this devil fruit should be eaten by you. Hiro took half a step forward, leaned forward slightly, and almost pushed the fruit in front of Roger. Little Hiro, what's wrong with you today? Why do you keep asking me to eat this rubber fruit? Does this have anything to do with the son of luck? Roger rubbed his chin, the smile gradually disappearing from his lips, replaced by a scrutinizing look. The noise on the deck suddenly became distant, and only the crackling of the burning flames could be heard clearly. Hiro's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his brain was working rapidly. It's like this. He paused, his eyes casually sweeping across the distant starry sky, and began to talk nonsense. I've seen this devil fruit before in a devil fruit encyclopedia. It said that after awakening, this devil fruit can transform into the human fruit, mythical beast, sun god Nika form. Really, it sounds amazing. Roger's eyes suddenly lit up, and the fruit in his hand was slightly deformed. It should be true, Captain Roger. You haven't eaten the devil fruit yet. Why don't you eat this devil fruit? Hiro's voice rose unconsciously, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, his nails leaving deep marks on his skin. Okay, I'll listen to you. Roger suddenly grinned, revealing a white fang. He brought the fruit close to his lips, but stopped just before taking a bite, his eyes sharp. Little Hiro, if I eat this and turn into a rubber man, won't my swordsmanship be affected? Hiro's heart sank suddenly, and the fingers stroking his chin trembled slightly. I'm not sure about that either. His eyes wandered for a moment, then suddenly became firm. However, I suspect that if used well, it will not only not affect swordsmanship, but may even improve it. When he said this, he felt guilty. Little Hiro, your predictions are always accurate. I believe you. I'll eat it right now. Roger's hearty laughter rang out again, and he took a bite of the fruit. The juice with multiple disgusting flavors instantly exploded in his mouth. His facial features twisted in pain, his throat twitched violently, and then he retched. What is this? Why is it so disgusting? He frowned, disgust evident in his voice. Captain Roger, this is how devil fruit tastes. You might as well swallow it all. Hiro reminded him while suppressing his smile, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Roger frowned, stuffed the remaining fruit into his mouth, grabbed the wine jar and took a big gulp. The spicy wine washed over my mouth, but it couldn't wash away the disgusting taste. After a while, he felt a strange power surging in his body, and his whole body became light. He subconsciously reached out to grab the wineglass in the distance, and his arm suddenly stretched out like a rubber band, easily holding the wineglass in his hand. This thing is really interesting. Roger's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he kept stretching and shortening his arms, playing like a child. Jabba, who was holding a large piece of barbecue and preparing to eat it, was suddenly stunned, and the barbecue in his hand disappeared. He turned around in horror and saw an outstretched arm dangling in front of him, and the barbecue was already at Roger's mouth. What? How did my barbecue get taken away by a hand? Jabba's eyes widened and his knife and fork clattered to the ground. He looked at Roger's arm that was still stretching and retracting at will, and his face turned pale. Captain, what happened to your hand? The noisy banquet suddenly became quiet, and the crew members gathered around, with shocked whispers one after another. Hiro stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Roger holding the wine jar in his left hand and waving the barbecue in his right hand, his face filled with excitement, and finally he showed a relieved smile. He cleared his throat and explained loudly, Captain Roger became like this because he ate the rubber fruit. Everyone finally understood and began to discuss. I heard that if you eat the devil fruit, you won't be able to swim anymore. Will Captain Roger's strength be affected? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't little Hiro eat the devil fruit as well? He's still ridiculously strong. I really want to see Captain Roger's current strength. Amid the crew's discussions, Roger couldn't wait to pull out his ace. However, when he swung the first sword, his whole body froze. His arms stretched out uncontrollably, his sword moves were weak and powerless, the tip of the sword couldn't even leave a mark on the wooden board. It's over. I seem to have lost my swordsmanship. He held his head in his hands in frustration, his scarlet cloak falling behind him. Hiro had anticipated this, and quickly stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Captain Roger, don't worry. When I first ate the devil fruit, I couldn't control that power at will. Once you can use it freely, you won't be affected. Chapter 47 Giant Prince. Loki. Roger looked up, fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. In the following days, he could often be seen sweating profusely on the deck. As the first rays of morning sun fell upon him, he had already begun to try to merge his rubber abilities with his swordsmanship. Late at night, when the other crew members had fallen asleep, the whistling sound of swords breaking through the air could still be heard from the bow. With his amazing understanding and solid hockey foundation, Roger's progress is rapid. At dawn one day later, his arms were covered with blood-colored steam as he stretched and retracted them at high speed, and he successfully mastered the second gear of blood steam. On the evening of the third day, he took a deep breath and blew towards his arm, which then expanded into a huge bone ball. He also mastered the third gear of the bone ball. When the fifth night fell, his body bounced up and down like a spring, and the fourth gear, stretch man, form began to take shape. However, the fifth gear, sun god Nika form, was still out of reach. But this did not dampen Roger's confidence. He perfectly combined his rubber ability with hockey to create a brand new sword move. In second gear, his sword moves are lightning fast and his attack power is greatly increased. In the third gear, the huge arms make the power increase dramatically, and each sword can create huge waves on the sea. Especially his signature move, Divine Avoidance, with the blessing of these two forms, the power is increased to a terrifying level. After countless actual combat drills, Roger finally gained confidence. He stood at the bow, looking at the vast sea, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Back then, I had to team up with Garp to defeat rocks. Now, even if I'm alone, I'm enough to defeat rocks. The crew's cheers were deafening, but Bullet stood alone in the shadows, clenching his fists. His goal is to defeat Roger and eventually become the strongest in the world. As a result, the gap between him and Roger grew wider and wider, and his dream of becoming the strongest in the world seemed to become even more distant. He looked at Roger, who was full of vigor not far away, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was gradually replaced by gloom. The goal that was once within reach has now turned into a distant star, shining mockingly in the night sky. After a long voyage, the Oro Jackson finally arrived at Elbaf. Not far away, the giant country is full of mountains and shrouded in clouds and mist, which is quite mysterious. The salty sea breeze blew waves against the side of the boat. Buggy put the telescope to his eyes, and his pupils behind the lens contracted slightly in shock. The outline of the misty island in the distance gradually became clear. The jagged peaks were like the backbone of a giant, piercing the sky. White smoke was still rising from the crater at the highest point. Is this the land of giants? I heard the residents here are much taller than normal people. His voice trembled unconsciously, and the metal casing of the telescope was covered with fine sweat stains. Shanks came swaying over on the mast, his red hair flying wildly in the wind. Isn't Uncle Zicker on our ship a giant? He tilted his head to look at Sikar, who was wiping the anchor on the other side of the deck. This strong man who was nearly 20 meters tall was like a clumsy child at this moment, carefully cleaning the rust with a special large brush. Captain Roger walked over with brisk steps, his red cloak fluttering behind him. He raised his hand and rubbed the heads of the two teenagers one by one. His calloused palms were warm from years of holding knives. Back then, in order to find the materials needed to build this ship, the treasure tree Adam, Rayleigh, Jabba and I went to Elbaf. That's when I met Seekar. His gaze passed over the crowd and returned to the rainy night when he first met Zicker. Before he could finish his words, the deck suddenly shook violently. A black shadow enveloped the entire ship. When everyone turned around, Zicker was looking up in the direction of his hometown, with ripples in his amber pupils. Yes, this is my hometown. I haven't been back for many years. I really miss it. His voice was low, and his rough fingertips unconsciously stroked the hideous scar on his chest. It was the mark left by the duel with his tribe when he left Elbaf. Jabba suddenly pushed his way to the front of the group. Hey, Zicker, the girls from the giant tribe are really nice. He narrowed his eyes and recalled an encounter he had in the Elbaf tavern. The sight of a tall female warrior lifting a wine barrel with one hand and drinking from it with her head tilted back was still unforgettable to him. Everyone on the boat turned their heads in unison, looking incredulous. Only Hiro crossed his arms, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips, and immediately understood what Jabba meant. In his heart, Jabba is the strongest man. When the ship docked, Seekar stood at the front and shouted loudly in giant language. The giant sentinel guarding the port heard the familiar sound and was surprised to lower the suspension bridge made of a whole 1,000-year-old tree. The Roger pirates officially set foot on this mysterious continent with deafening footsteps. In the dense mangroves, the crowns of the towering trees block out most of the sky, and sunlight shines through the gaps, casting Madara-like shadows on the mossy ground. Just as everyone was stunned by the wonder before their eyes, the ground suddenly shook violently. A giant rhinoceros beetle was startled and flew up. The hurricane created by its wings almost blew Buggy down. Then, a figure taller than the surrounding giant trees pushed aside the branches and appeared in front of everyone. Prince Loki was like a moving mountain, his 60 or 70 meter tall body casting a huge shadow in the sun. He had huge horns on his head, and a strange red light was faintly seeping out of the white cloth covering his eyes. He held a huge hammer in his hand and kept sticking out his tongue. Who are you? Why are you here in Elbaf? His voice carried the pressure of thunder, startling countless birds in the forest. Zicker knelt on one knee with his forehead almost touching the ground. You are Prince Loki, and I'm Seekar. I sailed with the Roger pirates before. Do you remember me? His voice trembled as he recalled the horrific scene in the royal training ground when he was young, when Loki used a heavy hammer to split the meteorite. Loki lowered his head, his eyes glowing blue beneath the blindfold. Observation Hockey swarmed towards Seekar and asked in a deep voice. So it's you. What do you want to do by bringing these people back to Elbaf this time? Zicker hurriedly gestured with his hands and explained seriously. Prince Loki, we, the Roger pirates, want to reach the final island, but we're still missing the last red signpost, so we're thinking. Before Zicker could finish his words, Loki slammed the hammer in his hand to the ground. Boom! Instantly, a loud bang echoed throughout Elbaf. The moment the sledgehammer hit the ground, the entire forest trembled. The flying debris passed by like cannonballs, and Buggy and Shanks were blown away by the airwave. If Hiro had not been quick-witted and held down their shoulders, they would have probably crashed into the giant tree behind them. Seekar, you know that we giants won't give our things to others easily unless we can convince them with force. Loki's words echoed in the valley, and his aura grew more fierce. Chapter 48 Loki's unfortunate past. This, Zicker hesitated to speak. Roger suddenly jumped up and landed steadily on Zicker's shoulder. He drew the ace from his waist, and the friction between the blade and the scabbard produced dazzling sparks. Your name is Loki, right? I'm Gore D. Roger, captain of the Roger Pirates. How about this? You go get us the red signpost text, and I'll take you to the final island. How about that? Loki let out a thunderous laugh. Ha 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 ha, how can a mere Roger Pirates group take me aboard? In my mind, the rocks are the strongest in the world. If I have to board a ship, I'll board Rock's ship. Hiro sneered, jumped onto the rock, and activated his taunt skill. Then why didn't you follow Rocks? I didn't see you during the battle in God Valley. Could it be that Rocks didn't like you? He deliberately stretched out his tone, and each word was like a sharp dagger. Presumptuous. Loki roared angrily. How dare a mere mortal mock this prince? Do you know how powerful Rocks is? He is a great man who can conquer the world. Rocks? Conquer the world? A playful smile appeared on Hiro's face. I'm not afraid to tell you that your idol Rocks was defeated by our Captain Roger and Marine Vice Admiral Garp. What? A flash of surprise flashed across Loki's face, and then it turned into a look of sudden realization. He pointed at Roger. I told you, Captain Rocks couldn't be defeated by that Vice Admiral named Garp all by himself. Turns out you and Garp were the ones besieging him. I'm going to avenge Rocks. As he spoke, Loki swung his mace and hit Roger and Seekar. Roger blew quickly into his right arm, and it quickly grew larger. Then, he quickly pulled out Ace and fired a divine evasion at Loki. When Loki's mace came into contact with the slash with black and red lightning, it immediately bounced away. With a loud bang, the mace fell more than 10 meters behind him. Before Loki could react, his abdomen had been pierced, leaving a wound and blood gushing out. Ah! Loki screamed, knelt on one knee, covered the wound with his left hand, and his face was full of shock. No. Impossible. Your strength has surpassed Captain Rox's. Now you know how powerful it is. Hiro couldn't help but continue to taunt. Damn it, you guys forced me to do this. Loki roared and raised his hand to tear off the white cloth covering his eyes. Don't. Prince Loki, don't be impulsive. Zikr hurriedly tried to stop him, as he knew that the cloth contained Loki's innate destructive power. At the critical moment, an old voice pierced through the smoke. Prince Loki, don't be foolish. Do you want to bring disaster to the entire giant race? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the man with a long, thick white beard. He also wore a black coat and a horned helmet. Elder Ululu, don't worry about it. This guy wants to steal Elbaf's things. I want to stop him. Although Loki spoke in a tough tone, he unconsciously took a half step back. Roger took off his straw hat and saluted respectfully. Sashi ignores Dana, Elder Ululu. His voice had a unique appeal, which eased the tense atmosphere around them a little. Ululu looked at Roger carefully, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. He exclaimed. You are Captain Roger. Roger put it bluntly. Yes, that's right. I'd like to borrow the text of your Elbaf Red Road sign this time. Is that okay? It's fine if I borrow it. Come with me. As Ululu spoke, he took the initiative to lead the Roger Pirates group. Elder Ululu, but Loki still wanted to say something unwillingly. Prince Loki, the Roger Pirates are our friends, so it's okay for them to help us out. Ululu stepped forward to check Loki's injuries, and after confirming that they were not fatal, he walked straight ahead. Under the elder's gaze, Loki reluctantly put down his hand, covered his wound, and turned away. Before leaving, he turned around and glared at Roger fiercely, the red light under the blindfold becoming more and more dazzling. Hiro took the opportunity to jump onto Zikar's shoulder and asked in a low voice. Sikar, why did Elder Ululu say that Prince Loki would bring disaster when he tore off the white cloth covering his eyes? Alas, Sikar sighed, our Prince Loki is also a miserable man. How do you say that? Hiro couldn't help but become curious. This is about our King Harold. When the king was young, he went out to gain experience and met Ida, the love of his life. A female giant with an ugly appearance but a kind heart. The two also had a love child, Prince Hilding. The king wanted to take Ida to Elbaf and make her his princess, but he encountered opposition from the elders of the giant tribe. The reason is that Ida does not have pure Elbaf blood. The king had no choice but to compromise and marry a giant beauty named Aestrida. Princess Aestrida is a great believer in divination. She and the king gave birth to a prince, Prince Loki. When Prince Loki was born, Princess Aestrida saw that his eyes had vertical pupils and believed that they were evil eyes and were ominous. So she announced to the public that she had not given birth to a child and threw Prince Loki into the underworld. Prince Loki relied on his strong ability to survive to kill many giant beasts in the underworld. Even when he was seriously injured, he climbed up the treasure tree atom step by step. Princess Aestrida believed that he was a cursed demon and fell ill ever since. From then on, whenever Elbaf encountered any bad things, Elbaf's people would blame it on the birth of Prince Loki. Prince Loki was able to grow up thanks to the help of the kind Princess Ida. Because of this experience, Prince Loki never paid attention to appearance, but preferred to associate with kind-hearted people, even if that person was extremely ugly. So that's how it is. No wonder he has such a soft spot for Andy's daughter, the extremely ugly Lola. Only then did Hiro realize and begin to understand the origin of Loki's extreme personality. After Ululu negotiated with the other elders, he successfully took out the text on the Red Road sign and handed it over to the Roger Pirates. After expressing his gratitude to the giants, Roger left Elbaf. After getting this last piece of red signpost text, the conditions for going to the final island are finally met. It only took 1 year from the time Captain Roger decided to go to Elbaf to the time all the conditions were met. I have to say, Roger is the son of luck. Hiro was naturally very happy, as his dream of becoming a winner without effort was about to come true. Following the instructions on the red signpost, the Oro Jackson successfully arrived at the waters near the final island. However, the entrance to this legendary mysterious island is hidden without a trace. While everyone was looking for the exit, Buggy suddenly fell seriously ill. As a last resort, Shanks took the initiative to stay and take care of Buggy. Hiro originally wanted to cure Buggy's illness, but when he thought about how he didn't go to the island in the original book, he simply gave up on treating him. Anyway, these two little ones are so weak, there's no point in going to the island. Moreover, going to the island means changing the fate of the two of them, which may not be a good thing for them. Chapter 49. 100 years of lost history. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Roger slowly closed his eyes, put aside all distracting thoughts, and felt everything around him with his whole body and soul. Soon, he began to have wonderful exchanges with the small animals and plants on the nearby islands. Since birth, Roger has had the magical ability to hear the sounds of all things, which allows him to communicate with all living things in the world without obstacles. A group of small animals jumped around him, chattering and telling the secrets of the island. The surrounding plants also swayed gently, and the rustling sound of their branches and leaves conveyed mysterious messages. Finally, Roger suddenly opened his eyes, a confident smile appeared on his face, and he shouted. I found the entrance. Following Roger's instructions, Jabba skillfully grasped the rudder and steered the Oro Jackson through a mysterious barrier. Then he flew over a majestic waterfall in a thrilling way. Finally, it docked steadily on the shore of an island gently shrouded in holy light. This island is like an isolated fairyland, with lush plants growing wildly around it, exuding a fresh and pleasant scent that makes people feel relaxed and happy. The most eye-catching thing is a giant tree that is 100 meters high. Its branches are full of fruits of various shapes and colors, which sparkle with strange light under the sunlight. Next to the giant tree, an extremely large rock stands proudly, engraved with obscure ancient characters. At this time, it was Odin's turn to appear. He quickly pressed the historical texts into the gaps in the rock. In this way, there is a complete ancient text on the rock. After doing all this, Odin began to translate this ancient text. 875 years ago, the sun god returned to the world. Seeing the world in ruins and the people suffering, with just a few gestures, he reshaped this magnificent world with his supreme divine power. Because the sun god cannot stay in this world forever. In order to ensure that this new world could run smoothly and orderly, the sun god, out of compassion, left 8 of his extraordinary and capable subordinates in this vast land. The 8 subordinates are Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, Saturn, Uranus, Poseidon and Pluton. At the same time, the sun god had a keen eye and chose Joy Boy as his agent in this world. He earnestly instructed his 8 subordinates to assist Joy Boy with all their heart and soul to jointly safeguard world peace and tranquility. In order to give Joy Boy an endless supply of powerful strength, the sun god used his god-tier ability to plant a sacred tree on the mysterious final island at the end of the world. This sacred tree only bears fruit once every 800 years. When the fruit is harvested, the power of the sun god tree will be greatly enhanced. And the fruit that is produced is the devil fruit, which has magical powers. These devil fruits are nourished by worldly desires. The more fervent people's expectations for something and the stronger their inner desires, the more powerful the power contained in the devil fruit will be. During the years when Joy Boy ruled the world, the 8 subordinates of the sun god relied on their extraordinary abilities to overcome difficulties and repeatedly achieved remarkable feats, making great contributions to the prosperity and stability of the world. However, beneath this seemingly harmonious appearance, undercurrents are already surging. Among the 8 men, Uranus has a burning ambition in his heart. He was proud and arrogant, and was unwilling to be under someone else's control for long. In his eyes, Joy Boy was just an ordinary person and was not worthy of their assistance at all. So, Uranus, with ulterior motives, began to secretly instigate the other 7 to rebel together, attempting to overthrow Joy Boy's rule, replace him and become the supreme ruler of the world. But the other 7 knew that rebellion against Joy Boy was tantamount to disloyalty to the sun god. They will never tolerate such behavior that goes against their faith. Uranus was terrified when he saw that his conspiracy was exposed. He knew that once Joy Boy knew about this, he would not let him off easily. In order to save his own life and realize his ambition, Uranus decided to strike first. He came to the final island alone and quietly. There, he used his unique devouring ability to madly absorb the energy of the sun god tree. As the energy of the sun god tree continued to flow into Uranus's body, his strength increased rapidly, quickly surpassing the other 7 subordinates of the sun god and becoming extremely powerful. Uranus, who possessed great power, began to threaten the other 7 people with his divine power and force them to submit to him. Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars and Saturn were unwilling to surrender under the tyranny of Uranus, but they had no choice but to surrender. However, Poseidon and Pluton, 2 upright warriors, refused to obey. With their persistent adherence to justice, they resolutely informed Joy Boy of Uranus's conspiracy. A thrilling battle has begun. When Joy Boy learned the truth, he was furious and immediately started a shocking showdown with Uranus. At the beginning of the battle, Joy Boy had a clear advantage on the battlefield with the powerful strength bestowed by the sun god and his own penultimate fighting skills. Although Uranus fought hard, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, Uranus, who was at the end of his rope, resorted to the most despicable means. He threatened innocent civilians and took countless unarmed people as hostages in an attempt to force Joy Boy to submit. Joy Boy looked at the innocent people who were held hostage by Uranus, his heart filled with pain and struggle. He knew very well that he had the responsibility to protect the people and would never allow these innocent lives to be slaughtered because of him. After a difficult decision, Joy Boy finally gave up resistance with great grief and indignation, and died tragically at the hands of Uranus. Poseidon and Pluton also died in this tragic battle, and their souls were reincarnated in the cycle of reincarnation. When Poseidon was dying, in order to prevent Uranus from gaining more powerful power through the sun tree, he used up his last divine power and cast a mysterious curse on the sun tree. Since then, anyone who eats the devil fruit will be cursed and lose the ability to move freely in the ocean, becoming a landlubber. In this way, Uranus achieved the final victory by means of despicable means and seized the right to rule the world as he wished. And this ambitious Uranus is none other than the I Am, whom the world fears today. The 5 elders are the descendants of the 5 subordinates of the sun god. Under the rule of Yim, they have become an important force in maintaining the rule of the world government. As for the celestial dragons, they were the first group of people who followed Yim when he rebelled. Under the instruction of Yim, these celestial dragons established 20 countries, and over the next 100 years, they launched a brutal hunt for all those who knew the truth and killed them all. From then on, celestial dragons came to rule the world. They were high and mighty, viewing ordinary people as ants, and acting recklessly in the world. However, not all those who knew the truth were killed by the celestial dragons. There were still some brave people who managed to escape the bloody massacre. They fled and hid in all parts of the world. In order to let future generations remember this history and to pass on the will to resist, they added D to their descendants' names, thus forming the D clan. The D tribe is the group that opposes the rule of IM and the celestial dragons. It is said that D is the abbreviation of discipline, which means punishment. It indicates that one day in the future, the D clan will severely punish IM and the celestial dragons, making them pay a heavy price for their evil deeds. The time for this punishment will be 800 years later, which is when the sun god tree bears fruit again. At that time, a child of destiny will be born and lead the people of the world to resist the tyranny of Yim and the celestial dragons. Chapter 50 Roger's choice. After listening to Odin's translation, Roger slapped his forehead helplessly. It seems we're here too early. It will take another 25 years for this beast to become a true treasure. His voice was mixed with the sound of waves, and carried an unconcealable melancholy, as if he was speaking to everyone, or as if he was confiding in the vast ocean. Everyone fell into silence. The crew members looked at each other, and disappointment quickly spread. In this depressing atmosphere, a gleam of light flashed in Shiro's eyes. After who knows how many years, he finally knew what One Piece was. Captain Roger, and everyone else, why should we be so depressed? We are the first people to arrive at the final island in 800 years. He waved his arms, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. From now on, Captain Roger is the true king of pirates, and we are the king of pirates crew. Hiro's words caused a huge uproar. The crew members were stunned at first, and then burst into thunderous cheers. Someone lifted the wine jar, tilted his head back and drank the strong liquor. The liquor flowed down the corners of his mouth and wet his clothes. Some people hugged each other, slapped each other on the back, and the laughter was deafening. Roger looked at everyone with a gratified smile on his face. He waved his hand and shouted proudly. To celebrate our arrival at the final island, we'll hold a 3-day banquet right here on this island. Ha 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 ha. For the next 3 days, this nameless island turned into a sea of joy. The bonfire burned brightly on the beach, illuminating everyone's face. The aroma of barbecue, the fragrance of fine wine and the sea breeze intertwined and filled the air. The crew members sang and danced, some played cheerful music, and some swayed to the rhythm. Roger stood in the center of the crowd, holding up his wine bowl and laughing loudly. His laughter penetrated the night sky and spread far away. After the banquet, the morning light gilded the island. Roger stood on the highest hill, overlooking the land that had witnessed their glory and joy, and said solemnly, I'll call you, Raftel. This name is destined to become a holy place in the hearts of countless pirates in the years to come. On the way back, the Oro Jackson slowly docked on the deserted island. Shanks and Buggy saw the familiar sails and ran over cheering. They had innocent smiles on their faces and their eyes were full of anticipation for future adventures. However, when the ship set sail again, a strange silence filled the deck. Everyone stood quietly, looking at the deserted island gradually moving away, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Roger leaned against the side of the boat. The wine bowl in his hand had been emptied several times. He raised his head and drank the last sip of wine, then slowly walked towards Sheila, put his strong arm around his shoulders and said softly, Little Hero, who do you think the child of destiny mentioned in the historical text is? Hero's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. Of course it's you, Captain Roger. You've already eaten the rubber fruit. When you awaken the sun god Nika form in the future, won't it be a reflection of the sun god tree? As soon as he said that, he felt a little guilty. After all, in the original plot, the child of destiny should be King Luffy. Roger stroked his chin thoughtfully, the sea breeze ruffling his messy hair. Little Hero, I don't think it should be me. Think about it, in 25 years, I will be around 75 years old, and it's not certain whether I can still be alive. There was a hint of self-mockery in his tone, and it was obvious that he had become indifferent to life and death. Hero opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. At this moment, Roger's gaze passed over him and fell on Shanks and Buggy who were laughing and playing not far away. Little Hero, I think it's such a coincidence that Buggy, who is usually very healthy, suddenly fell ill and Shanks stayed to take care of him. It must be God's will. His voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable certainty. God's will? How do you say that? Hero couldn't help but ask, a strong curiosity rising in his heart. Roger's eyes became deep. Think about it, we've all been to the final island, and learned the truth about history, so there's no motivation to go back. Neither of them had been there before, and they would definitely think about going there to have a look in the future. And they are so young, in 25 years, they will only be around 38 years old. It must be that God felt that one of them was more suitable to be the child of destiny. Hero froze in place, speechless for a moment. He wanted to tell Roger that he was only 4 years older than Shanks and Buggy. Is this the price of being a winner without doing anything? I've become a remnant of the old days. He patted his chest lightly, feeling like vomiting blood. Roger took off his straw hat, gently stroked the brim with his fingers, his eyes full of nostalgia. Little Hero, I originally thought that the child of destiny would be you, but now it seems that I was wrong. There was a hint of regret in his voice, yet relief. Captain Roger, let's not talk about this anymore. What are we, the pirates, going to do next? Should we continue drifting on the sea, or should we start fighting against the world government? Hero tried to make his voice sound calm, but his heart was filled with anxiety. He was eager to know what changes his arrival as a time traveler would bring to the Roger pirates. Roger's lips curled up into a mysterious smile. He paused and lowered his voice. Of course. Disband? Dissolution? Hiro screamed, then realized something was wrong and lowered his voice. That's not necessary. We pirates are healthy and well, so we can continue sailing. Roger patted Hiro's shoulder and said earnestly, Little Hiro, you are only in your teens, and most of us older brothers are in our 40s or 50s. We have been sailing for decades, and it is time to take a break. Moreover, according to the description in the historical text, the real great secret treasure will not appear until 25 years later. Some of us may not be able to survive until then. A hint of loneliness flashed across his eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. So what you mean is? Hiro seemed to have thought of something, with a look of shock in his eyes. That's right, let's return to our normal lives and have children quickly. Then, even if some of us can't go, our descendants can go. What do you think of this idea, little Hiro? Roger showed a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, as if he had seen the blueprint for the future. No. Captain Roger has always been carefree. When did he become so smart and think so far ahead? Shiro was full of doubts. Looking at Roger in front of him, he felt that the captain's transformation was incredible. Roger strode towards Shanks, gently placed the straw hat on his head, his movements gentle and solemn, and whispered. Shanks, this straw hat is on your head. You must work hard to become stronger and support the next era. Chapter 51 Inches Accidental Injury, Momonosuke. Shanks looked up at Roger, his eyes filled with admiration and confusion, and nodded vigorously. Buggy, who was standing next to him, widened his childish eyes and watched Roger solemnly hand over the straw hat. The straw hat that carried countless legends glowed softly in the afterglow of the setting sun. Buggy knew very well what this straw hat meant. It was a symbol of glory and the inheritance of the will of the pirate's king. The scene at this moment stirred up a storm in his heart, making him stand there, unable to recover for a long time. Roger's eyes swept over everyone on deck, finally landing on Buggy. The all-powerful pirate's king squatted down, gently touched Buggy's head with his warm hand, and spoke earnestly, full of hope. And you, Buggy, you'll have your own journey in the future, so keep working hard too, okay? Buggy's throat seemed to be blocked by something. He wanted to say something but couldn't make any sound. He could only nod continuously to respond to the captain's expectations. Shanks, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Roger walked Shanks to the stern and whispered something in his ear. As the words deepened, Shanks' body began to tremble slightly, and tears flowed uncontrollably, sliding down his cheeks, dripping onto the deck, and also onto his heart that was beating violently with shock. Shiloh watched this scene from a distance, and he already understood in his heart that Roger had told him Shanks' life story. Roger looked around and saw the depressed expressions on everyone's faces. The atmosphere was very depressing. He suddenly raised his voice, and his signature hearty laugh broke the silence. Everyone, let's celebrate our escape from the final island, and have a party, ha 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 ha. This familiar laughter was like the warm sunshine in spring, instantly dispelling the haze on the deck. Everyone was moved by this highly infectious voice. Cheers and clinking of glasses came one after another, and the atmosphere became lively again. However, as the banquet drew to a close, Roger's words silenced the entire deck. He stood at the bow, his eyes firm and with a hint of reluctance, and announced loudly. The Roger Pirates are officially disbanded starting today. From now on, the Oro Jackson will take everyone to the island they wish to visit. The crew on deck were silent. Only the sound of waves hitting the boat tells of the sadness of parting. Although they had already guessed that the pirates would be disbanded one day. But after years of fighting side by side at sea, experiencing storms together, and sharing the joy of victory together, they have long become closer to each other than family. Now that we are really parting, who can not be sad? Many people could no longer control their emotions and started crying with their faces covered, and Buggy was crying even harder. He is only 13 years old and weak. He has always grown up under the protection of this group of big brothers. Now, thinking about facing the unknown world alone in the future, his heart is filled with fear and anxiety. What annoyed him even more was that he accidentally swallowed the devil fruit that he had intended to sell for money because of Shanks, and he might even drown if he wasn't careful. In this sad atmosphere, Kazuki Oden's family remained relatively calm. After all, they had only been on board for a year, and although their relationship with everyone was deep, it had not yet reached the level of separation that the old crew members had. And Bullet, who joined the ship halfway and was determined to challenge Roger to become the world's toughest man, was secretly hiding in the corner wiping away tears. He had been betrayed by his country and had a heart as cold as iron, but in this warm family, he was unknowingly infected by the captain's warm smile, and developed a mutual understanding with Hiro, who had always been competing with him. He once thought his partner was a burden, but now he realizes that it is such a happy thing to have a group of friends who can trust your back. Hiro was keenly aware of Bullet's abnormality and followed him quietly. When he saw Bullet crying, Hiro deliberately said in a sarcastic tone, "Bullet, what are you doing? Are you reluctant to leave the pirates?" Bullet hurriedly wiped away her tears and said angrily like a stubborn child, "Nonsense, I don't want to stay in this crappy pirates group." Shiro looked at him showing off, covered his mouth and chuckled, then suggested, "Well, let's have one more duel before we disband." Bullet clenched his fists, making a bang-bang sound, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "I'll fight you if I want to, I'm not afraid of you." The two engaged in a fierce competition on the deck. At this time, Hiro's strength was already above Bullet's, but he deliberately did not use his full strength, and the fight with Bullet was hard to separate. The two of them exchanged moves, bringing up gusts of wind. After fighting for a while, Hiro saw that Bullet was gradually coming out of his sadness, so he stopped the fight at the right time and murmured helplessly. Alas, it's always a draw, so boring. I won't fight anymore. It's more fun to compete with other opponents on the sea. Bullet also regained his former spirit and said seriously. Hiro, don't fall behind in your training, or I'll definitely leave you behind. Hiro just smiled and said nothing, but his eyes were full of blessings for his partner. The Oro Jackson continued to sail on the sea, but the crew members were reluctant to leave. They wandered around the boat, touching the familiar railings and recalling every little detail of the past. Every corner held their shared memories. Roger watched this scene and knew that this couldn't go on. So, when the boat arrived at South Blue Bardelila Island, he resolutely became the first to get off. Before leaving, he stood on the shore and shouted to the people on the boat. Brothers, I'm getting off the boat first. You should all get off quickly too, get married and have children. If you're not dead, we'll reunite in 25 years. If anyone is gone, remember to get your children on board. Wahahahahaha. The hearty laughter echoed on the sea, adding a glimmer of hope to the originally sad farewell. After hearing these words, the gloom in everyone's hearts was swept away. They all smiled and said that they would try their best to have children, as if they had already foreseen the happy scene of reunion after 25 years. The next to disembark were Kazuki Oden and his family. Before they left, a small incident occurred. It was a sunny day and Momonosuke was happily playing with the sword spirit on the deck. No one expected that the sword spirit accidentally controlled the tetanus blade to cut Momonosuke's crotch. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Hiro behind the scenes. Momonosuke rolled on the deck in pain, and his crying startled the entire ship. Kazuki Oden and Kazuki Toki ran over anxiously, their faces full of worry. Seeing this, Hiro hurried forward and pretended to scold the sword spirit, then comforted Kazuki Oden and his wife. I can heal Momonosuke with the power of the meatball fruit. While treating Momonosuke, Hiro secretly took away the two useless meatballs from Momonosuke's crotch and threw them into the sea to feed the fish. Outwardly, Momonosuke looked as good as new. Kazuki Oden and Kazuki were overjoyed to see their child healed, and they thanked Hiro profusely. Hiro waved his hand, with a gentle smile on his face, and said, This is what I should do. Chapter 52, Roger Pirates disband. Not long after, Wano-kuni finally arrived. Hiro stood by the anchor chain, his arm resting heavily on Oden's broad shoulders, and the tacit understanding of fighting side by side for a year flowed in silence. Oden, pirates are very cunning, don't trust their words easily. Hiro lowered his voice and gave a piece of advice. The salty sea breeze blew between them, and Oden nodded in confusion. Hiro looked at the reckless figure from behind, and a sigh escaped from his throat. When will this foolish warrior who always rushes around recklessly understand the calculations and betrayal hidden in the depths of the sea? When turning to walk towards the cabin, Hiro saw Kazuki taking care of a pair of children. Mrs. Shi, thank you for teaching me about traveling through time and space. Hiro gently placed the Den Den Mushi on the wooden table. The metal shell glowed blue in the candlelight. If you encounter any difficulties, just call my Den Den Mushi. You know I can teleport. Kazuki put Hiyori on the bed, took the Den Den Mushi, and expressed his gratitude to Hiro. Hiro-kun, I don't know much about time travel, but I hope what I've told you can help you. Also, thank you very much for leaving your Den Den Mushi. If I encounter something I really can't solve, I'll contact you. I'll be grateful for your help then. When she looked up, there was a smile in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, but she couldn't hide the imperceptible worry in her eyes. However, she quickly calmed herself down. As the ship docked, the heartless Kazuki Oden got off the ship with his family. As the vast wheat fields of Elbaf loomed in the morning mist, Jabba and Sikar climbed a rickety rope ladder down to disembark from the boat. When Sandal jumped into the sea, the waves he stirred up reflected a colorful halo, and were soon swallowed up by the undercurrent in the direction of the Fishman Island. Rayleigh's sails were raised towards the Sabaody archipelago. He kept his promise and returned to Shaki. More than a month later, most of the Roger pirates had disembarked, except for Hiro, Buggy and Shanks. Hiro stood at the bow of the Oro Jackson, watching Buggy's hands turning slightly pale as he gripped the rope. The waves of East Blue were much gentler, and the aroma of grilled seafood wafted from the distant islands, but it couldn't dispel the fear in Buggy's eyes. Brother Sheila, why don't I just follow you? I'm afraid. Buggy's voice was cut off by the sudden sound of a train whistle. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, revealing a newly tattooed treasure map. It was obvious that he was afraid of going out on his own and had no confidence in himself. Hiro squatted down and looked at Buggy at eye level. The sea breeze blew up their messy hair. Buggy, which do you think is most important, hard work, talent, or luck? His voice was mixed with the sound of waves, but every word was clear. Buggy's Adam's apple rolled twice, and his eyes shifted to the hermit crab struggling in the gap of the deck. I think it's a talent. His voice was so soft that it seemed as if he was speaking to himself. After all, the scene of being easily defeated by Shanks during training was still replaying in his nightmares. Hiro shook his head and rubbed the lines of the meatball fruit on his palm. My answer is luck. No matter how talented or hardworking a person is, if he doesn't have luck, he has no chance of success. He suddenly held Buggy's shaking hand, and the warmth from his palm made Buggy tremble. I remember telling you before that you possess conqueror's luck and are a person of heaven-defying destiny, so I believe you will definitely become a great figure in this ocean. This sentence was like a huge rock thrown into a deep pool, awakening the long-dormant spark in Buggy's eyes. He suddenly shook Hiro's hand and said excitedly, "Everyone looks down on me, but I don't live up to my expectations. Only you, Brother Shilo, always believe that I will succeed. I swear, if I succeed in the future, I will definitely repay you, Brother Shilo." Hiro smiled and pushed him towards the gangway. The canvas package hit Buggy's back with a dull sound. "Okay, let's go. As long as you have faith, you will succeed. Don't forget, you are an intern of the Roger Pirates." After watching Buggy disappear at the end of the Golden Beach, Shanks suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with confusion under his straw hat. He randomly pointed to a village with smoke rising from chimneys and was about to disembark, but was stopped dead in his tracks by Hiro's voice. "Shanks, you already know you're a celestial dragon." The boy's back tensed instantly, and the sword at his waist made a slight humming sound. You also know my background?" There was a tremor in Shanks' voice that he wasn't even aware of. Hiro smiled and began to talk. "Of course, I might know more. After all, you know, I was picked up on this ship just like you in the Valley of Gods." Shanks' pupils suddenly contracted, and a crack was torn in his dusty memories. He grabbed Shi Luo's sleeve tightly, with a hint of earnestness in his voice. "Brother Shilo, tell me, who is my father?" The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two people very long, interweaving into a web of fate on the deck. "Your father is the leader of the Knights of God, Figaran Garin, and you have a twin brother named Figaran Shamrock. During the Battle of God Valley, you must have been lost and then picked up by Captain Roger. So, not only are you a celestial dragon, but you come from one of the top celestial dragon families." Hiro told Shanks the secret that had been buried for a long time, and told him everything he knew. "So that's how it is. What should I do now?" Shanks's face flickered in the twilight. He squatted down with his hands on his head, and suppressed sobs escaped from the edge of his straw hat. "Shanks, listen to me." Hiro pulled the boy's trembling shoulders hard. "Bloodline isn't important. The life you want to live is up to you. The most important thing in life is to have a clear conscience." The words echoed repeatedly in Shanks' ears like the beating of a war drum. Hiro looked at the boy's increasingly determined eyes and spoke in a more serious tone. "My advice is that you don't go back to Mariajoy to recognize your relatives. If you go, you will most likely lose your freedom, and the price of regaining it will be very high. According to the original trajectory, Shanks would return to the Holy Land of Mariajoy and become a member of the Knights of God. His left hand will also be cursed by I Am, making him immortal but at the same time having the power of life and death under Ain's control. Later, in order to break free from Ain's control and fight against the celestial dragons, he deliberately took the opportunity of Luffy falling into the sea and let the king of the sea bite off his left hand. So, Hiro's intention in saying this to Shanks was to prevent him from having his arm broken. Shanks pondered for a moment, then nodded to Hiro and expressed his gratitude. Then, he packed his bag and headed for his journey without looking back. Chapter 53 World Government Actions. As Shanks walked towards the unknown with his backpack on his back, the setting sun stretched his shadow into a golden bridge. Hiro stood at the bow, looking at the empty deck, with Roger's hearty laughter still echoing in his ears. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. After some thought, Hiro decided to use the power of the meat globe fruit to control the Oro Jackson towards the Sabadi archipelago. This ship carrying dreams and glory cannot remain in the hands of someone who cannot sail. So, he decided to hand over the boat to Rayleigh for safekeeping. Half a day later, Hiro arrived at Sabadi archipelago and handed the Oro Jackson to Rayleigh. Rayleigh sat at the bar of the Rip-Off Bar and asked Hiro with a smile, "Where are you going next?" On the way to Sabadi archipelago, Hiro leaned on the railing of the deck, looking at the surging sea, his mind full of thoughts, and he had already planned the next itinerary over and over again in his mind. When asked about the follow-up arrangements, he answered without hesitation, "I want to go out alone and help people get better treatment." When Rayleigh heard this, his eyes, which had experienced countless hardships, widened instantly, filled with surprise and astonishment. After a moment of silence, Rayleigh laughed heartily, stretched out his big hand, patted Hiro's shoulder heavily, and said, "Little Sheila, I never thought you were such a loving person. As a teacher, I'm very pleased. Ha ha ha." However, when he heard the word, teacher, the corners of Hiro's mouth twitched unconsciously. He secretly complained in his heart and wanted to tell Rayleigh loudly, "If it weren't for your guidance over the years, I would have broken through to my current level long ago." But when the words came to his lips, he finally swallowed them back into his stomach. Under the dim lights of the Rip-Off Bar, the air was filled with the rich aroma of alcohol and noisy voices. Hiro and Rayleigh sat opposite each other, chatting casually. As the night deepened, Hiro got up and said goodbye and left. Hiro chose to do this not because of the so-called saintly heart, and wanted to save the people of the world. In this world of pirates where the strong prey on the weak, he has his own plans. He was always thinking about the tetanus blade in his heart, longing for its evolution. At this time, he encountered a bottleneck in his swordsmanship and hockey training that was difficult to break through, and it was almost impossible to make any progress in a short period of time. For the meatball fruit to awaken, it requires a special opportunity, but such an opportunity is as hard to find as looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, he placed his hopes for a breakthrough on weapons. Tetanus blade has been with Hiro for more than a year. During this period, it has been constantly devouring the injuries caused by the meatball fruit. As time went by, the sword underwent countless tempering, and its original color gradually faded and turned into a deep gray. Looking at the sword in his hand, Hiro's eyes flashed with anticipation. If the situation continued like this, after some more tempering, it would very likely become the legendary black sword. Once successful, the power of this sword will be greatly enhanced. More importantly, the sword spirit will become more powerful. By then, it might be able to independently control the tetanus blade, to fight and become Hiro's most capable partner. From then on, Hiro began his life wandering around various small villages. He traveled to many places and treated all kinds of people. Whether they were white-haired, frail old men, innocent, occasionally sick children, or those seriously injured in battle, they all recovered under Hiro's treatment. Sometimes, in some peaceful places, it is difficult to find injured people, and Hiro can only helplessly turn his eyes to the bullies in those places. He would take the initiative to attack these evil bullies, severely injuring them, and then provide them with treatment. This seemingly contradictory behavior is a necessary means to achieve the goal in Hiro's eyes. However, most of these bullies could not withstand Hiro's repeated torture. In their opinion, this method of first injuring and then treating, and then injuring again and then treating again, is more painful than killing them directly. As a result, most bullies chose to commit suicide. Whenever encountering such a situation, Hiro would show a helpless expression, complaining with a hint of regret in his tone. Why are you doing this? I really won't kill you. Meanwhile, on the Grand Line, an event that could shake the world is taking place. After going through countless hardships and dangers, Roger pirates finally arrived at the final island. There, they seem to have discovered a secret that could change the world. However, after arriving at the final island, the Roger pirates chose to disband. This news was like a bombshell, causing an uproar within the world government. Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, was the first to receive the news that the Roger pirates had successfully landed on the island. He published the news on the front page of the newspaper without hesitation. The eye-catching headline attracted everyone's attention. Open double-angle bracket shock. Roger pirates successfully landed on the final island, and solved the lost 100 years of history, close double-angle bracket. Shock. A legend is born. Pirate King Gold D. Roger disbands the pirates after landing on the final island. Once published, the newspaper quickly spread to all parts of the world. Whether in a bustling town or a remote fishing village, people were talking about the feats of the Roger pirates and everyone admired their achievements. The title of Pirate King Roger also reached its peak at this moment, becoming a legend in the hearts of countless pirates. And in the gloomy meeting room of world government, the 5 elders were discussing this matter fiercely. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn, and everyone had a serious expression on their face. Saturn Satan pointed at the headline of the World Economic News with his Moderadot-covered finger and said with a worried look on his face, "If 100 years of lost history were to be discovered, it could trigger a series of chain reactions." Venusinasujiro, however, seemed relatively calm. He fiddled with the sword in his hand, his voice filled with nonchalance. "I don't think it's that serious. Didn't the Roger pirates disband?" Mars Mosh was still in a rage. He slammed the table hard and yelled, "We must block the actions of the Roger pirates crew as much as possible, otherwise there might be a big mess. Now they are scattered all over the world, and it will be difficult to contain them." Mercury vocally stroked his chin, lost in thought. Just when everyone was at a loss, Jupiter Peter's eyes lit up and he made a suggestion. "How about this? Raise their bounties to sky-high levels. That way, someone will definitely tip off the world government about these people's whereabouts. Say hello to Kong and tell him to prepare to capture the Roger pirates." His idea was recognized by others. Voices of "second" and "agree" were heard in the conference room. Chapter 54 Roger was arrested. Soon, Roger pirates wanted posters were posted on streets and alleys around the world. The bounty figure on it was staggering. Pirate King Gold D. Roger, bounty of 5.5648 billion berry. Silver Rayleigh Pluton, with a bounty of 3.15 billion berry. Mountain Devourer Scoba Jabba, with a bounty of 3.092 billion berry. Tyrant Jimmel Hero, with a bounty of 2.53 billion berry. Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir, has a bounty of 2.115 billion berry. Except for Shanks and Buggy, who did not have a bounty issued, the bounty on everyone in the Roger Pirates group reached an astonishing level. When these bounties were spread around the world, the lives of the original Roger Pirates crew were more or less affected. Fortunately, most of the people on the boat were kind-hearted, got along well with their neighbors, and were good at handling neighborhood relations, which prevented them from being easily reported. But there are exceptions, such as the emotionally unstable Bullet. He has a bad temper. When he meets an informer, he kills him without saying a word. Over time, no one dared to provoke him easily. In this way, a year passed in relative peace. It is the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, and a piece of great news has swept the entire pirates' world. On this day, Shiro was seeing patients in a village as usual. He devoted himself to treating each patient, and time passed by unnoticed. When he finished treating the last patient, he unexpectedly discovered that the tetanus blade had undergone tremendous changes. It completely turned into a black knife. At that moment, Hiro's excitement was beyond words. He couldn't wait to pick up the tetanus blade, and went to the beach to practice his swordsmanship to the fullest. He was surprised to find that the sword moves he performed had improved qualitatively compared to more than 2 years ago. Moreover, when holding the black knife, there is no need to wrap the armament hockey during normal combat. This means that during combat, Hiro can save a lot of energy and have more advantages in battle. Just as Hiro was overjoyed, a newsbird flew across the sky. Hiro had almost no hesitation as he fired a sword towards the newsbird, knocking it down accurately. He took a copy of the latest newspaper from the newsbird. Afterwards, he used the power of the meatball fruit to heal the newsbird's injuries, allowing it to continue delivering newspapers. This is how he gets the latest newspapers over the years. As usual, Hiro was lying leisurely in the armchair, reading the newspaper. However, the content of the newspaper headlines struck him like a bolt of lightning. He stood up with a thud, cold sweat pouring down his back, his face full of shock and disbelief, and he kept muttering to himself. No. Impossible. Why is this happening? The newspaper's headline read. Open double-angle bracket shock. Pirate King Gold D. Roger has been captured by the world government and will be publicly executed in a week. Close double-angle bracket, close double-angle bracket. Hiro's mind was in a mess, and various thoughts kept flashing through his mind. How could Captain Roger be captured? With his current strength, no one can be his opponent. Could it be that he, like in the original plot, voluntarily surrendered himself to the world government? That's impossible. In the original storyline, Roger turned himself in because he was terminally ill in order to start a new era of pirates. Hiro felt that his brain was not enough. Faced with this sudden news, he was full of confusion and anxiety. In order to know the truth, he resolutely decided to go to the underwater prison, visit Captain Roger, and find out what was going on. Then let's go to impel down. Brew, brew, brew. Just as he was about to get up and leave, the den den mushi placed on the wooden table suddenly made a shrill sound. The person who called was Rayleigh, the usually calm and steady first officer, but now his voice was filled with anxiety. He called because of Roger's arrest. Hiro held the den den mushi tightly and told Rayleigh word by word his plan to go to the underwater prison to find out the truth. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before Rayleigh sighed heavily and hung up. After that, the den den mushi kept ringing. Everyone in the Roger Pirates group called one by one. The voices coming from the receivers were either choked or angry, but they all carried the same expectation. After learning the news of Roger's arrest, the first person everyone thought of was Hiro, because he could teleport. This special ability, which had pulled companions back from the brink of death countless times, now became everyone's last hope. Hiro patiently comforted each partner until his voice became hoarse, and finally ended this long, telephone marathon. He stood there, took a deep breath, slapped his chest, and his figure suddenly twisted and disappeared. When he reappeared, Hiro had already arrived at Marineford, the Marine headquarters. There seems to be a slight deviation, Hiro muttered to himself with a frown on his face. He was about to activate teleportation again, but found that Marineford, which should have been solemn and dignified, was now in chaos. With the idea of just watching the fun and not minding the trouble, Hiro teleported over resolutely. In front of the Marine headquarters building, a golden light was shining like the scorching sun, and a middle-aged man with blonde hair was fighting with a large group of Marines. His cape fluttered in the strong wind, and his every move revealed his hockey. Hiss. Hiro took a breath, his pupils shrinking slightly in shock. Isn't this guy Golden Lion Shiki? It seems he's here because of Captain Roger too. He really loves Captain Roger. Golden Lion used its terrifying lion fruit ability to float in the air, waving the two swords in its hands at will. Wherever the sword energy went, the Marine's artillery fire was deflected. Hiro watched Golden Lion get a new sword, a strange smile flashed across his face, and he thought to himself. Thank goodness for the Golden Lion, otherwise I'd never have a black knife. The Marine officers who rushed forward on the moonwalk were shot down one by the Golden Lion. Those Marines who were usually majestic and awe-inspiring were like fragile pieces of paper in front of him. However, this was the Marine headquarters after all, and it didn't take long for high-end combat forces to arrive. Garp and Sengoku team up to attack and besiege Golden Lion. Garp's iron fist carried the momentum to split mountains and rocks, while Sengoku transformed into a huge golden Buddha, shining with Buddha's light, shocking the whole audience. The Golden Lion showed no fear at all. He laughed wildly and used the power of the lion fruit to tear off half of Marineford Island. He then suspended it in the air like a moving fortress and attacked the two of them fiercely. Debris fell like rain, and the Marine headquarters was in ruins. Hiro had seen enough of the excitement and thought he could take advantage of the chaos to visit Roger in the underwater prison. His eyes scanned the chaotic battlefield and locked onto a Marine major who was about the same size as him. With a flash, he knocked the man unconscious before anyone could react, stripped off his Marine uniform, and quickly put it on himself. Then, he teleported again and disappeared in the chaos. Chapter 55 Visiting Roger. According to Hiro's estimation, someone of Captain Roger's level should be imprisoned on the 6th floor. So, he teleported to the 6th floor without hesitation. The cold and damp air hit him in the face. Under the dim light, the prison guards saw the stripes on Hiro's uniform and immediately saluted him. Hiro nodded slightly, put on the majestic look of a superior, and swaggered into the 6th floor. As soon as I entered, there were countless criminals whistling, and some even knocked on the cell door and cursed. B******** D Marine, if you have the guts to let me out, I will definitely defeat your Marine Marshal. Damn it. If you hadn't used a trick, I wouldn't have been caught. If you dare come over here, I will definitely peel off your skin. These hateful shouts echoed throughout the prison. Hiro frowned, not bothering to pay attention to this group of incompetent and angry criminals, and quickly released the observation hockey to sense Roger's location. Finally, in an independent prison in a corner, he sensed Roger's presence. That familiar and faint breath made him feel distressed. After walking a few steps, Hiro teleported into the prison. The prison was filled with a disgusting smell of blood and rust. Roger was nailed to a cross, his hands held in sea-stone handcuffs, his disheveled hair covering his face, and his once straight red cloak now covered in stains. Seeing the wise and brave captain become like this, Hiro's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He clenched his fists, his nails accidentally digging into the flesh, causing a trickle of blood to flow out, but he didn't feel any pain at all. "Little Hiro, is that you?" Roger's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, but it held a hint of surprise. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Hiro. His eyes, which were once as bright as stars, were now bloodshot, but still sparkled with a familiar light. "It's me, Captain Roger." Hiro's voice was choked with sobs as he quickly walked over to Roger and squatted down to look at the captain at eye level. "I knew you would come." Roger forced a smile on his haggard face, but this smile was more heartbreaking than crying. "Captain Roger, why? Why were you captured?" Hiro raised the question that had been bothering him, his face full of confusion and worry. "Well, it's a long story." Roger frowned slightly, a hint of bitterness flashed across his face, and then he changed the subject. "Little Hiro, do you have any wine? I'm very thirsty now." Hearing this, Hiro felt a pang in his heart. He knew that the captain wanted to change the subject and didn't want him to worry. "I brought it." Hiro knew that Roger was craving for wine, so he quickly took out 2 bottles of rum from the package behind him. Seeing the wine, Roger suddenly became energetic, and his throat rolled up and down unconsciously. "Little Hiro, feed me a few bites." Roger opened his mouth wide at Hiro. Hiro unscrewed the lid of the wine and carefully poured it into Roger's mouth. Gudong, gudong. Roger kept swallowing, the wine flowing down the corners of his mouth and soaking his collar. Some of the wine spilled out though. What a waste, what a shame. Roger looked at the wine and shook his head, his tone full of regret. "Forget it, I'll just help you get rid of the handcuffs." Hiro put down the bottle and said in a deep voice. "These are handcuffs made of sea stone. Can you open them?" Roger questioned, a hint of worry in his eyes. "No problem." As Hiro spoke, he wrapped a stream of red hockey around his right hand and hit the sea stone handcuffs. With a click sound, the sea stone handcuffs broke into several pieces. Roger's hands were immediately freed. He moved his stiff wrists, but found that his whole body was still soft and weak. "What did those B******* D Marines do to you, torturing you like this?" Shiro's face was filled with anger, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. "No, not Marine, they didn't do anything to me." Roger's eyes flickered a little, and he deliberately changed the subject. "But speaking of which, Hiro-chan, your armament hockey is already this powerful, I'm really surprised." "Well, I learned emission from Odin." As Hiro spoke, he handed the rum to Roger. Roger sat on the ground, took the wine, took 2 big gulps, and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. "Okay, sit down and have a drink too." Roger pulled on Hiro's trouser leg and motioned him to sit down. Hiro unscrewed another bottle of rum, took a sip, and said, "Captain Roger, can you tell me what's going on now?" Roger subconsciously licked his chapped lips, and his originally casual expression became gloomy. He spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. "Here's what happened. A year ago, wasn't I the first one to get off the ship? Then, on Battlelila Island, I met a woman by chance, and before I knew it, I fell in love with her. We spent a whole year on that small island filled with coconut trees and white sand beaches, like a fairy tale. Every morning we would go to the sea to collect shells, and in the evening we would sit on the rocks to watch the sunset. She always said that my smile was more dazzling than the sun." At this point, Roger's lips curled up briefly with tenderness, but then it was replaced by heaviness. "But not long ago, when I was practicing hockey at the beach, a strange warmth suddenly surged through my body, and the rubber fruit actually awakened at that time. You can never imagine that the moment I successfully transformed into the 5th gear zone, human fruit, mythical beast, sun god Nika form. I was wrapped in flowing white sunlight, and even the sea breeze was cheering for me." He clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with excitement. "In that form, I felt like I could overturn the ocean with a flick of my hand, and even the sky became my playground. The unfettered freedom and the power coursing through my veins just made me want to laugh out loud. So I immediately decided to go to the holy land of Mariajoy to find the I am mentioned in the historical texts." "Nani? You actually went to look for Yimu?" Hiro stood up with a whoosh, and the cross was knocked back half a meter by him. His eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief that almost overflowed. When he gave the rubber fruit to Roger, he never imagined that it would cause such a huge wave. "Little Hiro, sit down and listen to me." Roger looked at his tense shoulders and sighed. "The moment I awakened my Nika form, I heard countless tiny voices whispering in my ears, like 800 years of history telling of my destiny. It is clearly written in the historical text that Joy Boy is the world's agent chosen by the Sun God, and since I have the power of the Sun God. He suddenly straightened his back, his Adam's apple rolling. That is to say, like Joy Boy, I am the incarnation of the Sun God in this era. Defeating Yim is a mission engraved on my bones. When he said the last few words, Roger's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. He grabbed the rum bottle and drank the remaining amber liquid in one gulp. Chapter 56 The Terrifying Power of Yim. Then why didn't you call us? Hiro's voice suddenly rose, with a clear complaint in the last syllable. Even if it's a sea of fire and a mountain of swords, when have we, the Roger pirates, ever been afraid? Roger shook his head, his fingertips rubbing the rim of the empty bottle. You've also read the historical records. Yimu is a former subordinate of the Sun God. She also stole a portion of the Sun God tree's original power. Her strength is unfathomable. I thought at the time, I should go and explore the situation by myself first to see what the mastermind behind the world's control looks like. So you saw her? Hiro leaned forward, his eyes flashing with unconcealable anticipation. The name Yimu, whether in the previous life or in the text of history, has always been shrouded in layers of mystery. More than just seeing it. Roger clenched the bottle tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, and a gloom of pain and hatred flashed across his brow. I am in this state now, all thanks to her. Is Yimu really that strong? What methods did she use to make you like this? Hiro's curiosity was completely ignited, and he asked questions like a machine gun, his fingers unconsciously pressing the sword at his waist. Roger took a deep breath, as if he was back in that suffocating airspace. A week ago, I hid in the mezzanine of a freighter and managed to sneak into the Holy Land. As soon as I touched the outer wall of the World Government Building, the Knights of God surrounded me. He sneered. Those idiots who relied on their immortality to act so arrogantly were completely defeated by my conqueror's hockey. They weren't even an obstacle. But when they reached the top floor, the 5 elders and the leader of the knights named Feigl and Galen blocked their way. When 6 people surrounded me, I was really struggling. Roger paused, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. But I soon discovered that in the form of the sun god Nika, the 5 elders' power was instantly weakened. Only Garen could still barely hold out. With the explosive power of Gear 5th, he forced his way through and finally broke into the top layer. What's it like in there? Hiro demanded. A dead silence and darkness, with only the cold, empty throne suspended in the center. Roger's voice dropped to a low pitch. Yim, wrapped behind layers of white cloth, sat on the throne like a lifeless puppet. The 5 elders and Garen fell to their knees as soon as they entered the room, not even daring to raise their heads. He suddenly clenched his fists, his knuckles crackling. When Yimu saw my Nika form, he didn't even say a word. He raised his hand and shot a pitch-black energy arrow at me. The aura wrapped around the arrow was colder than the abyss. I managed to shatter the arrow with my 5th gear strength, but what happened next still makes my scalp tingle when I think about it. Roger's pupils shrank slightly, and his voice trembled slightly. She didn't use hockey or her fruit ability, but simply pulled out a magic book with a cover engraved with golden patterns from her sleeve and chanted a spell in an inhuman tone. In an instant, countless Poseidon forks, poisoned daggers, and pistols larger than anchors appeared out of thin air and rained down on me. These were nothing. His Adam's apple rolled, as if he was swallowing fear. The scariest thing is the magic circle she drew on the ground. Those glowing runes wrapped around me like chains. No matter how I stretched and expanded my fruit power, I couldn't break free. When my strength was almost exhausted, she raised her hand and pressed it against my chest, and a pentagram magic circle suddenly appeared on my stomach. Roger suddenly ripped open his shirt, revealing a strange black mark on his abdomen, with lines twisted like snakes. I felt like all the strength in my body was sucked away by the magic circle. I collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its blood drained. When I woke up, this damn thing was engraved on my body. Hiro took a closer look and saw that each kakuzu of the pentagram was inlaid with a dark red light Madara, and he couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that Yimu sealed your power through that mysterious magic book? Jaicho frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief, and tried to make a guess. Yes, this kind of thing is really unexpected. Roger raised his hand and touched the 5-pointed star pattern on his abdomen that was glowing with a strange dark light. His fingertips brushed across the cold mark and he couldn't help but sigh heavily. My hockey and devil fruit abilities are like being locked by invisible shackles, and I can't use them at all. The pirate's king, who had lost his power, was like an eagle with its wings clipped. He could only watch helplessly from his cage as the sky he once enjoyed was covered by dark clouds. Why didn't Yim kill you? Hiro took half a step forward, his brows knitted into a knot, and questioned in a tone full of confusion. Originally, Yimu really wanted to kill me. Roger's voice deepened, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. However, the 5 elders suggested to Yim that they spread the news of my arrest throughout the world and then publicly execute me at a later time. They wanted to use this method to intimidate all pirates on the sea and enhance the ridiculous prestige of the world government. The corners of his mouth were turned upside down, as if he had swallowed bitter herbs, and every word he spoke was spoken with gritted teeth. The eyes that once illuminated the entire ocean were now as red as if they were about to bleed. His face was full of bitterness, filled with uncontrollable resentment and anger. Captain, don't worry, I can get you out. Hiro patted his chest, his eyes widened, and he looked very confident. Well, Roger let out a dull sigh from his chest, as if a huge rock was pressing on him, and even his breathing trembled. Little hero, forget it, he shook his head, his voice full of weakness. Even if you rescue me, I'll still be a cripple. Furthermore, I can sense the power of Yimu hidden within the mark on my body. This means she can take my life at any time and has complete control over my life and death. When Shi Luo heard this, he stumbled and took a step back. His back hit the cold stone wall before he could steady himself. His face turned pale. Based on his memories from his previous life, Hiro knew better than anyone that everything Roger said was true. In fact, it's not just Roger now. This mark is not unique to Roger. Those old guys in the Five Elders, those arrogant guys in the Knights of God, which one of them has not had this thing planted on him by Im? To put it bluntly, they are all puppets in Yim's hands. If she gets unhappy one day, she can turn these people into ashes in an instant with just a thought. Seeing Hiro's distraught look, Roger forced a smile. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out a little, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and he whispered comfortingly. Little hero, I've successfully reached the final island. It's worth it to have made it that far in my life. There's really no need to feel regretful. Chapter 57. Give me back Sakura 10. Hiro's mind was racing. The plots he had seen in his previous life and the clues he had encountered in this life were all mixed up in his mind, but he couldn't find even a tiny glimmer of hope to break this deadlock. Seeing that Hiro's face was getting uglier and uglier, and his lips were tightly pursed, Roger continued to comfort him. His voice was as light as a feather, but it was filled with 1,000-pound determination. Little hero, I've thought about it. My life might be able to play a role at the last moment. Let me use my death to open a new era. Shiro said nothing, but just gritted his teeth. The square in Logue Town, the dense crowd, the executioner's raised knife, and Roger's final words that resounded through the sky. Scenes flashed before his eyes like a movie, stinging his eyes. Maybe this is really a plot that cannot be changed. Taking a deep breath, Hiro seemed to have made up his mind and spoke slowly. Captain Roger, do you have any wishes to fulfill? Forehead. Roger rubbed his chin with his hands, his eyes suddenly softened, the Pirate King's hockey faded away, and he looked like an ordinary father waiting for the birth of his child. He continued. Well, little hero, during the year I was away from the Oro Jackson, I met a girl, fell in love with her, and now she has my child. If it's convenient for you, please help me take care of it. That's not a problem. Shiro nodded, and suddenly changed the subject, with a mysterious smile on his face and a sly glint in his eyes. But by then, you might not need my help, Roger raised an eyebrow and looked at Hiro in confusion, his eyes full of doubt. Captain Roger, it's almost time for me to go. Hiro looked around and lowered his voice. It would be troublesome if we attracted those disgusting guys guarding the prison. When he thought of Magellan, dripping with venom and having diarrhea from time to time, his stomach started to churn. Okay, little hero. Roger's expression straightened up and he warned. Go tell the others not to come and rescue me. I will, Captain Roger, take care. Hiro handed over the unfinished bottle of rum, which still retained his warmth, and then his figure flashed and he teleported out of the prison. After leaving the prison, Hiro did not go far, but sneaked back to Marine Base Marineford. Marineford at this time had long lost its former majesty. The broken walls and ruins were piled up like a hill, and the cracked ground was big enough for half a person to fit through. The seawater flowed back into the area and formed turbid puddles. The air was filled with smoke and the smell of blood. Golden Lion Shiki was still fighting fiercely with Garp and Sengoku, and the destructive momentum was shaking the entire island. Lion Fruit's ability is truly terrifying. Hiding in the dark, Hiro watched as the Golden Lion controlled countless huge rocks to float in the air, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. But just as he finished praising Golden Lion's Lion Fruit in his mind, Garp had already gathered his strength, and a fistbone galaxy impact, with a whistling sound that broke through the wind, hit the Golden Lion solidly. The Golden Lion let out a scream, and his whole body flew out with a whoosh sound as if he was hit by a huge cannon. He broke 3 stone pillars before he came to a stop. As luck would have it, he landed not far in front of Hiro. Sashi ignores Dana, Golden Lion Shiki. The corners of Hiro's mouth twitched, and he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and his hand scratched the back of his head unconsciously. Golden Lion endured the severe pain, holding the deep groove on his chest where the bone was visible with his right hand. Bloodline continued to seep out from between his fingers, and he struggled to stand up. He stared at Shiro in surprise, his brows knitted together, and fell into a brief thought, as if he was recalling something. After a moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed. You're the brat from Roger Pirates. Hiro shrugged and said in a teasing tone. That's right, I didn't expect that the famous Golden Lion Shiki would still remember a little person like me. The veins on the Golden Lion's forehead bulged, his eyes widened like bells, and his roar shook the surrounding gravel. He instantly flew into a rage. You B************, you stole my Sakura 10 back then, give it back to me now. Hiro feigned confusion and slowly drew out the tennis blade. The shiny black blade reflected a cold light and appeared before the Golden Lion. That's not true. You must have remembered it wrongly. Look at my sword. How does it resemble your Sakura 10? Golden Lion stared at the black knife, his eyes almost popping out of his head. His brain was suddenly running out of ideas, and he muttered to himself. No. Impossible. This is obviously my Sakura 10. Seeing Golden Lion's defeated look, Hiro secretly laughed in his heart and decided to continue teasing him. He shouted at Black Knife. Xiaopo, tell this uncle who is your master. The sword spirit immediately emerged from the blade in a small form, shaking its head like a rattle. Its voice was a little childish, but extremely firm. Jimir Hiro is the master of the little broken one. Golden Lion was completely stunned, standing there with his mouth wide open. He didn't recover for a long time, and kept muttering. How could this happen? Why is Sakura 10 able to speak, and accept that someone else is in charge? Seeing that his sword not only changed its appearance but also recognized the thief as its father, the Golden Lion became more and more angry, his blood boiling, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a poo sound. His already seriously injured body was made even worse, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, Garp and Sengoku had already dealt with the aftermath of the battlefield and were swooping over on Moonwalk, just in time to see this scene. You are Jimil Hiro of the Roger Pirates. Sengoku's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze fixed on Hiro. The majesty of the Marine Admiral suddenly condensed at this moment. That's right, Sengoku Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp, sassy ignores Dana. A playful arc appeared on the corner of Hiro's mouth as he lazily greeted the two of them. Oh, I didn't expect that the kid who awakened Conqueror's hockey back then has grown so strong now. Garp didn't care about the tense atmosphere around him at all. He naturally raised his rough big hand to pick his nose, and with a flick of his thumb, the dark green booger shot towards Sengoku. Sengoku dodged to the side with disgust on his face, and his booger brushed against his admiral cloak and flew onto the sea. He then said to Hiro in a cold voice, Jimir Hiro, are you here for Roger too? If so, I advise you, Roger has caused trouble in the holy land of Mariajoy and is now a bird in a cage. No one can save him. Chapter 58 The execution day arrives. No, I'm purely here to watch a good show. Hiro spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders slightly, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. You little brat. Your captain has been taken to the guillotine by the Marine, and you're still in the mood to watch the fun. Golden Lion Shiki's roar was like thunder. His blood-soaked body trembled violently with rage, and the rage on his face threatened to pop his eyes out. Hey, Golden Lion, Hiro shook his finger, with a somewhat playful persuasive tone. You've been beaten so badly, your spine is almost broken, so stop trying to act so arrogantly. Bullshit. If you, AB******D, hadn't stolen my Sakura 10, there's no way I would have lost to these two Marine lackeys. Golden Lion pointed at Garp and Sengoku fiercely, spit flying as he roared, and the scars on his chest spoke of his unwillingness and sophistry. Oh, are you so capable? Hiro suddenly retreated 3 steps, leaving 3 shallow marks on the ground with his toes, and swung his arms to the sides, indicating that he was leaving the battlefield. That's perfect, I made room for you, keep fighting them. Fight then. Who's afraid of these Marine bastards? Golden Lion was as stubborn as ever. Before he could finish his words, his only remaining sword, Deadwood, had already swung towards Sengoku with a sharp sword energy with a sound of breaking through the air. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, and then went forward side by side in tacit understanding, with no intention of pampering this arrogant lion. 3 earth-shaking forces collided in the sky above Marineford, and the sounds of swords clashing and the dull thud of hockey colliding rang out one after another. After more than a dozen rounds, Golden Lion was finally unable to withstand the joint attack of the 2 legendary Marines and was hit head-on by Sengoku's Golden Buddha shockwave, which concentrated all his strength. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting the stone floor of the square hard, and he completely lost consciousness. Alas, you are just a stubborn donkey who doesn't know how to live or die. Hiro sighed softly, his figure suddenly blurred, and the next second he teleported in front of the Golden Lion. As Sengoku and Garp stared in astonishment, a faint blue light emanated from his palm, and he slapped the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion's body instantly melted into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Gimil Hiro, where did you take Golden Lion Shiki? Sengoku glared at Hiro, and a ball of brilliant golden energy gathered in his right palm. The air made a sizzling sound under the heat of the energy. Don't worry about this. Hiro stared at Sengoku and Garp intently. The ground beneath his feet rippled slightly, and he was ready to tear through space and retreat at any time. Golden Lion is causing trouble in Marineford because of our captain. I will not watch him being imprisoned and impelled down by you. What a troublesome spatial ability. Garp didn't do anything, but instead stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Jimir Hiro, you are too presumptuous. Marineford is not a place for you to act wild. Sengoku roared, and the Buddha's palm, which was filled with tremendous power, blasted towards Shiro with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Hiro was prepared. He patted his chest lightly with his palm and disappeared from the spot. See you later, Sengoku Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp. The clear voice echoed in the empty square, with a hint of teasing and a bit of freedom. Damn it, this kid's ability is simply a mobile troublemaker. Sengoku frowned and looked hatefully at the place where Hiro disappeared, his clenched fists trembling slightly with anger. When the Golden Lion opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the spire of the tallest tower in Eni's lobby. The whistling sea breeze blew his messy golden hair. With his unruly character, he naturally could not swallow his anger. He brandished his only remaining sword and caused a big commotion in Eni's lobby before escaping while being chased by Marine. As for Hiro, he had already arrived in Logue Town quietly. because he knew that Captain Roger's execution would take place here. During his stay in Logue Town, Hiro chose a hotel by the sea to stay in. Every morning I wake up to the sound of waves hitting the rocks, and in the evening I sit on the terrace and watch the sunset dye the sea golden red. He called each of his old buddies from the Roger Pirates group one by one, explaining Roger's current situation in a calm tone and conveying the captain's orders word for word. You are not allowed to rob the execution ground. On the other end of the phone, Shanks and Buggy's voices were choked with uncontrollable sobs. Not long after hanging up the phone, the two guys secretly came to Logue Town without telling anyone. They just wanted to see the old captain who taught them like a father one last time. Soon, Roger's execution day arrived. In order to deter the pirates who were ready to make a move on the sea, the world government spread the news that the pirate king Roger will be executed in Logue Town 7 days in advance. As a result, this originally quiet town of East Blue suddenly became a gathering place for pirates from all over the world. They were either hiding in the shadows of the tavern or mingle in the bustling crowd, all waiting to watch the end of this overlord of the sea. Shi Luo hid in the crowd outside the execution ground. A wide bamboo hat covered most of his face, leaving only his well-defined chin and tightly pursed lips exposed. Not far away, a red-haired boy wearing a straw hat and a blue-haired boy wearing a red nose were standing on tiptoe, trying to look at the execution platform through the gaps in the crowd, anxious sweat sliding down their cheeks. It was Shanks and Buggy. On the other side of the crowd, a young man with a black cross sword on his back was staring in the direction of the execution platform. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he sighed softly. There will never be another chance to fight a swordsman like this. In the shadows farther away, Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, wore his signature green-hooded windbreaker, the brim of which covered most of his face. Only a faint sigh drifted in the wind. In addition, there are 3 figures hidden in the crowd that are particularly eye-catching. Doflamingo wore sunglasses, a playful smile on his lips. Moria is tall, with eyes full of desire for strength. Crocodile was smoking a cigar, his eyes sharp as a knife. These 3 future 7 warlords of the sea were now silently watching the upcoming historic moment. The execution platform stood in the center of the square of Logue Town. Sengoku, wearing a cloak of justice, stood on the top of the long building, his eyes sweeping over the dark crowd below. There are pirates holding weapons, civilians with clenched fists, and marines standing ready. His Adam's apple rolled, and his command exploded like thunder. Guard the scaffold. 2 teams of marine soldiers rushed out in response, their boots making a neat, thump-thump sound on the stone slabs. They quickly formed a circular formation, and the click sounds of rifles being loaded became continuous, building a steel protective circle that flashed with cold light around the execution platform. Chapter 59. The Great Pirates Era begins. Paw 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 Paw. Several heavy footsteps suddenly sounded, and the noisy square became eerily quiet for a moment. All eyes were drawn to the end of the stairs as if drawn by a magnet. A figure wearing sea stone shackles was slowly climbing the stairs. The shackles collided with the stone steps, making a clacking sound, but it could not conceal the majestic aura emanating from the body. The red cloak he was wearing was blown up by the sea breeze, making a rustling sound. The 2 iconic mustaches extended from the sides of the nose to the chin, and even the curly nose hairs revealed a sense of rebelliousness. His eyes were astonishingly bright in the sunlight, as if they contained the brilliance of the entire starry sky. Even though my wrists and ankles were locked tightly by sea stone, I felt the drag of the shackles with every step I took. His back was still straight, and his kingly demeanor that looked down on the world made the marine soldiers behind the protective circle subconsciously tighten their grip on their rifles. In the crowd, Shanks suddenly raised his hand and pressed down the straw hat on his head, deforming the brim of the hat. Tears slid down the corners of her eyes into her temples, mixed with the sand brought by the sea breeze, and left 2 rough marks on her cheeks. Buggy beside him had already lost control of his tears and started to cry with his mouth open. He wiped his tears with his right hand, but the more he wiped, the more violent his tears became. His snot bubbles swelled up and burst, staining his tear-stained face. Not far away, 4 figures whose voices would resound through the sea in the future also froze in place. Hawkeye Mahawk's fingers gripping the black knife tightened slightly, and the pupils behind the lenses shrank. Doflamingo's smile froze on his lips, and a subtle solemnity flashed in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Crocodile hid half of his face with the hem of his coat, only the mocking curve at the corner of his mouth faded away quietly. Gecko Moria smiled, and there was a bit of complexity in his eyes as he looked at the figure. These 4 future 7 warlords of the sea forgot to breathe at this moment, and only stared at the majestic figure on the stage that could support the heavens and the earth. Shiro stood in the front row of the crowd, his eyes fixed on Roger, even forgetting to flutter his eyelashes. At this moment, a rough roar suddenly exploded behind him, making his eardrums hurt. Hey, everyone in front, make way for Lousy. Immediately afterwards, a brute force hit from the side and rear. When Hiro turned around, he saw a burly man pushing his way over. The big man was wearing a tattered leather jacket and had a crooked pirate's flag tattoo on his arm. When he pushed through the crowd, he knocked over several pirates, causing them to stumble back. His eyes were red, like an enraged bull, staring intently at the figure on the execution platform, spit flying as he roared. King Pirates! Where did you hide the great secret treasure? The One Piece? You got the legendary great secret treasure, didn't you? These words were like a bomb dropped into an oil barrel, and the originally buzzing square suddenly became silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Roger's face again, and even their breathing became lighter. He. Wahahahahahaha. Roger's signature, somewhat arrogant laugh suddenly exploded in the square, shaking the air. He tilted his head, his golden eyes gleaming with mischief. Fame? Power? Wealth? He paused, then suddenly opened his shackled hands. If you want it, just go get it. I left everything there, at the end of the ocean. Roar. After the dead silence, there was a tsunami like boiling. The pirates raised their weapons and roared wildly. The sound almost overturned the sky of Logue Town, and countless pairs of eyes were burning with flames. It is the desire for treasure and the yearning for freedom. At this moment, the two executioners beside Roger suddenly pulled out their bayonets, and with a flash of cold light, they stabbed him in the chest. Get out of here! An angry roar was like thunder out of the blue, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of the executioner. No one could see how he moved. There were two muffled sounds of bang, bang, and two air shock waves exploded. The two executioners flew backwards, past the protective circle, and crashed into the stone wall 30 meters away. There was a dull, puff, sound. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly from a long distance away. Blood flowed down through the cracks in the rocks and formed a small puddle on the ground. He was already dead, deader than dead. Little hero, why are you? Roger raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but not much panic. Captain Roger, I'll untie you. Hero spoke in a decisive tone, his palm covering the seastone shackles, the red emission, hockey flowing, and with a few crisp, click, sounds, the shackles broke into pieces and fell to the ground with a tinkling sound. Jimir Hero. Sengoku on the long building stood up suddenly, his cloak of justice automatically fluttering without wind. You dare to rob the execution ground? If I let you take Roger away today, the Marines will come out in full force to hunt down all the remaining Roger pirates. Before he finished speaking, he swooped down on Moonwalk, the soles of his boots making a sizzling sound as they rubbed against the air, and his palm smashed towards Hero with the force of breaking through the wind. The surrounding Marine soldiers also reacted, roaring and gathering around, pointing their guns at Hero. Hero's face darkened, and a burst of Conqueror's hockey with red and black lightning suddenly erupted. The Marine soldiers closest to him rolled their eyes instantly and fell to the ground. The soldier a little further away covered his head and screamed, his rifle clanging to the ground. Even the few weaker pirates at the edge of the square turned pale, their legs went weak, and they almost fell to the ground. Sengoku, Hero turned his head, his eyes as cold as ice. If you dare to touch a single person from the Roger pirates, I will destroy all Marine bases, including Marineford. He paused, his voice filled with undeniable ruthlessness. You know, the meatball fruit allows me to travel freely around the world. Would you like to see Marine headquarters razed to the ground? A-hole. How dare you? Sengoku was shaking with anger, his fists clenched and cracking. If someone else made such a threat, he might not pay attention to it, but would instead kill them forcefully. But when Shiro said it, the deterrent effect was different. The power of the meat blob fruit allows it to appear all over the world, making it impossible to hunt down. In addition, Hero is still young and already has the ability to defeat Admiral Candidate Akainu, so his potential is self-evident. Whether I dare or not depends on what you, Sengoku Admiral and the world government, do. Hero's words were understated, but they were quite shocking. Sengoku was speechless. When the audience saw Hero robbing the court, they immediately became chaotic. Some people cheered, some said that Hero was looking for death, and more people were inspired by Roger's words and couldn't wait to go out to sea to find One Piece. Monkey D. Dragon smiled and murmured softly, it seems like this Jimil Hero will be a good ally. Great, Captain Roger has been rescued by Hiroko. Brother Shiro is so reliable, besides the captain, I admire him the most. Shanks and Buggy burst into laughter and hugged each other for a rare moment. Jorikor Mahawk stared at Shiro's sword with a hint of excitement, thinking to himself. He's also a swordsman, and the sword he holds is also a black sword. Doflamingo touched his forehead and gave a ferocious smile. Hey, this is so interesting. This is the beginning, a new era has finally begun. Gecko Moria looked lewd and muttered to himself. He, even though the Pirate King isn't dead, a new era has begun. Crocodile turned around and left in style. Hero had no time to pay attention to others, but slapped himself and Roger at the same time. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from the spot. Chapter 60. Dissolving the Curse. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in another place, with swaying coconut shadows before them. The sunshine of South Blue Patalila Island shines through the coconut leaves, bringing warmth to the two of them, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of coconut. Roger's brows first slightly furrowed, as if he had been stung by something, and then a long sigh escaped from his throat, and his shoulders slumped a little, his voice filled with inextricable helplessness. Little Shiro, I told you that I had planted a mark on me. That thing is like an invisible rope, and she is holding the end of the rope. Even if you rescue me, I will still die if she has the intention. No, Captain Roger, there may be a chance of recovery. Shiloh shook his head violently, his hair swaying in front of his forehead. His eyes fell on Roger's lower abdomen, his fingertips unconsciously stroking his chin, and he continued. Based on my observations, the five-pointed seal that seals your power and the fatal curse are completely different. What? Roger's voice suddenly rose, and he hurriedly lowered his head, his eyes fixed on his lower abdomen. The pentagram mark was glowing, and next to it, there was indeed a twisted symbol seal. But what's the use of knowing this information? Roger's shoulders slumped again, and the sigh in his throat was heavier than before, with a desperate hoarseness. Even if we put our bodies together, we can't break this curse. That's not necessarily true. Hiro suddenly raised his voice, tapped the symbol seal with his fingertips, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. I can't do anything about the seal of power for now, but the other one, I'm sure I can get rid of it. Real? Roger's pupils suddenly contracted, and a cluster of flames suddenly shot up in his originally dim eyes, and even his voice trembled. Shiro nodded with extra force, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. In fact, his method came from the story of Shanks's broken arm in the original novel. When Shanks discovered his identity as a celestial dragon, he entered the Holy Land of Mariajoy and became a member of the Knights of God. It was at that time that Yim used the magic book emitting black mist to brand his left arm with a curse. That curse can make a person immortal and is also the switch of life and death. As long as Yim thinks about it, the branded person will turn into ashes. Shanks thought of countless ways to break free from this control, until one day he saw King Luffy fall into the sea and was bitten by the bloody mouth of the King of the Sea. The moment he jumped into the sea, he had probably already made up his mind. With the help of the monster's sharp teeth, the arm and the curse seal were completely cut off. But Hiro didn't want to use such a cruel method. He clenched his fists, a pale pink halo emanating from his palms, his fingertips tense and white. I'll try using the meatball fruit first to see if I can make the curse seal appear. In a flash, Hiro condensed the power of the fruit to ultimate. The ball of flesh in his palm swelled up like a plump pearl, and with a sound of breaking wind, he slammed towards the curse seal. Buzz. The curse mark was like a scalded insect, and it suddenly twisted on Roger's lower abdomen, with black smoke rising from the edges, and it actually began to move slowly. Roger held his breath, his eyes widened like bells, and even his fingertips were trembling slightly. Hiro gritted his teeth and watched the curse mark move closer to the surface of his skin. But just when it was about to break free, the curse mark seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread and, whoosh, went back into Roger's body, causing Roger to groan. Come again. Shiro wiped the sweat from his forehead and tried 3 more times. But every time the seal was just half an inch away from the body, it would instantly retract into its original position as if attracted by a magnet. Isn't the meatball fruit's power enough? Shiluo's brows knitted into knots, and his fingertips unconsciously touched the hilt of the knife at his waist. Do we really have to cut off this piece of flesh like Shanks did? But the wound is too deep, and Captain Roger is already weak. The moment his fingertips touched the cold hilt of the knife, the sword spirit's childish voice suddenly rang in his mind. Slight damage, Hiro growled. A golden light swooshed out from the scabbard. The translucent spirit body was wrapped in a faint golden light. Its round eyes were like 2 clear glass beads, swirling around and scanning the surroundings. Master, is there anything good to eat? Seeing that the surroundings were empty, it immediately lowered its head, and its spirit became a little dim. Xiaopo, listen. Hiro's voice suddenly became serious, and he pointed at the curse mark on Roger's abdomen. There's going to be something black coming out of here. You open your mouth and swallow it. Don't leave any residue. Got it? Leave it to me. Xiaopo immediately straightened his body, patted his chest and promised. The golden light on his spirit body became brighter. I guarantee you'll eat it all clean, leaving no trace. Hiro took a deep breath and gathered the power of the meatball fruit again. This time he used 90% of his strength. The halo in the palm of his hand almost condensed into substance, and with a paw sound, it slapped on the curse seal. A black curse seal appeared in response, twisting in the air like a struggling loach. Now, Hiro growled at the sword spirit. Xiaopo suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the curse mark into his stomach like swallowing a dumpling, a woo, and smacked his lips. A bit bitter. It's done. Hiro jumped up suddenly, almost stepping on Roger's foot in excitement. Roger covered his lower abdomen, feeling the suffocation that had been lingering for a long time suddenly disappear. He excitedly hugged Shiluo into his arms, with gratitude in his voice. Thank you, little hero. I can watch my child grow up. Captain Roger, don't forget me. The sword spirit poked its head out from Hiro's shoulder and yelled angrily. I ate that bad thing. Roger finally reacted and rubbed the sword spirit's head. Yes, thank you, Xiaopo, you have done a great job. At this moment, the black knife on Xiluo's waist suddenly vibrated violently. The sound of metal collision came from the scabbard, as if something was about to break out. Before the two could react, the scabbard cracked with a click, and the black knife suddenly popped out. The lines on the blade were slowly flowing, and the originally dark blade became as black as ink, and it also emitted a layer of strange purple light. Roger and Hiro were both stunned. They had never seen or even heard of such a scene before. Shiluo carefully grasped the hilt of the knife, only to feel a biting chill spreading up along the palm of his hand, yet also with a strange warmth. Let me touch it. Roger also became interested and reached out to take the black knife. As soon as his fingertips touched the blade, he exclaimed, "Huh," and then his eyes burst into amazement. This knife. The power contained in it is astonishing. He played with it for a moment, then solemnly handed it back to Hiro. Little hero, this sword is definitely better than any other weapon in the world. You must use it well. Hiro gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, without using haki, and swung it lightly towards the sea. Chapter 61. You must continue sailing. There was no earth-shattering noise. A black slash cut through the sea surface like thunder, splitting the waves in two in an instant, revealing a bottomless trench and leaving a vacuum track that lingered for a long time. So strong, Roger murmured, then sighed and placed his hand on the pentagram mark on his abdomen. It's a pity that my power is still sealed. I'm afraid I'll never be able to roam the seas with you again. Hiro looked at Captain Roger's lowered head. His usually flying black hair was now covered with sea sand, like a flame wilted by a rainstorm. He strode forward and slapped Roger's trembling shoulders with his broad palm. Captain Roger, don't be discouraged. The sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell right into Hiro's eyes, which were sparkling with confidence. He withdrew his hand from Roger's shoulder, and his fingertips still retained strange fluctuations from the experiment with the meatball fruit. Based on what I just deduced with the meatball fruit, look. He stretched out his palm, and a ball of transparent air trembled slightly in his palm. That old Imes pentagram formation actually only targets devil fruit abilities. The sea breeze suddenly became strong, making Roger's cloak rustle. Hiro's voice became clearer. It's just that when you activated Gear 5, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and the fruit ability were too tightly intertwined, so they were locked together. He paused, looked at Roger's eyes that suddenly lifted up, and emphasized his tone. So Haki is just dormant for now. As long as we hone our swordsmanship and refine our Haki, it won't be long before it's back to normal. Really, Hiro-chan? Roger straightened his spine suddenly, and his originally hunched body suddenly stretched out like a pine tree. His eyes, which always contained a smile, were now surprisingly bright. His rough big hands grabbed Hiro's arm tightly, and the thick calluses on his fingertips from years of holding the sword hurt Hiro. When he got an affirmative answer, he suddenly burst into deafening laughter. That's great. Wahahaha. His laughter startled the seagulls perched on the mast. He jumped on the spot like a child. The gloom that had previously shrouded his brow was completely washed away by his signature laugh, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were filled with sunshine. Looking at his childish appearance, Hiro couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Of course it's true. When have I, Shiro, ever lied to you? He stroked the new stubble on his chin and suddenly lowered his voice. And it seems to me, gaze towards the distant sea. 24 years from now, when the sun god tree bears fruit, if you can seize that power, you might be able to tear a hole in the 5-point seal. The smile on Roger's face suddenly froze. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, and his Adam's apple rolled as he made a low sound. That's enough, little Hiro. The sea breeze lifted his black hair, revealing the old scar on his forehead. Who can say what will happen in 20 years? I'm lucky to be able to return to the state I was in before eating rubber fruit. Shiro looked at his calm profile, and a hint of admiration grew in his heart. This captain has always been like this, able to take on and let go. That's right, little Hiro. Roger suddenly turned around, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Hiro, and even his beard was tightened with seriousness. What are your plans for the future? Hiro subconsciously looked at the boundless blue sea, and the sunlight on the waves broke into billions of golden points. His eyes swept across the vague outline of the island in the distance. The places he had once reached instantly with the meatball fruit now became a blur in his memory. Me? He scratched the back of his head. Let's take it one step at a time? Roger suddenly stretched out his arm, put his arm around his shoulders, and breathed heavily behind Hiro's ear. Listen, little Sheila. When the sun god tree bears fruit in 24 years, the child of destiny will definitely fight to the death with Yimu. He paused, and tapped the sword at Hiro's waist with his knuckles. It's hard to say whether we old guys will still be around by then. Roger suddenly changed the subject. But you're different. Your sword is still evolving, and your meatball fruit hasn't reached its limit yet. 24 years from now will be when you'll be at your strongest. Oh, me? Hiro shot upright, nearly knocking Roger's jaw off his feet. He pointed at his nose in disbelief, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. Am I not a remnant of the old era? Where is my place in the war of the new era? My hunch is right. Roger shook his shoulders vigorously, his eyes that always sparkled with sunshine now filled with solemnity. So, little Hiro, I want you to continue sailing, pull all the strong men you can onto your ship, plant your flag on all the territories you can occupy, and save as much money as possible for the final battle. Hiro's pupils suddenly contracted, and he subconsciously touched his palm. He had never thought about sailing alone. The reason is that he has the meat globe fruit, which allows him to go to many places in this world whenever he wants and arrive there instantly. After arriving at the final island a year ago and learning the secret of the great treasure, he felt that he had fully achieved his goal and had no motivation to continue sailing. However, Roger's words made him feel a mission. In this newly opened, Great Pirates era, expand your power and influence. After thinking for a moment, Hiro accepted Roger's suggestion. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Roger suddenly burst into deafening laughter, and slapped Hiro's back hard with his big hand like a palm leaf fan. Wahahaha, little Hiro, you really are reliable. In that case, I'll go prepare for the voyage and leave now. Captain Roger, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to call my Den Mushi. After saying that, Hiro waved goodbye to Roger. Go, go. Roger waved his hands and suddenly shouted when Hiro gathered the power of the meatball fruit. By the way, little Hiro. Hiro's hand stopped immediately, wanting to hear what else the old captain had to say. You're already 18, it's time to find a wife and have kids. Roger's loud voice came over with the sea breeze, accompanied by a mischievous smile. Hearing this, Shi Luo almost stumbled and fell to the ground, secretly complaining in his heart. You old man, you're only getting married at the age of 50, and you still have the nerve to rush me? The sea breeze swept his complaints away into the sky, leaving Captain Roger laughing so hard in the harbor that even the weathered ships began to tremble and shake. Hiro slapped himself and flew to the Seven-Water City. Roger wanted him to sail alone and gather strength to fight against IM in the future, so naturally he had to get a ship first. Although the Oro Jackson is the first choice, this ship is now in the center of the storm, and a big tree attracts wind, which can easily cause unnecessary trouble. So, Hiro wanted to ask Master Tom to help him rebuild a boat for going out to sea. Chapter 62 Searching for Master Tom Marineford, the headquarters of Marine, this steel fortress that symbolizes maritime justice is now shrouded in a layer of oppressive haze. In the marshal's office, the Justice plaque hanging on the wall shone with a cold and hard luster under the fluorescent light, and the air was filled with the burning smell of gunpowder. Sengoku was wearing a snow-white marine justice coat, and his military boots made a dull sound as they stepped on the polished floor. He bowed slightly and reported the shocking incident in Logetown to Marine Marshal Kong, who was sitting on a tiger skin chair. The pirate king Roger was kidnapped by his crew member Jimil Hiro on the execution platform. Kong suddenly jumped up from his seat, his bronze face flushed red with anger, and veins on his forehead throbbing. Damn it! That kid named Jimil Hiro is truly despicable. How dare he kidnap Roger right under the Marine's nose? This is a blatant provocation to Marine headquarters. He slammed his heavy palm down on the table, and the solid wood surface instantly cracked into spider web-like patterns. The trouble doesn't end there. Sengoku's face was solemn, his brows slightly furrowed under his military cap. On the execution platform, in front of cameras broadcast live around the world, Roger announced to all those looking up at the sky that One Piece was real. As a result, countless people will flock to the sea like moths to a flame, and the number of pirates will probably increase dozens of times in the coming period. A-hole Roger. What a troublemaker. Kong's roar made the window glass buzz. He slapped the desk again, and the hard mahogany tabletop turned into powder, documents and wood chips flew everywhere, and the ink bottle fell to the ground, spreading a large black stain. The office was in chaos in an instant. Teacher Kong. Sengoku's brows knitted into a knot, his voice filled with undisguised anger and unwillingness, his military boots unconsciously rolling over the broken wood chips on the ground. Should we tell the 5 elders this news now? He knew in his heart that this major mistake not only affected Marine's reputation, but would also cast a heavy shadow on his own path to promotion. Among the Marine executives, Garp would rather be a hands-off boss than be promoted, and Zephyr had already resigned from the position of admiral to devote himself to teaching. He is the only candidate who has both the qualifications and the ability and is most likely to succeed the Marine Marshal. After this incident, promotion is probably a distant prospect. Kong sat back in his deformed chair dejectedly, his old face etched with fatigue. He sighed deeply as he spoke, his eyes filled with deep helplessness. I will take responsibility for this, Sengoku. Be careful in your actions from now on. The Marine cannot withstand such turmoil. Teacher Kong. Sengoku changed the subject, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. We can't touch the core members of the Roger Pirates for now, but the shipbuilder who helped them build the Oro Jackson must be severely punished. He paused, his knuckles turning white from exertion. If it weren't for that incredibly skillful ship that could cut through the waves, the Roger Pirates would have been captured by our Marines in the Foggy Sea 3 years ago. In that case, Kong clenched his fists, his knuckles crackling, and said through gritted teeth while sitting on the creaking seat. Then capture that shipwright and hand him over to the world government. Yes, I'll send someone to do it right away. Sengoku straightened his back, gave a standard Marine salute, then turned around and strode away to receive the order. Kong looked at his departing back, slowly picked up the encrypted Den Den Mushi, and told the 5 elders word for word the news that Roger had been kidnapped. Half an hour later, beside Mary Joyce's void throne, the 5 elders' angry roars almost blew off the dome of the council chamber. That afternoon, the world government issued an urgent announcement, significantly increasing the bounty on Jimil Hiro from 2.53 billion berries to 3.85 billion berries. In the photo on the wanted list, the smile on the blonde young man's lips looked particularly dazzling at this moment. At the same time, beside the canal of the Seven-Water City, Hiro was shuttling between the noisy docks. The salty sea breeze blew sawdust through his hair. He grabbed an old shipwright carrying rivets and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Master Tom is?" What he got was a vigilant shake of his head. This was the 12th shipbuilder Hiro had asked. This legendary shipbuilder who built Roger Pirate's ship has always been secretive and rarely appears in public. Finding him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as he was searching back and forth along the rusty pier without any results, a burst of orderly footsteps suddenly came from the corner of the street. A group of soldiers in Marine uniforms were walking along the cobblestone road, posting wanted posters. Printed on the yellowed paper was Master Tom's portrait. After posting the bounty notices, the soldiers waited at the dock square, the swords at their waists flashing coldly in the sun, obviously waiting for the residents of the Seven-Water City to come and inform on them. However, half an hour passed, and the boatmen and fishermen passing by just glanced at the bounty notice and walked away, and no one came forward to talk to him. The Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Chatton, who was in charge of this arrest mission, was leaning against a Madara barge pile at this moment, and a hint of cruelty gradually passed over his originally smiling face. He licked his cracked lips and stood up suddenly. Listen up. Arrest all the shipbuilders in the Seven Water City. I don't believe we can't pry their mouths open. The cold order caused a huge uproar. Marine soldiers rushed into the docks, and the sounds of crying and equipment falling to the ground were heard one after another. After arresting hundreds of shipbuilders and breaking 3 oars as punishment, a young apprentice finally revealed a clue under torture. Chatton led a team of elite soldiers to a studio hidden behind a waterfall on the outskirts of the city. When they pushed open the creaking wooden door, they saw Master Tom holding a chipped bottle of wine, with wine dripping down his beard. While gulping down the wine, he used his paint-stained fingers to gesture on the blueprint, earnestly teaching the secrets of Dragonbone forging to the apprentices sitting around him. Tom, I'm officially arresting you on behalf of the world government. Chatton's cold voice cut through the silence in the studio like a sharp blade, causing the kerosene lamp to flicker. Why? Why do you arrest Mr. Tom? A blue-haired boy with a pair of small sunglasses on his forehead stood up suddenly, and the copper nails on his overalls jingled. His hand gripping the hammer trembled with anger as he demanded angrily. Fram, back off. Master Tom put down the bottle suddenly, and the wine spread a small wet mark on the table. He scolded in a deep voice. It's none of your business, Tom, I'll let you die knowingly. Chatton's face turned stern, and he placed his hand on the sword at his waist. I'm asking you, was the Roger Pirates Oro Jackson designed by you? Chapter 63 T-Pig Broken Arm. Master Tom slowly straightened his back, patted his chest, and his fat face was filled with unconcealable pride. That's right. That's the proudest work of my life. The hull that can withstand the impact of Sea Kings and the special power plant that can sail in the calm belt were all designed by me. That's right. Chatton waved his hand, and the Marines behind him immediately raised their rifles and formed a circle. The cold shackles clicked and locked Tom's thick arms. Come with us, and you will be judged by the world government. Take good care of the drawings in the studio. Master Tom turned around and looked at Fram deeply, his eyes full of instructions. Then he straightened his back and resolutely followed the Marine soldier out the door. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out of the studio, a clear voice suddenly rang out. You Marines are truly despicable. You couldn't do anything to the Roger Pirates, yet you resorted to using the unarmed shipwright as a scapegoat. A group of Marine soldiers looked in the direction of the sound. The man was about 2 meters tall, with dazzling short golden hair shining in the sun, the hem of his white windbreaker fluttering in the wind, and a somewhat unruly look on his handsome face. It was none other than Jimmy Hero, whose bounty was 3.85 billion berry. Jimmy Hero, how dare you interfere with our Marines in the performance of their duties? Chatton questioned angrily, the fat on his face trembling with anger, and his hand had already grasped the hilt of the knife. Chatton, you are so funny. The corners of Zyluo's mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile, and his fingertips gently tapped the hilt of the sword at his waist. How dare you talk to me like that? Even if your Marine Marshal Kong comes, he has to be polite to me. How dare you? You're courting death. Chatton gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words, then suddenly drew out his sword. The blade cut through the air with a sharp buzzing sound, and attacked Shiro with a fierce gust of wind. Hero dodged easily, and at the same time, a burst of Conqueror's haki burst out from his body. The Marine soldiers surrounding him became dazed and collapsed to the ground, their weapons scattered all over the ground with a chaotic sound. A-hole, I'm going to kill you. Seeing this, Chatton roared angrily and attacked more fiercely, with the sword lights as dense as raindrops. Hero didn't want to waste any more time, so he pulled out the bandaged long knife, tetanus blade, from behind. The moment the blade was unsheathed, the red and black Conqueror's haki wrapped around it, and it was a lightning-fast, divine evasion, towards Chatton. Chatton's pupils suddenly shrank as he felt the terrifying power contained in this move. He quickly grabbed 2 unconscious Marine soldiers from the ground and threw them towards Hero like sacks. In an instant, a slash with red and black lightning tore through the air, and the 2 bodies were cut into 4 pieces before they hit the ground, and blood splattered on the bluestone road. Chatton took advantage of the gap when Hero's move just landed and suddenly rushed to the side and back, wanting to take advantage of this fleeting opportunity to escape quickly. However, the power contained in the God's avoidance slash far exceeded his worst expectations. The sharp energy caught up with him the moment he ran only a few meters away. With a crisp, puff, sound, the slash hit his right arm accurately. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air, and Chatton's right hand was cut off below the elbow. Blood gushed out from the broken part, splashing the ground scarlet. It's not that easy to leave. A cold light flashed in Hero's eyes, and he slapped his chest. The power of the meatball fruit was instantly activated, and his figure turned into a blurred afterimage. The next second, he teleported to Chatton's side, the sword in his hand flashing with a terrifying cold light. Chatton's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with unconcealable fear, and his remaining left arm subconsciously shrank back. Just as Hero turned his wrist and was about to end his life with a knife, Chatton made an extremely cruel move. He used his only remaining left hand to tightly grasp the broken end of his right arm, which was still bleeding, and squeezed it hard. Puff! More hot blood spurted out like a fountain, hitting Hero's face. Hero never expected that Chatton would be so cruel to him. Caught off guard, the warm blood splashed precisely on his eyes. A sharp pain came from the eyes. He reacted extremely quickly and immediately activated the power of the meatball fruit to disperse the damage to his eyes. But Chatten's blood remained on the surface of his eyeballs, making his vision blurred. In desperation, Hiro could only give up the pursuit temporarily and turn to run towards Master Tom's studio. The first thing to do is to clean your eyes. Master Tom was filled with gratitude when he saw that Hiro had fallen into such a situation in order to protect him. Without waiting for Hiro to speak, he hurriedly shouted to the inner room. Flam, bring a basin of clean water. In response, Fram ran out holding a large coarse porcelain bowl with clear water in it, which still had slight ripples. Shiro took the bowl, leaned over and quickly washed his eyes. The cool water washed over his eyeballs, and the sticky discomfort gradually subsided. After finishing the cleaning, he turned to look at the Marines who were still stirring around the studio. His eyes flashed, and he quickly took care of them all. As for Chatten, Hiro was not too worried. Without his right arm that he used to wield the sword, his strength would certainly be greatly reduced. So he would just let him fend for himself for now. After handling all this, Hiro returned to the studio and solemnly introduced himself to Master Tom, who was looking at him with concern. Hello, Mr. Tom, I'm Jimmel Hiro from the Roger Pirates. Upon hearing the words, Roger Pirates, Master Tom's originally calm expression suddenly darkened, and he asked in a somewhat complicated tone. Roger, is this guy okay now? Hiro was naturally aware that the Roger Pirates had implicated the shipbuilding master, so he deliberately lowered his posture when speaking, his tone full of apology. Captain Roger is doing well now and has gone into seclusion. Master Tom was startled when he heard this. His hand holding the wrench paused for a moment, then he slowly nodded and sighed softly. It's good to live in seclusion. After sailing on the sea for decades, it's time to stop and rest. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased a bit, Hiro knew it was time to explain his purpose, so he slowly spoke. Mr. Tom, I came here today because I want to ask for your help. Master Tom glanced at him and said unhappily, Help, how can I help you? All I know is how to build a boat. When Sheila heard this, his eyes lit up, a respectful look appeared on his face, and he said in an earnest tone. I just want you to help me build a boat. I plan to go to sea. I knew it. Master Tom paused for a moment, then sighed heavily and waved his hand. Tell me, what kind of ship do you want to build? Chapter 64, Elbaf again. Seeing that things were progressing, Hiro quickly described his ideal sailing ship. I want a boat like the Oro Jackson, but with better performance and a bigger hull. No, Master Tom refused without even thinking about it. Why? Are you worried that I can't pay? Hiro looked at Master Tom anxiously, fearing that he would give up the idea. No, money is not a problem. You saved me, so I'll build you a boat for free. Master Tom said, turning his head to look out the window at the cargo ships docked at the port, and suddenly changed the subject. However, to build a ship like the Oro Jackson, you need a special material for the keel, the extremely rare atom tree. The treasure tree atom? I know there's one in Elbaf, I can go get it. Hiro clenched his fists, obviously having already made up his mind about this. It's a long way from here to Elbaf, and your Roger Pirates group is wanted by the Marines with a bounty on their heads. I'm afraid the trip will be extremely dangerous. Master Tom touched his round belly and shook his head gently, his wrinkled fat face full of worry. Don't worry about that. I ate the fleshball fruit. With its power, I can quickly reach Elbaf and bring back treasure tree atom. Hiro assured in a firm tone, unable to suppress the excitement in the corners of his eyes. Oh, Master Tom showed a surprised look on his face, looked at Hiro for a moment, and finally nodded. In that case, once you've brought back the precious tree atom, I'll help you build a boat. Great, thank you very much, Master Tom. Hiro was so excited that he bowed to Master Tom repeatedly to express his gratitude. Elbaf from the giant tribe, and the legendary treasure tree atom, this must be very interesting, burning. Fram, who had been standing nearby, suddenly ran up to Master Tom and Hiro, waving his fists excitedly, his face full of longing. Hey, Fram, hurry up and do what you should do, don't join in the fun here. Master Tom scolded unhappily, his brows furrowed tightly. But, I also want to go and see it. A hint of disappointment immediately appeared on Fram's face, and his voice lowered with a hint of grievance. Shiro looked at Fram and felt that he looked indescribably familiar. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead, pointed at Fram, and exclaimed. Are you Frankie? Fram looked at Hiro in surprise, frowned and muttered. My name is Fram, Mr. Hiro. Ah. Hiro stroked his chin in deep thought. Soon, he remembered that Frankie had changed his name. Ahem. Hiro coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Sorry, I called you the wrong name, Fram. Do you want to go to Elbaf to see the treasure tree atom? Yes, Mr. Hiro. Can you take me with you? Fram's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Hiro expectantly, his voice filled with pleading. No problem, just come with me, Hiro readily agreed. Mr. Tom, look, Mr. Hiro has agreed, so just let me go. Fram immediately stepped forward, grabbed Master Tom's strong arm, and shook it hard, his eyes full of desire for Elbaf. Yes, Master Tom, I'm here to ensure Fram's safety and prevent him from getting into danger. Hiro also joined in. Seeing that Fram was determined and unable to persuade him, Master Tom nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Hiro immediately used the power of the meatball fruit, slapping himself with one palm and Fram with the other. With a slight surge of air, the two figures were wrapped in an invisible force and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When the two appeared again, the land beneath their feet had been replaced by Elbaf's legendary kingdom of giants. Fram stood in a waist-high clover field, his eyes wide open, his hands waving excitedly in the air, his mouth opened into an O shape. He pointed to an ancient tree not far away that required 10 people to hug together. Several palm-sized colorful beetles were lying on the trunk. He couldn't help but exclaim. The plants and animals here are so big and amazing, it's like stepping into a fairy tale. Fram, these giants are all naturally grown. The land of Elbaf has such magic. Shiro looked at the stone houses with smoke rising from the giant village in the distance, and suddenly changed the subject, with a sly glint in his eyes. But then again, with your skills, building a large robot that's even more powerful than these shouldn't be a problem, right? A large robot. Fram stopped abruptly, and subconsciously touched the stubble on his chin with his right hand. A hint of doubt flashed across his eyes, and then a blazing fire of curiosity ignited. Can I really do this? If I could really create one, it might be stronger than a giant. You can do it. Hiro patted Fram's shoulder, his tone so firm that it left no room for doubt. Just as the two of them were chatting and imagining the future, a loud and familiar middle-aged voice came from the cobblestone road ahead, carrying a bit of the warmth of a long-awaited reunion. Little Hiro, you are finally here? I have been waiting for you here for a while. The person who came was Jabba, who had disembarked in Elbaf a few days ago. Uncle Jabba. Sassy ignores Dana. A bright smile immediately spread across Hiro's face, and he quickly stepped forward to give Jabba a solid hug. Jabba smiled and patted Hiro on the back, not too hard or too soft, but with the affection of an elder towards a younger one. Did the journey go smoothly? By the way, you mentioned in the Den Mushi that you needed treasure tree Adam. Are you planning to build a ship? Yes. Hiro nodded vigorously, his eyes unconsciously looking towards South Blue. Before leaving, Captain Roger told me to go out to sea and gather more powerful people so that we can fight against the world government together in the future. But I can't do that without a decent ship. Good boy, you really didn't disappoint the captain. Jabba smiled approvingly and turned to walk deeper into the village. I've already made an appointment with Elder Yululu. I'll take you to get the materials for the treasure tree Adam. From time to time, giants more than 10 meters tall came towards us on the cobblestone road along the way. When they saw Jabba, they all stopped and greeted him enthusiastically. Obviously, Jabba is very popular in Elbaf. Even those giant warriors who are usually serious have some respect in their eyes when they see him. Until the group reached the square in the center of the village and a female giant came towards them. Jabba suddenly seemed to be nailed to the spot and his steps stopped abruptly. He stared at the other person, his eyes seemed to contain 2 burning fireballs, and his usual calm and capable demeanor was gone. Chapter 65 The Blind Uncle. Hiro recognized the giantess as Ripley at a glance. She was about 17 or 18 meters tall, with long wine red hair tied into 2 fluffy ponytails at the back of her head, the ends of her hair swaying gently with her steps. She is wearing well-tailored leather armor that perfectly outlines her curvy figure. She has both the sexiness and charm of a woman and the strength and beauty of a warrior. She exudes a unique charm in every move. Mr. Jabba, are these two your friends? Ripley noticed the tense atmosphere and stopped first, a gentle smile on her face. Yes. Jabba's old face suddenly turned red, and he touched the back of his head in a bewildered manner, avoiding Ripley's gaze and not daring to look directly at him. He looked like a young boy who had just fallen in love. I'll take them to get some materials for the treasure tree Adam. The elders should be waiting. Then go quickly. Elder Yululu was just asking about you. Ripley placed his left hand casually on his waist, his tone still gentle, but there was a barely perceptible smile in the corner of his eyes. Hiro stood aside, secretly touching his chin with his hand, muttering to himself. It seems that Uncle Jabba hasn't defeated Ripley yet. This is the most crucial step on his road to becoming the strongest man. I have to find a way to help him. Soon, under the leadership of Jabba, Hiro successfully met Elder Yululu and obtained some materials of the treasure tree Adam. These woods are dark brown in color, with dense and hard texture, and you can feel a sense of calm power when holding them in your hands. After thanking the elder again and again, Hiro used his teleportation ability with Fram and instantly disappeared from the land of Elbaf. At the same time, in the shipyard of the Seven Waters City, Master Tom thought that it would take at least 10 days or half a month for Hiro to obtain the treasure tree Adam, so he leisurely picked up the wine glass and drank his treasured rum comfortably. Just as Master Tom was drunk and leaning back in his chair with a groggy head, he suddenly caught a glimpse of 2 familiar figures appearing at the door out of the corner of his eye. He blinked hard, thinking he was drunk and had double vision, and muttered. Strange, how come 2 Hiro and Fram suddenly appeared? Until Fram excitedly rushed forward, grabbed Master Tom's hand, and started to talk about the plants on Elbaf Island that were bigger than houses, the animals that were as big as hills, and the wonderful life scenes in the giant village. Master Tom suddenly woke up and stared at the treasure tree Adam material in Shiro's hand with wide eyes, his mouth opened wide enough to fit a bottle of wine. He burped a few times with the smell of alcohol, patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, Hiro. With this precious tree, Adam, I will definitely build you a ship that can ride the wind and waves and even the marine warships can't catch up. Hiro smiled and nodded, left a Den Mushi number for contact, and turned to leave the Seven Water City. He knew that it would take at least 3 months to build a top-notch ship that could carry strong people and withstand wind and waves. This period of time can be used to make some preparations before going to sea. First, Hiro gave a name to the ship that Master Tom had not yet started building, Defu. The pirates group he planned to form was called the Conquer People with Virtue Pirates Group, which sounded both imposing and stylish. As for how to win people over with virtue, the standard is naturally set by Captain Hiro. Secondly, the power of one person is ultimately limited. The pirates group cannot be just him, and he must find some reliable partners to join. Especially when I think about the fact that I can't even operate the rudder, an experienced helmsman becomes particularly important. Sheila thought about it, and suddenly a figure appeared in his mind, Jinbei of the Fishman tribe. In terms of water proficiency and steering skills, no one can compare to this future 7 warlords of the sea. But before going to find Jinbei, Shi Luo decided to go back to the small fishing village in East Blue. Before Roger was arrested, he opened a small clinic there, practiced medicine and saved lives, and spent a peaceful time there. Later, because the incident happened suddenly and I left in a hurry, some of my personal belongings were left in the clinic. With his teleportation ability, Hiro appeared in the familiar small clinic without any effort. The room remained the same as when he left, with a thin layer of dust on the wooden table in the corner. Just as Shi Luo opened the drawer and sorted out the forgotten personal belongings, there was a sudden knock on the door. The sound was not strong, but a bit urgent. Hiro put down what he was holding, stood up and opened the door, only to see a little boy about 10 years old standing at the door, who was Jiren from the village. The little guy was wearing patched coarse cloth clothes, his face was tanned, but there was a cleverness in his eyes. "Little Jiren, are you feeling unwell and need treatment?" Hiro looked Jiren up and down to see if he had any signs of injury or illness. After all, this child used to like to follow the older children in the village to climb trees and dig out bird nests, and he often bumped into things. "It's not me, it's an uncle at the entrance of the village who is blind." Jiren bit his lip, an anxious look on his face, and after a pause he continued. "He was playing cards with some hooligans in a thatched hut at the entrance of the village. Those guys took advantage of him because he couldn't see and kept cheating him out of his money. It was too much." "You're still gambling when you can't see?" Hiro frowned and couldn't help but complain. Is this guy mentally healthy? He had been in the village for so long and had never seen such a person. He wondered where this stranger came from. "Brother Sheila, go and take a look." Jiren stamped his feet anxiously, stretched out his hand to grab the corner of Hiro's clothes, with a hint of pleading in his tone. "If that blind uncle keeps losing like this, those hooligans will definitely rip him off with all his money. They've always bullied people before, and if you hadn't taught them a lesson, they might have done something even worse." "Okay, then I'll go see what's going on." Seeing that Jiren was about to cry, Hiro no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. Then he followed Jiren and walked quickly towards the village entrance. From the makeshift thatched hut at the entrance of the village, a burst of shrill laughter mixed with a young man's shouting came. "Blind man, your hand is only 5, and we have 6, ha ha ha, you lose again. Hurry and take out your money." As soon as Shiro heard it, he knew that these little hooligans were the idle guys in the village before. When he was practicing medicine in the village, he couldn't stand them bullying the elderly and children, so he taught them a lesson. After that, they did behave themselves a lot better. I didn't expect that he would return to his old ways and target outsiders. Chapter 66 Young Version Smile. Shiro pushed open the shabby wooden door, and the door hinges creaked. In the middle of the hut stood a wooden table with a missing leg. A few ruffians were gathered around the table, holding cards in their hands and with smug grins on their faces. Their attention was all on the poker table, and no one noticed Hiro's arrival at all. Hiro's eyes swept around the room and soon spotted the strange figure. There was a man sitting in the corner, standing out among the group of thugs. He was about 2 meters 70, with a sturdy and strong build. He wore a washed-out warrior uniform and had an ancient sword on his waist. The scabbard was engraved with delicate patterns. The moment Hiro stepped into the room, the man's head shook very slightly, and an almost imperceptible arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had obviously sensed someone entering through the sound of footsteps and the flow of air. Hiro looked at the other person carefully and felt that he looked strangely familiar. Although the man had his eyes closed, there was no trace of anxiety or anger on his face. Instead, he looked extraordinarily calm, as if he was not the one who lost the money. Suddenly, Shi Luo slapped his forehead and finally remembered the identity of this person. He had seen this face in the original book. 2 years after the Summit War, he was exceptionally promoted to Marine Admiral through the World Recruitment, and became famous for his ability with the gravity fruit. Isn't this the younger version of Yishao? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Zailuo's mind, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. "I didn't expect to meet the future Marine Admiral here. This is really interesting. How about letting him become a pirate?" In the smoke-filled room, the smell of cheap tobacco mixed with the stench of sweat swirled in the air. A gangster with dyed green hair stepped on a wooden stool, his leather heels making light sounds against the table legs. He waved a few crumpled Baileys in front of the blind man, his spit splattering on the table as he spoke arrogantly. "Blind man, this is your last money. Do you still want to gamble?" The corner of his eye quickly swept over the 3 accomplices behind him, and the scar at the corner of his mouth twisted into a smug smile. The others immediately understood what he meant, and the skinny guy in the flowered shirt spat on the ground. "I think this blind man should stop gambling. His luck is so bad, he doesn't want to lose so much that he can't even afford dinner." Yes, save some money to buy a piece of black bread, so as not to become a blind man who starves to death, ha 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 ha. The burly man with a crew cut slammed the table and laughed wildly, and the wooden table groaned in pain under his palms. The short man in the leather jacket tiptoed close to the blind man's ear, deliberately lowered his voice and then suddenly raised it. I think this blind man is afraid to gamble, after all, he can't even tell the cards apart. Yishao, who was surrounded in the middle, kept his eyes down, and his fingertips gently stroked the few remaining coins on the table. The ridicule from the people around him was like poisoned needles, but it failed to cause any ripples on his face. He slowly spread out his palm, the shiny coins jingling in his palm, and pushed them out with unquestionable determination. Deal the cards. The green-haired thugs exchanged a knowing look, the greed in their eyes almost overflowing. They shuffled and dealt the cards quickly, and the small movements between their fingers flickered in the dim oil lamp. At the end of the new round of card games, Yishao's 2 fingertips showed an 8, but the green-haired man on the opposite side suddenly slammed his cards on the table, deliberately covering up most of the 8. Hey, blind man, you only have 4 points this time, and we have 6 points. You lost everything, get out. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the pile of money in the middle of the table, but his wrist was firmly held down by a rough, large hand. Jiren, who was standing at the door, had already clenched his fists, and the veins under his coarse sleeves were throbbing. Just as he was about to step forward and expose the group's tricks, someone suddenly grabbed his collar. Shi Luo leaned against the doorframe, his fingertips gesturing to silence his lips, his dark eyes filled with bottomless calmness. No. Yishao tapped the card lightly with his fingertips, making a crisp sound. This time I have 8 points, and you only have 6 points. The green-haired leader struggled hard, but his hand remained motionless like a pair of pliers welded to the table. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. He turned around and yelled at his companions. Don't you think so? Yes, a blind man only has 4 points? We're clearly at 6 o'clock, he's trying to cheat. The shouting of the henchmen caused dust to fall from the roof. Yishao suddenly chuckled, his laughter carrying a kind of indifference that seemed to see through everything. He slowly raised his head, his cloudy eyes looking at everyone. I'm going blind because I don't want to see the dirty things in the world. He tapped his knuckles lightly on the table. But I can see all your movements clearly, ha 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 ha. The green-haired leader laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, and rolled on the ground holding his stomach. This blind man says he can see clearly, and he says he doesn't want to see dirty things? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Before the laughter of the followers subsided, a cold male voice suddenly rang out in the middle of the gambling house. I think you've had enough fun, how about letting me deal with them? The gangsters turned around suddenly, and when they saw that the young man in the white coat had stood in the middle of the room, the smiles on their faces froze instantly. Green-hair's face turned pale, and he stammered, Doctor, why are you here? This is a misunderstanding. I was just joking with this gentleman. The arrogance just now disappeared, and several people's legs were trembling, wishing they could crawl under the table on the spot. Yishao turned his head slightly and headed towards the source of the sound. Whatever. With your ability, it only takes a moment to deal with them. Shiro's black eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light, and the red and black hockey quickly swept over. But in the blink of an eye, the group of thugs were coaxed to sleep. You're so young, yet you possess such a powerful conqueror's hockey. Are you more than just a village doctor? He smiled and slowly turned around, his gray eyes facing Shi Luo, and his fingers holding the staff knife moved slightly. What about you? Shiro walked closer with long legs, the hem of his white coat sweeping across the mess on the ground. You could have known everything with observation hockey, but you deliberately lost to these people. Why? I just enjoy the process of gambling. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me. Yishao's fingertips stroked the handle of the cane knife, with a hint of vigilance. I see. It seems you were very bored. Hiro put his hands in the pockets of his white coat, hunched his shoulders slightly, and looked nonchalant. Boring, maybe. Yishao was affected by Shiro's relaxed feeling. His tense shoulders seemed to relax a little, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hiro suddenly took a half step forward and lowered his voice to a very low voice. If you're really bored, how about joining my pirates group? Chapter 67 Return to the Fishmen Island? Be pirates? With a sneer, the cane knife lightly touched the ground, making a dull sound. You're no different from these guys. Do you like to steal other people's things so much? You're wrong. Hiro stood up, tapping his chin lightly with his fingertips, a sly glint in his eyes. I know you uphold the principles of benevolence and righteousness, but my pirates group is called Conquering People with Virtue. We uphold benevolence and righteousness and emphasize virtue, which is consistent with your principles. Interesting, moralistic pirates. He smiled and lowered his eyes in thought, his gray eyelashes casting a faint shadow under his eyelids. How about it, are you interested in going out to sea with me? Shiro's dark eyes sparkled, his face full of anticipation. Yishao was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned and walked towards the gambling table, tapping his fingertips on the table. It's not impossible, but you have to make a bet with me. If you win, I will go out to sea with you. It's a deal. The corners of Hiro's mouth raised with a confident arc. What's the bet? Let's bet on who can get the coin first. He smiled and picked up a berry on the table, rubbed it gently with his fingertips, and suddenly threw it into the air. The coin pierced through the roof with a whistling sound and shot into the sky like a silver bullet. Almost at the moment the coin left his hand, Yi Xiao leapt up, and his grey cloak drew a neat arc in the air. Hiro stood still, his eyes slightly closed, his observation hockey spreading like a tide, accurately capturing the trajectory of the coin in the air. Just as Yi Xiao's fingertips were about to touch the coin, Shilo suddenly patted his chest, teleported into the air, and took the lead in pinching the berry in his palm with his fingertips. You lose. Hiro shook his fingers holding the coin, and the sunlight shone on his face through the hole in the roof, and his smile was dazzlingly bright. It hasn't landed yet. There was a smile in the sound of a smile, and the cane knife was suddenly unsheathed, and the cold light was aimed at Shi Luo's wrist. This coin won't necessarily be in your hand before it hits the ground. Shiro dodged the blade nimbly in the air and suddenly felt a burning heat wave coming from above his head. Looking up, I saw a huge meteorite floating above me, with flames burning on its surface. He immediately activated the power of the meatball fruit, but found that the gravity around him had already been distorted, and the space teleportation was ineffective for a short time. Spacebound! Shiro shouted softly, and white energy instantly gathered around Yi Xiao, forming a cocoon. In this moment of separation, the constraints of gravity suddenly disappeared, and he landed steadily on the ground. What a difficult guy, he almost capsized in the ditch. Shiro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spread out his hand holding the coin in front of Yi Xiao. He smiled at berry in his palm and suddenly swung his knife to chop at the meteorite in the air. With a swish sound, the burning boulder was split into two halves and fell heavily on the open space in the distance, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. He sheathed his staff and sword, his voice filled with relief. I'm really impressive. I admit defeat and am now part of your crew, Captain. Come with me, my crew. Shiro smiled and turned around, his white coat fluttering gently in the wind. Captain, are we going to meet the rest of the crew now? Yi Xiao followed him, her steps much lighter. Hiro paused, scratched the back of his head, and said a little embarrassedly. Other crew members? You're the only one right now, we can recruit the rest later. What? The corner of his smiling mouth twitched, and he stopped. What about the ship we took out to sea? Is there none? The boat is still under construction, it should be finished in 3 months. Hiro looked at the distant sea level, his eyes sparkling. This is going to be a really amazing ship, a smile. In this way, Yi Xiao officially became the first member of the German pirates group. In the future, a famous scene will often appear in the pirates group. Yi Xiao would seriously warn everyone to follow my instructions. After putting the items away, Hiro raised his chin towards Yi Xiao, who was wiping his sword. Come with me to a place where we may find the helmsman we desperately need. When the two of them arrived at the Fishman Island with the flying ability of the meatball fruit on the street, a mermaid with a fishtail was pushing a cart full of pearls slowly walking by, and a fishman vendor with a fish fin on his back was bargaining with customers. Compared to the vigilance and hostility that permeated the world a year ago, the fish people now look at humans with a little more peace in their eyes. Looking at all this, Hiro couldn't help but think of Captain Roger's decision back then. It was because the legendary pirates tacitly allowed the Fishman Island to use his own flag that the villains who coveted the fishmen slaves were afraid to act rashly, thus bringing a brief period of peace to this underwater island. But this peace is ultimately Kyoka Suigetsu. As the news of the Roger pirates disbanding spread throughout the world, those suppressed greedy desires once again rose up. In the shadows of the street corner, several figures wrapped in black robes were furtively eyeing the passing mermaid girl. Behind the rocks in the harbor, the sails of the slave traders were faintly visible in the moonlight. King Neptune's fishtail slapped the ground in the palace anxiously, and the coral armrests of the throne were deeply scratched by his fingernails. But there is nothing I can do. Faced with this situation, Fisher Tiger decided to reorganize the guard team and defend his homeland even if it means shedding his last drop of blood. The blue-skinned Jinbei stood behind him, veins bulging from his clenched fists. The future 7 warlords of the sea had a flame of protection burning in his eyes. On the day he was appointed as the deputy captain of the guard, he swore an oath in front of the statue of Poseidon to protect the Fishman Island with his life. As soon as Hiro and Yi Xiao stepped onto the coral-paved street, dozens of guards armed with spears surrounded them. The cold light reflected from the spear tip was reflected on Yi Xiao's bandage, but he just gently pressed the scabbard at his waist. The invisible aura emanating from his body made the guards in the front row involuntarily take half a step back. Just when the situation was tense, a burly figure pushed through the crowd. Fisher Tiger's red hair fluttered in the water. When he saw Hiro's face clearly, his eyes widened and he quickly waved his hand for the guards to put down their weapons. Put your weapons away, we're one of us, sassy as ignoring Dana, Tiger. Shiro smiled and opened his arms, his voice as refreshing as the sea breeze dispelled the tense atmosphere. Jimuel Hiro of the Roger Pirates. Tiger strode forward and gave him a hug that would break a normal person's bones. His rough palm slapped Hiro's back, making a thud. However, his eyes were more inquisitive when he glanced at him with a smile. Who is this? I've never seen such a person on Roger's ship. Chapter 68 Fishman Karate. His name is Yi Xiao, and he's my new recruit. Hiro introduced, patting Yi Xiao's shoulder. He smiled and nodded slightly in Tiger's direction. He didn't need to look at the other person's appearance. Just from the steady footsteps, he could tell that this was a strong man worthy of respect. Tiger led the two toward the palace. As they passed a garden filled with fluorescent seaweed, he finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Brother Hiro, I heard the Roger Pirates disbanded. How could such a powerful group just disband like that? Because we have reached the final island. Hiro looked at the sunlight coming through the top of the Fishman Island in the distance, his eyes full of nostalgia for the past. The captain said his dream had come true, and there was no point in keeping the pirates around. Well, Tiger sighed heavily, and the huge fishtail lifted up the Uzumaki behind him. After you disbanded, those jackals started targeting us again. Before, under Roger's banner, they didn't even dare to approach the Fishman Island. Now. His voice was full of helplessness. All good things must come to an end. Every pirates group will eventually come to an end. Hiro's tone darkened, and then he changed the subject. But I'm here this time to form a new pirates group to continue sailing, and now we're in need of a top-notch helmsman. He rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on Tiger with evident anticipation. Tiger touched his chin, a glimmer of longing flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by worry. It's a pity that I can't leave now. Those slave traders are like sharks that smell blood. They will pounce if you let your guard down. Otherwise, I really want to go to the sea with you. I understand your difficulties, so I have no intention of dragging you on board. Hiro had anticipated this, and his gaze passed over Tiger and fell on the blue-skinned fat man who was directing the patrol of the guards not far away. However, can you please let go of this capable man under your command? Following the direction of Hiro's finger, Tiger saw Jinbei and his brows immediately twisted into knots. You want Jinbei? He's my most capable deputy. The guard team can't do without him. Let's ask him what he means first. Hiro's eyes fell on Jinbei, the powerful man who would stand shoulder to shoulder with Doflamingo and Ace in the future. He was standing under the coral watchtower, gazing at the distant sea level, his eyes filled with longing for the sea. If he doesn't want to be forced, I won't force him. Jinbei heard the conversation and walked over, bowing to Taiji before turning to Shiro. He was silent for a moment, then his thick lips moved. Brother Tiger, I really want to go out and see the world. But the Fishman Island is in need of manpower right now. Wait, Jinbei. Hiro interrupted him, his tone becoming serious. Have you ever thought about whether you can really hold this place? We repelled a group of slave traders today, but there will be more tomorrow. How long can you hold on? Tiger's black hair fell down, and Jinbei's clenched fists slowly loosened. The water flowed quietly between the three of them, carrying the salty taste of sea salt and a silent heaviness. So what you mean is? Jinbei raised his head, his blue skin glowing under the fluorescent light. Shi Luo took a step forward, put his hands on Jinbei's shoulders and looked at him firmly. Join my pirates. Together we'll make a name for ourselves on the seas and make the German pirates famous. At that time, the Fishman Island will be under our sphere of influence. Anyone who dares to touch here will be an enemy of our entire pirates group. He waved his hand, as if he had already seen that day. The skull flag of the German pirates group fluttered over the Fishman Island, and no one dared to invade anymore. Tiger suddenly raised his head, with a startling light in his eyes. That's a great idea. Then I'll go with you. If we join forces, it won't be long before our name is known to the whole world. Tiger, you have to stay. Hiro patted his arm, his tone sincere. It will take time for us to make a name for ourselves. During this period, the Fishman Island will still rely on you to protect it. Once we are successful and the Fishman Island is no longer a threat, you can then sail out on your own and go wherever you want. Wouldn't that be even better? Tiger was silent for a moment and nodded heavily. Captain. Jinbei took a step forward, straightened his spine suddenly, and his blue face was full of excitement. When do we leave? I can't wait to spread the name of the German pirates across the seas. No urgent matters. Hiro raised his hand and waved it. The metal ring on his wrist shone coldly in the sunlight. The corners of his eyes slightly raised, and his tone was filled with some consideration. I need to see for myself the extent of your Murloc karate. If you haven't even mastered your own skills, I can't take you out to sea and explore the world. Then please teach me. Jinbei clenched his fists fiercely, his knuckles colliding with a dull, dong sound, two clusters of leaping flames burning in his pupils, full of fighting spirit. Shiro raised an eyebrow in response, a faint smile on his lips. The onlookers all stepped back, their feet making rustling sounds on the beach, and soon they cleared a space of 10 feet square. As soon as the battle horn sounded, Jinbei's figure shot out like an arrow. He twisted his waist and abdomen, and his arms turned into two afterimages, wrapping around Hiro with the moist sea breeze. It is the most tricky wave strangle in mermaid judo. But Hiro's battle-hardened body had already formed instincts. Observation hockey spread out like an invisible net, sensing every tremor of Jinbei's muscles. He stepped lightly on the beach, and his body always managed to dodge the attacks that could have shattered rocks and cracked wood at the last moment, leaving only a series of faint but messy footprints on the sand. After more than 10 consecutive moves failed, the fighting spirit in Jinbei's eyes became more and more intense. He suddenly stopped, spread his feet shoulder-width apart, and slowly raised his arms to his chest, with his palms facing each other as if holding up a full moon. The moisture around his body seemed to be drawn together by this posture. It was the opening move of Yurin karate, the Karagusa wa Jungchuan. Seeing this, Hiro put away his playful intention, his fists glowed with a black luster, and armament hockey spread along his veins to his fingertips. He rolled over the sand with his toes and suddenly rushed forward, his fist with a sharp whistle that tore through the air and went straight for Jinbei's face. Drink, Jinbei growled, his fist stance suddenly tensed. In an instant, the water vapor around him turned into circular ripples visible to the naked eye, and a 360-degree shockwave exploded with no blind spots. Hiro's fist was hit head-on by this huge force and was suddenly stopped in midair. The muscles in his arms twitched slightly due to the recoil. Interesting, a light laugh escaped from Hiro's throat, and he murmured softly. Then let's see whose shockwave is stronger. Before he finished speaking, he opened his left hand, and the power of the meatball fruit was running rapidly in his palm. The air was compressed into a transparent projectile by an invisible force. With a flick of his wrist, this air shockwave condensed with violent energy roared out and collided violently with Jinbei's circular ripples again. Shish. Shish. There was a harsh friction sound where the two forces were intertwined, and the water vapor was shaken into mist all over the sky. Even the waves in the distance were disturbed by this force, and waves half a foot high surged up. After half a second of stalemate, Jinbei groaned and stumbled back 2 steps, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves in the sand. But Hiro remained as steady as a rock. His feet seemed to have taken root in the sand. Only a small tear in his sleeve was caused by the energy. Chapter 69 Return to the Rip-Off Bar. So strong, Jinbei looked at Shi Luo's motionless figure and sighed sincerely. But the light in his eyes did not dim. Instead, he slapped the ground violently, and the seawater surged up according to his will, turning into a winding water snake in his palm. Try this. He suddenly exerted force with his arms, and the water snake suddenly grew several feet long like a living thing, and smashed down towards Hiro with a force of thousands of pounds, like a wrestler throwing his opponent over his shoulder. It was the ocean current that threw me over the shoulder. Arlong, who was watching, screamed and his pupils shrank. Everyone knows that seawater is the nemesis of people with special abilities. No matter how powerful a person is, once he is submerged in seawater, he will be at the mercy of others like a puppet with its strings cut. But there was no trace of panic on Shiro's face. Just when the seawater was about to hit him, his eyes narrowed slightly and the power of the meatball fruit was fully activated. With him as the center, the space within a radius of 3 meters suddenly rippled, as if it was enclosed in an invisible glass cover. Jinbei's hands, which were controlling the seawater, suddenly felt empty. He was shocked to find that he was trapped in this independent space. His connection with the outside world was completely cut off, and even the water vapor in the air no longer obeyed his commands. Now, Hiro seized this fleeting flaw, pushed the ground with his right foot, and passed through the space barrier. The right fist with armament hockey cut through the air and hit Jinbei's defenseless abdomen accurately. Puff! Jinbei was hit hard and his body flew backwards like a sack, drawing a parabola in the air and falling heavily on the beach, stirring up sand and gravel all over the sky. I lost. Jinbei struggled to sit up, a trace of blood foam oozing from the corner of his mouth. He shook his dizzy head unwillingly, looked at his slightly trembling fist, and finally understood how big the gap was between himself and the top powerhouses. You've done very well. Hiro walked forward slowly, a gentle smile on his face, and reached out to pull him up. Jinbei, I recognize you. Hearing these words, the dejection on Jinbei's face disappeared instantly. A smile bloomed on his chubby face again, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were squeezed together with joy, and even his voice was a little excited. Really? Wait, Jinbei, don't rush to go out to sea with Brother Shilo. Tiger's steady voice suddenly sounded, with unquestionable majesty. He walked slowly out of the crowd, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight. Brother Tiger, why is this? Jinbei looked up in surprise, his eyes full of confusion. Tiger walked up to him, his eyes fell on his still red abdomen, and said in a deep voice. I taught you fishman karate, and now that you've been easily defeated, I'm also responsible. Today, I'll teach you the ultimate secret of fishman karate. To Karakon. Really? Jinbei instantly became energetic and rushed to Tiger, with the tip of his nose almost touching his chest. He was so excited that the tip of his tail was wagging unconsciously. Brother Tiger, are you willing to teach me this move? Certainly. Tiger smiled and patted his shoulder, then turned to look at Hiro with approval in his eyes. I always felt that you hadn't mastered your other moves yet, now it seems that the time has come. Very good. Jinbei was so excited that he danced and turned around twice. I've heard about the power of this move a long time ago. It's said that it can penetrate the armor of a battleship with one punch. Hiro stood aside and fell into deep thought after hearing this. The scenes from the original novel emerged in his mind. In the turbulent waves of Wano-kuni, Jinbei used this move, Malaikon, to break through the defense of Charlotte Linlin, the ant known as the iron balloon. The shock wave that condensed all the strength of the body and the secret of water control was so powerful that it was enough to make any strong person look sideways. In the following days, Jinbei could always be seen sweating profusely in the martial arts training ground of the Fishman Island. Tiger personally taught and imparted the essence of Wu Lai Guan. That was compressing the strength of all the muscles and bones in the body to the ultimate, then fusing it with the absolute control over water, and finally concentrating it at the tip of the fist, delivering a terrifying blow that was enough to pierce through a giant whale and tear apart the trench. And Hiro was strolling around the Fishman Island with a smile on his face. They walked through the coral-covered streets, crossed the pearl-paved bridges, and took care of several groups of slave traders who sneaked into the Fishman Island to capture slaves. These actions made King Neptune very grateful, and he specially hosted a banquet in Dragon Palace. After half a month of enjoying delicious food and drinks, Jinbei finally punched through a huge rock on the beach during a trial, declaring that he had completely mastered the ultimate secret of fishman karate, Wu Lai Guan. Since then, the second crew member of the German pirates group, helmsman Jinbei, has officially joined. Since the customized pirates ship would take another 2.5 months to complete, Shi Luo brought Jinbei and Yishao to Sabaody Archipelago. This strange island made up of huge bubbles is bustling with people of all races coming and going. Hiro came to the rip-off bar, opened by Shaki as if he was familiar with the place. He knew that after the Roger pirates disbanded, Rayleigh lived in seclusion here and became a coding master. He always liked to hang out in this bar on weekdays. As soon as I pushed open the wooden door of the bar, the wind chimes started jingling. Shiro immediately saw the familiar figure in front of the bar. Rayleigh was reclining on a bar stool, playing with a bottle of rum. Sitting opposite him was the most beautiful woman in the world, at that time, Shaki. She rested her elbows on the bar, supporting her cheek as she listened to Rayleigh speak. A happy smile graced her pretty face, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes revealed tenderness. Sassy is ignoring Dana, teacher Rayleigh, sister Shaki. Shiro walked forward with a smile and took the initiative to say hello. The two people who were talking turned their heads at the same time when they heard the voice. The moment they saw Hiro, Rayleigh's face, which was full of traces of time, immediately broke into a smile, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out. Little Hiro, why are you here? Hiro came forward, his voice full of excitement. Well, after I rescued Captain Roger from the Marine's encirclement, he patted me on the shoulder and said, "Don't stop, continue sailing in this sea, and recruit powerful comrades who can overturn the huge waves. Because the storm 24 years from now will require all of us to fight side by side." As soon as he finished speaking, he slid sideways onto the high stool in front of the bar, and the stool legs made a slight, creaking sound as they rubbed against the wooden floor. Hiro bent his fingers and snapped them crisply towards the inside of the bar. The sound of his knuckles colliding was particularly clear against the lazy jazz background. Sister Shaki, give me and my two new crew members 3 glasses of the strongest rum on the rocks. Shaki, who was wiping the wine glass with a rag, glanced at him, a smile in the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Hey, isn't this little Hiro? It's been a while since he showed up, and he even has his own crew. Her eyes swept over the two people standing behind Hiro. Yishao always kept a slightly bowed posture, as if he was aware of everything around him. The blue-skinned fishman crossed his arms across his chest, exuding a calm aura. Chapter 70 Xiao Bao joins Shaki smiled and shook the 3 bottles of rum in his hand. The bottles collided with a dull sound, and then he turned the bottles upside down on the bar with a pop. The amber liquor slowly poured into the glass from the tilted bottle mouth. He smiled and stretched out his bony fingers to hold the wine glass. When he tilted his head back, his Adam's apple rolled and the aroma of wine overflowed from his lips. Jinbei even lifted the bottle and poured it into his mouth. He didn't care that the wine flowed down the corners of his mouth to his collarbone. He looked like he was very familiar with his own territory. When Rayleigh's eyes fell on Jinbei, his eyebrows raised, trying to salvage his forgotten memories. You're the fat guy from the Fishman Island, right? What's your name? My name is Jinbei. The fishman slammed the bottle on the bar, and a few drops of wine splashed out. He tensed his arms, and his blue muscles bulged instantly, becoming as sharp and angular as rocks. Don't call me little fatty. This is the result of years of training and hardy physique. It's strong. Okay, I was wrong. Rayleigh's hearty laughter echoed in the bar. He raised his hands in surrender, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes formed ravines. Little Jinbei is very strong, stronger than a whale in the sea. There was a hint of teasing in his perfunctory tone. Seeing Jinbei's expression soften a little, he turned to Yishao, who had been quietly sipping his wine, with a look of inquiry in his eyes. Who is this gentleman with the sword? His name is Yishao, and he's a powerful swordsman with superb swordsmanship. Hiro paused and emphasized his tone. And he also ate the gravity fruit, which allows him to manipulate the weight of everything at will. Wow. Rayleigh drawled out his words, suddenly standing up from the wicker chair, his thumbs up almost poking Hiro in the face. Little Shilaw is really good. He has recruited a master of this level so quickly, it's really amazing. He patted Hiro's back triumphantly, with such force that Hiro staggered. As expected of a disciple taught by Rayleigh, the corners of Hiro's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes secretly. Rayleigh's so-called teaching flashed through his mind, and he complained madly in his heart. You really don't know how bad your teaching is, and you still have the nerve to flatter yourself. Just as a few people were chatting with the aroma of wine, the kitchen curtain was suddenly opened with a rustle. An octopus-like fish man with a round head and a cylindrical mouth jumped out, its 8 tentacles waving frantically, 2 of which were wearing white chef sleeves stained with flour. Shaki boss lady, we're running out of takoyaki batter and octopus. We need to go to the fish market at the harbor to restock. The rum that Jinbei had just drunk came out with a puff sound, and the liquor went into his trachea, causing him to cough violently. He coughed for a full half-minute before he caught his breath, clutching his chest. He pointed at the octopus man and stammered. Xiao Ba. Why are you here? Xiao Ba's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist. Brother Jinbei, haven't you been guarding Dragon Palace City on the Fishman Island? Why are you here in Sabaody Archipelago? Leave me alone. Jinbei took a few steps to Zalba and placed his rough hands on his shoulders. You said you were going out to explore the world a year ago, and you haven't been heard from since. The guys at the Fishman Island are going crazy. What brought you to this bar? His eyes swept over Xiaoba's chef's uniform. His tentacles were still stained with brown sauce, and he was obviously making takoyaki. That's right, brother Jinbei. Xiaoba excitedly shook his head, gesturing with his 8 arms and legs in the air, telling the story vividly. A year ago, I wanted to leave the Fishman Island and see the outside world, but after swimming for several months, I found nothing interesting except monotonous ocean currents and bare reefs. About half a month ago, I was swimming back to Sabaody Archipelago along the warm current, and I happened to see Uncle Rayleigh's boat being besieged and fell into the sea. I rushed over without thinking, wrapped him up with my tentacles and hid him from the pursuit of those people. Later, Uncle Rayleigh said that the bar was short of a chef to make takoyaki, so he asked me to stay here to help. Yes, that was really thanks to Xiaoba. Rayleigh's eyes softened, and his tone was filled with genuine gratitude. If this little guy hadn't dragged me ashore in time, my old bones would have been fed to sharks long ago. I see. Jinbei showed a relieved smile on his face and patted Xiaoba's shoulder heavily. You did a great job, kid. Oh, by the way, little hero. Rayleigh suddenly slapped his thigh, a cunning light flashing in his eyes, as if he had discovered a brilliant idea. He walked quickly to Hiro and said anxiously, Do you pirates have a chef now? If you haven't found one yet, let Xiaoba join us. His takoyaki are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the sauce is perfect. I guarantee you'll enjoy it every day at sea. Shilo stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, the chef's position is indeed still vacant. That's settled then. Rayleigh didn't wait for Hiro to finish speaking before grabbing Hachi's tentacles and dragging him in front of Hiro. The octopus man's body was still shaking from side to side due to the sudden pull. Xiaoba's eyes instantly lit up like 2 stars. He had heard about Hiro's deeds a long time ago and had always dreamed of joining such a pirates group. At this moment, his 8 arms and legs were trembling with excitement, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. Captain, I can not only make takoyaki, but I can also use octopus meat to make sashimi, fish balls, and seafood soup. Please take me out to sea, and I will make sure everyone can enjoy the freshest seafood every day. He leaned forward, his nose with the smell of seafood almost touching Hiro's face, and his pouting octopus mouth trembled slightly, full of anticipation. Shi Luo turned his head and looked at Yishao and Jinbei for their opinions. Yishao just shook the wine glass slowly, and the wine drew an arc on the wall of the glass. Obviously, he had no objection. Jinbei frowned and thought for a moment, then said, Forget it, let's get this guy on board. He always gets into trouble when he's alone. At least he'll be safer if he follows us. In that case, Hiro stretched out his right hand, palm facing up. From today on, you are an official member of the German pirates, Hachi. Yeah, I can go on an adventure at sea. Xiaoba jumped up excitedly, waving his 8 tentacles in the air, and accidentally knocked over an empty wine bottle on the bar, making a crisp, clang, sound. He completely ignored Hiro's outstretched hand and was only focused on spinning around in the bar, cheering and immersed in the ecstasy of his dream coming true. Shiro remained in the posture of extending his hand for a few seconds, and looking at Xiaoba celebrating on his own, he could only retract his hand in disappointment. He sighed helplessly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. It seems that the pirates have a new funny guy. Chapter 71 Hawkeye's Challenge. According to Hiro's estimation, it would take quite some time before the new ship was launched. So, Shi Luo took Yishao and Jinbei to stay in Sabaody Archipelago. In their spare time, the rip-off bar became their daily haunt. The bar is filled with the rich aroma of rum, mixed with the burned aroma of freshly baked takoyaki, which is particularly tempting. Hiro always likes to sit by the window, watching the bubble cable cars passing by, and occasionally chatting with Rayleigh over a toast. Yishao has a special liking for card games in bars, and often drags those red-faced drunks to gamble a few times. Jinbei always sat quietly by the side, savoring the drinks leisurely and occasionally commenting on the cooking of Xiaoba's takoyaki. The days slipped away one by one in such a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. 2 months later, one afternoon when the sun was shining brightly, Hiro and his crew pushed open the wooden door of the rip-off bar, as usual. Just as they sat down at their old seats, Xiaoba was bringing over some steaming hot takoyaki, when the door of the bar was suddenly pushed open again. I saw a young swordsman standing at the door, nearly 2 meters tall and with an upright figure. He was wearing a long black trench coat with a wide belt around his waist. The most eye-catching thing about him was his hawk-like eyes, so sharp that they seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. A uniquely shaped black cross knife was slung across his back, and the gem on the handle shone coldly under the light. The young swordsman's eyes flashed like lightning as he quickly scanned the scene inside the bar. Then his clear voice rang out in the bar. Excuse me, is Mr. Rayleigh here? Rayleigh, who was chatting with Hiro about interesting stories of sailing in the past, put down the wine glass in his hand and turned to look at the young swordsman at the door in surprise. He pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose, looked at him carefully, and confirmed that he had never seen this person before. He thought that he was probably here to ask him to coat the boat again. So he stood up, a warm smile on his face, took a few steps forward and said, Sir, if you want coating, come with me. I promise to make it beautiful for you. No, I'm not here to coat you. The young swordsman shook his head, grasped the hilt of the sword behind him with his right hand, and with a swish, the cross-shaped black sword was pulled out, the blade reflecting a cold light. He pointed the tip of the sword at Rayleigh and said in a firm tone, "I want to challenge you." Shiro paused for a moment while holding the wine glass, and looked at the young but rebellious face, with a knowing smile on his face. Because this person is none other than Hawkeye, Jorager Mahawk, who will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. I didn't expect to meet him when he was young here in this way. Yi Xiao and Jinbei were also attracted by this sudden challenge. They exchanged glances and saw curiosity in each other's eyes. You know, Rayleigh is the vice captain of Roger Pirates, nicknamed Pluton, and his strength is unfathomable. It is really courageous for this young swordsman to dare to challenge him in public. Rayleigh glanced at the ominous black knife in Hawkeye's hand, pushed his glasses up, and asked with a faint smile. Young man, why are you challenging me? To pursue even more powerful swordsmanship, to become the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye answered decisively, his hawk-like eyes flashing with unquestionable determination. I'm sorry, I can't accept your challenge. Rayleigh turned around, sat back down on the bar stool, picked up his rum and took a sip. Why? Are you afraid of losing? Hawkeye frowned tightly, a look of confusion and anger on his face. He took a step forward and asked, his tone somewhat aggressive. Lose? That shouldn't be the case. Rayleigh put down his glass, smiled, and a hint of confidence belonging to a strong man flashed in his eyes. But I've already retired. I don't want to get involved in those fighting and killing things anymore. I just want to drink and chat here. But, Hawkeye opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was blocked by Rayleigh's firm attitude. For a moment, he was helpless and could only stand where he was, tightening his grip on the knife handle. At this moment, several drunks in the corner of the bar were awakened by the noise. They shook their dizzy heads, listened to the general idea, and then began to talk at once, adding fuel to the fire. Hey, Rayleigh, the film coder, just accept my challenge. Look how sincere I am. I came all the way here just for you. That's right, don't be afraid of losing. We won't laugh at you even if you lose, ha 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 ha. If you become a coward, you will be looked down upon. Who would dare to ask you for coding in the future? These drunken words were as sharp as needles, and Hiro's smiling face instantly darkened. He hated to see people humiliating their former crew members like this. An invisible conqueror's haki suddenly erupted from him, instantly sweeping across the entire bar. The drunks who were shouting just now were coaxed to sleep without even a hum. This Hawkeye's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked towards Hiro with a burning gaze. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he suddenly remembered something. His tone was filled with incredible surprise. You are the swordsman who robbed the execution ground in Logue Town. Oh, were you recognized? Hiro touched his chin and muttered to himself in a low voice, with a trace of helplessness on his face. It seems that I was too high profile at that time, it was hard not to be recognized. Rayleigh watched this scene, a gleam in his eyes. He pointed at Hiro and said to Hawkeye, who was still in shock. Young man, aren't you going to challenge me? I really don't want to accept the challenge, but Shilaw is my disciple. You can try to fight him. If you can beat him, maybe I will consider accepting your challenge. What? Hiro obviously didn't expect Rayleigh to do this. This usually unreliable, mediocre coach actually used him as a shield. His face was filled with dissatisfaction and he glared at Rayleigh. Okay, it's settled. A hint of joy flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. He had heard about the swordsman in Logue Town a long time ago and had always wanted to find an opportunity to spar with him. This swordsman who robbed the execution ground is also someone I want to challenge. Hey, I haven't agreed yet, why are you so excited? Hiro rolled his eyes and looked at Hawkeye with resentment. What is going on, Captain? Fight this guy. Jinbei's round face was full of anticipation. He patted Shi Luo's shoulder. Let him know how powerful our German pirates are, and let him understand what it means to truly win people over with virtue. Yeah, Hiro. Yi Xiao also became interested. He shook the wine glass in his hand. We've been here for 2 months and are really getting bored. How about fighting this guy? It's just a way to kill time and broaden our horizons. Since you all said so, then as the captain, I have no choice but to agree. Hiro sighed helplessly, stood up and walked to Hawkeye, looking straight at him. I can accept your challenge, but there is one condition. Chapter 72. Hawkeye who doesn't call out his moves. What conditions? There was a hint of urgency in Hawkeye's tone. If you lose, how about joining my pirates and sailing with me? As Hiro spoke, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a sly smile flashed across his face. Hawkeye fell into a brief contemplation after hearing this. Join the pirates? This was something he had never thought of, but as long as he had the opportunity to continue challenging the strong, it seemed possible. After a moment, he raised his head and said solemnly. Okay, if I lose, I'll follow you, and I'll keep challenging you until I defeat you. It's a deal, follow me. Hiro nodded and turned to walk out of the bar. Hawkeye held the black knife tightly in his hand and followed closely behind. Rayleigh, Yi Xiao and Jinbei, who were just watching the fun, quickly followed. The bar suddenly became empty, with only a few drunks who were coaxed to sleep left. Hiro and Hawkeye moved quickly and arrived at an open area in the blink of an eye. At this time, Hawkeye was in his youthful age of 19, 1 year older than Hiro, and exuded a sharp aura. In the future, he and Shanks would become rivals in kendo, often challenging each other in competitions. The fierce clashes became a legendary event in the world of pirates. However, at this point in time, the balance of power clearly leans towards Hawkeye. At that time, Shanks was only about 14 years old and had just awakened Hawkeye. In terms of experience and strength, there was still a big gap between him and Hawkeye. Make your move, Jimmy Hero. Hawkeye held the black knife tightly in his hand, turned his wrist flexibly, and made a beautiful knife flower. The cold sound echoed in the air. A hint of interest flashed in Hero's eyes. He looked at Hawkeye meaningfully and asked, "You actually know my name? Of course, you are the fourth in command of the Roger Pirates. You are young and promising, and your reputation has spread far and wide." Hawkeye answered as if he knew everything, with a hint of appreciation inadvertently revealed in his tone. "Very well, I know you too, Jorager Mahawk." Hero raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile, and responded calmly. "It's really my honor to have a big shot like you know my name." A hint of surprise flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. In a flash, the surprise was replaced by a burning desire to fight. Hey, have you guys had enough chatting? Come on, fight." Rayleigh, who was standing by, could no longer contain his excitement and started to urge loudly, looking very impatient. Hero pretended not to hear anything, still looking at Hawkeye calmly, and asked, "Hey Mahawk, how's your hockey training going? Have you awakened Conqueror's hockey?" Hawkeye shook his head slightly and answered truthfully. "Conqueror's not yet, but I've been training in armament hockey and observation hockey for over 5 years." Hearing this, Shi Luo touched his chin and thought to himself, "It seems that it would be difficult to defeat this guy with just a fruit knife. Forget it, I'd better stop pretending. If I capsize in this gutter, I'll be laughed to death by those onlookers. Can we begin?" Hawkeye was already getting a little impatient, and the black knife in his hand trembled slightly. "Let's get started." Hero decisively pulled out the tetanus blade, and in an instant, a cold breath spread out. With a ding sound, the crisp sound of metal collision rang out and echoed in the open space. The two black knives collided violently, sparks flying everywhere. Hawkeye's swordsmanship is not only agile and varied, but also contains great power. Over the years, he has constantly challenged other swordsmen, honing himself in battle after battle, and has never tasted defeat. Because of this, he had the idea of challenging Rayleigh, eager to explore the higher realm of kendo against a stronger opponent. At this time, his swordsmanship had already reached the top level of swordsmanship, and he was only one step away from becoming a great swordsman. Hero's swordsmanship was learned from two swordmasters, Roger and Rayleigh, and incorporates their essence. At the same time, he cleverly combined the spatial transferability of the meatball fruit, making his moves grand and powerful. In terms of speed, it exceeds ordinary people's cognition. It is as fast as lightning and makes people dazzled. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Hero is only slightly better than Hawkeye at this time. However, when combined with the power of the meat globe fruit and Conqueror's hockey, the resulting advantage is enormous. However, Hero does not want to defeat the Hawkeyes easily. He had a deeper plan in mind and wanted to take this opportunity to test the true strength of the future world's greatest swordsman at this stage. The two of them moved back and forth, their figures flashing quickly in the open space like two black lightning bolts. In the blink of an eye, they had fought for more than 50 rounds. Hero looked normal and his breathing was steady. Hawkeye's forehead was slightly covered with sweat, and his breathing became a little rapid. This battle obviously put a lot of pressure on him. In Hawkeye's view, Hero's swordsmanship is a storm of strength and speed. Every time he takes a move, he needs to go all out and spend a lot of energy. He was keenly aware that close combat was extremely disadvantageous to him. If he continued like this, defeat was only a matter of time. So, after taking the attack again, Hawkeye quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Hero and look for a new opportunity to fight. Seeing this, Hero felt a surge of anticipation. He knew that Hawkeye was going to use his ultimate move. As expected, Hawkeye held the black knife tightly in both hands, and all the strength of his body instantly gathered on the blade, and then he swung it violently. A green energy slash, accompanied by a whistling sound, rushed towards Shiro with a whoosh. Hero reacted quickly, moving his body to the side and easily dodged the slash. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but complain. Hey, don't your moves have names? Why don't you call out the names before you use them? In his opinion, those powerful moves should be accompanied by a loud name, and only when they are shouted out can the power of the moves be demonstrated. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye asked back coldly, why spend time picking a name? Hero was speechless for a moment, and actually felt that what Hawkeye said made a lot of sense. If you think about it carefully, who would have nothing better to do than come up with a bunch of names for their moves, when in the end they might not even be able to remember them all. However, we have to admit that Hawkeye's approach of not calling out the names of his moves inexplicably makes him seem unattainable. In the eyes of outsiders, his unique move is the basic attack, but it can inadvertently give the opponent a fatal blow. No, if we do that, Hawkeye will succeed in showing off, and even if we win, we'll lose our dignity. Hero thought to himself, his eyes fell on the tetanus blade in his hand, and an intriguing smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He shouted softly, Xiaopo, the next battle is up to you. Yes, master. A crisp sound of sword spirit rang out, and then the tetanus blade broke away from Hero's palm, drew a sharp arc in the air, and attacked Hawkeye. Chapter 73 Inches Defu goes to sea. Hero stretched, a bored look on his face, and yawned exaggeratedly. His series of actions seemed to be announcing to everyone. The opponent was too weak and the battle was extremely boring to him. Hawkeye was stunned when he saw this scene. He widened his eyes and stammered. This isn't right. Why? Why is the sword attacking on its own? In his understanding, a sword is just a tool in the hands of a swordsman, and he has never seen such a strange scene. Everything before him was beyond his comprehension. Tetanus Blade danced flexibly in the air, continuously attacking Hawkeye. After a set of combined swordsmanship was completed, the sword spirit controlled the Tetanus Blade, gathered powerful strength, and shot out a golden sword energy. This sword energy is the Golden Lion's ultimate move, Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The golden light was dazzling and flew towards Hawkeye with great momentum. Hawkeye, who was doubting his life, had no time to dodge and was hit on the left shoulder by the golden sword energy. Ah! Hawkeye let out a scream and flew backwards 5 or 6 meters, falling heavily to the ground. A deep wound appeared on his left shoulder, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground dark red. I lost. Hawkeye gritted his teeth, cold sweat on his forehead, and slowly stood up. Although his eyes were filled with reluctance, he also showed respect for the strong. Mahawk, victory and defeat are common in the military, don't take it to heart. Hiro said soothingly as he slowly walked forward. Jinbei and Yishao, who were watching the show nearby, were already shocked with their mouths wide open. They had never seen such outrageous and amazing swordsmanship, and their admiration for the captain grew even deeper. Only Rayleigh rolled his eyes and cursed inwardly. This boy Sheila loves to pretend, he is just a sword spirit. Hiro came in front of Hawkeye, activated the power of the meatball fruit, and slapped his wound. The injury on the wound was pulled out by a mysterious force and turned into a ball of pink gas. The moment this ball of air appeared, the sword spirit pounced on it like a hungry beast and swallowed the air in one gulp. This scene astonished Hawkeye. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion, and he began to mutter to himself. It turns out that when swordsmanship is cultivated to the highest level, one can possess a sword spirit. In his knowledge, this was something unheard of, as if it had opened a door to a new world of kendo. Seeing Hawkeye was frightened, Hiro was secretly happy and decided to continue pretending. He put his hands behind his back, straightened his back, and pretended to be a master. He said in a tone of teaching the younger generation. That's right, Mahawk. You must keep working hard. You will definitely reach my level of swordsmanship in the future. Can I really reach this level of swordsmanship? Hawkeye was filled with confusion and began to doubt his abilities. The powerful strength displayed by Hiro made him feel that the gap between him and the opponent was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. Shiro laughed secretly in his heart. He really enjoyed the feeling of teasing others. However, Rayleigh couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He stepped forward and mercilessly exposed Hiro. Don't listen to him. This guy used his sword to awaken Charlotte Linland's soul, which is why it had this effect. It has nothing to do with cultivation. Rayleigh's voice was clear and loud, like a heavy hammer, breaking the mysterious atmosphere created by Hiro. Ahem. Shiro coughed twice, a look of embarrassment on his face. He didn't expect that Rayleigh would suddenly ruin his plan, making his show-off plan go to waste. Yishao and Jinbei were disappointed when they heard this. They originally really thought that their captain possessed extraordinary swordsmanship and could cultivate a sword spirit, but they didn't expect it to be such a reason. Hawkeye looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and his hawk-like eyes shone with brilliance again. Although the look in his eyes when he looked at Shiro lacked some of the awe he had before, it was filled with a hint of curiosity and inquiry. However, the only one who can raise the sword spirit to this level is this kid. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and continued. Why? Hawkeye looked at Rayleigh, his eyes filled with a desire for knowledge. He was eager to know how Hiro did all this. Because this kid had a sudden idea and used the injuries from the meatball fruit to feed the sword spirit, increasing its strength while also significantly increasing the power of his sword. Rayleigh explained in detail, his eyes full of pride and admiration for his disciple. In his opinion, Shiro's creative ideas are a unique talent and the key to Shiro's continuous breakthroughs in the way of kendo. Hey, Mr. Rayleigh, please don't expose my past. I still want to continue pretending. Hiro held the back of his head with his hands, his face full of dissatisfaction with this mediocre teacher. Screw you. Rayleigh smiled and pushed Hiro, then continued. Take good care of your crew member from now on. He's a very promising swordsman. His gaze fell on Hawkeye, his eyes full of anticipation, as if he saw Hawkeye shining in the kendo world in the future. Don't worry, I will. A smile appeared on Hiro's lips, and he turned around and patted Hawkeye's shoulder. From now on board, you can compete with me and this blind swordsman. Your swordsmanship will surely improve rapidly. Hawkeye took a look and smiled, then nodded firmly. He knew that he had found a new goal and direction. The future path of kendo, although full of challenges, is also full of infinite possibilities. Just like that, the future world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Jorager Mahawk, officially joined the German pirates. Half a month later, Hiro's portable Den Mushi rang, and Master Tom said that the ship had been built. So he brought 4 crew members to the Seven Water City. When everyone saw the ship, they couldn't help but burst into exclamations. The ship is magnificent and majestic, like a work of art. Its scale is much larger than the Oro Jackson. According to Master Tom, the ship's power system used the highest technology level at the time, and its interior was also exquisite. Its overall performance is better than that of the Oro Jackson. After expressing his gratitude to Master Tom, Hiro took the crew aboard and hung the skull flag that had been prepared in advance on the flagpole. Fram wanted to go out to sea with them, but Hiro persuaded him to continue learning skills from Master Tom. Although Fram was very eager to sail, he knew the importance of learning technology, so he gave up the idea of going to sea. "Brothers, let's go to sea," the captain shouted, and the Defu officially started sailing. Chapter 74 Looking for a chef on the blue sea. The Defu is sailing. At the beginning, Zalba, Jinbei and Yishao were quite excited and often leaned on the railings and shouted. Mahawk the Hawkeye still had that keep-away look on his face. Every day at dawn, he would stand alone on the deck, brandishing the black knife in his hand, thinking about how to improve his swordsmanship. According to Hiro's idea, their pirates group would quickly travel around the upper half of the Grand Line and then head directly to the New World. After all, that is where the real strong people gather, and most of the famous strong people are active in the New World. Sailing days are not always full of tension and danger. Everyone on the pirates group often has lively parties. The deck was filled with takoyaki and various drinks. Zalba twisted his body excitedly. Jinbei clinked glasses with everyone in a heroic manner. Yishao was also infected by the joyful atmosphere and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Hiro sat aside, watching his friends laugh heartily, his heart filled with contentment. Such days were so comfortable. However, the peaceful and comfortable days did not last long. After a while, a very difficult problem quietly emerged. Everyone in the pirates group began to lose their appetite. Faced with the food on the table, no one was interested and some even felt nauseous. The reason is really helpless. Except for Hawkeye Mahawk, everyone else has been eating takoyaki almost every meal for more than 2 months. At first, everyone thought it was fresh and delicious, but no matter how good something is, you will get tired of it if you eat too much. In the end, just the smell of takoyaki was unbearable for everyone and they felt nauseous. The one who caused this situation was Xiaoba, the chef of the German pirates group. It's not that he doesn't want to try something different, but he really only knows how to make takoyaki, which makes him feel very guilty, but helpless. There was no other way. In order to fill their stomachs, the pirates could only find some islands to stop at from time to time during the voyage, and then go to the islands to find restaurants to eat and change their taste. As the captain, Hiro soon realized that this was not a long-term solution. You can't always rely on restaurants on the island, and finding suitable restaurants on the ocean is not easy. So, he made up his mind to find chefs who could cook different dishes in various places during the voyage, to enrich the pirates' kitchen and let everyone enjoy a variety of delicious food. On this day, the ship of the German pirates slowly sailed into the waters near East Blue and saw a green island in the distance. Everyone immediately perked up and decided to spend some money at a restaurant on the island to improve their food. After the ship docked at the port, Hiro took Zalba, Jinbei, Yishao, Hawkeye and others and slowly walked along the streets of the island. The streets are bustling with various shops lined up on both sides. Just as they saw a restaurant called Dream Restaurant, a strange scene appeared before their eyes. A blonde middle-aged man in a clean white chef's uniform was being chased out of the restaurant by a fat man. The blonde man was tall, with well-defined muscles and a firm look on his face. Even after being driven out, his eyes revealed a spirit of not giving up. "Boss, why are you kicking me out? I'm the best cook in the restaurant." The blonde middle-aged man pushed the fat boss dissatisfiedly and tried to re-enter the restaurant, his voice full of grievance and anger. "Jeppu, your cooking skills are really amazing, and the customers are very happy with the food." The fat boss sighed, with a hint of impatience on his face. "However, you're too particular about the freshness of the ingredients. Those ingredients clearly haven't spoiled yet, but you threw them away without a second thought. What a waste of money." However, only when the ingredients are fresh enough can the best flavor be achieved. This is my creed as a chef and it will never waver. Jeppu argued with a firm attitude, his eyes shining with his dedication to cooking. "Then get out of my restaurant. You're fired, Zeph." The fat boss was annoyed by Zeppu's persistence, his face darkened, and he spoke mercilessly. As he spoke, he exerted all his strength and pushed Jeppu out of the door. Jeppu stumbled a few steps before regaining his footing. "Then you should pay me the wages for these days." Zeph spread his hands out in anger and spoke in a tough tone. "Wages? What are you dreaming about?" The fat boss showed a look of disgust on his face, and his tone was extremely cold. "Your wages aren't even enough to compensate for the food you threw away. I'm lucky I didn't ask you to pay for it." "Damn it! How dare you cheat!" Jeppu was so angry that he was shaking all over. He roared, clenched his fists and wanted to rush up and beat up the fat boss. Seeing this, the fat boss quickly stepped back and shouted. "Jeppu, don't be so arrogant. You know, our restaurant is protected by a former member of the Roger Pirates. If you dare to touch me, he will never let you go." Zeppu's fist was about to hit the fat boss's face, but when he heard this, he suddenly stopped and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. When the fat boss saw him stop, he thought he was scared and immediately became even more arrogant, saying triumphantly, "Jeppu, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. Otherwise, when that big shot comes, you won't be able to leave. You'll be in big trouble then." When Jeppu heard this, the hesitation in his eyes disappeared instantly. He swung his retracted fist forward again and knocked the fat boss 4 or 5 meters away with one punch, and he fell heavily to the ground. He glared at the fat boss and shouted, "Even if Roger comes, you must pay me my wages today." The fat boss covered his face and screamed in pain. While cursing, he ordered the terrified waiter in the restaurant. Hurry! Quickly call that guy and have him take care of this ignorant Jeppu. The waiter finally came to his senses and ran into the restaurant in a panic. He picked up the Den Den Mushi with trembling hands and dialed a number. Several members of the German pirates group were standing not far away and saw the scene clearly. Seeing Jeppu knock down the arrogant and unreasonable fat boss with one punch, everyone felt very happy and applauded Jeppu. Shiro looked at the blonde chef, Zeph, who insisted on fresh ingredients and argued for his wages. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Isn't this the chef I've always dreamed of? It's like searching for a gold mine, but now it's easy to find." However, when he heard the fat boss say that the restaurant was patronized by a former crew member of Roger Pirates, he immediately became interested again. He wanted to see who this person was. However, he also knew that in a place like this, there was a high probability that someone was impersonating him. After all, it was not easy to meet a former member of the Roger Pirates group. Chapter 75. It turns out to be Buggy. About half an hour later, the crowd that had been gathered at the restaurant entrance to watch the excitement suddenly became agitated and consciously made way. I saw a young man with blue hair and a red nose walking towards me. He held a dagger tightly in his hand, a ferocious look on his face, and kept shouting, "Get out of my way! Whoever is so blind as to dare to mess with the restaurant I protect, you must be tired of living, right?" When Hiro saw the person coming, he immediately held his forehead with his right hand helplessly, shook his head gently, and a hint of a helpless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This person is none other than Buggy. What's this guy up to? How did he end up being the umbrella for these shady bosses? Shiro felt a surge of contempt in his heart and couldn't help but complain in his mind about this always unreliable little brother. When the fat boss saw Buggy, he immediately felt like he had seen a savior. He ignored the pain on his face and rushed forward flatteringly, saying to Buggy humbly, "Uncle Buggy, you're finally here, right here. There was a blind guy who didn't take you seriously at all and even hit me." "Oh, who is so bold?" Buggy crossed his arms across his chest, pretending to be very imposing, and looked in the direction the fat boss pointed. When he saw the strong and fierce-looking Jeppu, especially the fierce aura emanating from Jeppu, Buggy trembled with fear and almost dropped the dagger in his hand to the ground. However, he quickly adjusted himself, thinking of his own identity, gritted his teeth and walked in front of Jeppu, pretending to be arrogant and said, "You're the one who dares to challenge Uncle Buggy, right? If you know what's good for you, apologize to the boss right now and get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Buggy raised the dagger in his hand, trying to intimidate the other party. "Just you?" Jeppu snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "Don't say you're just pretending to be a former member of Roger Pirates. Even if you're the real deal, I'm going to get my wages back today." "What? How dare you not give me face?" Buggy was irritated by Zeph's attitude and raised his voice. "Do you know who my former companions were? Pirate King Roger, Pluton Rayleigh, Mountain Devourer Jabba, and..." Before Buggy could finish his words, Zeph could no longer bear it. He took a quick step forward and punched Buggy. Buggy thought to himself, "Oh no, this guy is stubborn and can't be scared off at all." His body began to tremble instantly, and he subconsciously covered his head with his hands and closed his eyes, preparing to be beaten. However, the expected fist did not hit him. Buggy trembled with confusion as he removed his hands and cautiously opened his eyes to check the situation. There was a tall blonde boy standing in front of him. Jeppu's punch, which contained all his strength, was easily grasped by the young man. The one who took action was naturally Hiro. "Who are you? Why are you helping this liar?" Jeppu gritted his teeth, feeling the waves of pain coming from his fist. He didn't expect that this young man who suddenly appeared would have such powerful strength. "He's not a liar, he's really a member of Roger Pirates." Hiro turned his head with a smile, looked at Buggy who was hiding behind him, and said in a teasing tone, "Don't you think so, little Buggy, brother Hiro?" As soon as Buggy saw Hiro, he seemed to have found his backbone. His previous arrogance and fear disappeared without a trace, and were replaced by grievance. He howled and hugged Shiro. "Who are you?" Jeppu's pupils suddenly contracted, and his rough hands subconsciously clenched the dinner knife at his waist. The blonde boy in front of me was just standing there casually, but he exuded an aura that made people's backs chill. The sunlight filtered through the boy's fluffy blonde hair, casting tiny shadows on his eyelashes. But the power surging in those azure eyes made Jeppu, a veteran who had been on the sea for many years, feel his heartbeat uncontrollably. The suffocating feeling of oppression crawled up his spine, and the hairs on the back of Jeppu's neck stood on end. Cold sweat seeped into the collar of his chef's uniform, staining his back darkly. "Chef Jeppu, I'm sorry." Hiro loosened his grip on Zeph's fist, his fingertips accidentally brushing against the other's calloused knuckles. A gentle smile instantly spread across his face, and the intimidating aura just now quickly receded. "My name is Jimel Hiro, a former member of the Roger Pirates." He stepped aside to let the little man behind him pass. "This is my little brother, what?" Jeppu's eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. He stumbled back half a step, his lower back hitting the wine barrel behind him with a dull thud, and his voice trembled. You're the tyrant, Jimel Hiro, who single-handedly rescued Captain Roger from right under the nose of Marine headquarters in Marineford Square? "Yes, that's me." Hiro's eyes passed over Jeppu's flour-stained apron and fell on the fat man huddled in a ball not far away. "Chef Jeppu, I've seen everything you've been through. He changed the subject, his tone becoming a bit cold. I will help you get back every penny of your wages. Buggy's eyes rolled rapidly in his sockets. He pulled out a dagger with a whoosh and rushed to the fat boss in a few steps. The cold blade gently touched the other's fat neck. Did you hear that? The boy's voice was filled with a deliberately suppressed ruthlessness, and the dagger pushed half an inch deeper into the flesh. Pay this chef his wages, or the port will have to sell more pork sauce tomorrow. But, didn't you say? The fat boss's face was pale, his fat was shaking like a sieve, and he couldn't even speak coherently. He caught a glimpse of Shiro's cold eyes from the corner of his eye, and his crotch instantly became wet. No buts. Buggy's brows knitted into knots and he interrupted sharply. Whatever my brother Sheila says is what it is, it's not your turn to talk nonsense. Not. I'll tie it, Uncle Buggy, spare my life. The fat man howled like a pig being slaughtered. Let go of the dagger first. The money is in the safe in the back kitchen. He backed tremblingly into the dining room, the wooden floor creaking under his feet. Not long after, he ran out holding a heavy cloth bag, his hands shaking like fallen leaves in the autumn wind, and held the bag in front of Jeppu. Jeppu snatched the bag and untied the knot with his rough fingers. After counting, he snorted coldly and put the purse into his arms. His chest was heaving, obviously he was still holding his breath. Hiro stepped forward, his warm breath brushing against the tip of Zeph's ear. Chef Jeppu, if you still feel unsatisfied, I'll have Buggy destroy his shop and feed him to the sea monsters. Chapter 76. Zeph joins the pirates. Jeppu glanced at the fat man lying on the ground groaning, his fat body still twitching uncontrollably. He suddenly remembered that 3 months ago he fainted at the dock due to hunger, and it was this black-hearted boss who threw him half a moldy bread. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. Forget it, at least he gave me something to eat when I was desperate, don't make things difficult for him. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave, the straps of her canvas apron still hanging loosely around her waist. Wait. Hiro quickly stepped in front of him, with a sincere smile in his blue eyes. Chef Jeppu, I have something important to discuss with you. Can we move to our boat to discuss it in detail? Jeppu looked at the legendary figure in front of him. He clearly possessed the power to destroy the world, but he was so polite to him. The words of refusal came to his lips but he swallowed them back and nodded. Okay. Buggy immediately followed Hiro like a little tail, muttering non-stop. Brother Hiro, when you rescued Captain Roger at Marine Headquarters, Shanks and I were hiding in the crowd of onlookers. Yeah, I know. Hiro's response was indifferent. You were standing alone in front of the execution platform, and the Marine Admiral was so scared that he didn't dare to move. That scene was so cool. Buggy was dancing and gesturing, with stars of admiration twinkling in his eyes. After Shanks and I got back, we bragged about it for 2 months. Hiro suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at him, and sighed softly. Buggy, have you been engaging in this kind of fraudulent activity all this time? Forehead. The excitement on Buggy's face froze instantly. He scratched his messy hair, his cheeks slightly hot. Brother Shiro, you know that my strength is no match for yours. I can only use my identity as a former member of the Roger Pirates. Well, to bluff these ordinary people. You underestimate yourself. Hiro reached out and patted his shoulder, not too hard or too soft. Your chop fruit has great potential. If you can develop it well, you may become a powerful figure in the future. Moreover. He paused, his eyes becoming deep. You have a very special charm that easily attracts others to follow you. There's absolutely no need to do these shady things. Brother Sheila, am I really that powerful? Buggy touched his chin, his eyes widening. In his mind, he began to imagine himself commanding thousands of troops and dominating the new world. The corners of his mouth unconsciously stretched to his ears. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Hiro reached out and rubbed his head, his tone very firm. Don't forget, you are someone Jimil Hiro, favor. Brother Sheila, you are still the best to me. Buggy rushed forward and hugged Hiro's arm, his tears and snot covering his sleeve. You are the only one in the entire ocean who is willing to encourage me sincerely. Hiro frowned in disgust and pushed him away, took out a handkerchief and wiped his sleeves vigorously. Stay away from me and don't rub your dirt on me. But I couldn't help but complain in my heart. If this kid knew that according to the normal plot development, he would become one of the 4 emperors in the future, I wonder how proud he would be. The group soon reached the end of the harbor, where a huge pirate ship was quietly anchored. The pitch-black hull looked like a dormant beast, and the golden word, Day, embroidered on the sails sparkled in the sun, making it even more magnificent than Roger's, Oro Jackson, back then. Buggy was so stunned that his saliva almost fell to the ground. Brother Sheila, I have an idea, I disagree. Hiro interrupted him without a second thought. I haven't said it yet. Buggy jumped up anxiously and opened his arms to block Hiro. I want to go with you, I know you're going to say that. Hiro held his shoulders, his eyes becoming more serious. But Buggy, you need to venture out on your own to truly grow up. If you keep following me, you will always be just a little follower of the tyrant, understand? Buggy's shoulders slumped, and he twisted his fingers around the hem of his shirt and muttered softly. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling. Brother Sheila, I won't be going up there. I wish you can become the Pirate King soon and make the Defu, the most powerful pirate ship in the world. After saying that, without waiting for Hiro's response, he turned around and ran to the other end of the pier. After running a few steps, he turned back and waved, and his figure quickly disappeared in the crowd. This kid is more courageous than I thought. Shiro looked at his back and smiled, silently blessing him in his heart. After boarding the deck of the Defu, Hiro was about to instruct his men to prepare tea when Zalba came running over with a tray. There were more than a dozen round takoyaki on the plate, with oil spots still sizzling on the surface. "Mr. Jeppu, please have some snacks." Xiaoba smiled and showed his 2 rows of sharp teeth. "This is my best dish." Jeppu picked up one, blew on it, and took a bite. The chewy texture of the octopus mixed with the aroma of the batter spread in his mouth. His eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Not bad, the taste is very authentic," but when he looked up, he found that Hiro and the other crew members were frowning and shrinking back, with resistance written all over their faces. "Why don't you eat?" Jeppu asked in confusion. Hiro turned his head to the side, as if looking at the takoyaki any longer would bring back painful memories. "Chef Jeppu, to be honest, this is the only thing our ship's chef can cook. We've been eating takoyaki every meal for the past 3 months, and now we're afraid of anything round." There's such a thing?" Jeppu's eyes widened, and the takoyaki in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. Hiro stood up and bowed solemnly to him. "So I would like to formally invite you to join our pirates group and become our chef." Jeppu was stunned, his fingers unconsciously stroking the dinner knife at his waist. Join the pirates? He hadn't had such a thought in a long time. Hiro saw his hesitation and continued. "Chef Jeppu, I'm sure you've heard of All Blue?" "Certainly." Jeppu's eyes lit up instantly. "It's every chef's dream place, bringing together ingredients from all corners of the world. Our ship is about to sail around the world, and in the future we will go looking for All Blue." Hiro's eyes were sincere, even though he had no idea where that place was. "I would like to invite you to join us in fulfilling this dream." Jeppu looked at Shiro's serious face, and thought of his own wandering half-life, and the hand holding the dinner knife trembled slightly. He slapped his thigh and made up his mind. "Okay, I'll join you." Hiro and the crew breathed a sigh of relief, and cheers broke out on the deck. Since then, the food on the Defu has undergone tremendous changes. Zeph is worthy of being the master of the future famous Chef Sanji. He is a grand master in frying, stir-frying and deep frying. The different dishes he prepares every day make the crew feel extremely happy. Xiao Ba became his right-hand man, learning how to cut vegetables and arrange dishes every day, and occasionally getting guidance from Jeppu on cooking skills. His life was fulfilling and happy. Chapter 77 Accidentally entering the Devil's Triangle. Under the clear blue sky, the sunlight on the sea surface danced like pieces of gold. A pirate ship flying a black skull flag was cutting through the blue waves and moving forward in the paradise waters. It is the German service number. However, the navigation of this majestic ship depends entirely on luck, because there is no navigator on board. The task of steering the ship should be extremely precise, but now it all depends on Captain Hiro. This man, who had traveled around the world with Roger Pirates, should have known the routes very well. But most of the time when he was in Roger Pirates, he was either training on the deck with sweat pouring down his face, or playing around with Shanks and Buggy, the 2 funny guys, and he had no intention of memorizing the route at all. Full left. Shiro munched on an apple and casually shouted towards the cab, his eyes still fixed on the wine jug in Hawkeye's hand. "But Captain, there seems to be an undercurrent over there." Jinbei held the rudder and looked back hesitantly. "Stop talking so much nonsense, just listen to me." Hiro waved his hand, his tone particularly firm. Under Hiro's disorganized and blind command, Jinbei was unable to revolving heaven even with his excellent sailing skills. He could only watch as the Defu plunged into a sudden thick fog. The milky white mist, like thick milk, instantly enveloped the entire ship, and the sea and sky that were clearly visible just now disappeared without a trace. "Oh no, I can't see, Captain, what should I do?" Jinbei gripped the rudder tightly, sweat oozing from his forehead, and shouted in the direction of Sheila, his voice muffled in the fog. Hiro finally came back to his senses from the fight, looked around, and was stunned. "Huh? What the hell is this place? Why haven't I been here before?" He opened his eyes wide and looked around, but the fog in front of him was so thick that it could not be dispelled. Not to mention the island in the distance, even the railing 3 meters in front of him was blurry. "This is not good. It looks like we've arrived at a scary place." Hawkeye stood at the bow with his arms folded across his chest, staring sharply at the thick fog ahead. His eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people, more than 10 times that of ordinary people. But even so, his vision could only barely penetrate a distance of 20 meters, and anything further away was chaos. "What are you afraid of? Even if you can't see, you can still sense the situation ahead." Yishao leaned on his sword and walked slowly towards the cab. His steady voice reached Jinbei's ears. "Keep sailing, and follow my instructions later." Jinbei's mouth twitched fiercely, and he complained silently in his heart. "You can't even see, how should I know what expression to use in your eyes?" But he didn't say it in the end. He just stopped the boat and waited for Yishao's next instruction. Yishao seemed to see through his thoughts. Without saying much, he just pulled out the sword at his waist a little bit. The cold blade flashed a cold light, and then he quickly withdrew it into the sheath. At the moment when he was drawing and sheathing the sword, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a flaming meteorite crashed down. The meteorite fell into the sea, dispersing a large area of the surrounding thick fog. More importantly, the flames from the burning meteorite illuminated the sea ahead. Sharp. Jinbei was stunned, then reacted, quickly gripped the rudder, and drove the Defu forward along the light. In this way, whenever the thick fog gathered again and blocked the view, Yi Xiao would casually draw and put away his sword, and a meteorite would fall from the sky on time, exploding the thick fog and bringing light. Jinbei used this brief illumination to carefully steer the boat, struggling forward in the fog. 15 minutes later, the German service finally broke out of the fog area, but ran into an even more eerie and terrifying place. The sky here is gray and there is no sunlight. Broken wooden boards and rusty ironware are floating on the sea, and the air is filled with a smell of decay. What is even more unbearable is that the temperature drops suddenly, and the biting cold is like countless fine needles, piercing everyone's skin, and even the exhaled breath turns into white mist. Achoo! Zhepu and Zhaoba rushed out of the kitchen almost at the same time. Zhepu wrapped his apron tightly around himself, still clutching a kitchen knife in his hand. He was probably cutting vegetables just now and was startled by the sudden chill. Xiaoba shrank his neck, with his 8 octopus arms tightly clasped against his chest. He was shaking with fear, his lips quivering, and he couldn't even utter a coherent word. Where is this? What the hell are we doing? Zhepu waved a kitchen knife and walked around the deck, his tone full of anger. It was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied with this damn place. Everyone looked around, their brows furrowed. At this moment, Yi Xiao took the initiative. He tilted his head slightly, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, and said in a deep voice. There's a huge ship in front of the left. Jinbei followed his instructions and slowly brought the Defu closer. When he got closer, he found that it was a huge ship that had been abandoned for a long time. The hull was covered with bullet holes and cracks, and the sails were tattered and hung on the mast like a dirty rag. It was obvious that it had been silent here for a long time. Woo, woo, a cold wind blew by, bringing with it a strange sound. Suddenly, a terrifying and hoarse singing voice floated over, intermittent, but extremely clear. Binks's wine. The waves are at your feet. The song rang out in such a gloomy environment, making people's scalps tingle. Xiao Ba looked in the direction of the singing and suddenly saw something. He was so frightened that he pointed ahead and shouted. There's a ghost. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of Xiao Baji, and saw a skull with fluffy curly hair on the deck of the abandoned giant ship looking at them quietly. The empty eye sockets seemed to be able to suck away people's souls, and it opened its skull mouth and sang that weird song. Ah! Jinbei and Zhepu were also frightened by the sudden appearance of the skull and screamed, and Zhepu almost dropped the kitchen knife in his hand to the ground. Although Hawkeye did not shout, his face was no longer calm as usual. He had already drawn out the black knife from his back with a swish. The blade was shining coldly, and he was ready to fight at any time. Yi Xiao also tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, leaned forward slightly, stared at the skull vigilantly, and exuded an invisible pressure from his whole body. Only Shiro had his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief. He stared at the skull intently, his heart filled with turmoil. That fluffy curly hair and that iconic skull image, it's Brook. In other words, they accidentally broke into the legendary Devil's Triangle. Don't do it, Hiro reacted and quickly stepped forward, blocking Hawkeye and Yi Xiao. Do you know this damn thing? Hawkeye raised his eyebrows and looked at Hiro in surprise, but he did not put down the black knife in his hand. Chapter 78 Inviting Brook to join the pirates. I can't say I know him, but I know him a little bit. He's not a bad guy, nor is he a ghost. Shiro frowned, trying to organize his words and trying to explain. He knew Brook's background, but if he told it to others, he was afraid that few people would believe it. Yo ho ho ho, someone actually knows me. Brook let out his signature laugh, and the sound echoed across the empty sea, sounding a little eerie. He tilted his head, a hint of doubt seemed to flash across his empty eye sockets. Are you someone I used to know? I've forgotten so many things. Hiro calmed down the people behind him who were still wary, turned around, and said to Brook. I know a little about you. You must have had your shadow taken away by Moonlight Moria, so you're forced to stay here, right? Great. You actually know all this. Brook seemed to have found a soulmate and jumped up excitedly. It's a pity I can't go out, otherwise I can take you to see girls' panties, yo ho ho ho. As he spoke, he danced exaggeratedly and even deliberately puffed out his non-existent chest. His movements were funny and comical. As he spoke, Brook jumped onto the deck of the Defu. The members of the German pirates looked at the skull that suddenly jumped onto the boat and spoke nonsense. They frowned and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Xiao Ba was so scared that he hid behind Zhepu, while Zhepu held the kitchen knife tightly, ready to guard against this uninvited guest at any time. Finally, their eyes all turned to Hiro, waiting for the captain to make a decision. The corners of Hiro's mouth kept twitching. Looking at Brook's expression, he sighed secretly in his heart. Sure enough, no matter how much time has passed, Brook's obsession with girls' panties is still so strong. He cleared his throat and asked Brook, Brook, do you want to get out of this place? Of course. Brook answered without thinking, his tone full of desire. He leaned closer to Hiro and said eagerly. But I have no shadow. Once I see the sunlight, I will turn into ashes, even though I am just a skeleton. I can help you get your shadow back. Hiro smiled and changed the subject, inviting Brook. However, how about you join our pirates group later? Of course. Brook answered without hesitation, saying that it would be a great thing for him to be able to leave this damn place. What? Hawkeye, Yishao, Jinbei, Zeppu, Zauba and others shouted this word almost in unison, with shock and confusion written all over their faces. No, Captain, you want to take this skeleton aboard? Are you sure? Zeppu was the first to jump out and express doubts. If this thing suddenly appeared from some corner at night, wouldn't it scare people to death? That's right, if he were here, I wouldn't be able to sleep every day. Xiao Ba also echoed with grievance, waving his 8 octopus tentacles, looking particularly pitiful. Hawkeye and Yishao looked at each other. Although they were also shocked by Hiro's decision just now, they quickly calmed down. They coughed dryly, put away their weapons, and resumed their original mysterious demeanor, but there was still a subtle hint of helplessness in their eyes. Don't ever say that. Hiro hurriedly took a step forward, opened his arms and blocked Brook's body, his tone full of urgent defense. Brook is really a good man, oh no, a good skull. He turned around, faced the crowd with doubtful faces, and continued. You haven't gotten along with him, he's a kind-hearted man. Besides, he is a world-class musician. When we are drifting on the boat, no matter how noisy the sea breeze is or how dull the days are, as long as he picks up his instrument and plays music, wouldn't that make the day much more pleasant? Brook heard this, and the fire of his soul in the depths of his eye sockets suddenly lit up. His skinny fingers fumbled around his waist for a moment, and a shiny violin appeared in his hands. The bow trembled slightly, and a string of notes as clear as a stream immediately spread in the air, gently plucking everyone's heartstrings. In an instant, the beautiful music entered the ears of everyone present. Some people's eyelashes trembled slightly, some subconsciously held their breath, and everyone closed their eyes involuntarily, allowing the flowing music to spread throughout their bodies along with their blood. Brook's music contains a power that can penetrate the flesh and reach the soul. It seems to be telling the tenderness in 100 years of solitude, and it seems to be singing the perseverance in the stormy waves. It can almost make ripples in the hardest heart. Soon, the last note dissipated at the fingertips, but the lingering sound was like the sea fog wrapped around the mast, which did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone was still immersed in the dream woven by the melody, and even their breathing was exceptionally gentle. How about it? Hiro's voice rang out in the silence with a smile. He tilted his head to look at the people who were still intoxicated, with a cunning glint in his eyes. Are you still against him joining now? Welcome aboard, Brook. The first one to break away from the music was Xiao Ba. He shook his head excitedly, and a thick octopus tentacle slapped his palm, then stretched out towards Brook. Then, Zeph stroked his beard, smiled and rubbed his eyes, Hawkeye nodded slightly, and the three of them stepped forward one by one and gently shook hands with Brook's skinny hand. In fact, Hiro insisted that Brook join the pirates not only because of his identity as a musician. More importantly, there are too many mysterious stories hidden behind this skeleton. He was born into a noble family in a kingdom and has had an almost obsessive love for music since he could remember. In order to fulfill his wish, his parents traveled all over the world to hire famous teachers. The days and nights of hard practice on the black and white keys eventually allowed his musical attainments to reach an unmatched top level. In addition, his strength should not be underestimated. You know, Brook was once the vice captain of the Rumba Pirates. To be able to hold such a position in that era when strong people emerged in large numbers, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Unfortunately, after the Rumba Pirates encountered the Rocks Pirates on the Grand Line, a sudden plague swept the entire ship, and almost everyone died at sea. Only Brook, because he ate the yomi fruit, was able to save his life from the Shinigami. But the long years were like a blunt knife, slowly wearing away his memory. Even the powerful strength that once allowed him to stand on his own was silenced along with the lost past. But Hiro knew in his heart that in this world where pirates were rampant, there was a secret circulating. As long as Brook can remember his strength at his peak, his strength will skyrocket, and he may even be close to the level of a General Emperor. How could he miss such a potential stock? 3pp Chapter 79 Arriving at Wanokuni. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jimmel Hiro, and I'm the captain of the German pirates. Hiro reached out and took Brook's cold, skeletal hand firmly. My name is Brook, and I'm a musician. Brook's voice was filled with undisguised gratitude. He shook hands again, and the collision of his knuckles made a slight, clicking sound. I'm truly honored to be able to join this group of pirates. Next, Hiro pulled everyone in the pirates group in front of Brook one by one and introduced them. From the outgoing helmsman to the taciturn chef, everyone greeted Brook with a smile. After Brook greeted everyone one by one, he suddenly lowered his arms. Although there was no expression on his skull face, his tone was filled with deep regret. It's a shame. Even if I joined you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sail with you. Don't worry, Brook. Hiro took a step forward, patted his shoulder, and said firmly. Moria there, I'll get your shadow back for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and the invisible observation hockey spread around his body, and began to search for Moria's traces. But after a moment, Hiro frowned, touched his chin and muttered to himself. Strange, how come I can't sense his location at all? Moria. Brook folded his arms across his chest and tapped the skull's chin with his fingerbones, looking thoughtful. I think I heard that he went to the New World and said he was going to duel with a guy named Kaido. So that's how it is. A gleam of light flashed in Zailuo's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up with interest. That's interesting. Hiro actually knew the outcome of this battle long ago. Moria had been the king of the first half of the Grand Line for too long, and had long been blinded by victory. He always felt that he was invincible, so he rushed into the New World to challenge Kaido. What's the result? Naturally, they were defeated miserably. From then on, he never recovered and never regained his former vigor. I mean, Captain. Brook's voice was filled with disappointment and helplessness, his skinny fingers twisted together unconsciously. Looks like I'll have to stay here for a long time. When you go to the New World and meet Moria, remember to get my shadow back from him. No need to bother. A confident smile flashed across the corner of Zailuo's mouth, and his eyes were surprisingly bright. It's just the New World. If I want to go there, I can get there in an instant. Arrived instantly. How is this possible? Brook's eye sockets suddenly widened, the fire in his soul trembled, and his face was full of disbelief. You guys wait here first, I'll be back soon. As Hiro spoke, he had already activated the power of the meatball fruit. He raised his hand and slapped himself lightly. In an instant, he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Brook looked at the empty spot, completely stunned. The skeleton's mouth was open wide enough to fit a fist, and he was stunned for a long time. On the other side, Hiro's figure had quietly appeared on the coast of Wano-kuni. He took a deep breath and released observation haki again. This time, his goal was clear, to capture Kaido's breath. Finally, in the bloody sky near Linghao Township in Wano-kuni, he caught a glimpse of that familiar powerful aura. Coincidentally, Moria, whom he was looking for, was also there, and the two were fighting fiercely. But the battle was already coming to an end. Moria, who looked very majestic and had a good figure, had long lost his initial arrogance. His movements became slower and slower, and he was clearly at a disadvantage. Ever since Kaido ate the fish fruit, the mythical beast, the blue dragon form, his body has become as hard as a rock, and every time he swings his mace, it carries the power of a landslide. Even if Moria summoned more zombies, those decayed bodies would not be able to break through Kaido's defense. Bang! With a loud bang, Kaido hit Moria's chest with a powerful thunderous 8 trigrams. Moria fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, hitting the ground hard, spurting blood from his mouth, obviously seriously injured. Seeing this, his men roared and rushed forward, resolutely standing in front of Moria, trying to buy him a chance of survival. But Kaido had already been bloodthirsty, with a ferocious smile on his face, releasing the murderous instinct in his bones. But in just a moment, those loyal men fell in a pool of blood one by one, and were basically killed. Moria watched his men sacrifice themselves one by one to protect him, his fists clenched and crackling, his eyes full of unwillingness, but he also knew that if he didn't leave, he would really die. However, just as he was enduring the severe pain and preparing to use the power of the shadow fruit to escape, a golden figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of him, blocking his way. The person who came was naturally Hiro. You are. Moria's Adam's apple rolled violently, his cloudy eyes fixed on the handsome face with sharp edges, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He had seen with his own eyes at the execution ground in Logue Town how this blonde kid broke through the layers of marine blockades and rescued Roger from the butcher's knife in front of tens of thousands of people. The spirit that burst out of Hiro at that time is still engraved in his bones like a brand. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to die, follow me. Shiro growled, his voice filled with unquestionable pressure. Before Moria could recover from his shock, a hand wrapped in white air had already slapped his chest. Moria only felt an invisible energy surge, and when he reacted, his figure had disappeared. Where did this brat come from? How dare you act so wildly in my Kaido territory? Kaido rushed over, but when he saw Hiro's dazzling golden hair, he froze, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. You're the blonde kid from Roger Pirates? Hiro paused as he was about to leave, turned to look at Kaido's face which was filled with mixed emotions, and suddenly became interested. He raised his hand and waved at him. Sashi ignores Dana. Kaido. Kaido heard the familiar greeting and instantly confirmed the other party's identity. The anger in his chest suddenly surged up, and the surprise on his face was replaced by ferocity. Why did you come to Wano-kuni, boy? And you dared to rescue Moria? Did you come here just to make me your enemy? That's not the case. Hiro spread his hands, his tone was so relaxed that it seemed as if he was just chatting. It's just that Moria took the shadow of one of my friends, and I came to ask for it back, that's all. He said it simply, but he had other plans in mind. One of them is to get Brook back. More importantly, he wanted to take the opportunity to persuade Moria to join the German pirates group. Even though this guy looks useless sometimes, he is able to hold the position of 7 warlords of the sea. His strength should not be underestimated. He is more than enough to be recruited as a fighting force. Chapter 80 Odin is hopeless. From what I see, you must have other intentions. Kaido's face hardened, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was filled with undisguised suspicion. It was obvious that he didn't believe Hiro's words so easily. What do you think? The corners of Zailuo's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. You're not here to learn skills from your teacher guy, are you? After all, it seems like you don't have anything to teach me right now. What teacher guy? Stop talking nonsense here. Kaido was deeply hurt by this. He shouted angrily, but his eyes involuntarily glanced towards the Wano-kuni mainland. There was a subtle hint of temptation in his tone. Did you specifically break into Wano-kuni just for Kazuki Odin? Oh, by the way, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. The smile on Hiro's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold expression, and his voice became deep. That guy Odin is being played around by you guys right now, right? Gulalalalala. Kaido suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter was rough and piercing. Kazuki Odin did it voluntarily. I didn't force him at all. Kaido, don't you feel embarrassed when you say something like that? Hiro snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. What's the difference between the dirty things Orochi did and you backing him up? Ultimately, you're just afraid of being defeated by Odin, right? Bullshit. You ignorant little brat. Kaido's voice suddenly rose an octave, and a powerful conqueror's haki instantly erupted from his body. The powerful aura pressed down on the surroundings like a substance. I, Kaido of the Beasts, am invincible. How could I possibly be afraid of that Kazuki Odin? Hiro felt the pressure coming towards him, but a glimmer of success flashed in his eyes. The provocation worked. He struck while the iron was hot and continued to stimulate with words. If you're not afraid, you can just have a fair fight with Odin. Trying to scheme now will only make people think you're a coward. It's just Kazuki Odin. Before I deal with him, I'll crush you, this noisy little brat. Kaido was completely enraged and roared in rage. Before he finished speaking, his body began to change drastically. Green scales quickly covered his entire body, and majestic dragon horns grew on his head. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a green dragon that covered the sky and the sun. Accompanied by a dragon roar that shook the sky, a stream of hot dragon breath sprayed towards Hiro like magma. Hiro calmly slapped his chest, and the power of the meatball fruit was instantly activated. His figure disappeared from the spot, and appeared hundreds of meters away in the next second. Kaido's hot breath, which was enough to melt steel, hit the air, leaving a charred groove on the ground. Kaido, have you forgotten that I have the meatball fruit? This kind of attack won't work on me. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Zailuo's mouth, and he shook his palm deliberately. How about this? I call Odin right now and have him come over and have a good fight with you. How about that? Roar. Kaido let out an angry dragon roar, his huge dragon eyes burning with rage. Just call him. I'm going to get rid of you and him together today. Hiro grinned, took out a Den Den Mushi from his arms, and skillfully dialed Mrs. Toki's number. The Den Den Mushi soon started ringing, bulu bulu bulu, and was connected within a few seconds. Hello, is this Hiro-kun? What's going on? Mrs. Shi's gentle voice came from the Den Den Mushi, with a gentle smile. Mrs. Shi, please help me find Odin. Hiro spoke very quickly, with a hint of anxiety and urgency in his voice. I'm in Linghao Township right now. Kaido has already agreed to a fair fight with Odin. Tell him to come over here. Okay, I'll tell my husband right away. Mrs. Shi answered without hesitation, and then the sound of rapid wooden clogs hitting the ground came from the other end of the phone. Hiro held the Den Den Mushi in his hand, his eyes fixed on Kaido not far away, with a determined smile on his lips. However, not long after, the shape of the Den Den Mushi suddenly changed and turned into Kazuki Odin's somewhat honest face. Hiro, stay out of this matter. Odin's voice was filled with fatigue and helplessness. If I really resist, that Orochi guy will capture innocent civilians and kill them. I can't do that. Hearing this, Hiro felt his blood pressure suddenly rise, and he almost vomited blood. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said through gritted teeth. Odin, have you ever thought that if we kill Kaido, Orochi will no longer have any support and will naturally not dare to act rashly, and those civilians will naturally be rescued? Stop talking, Hiro. Odin's tone suddenly became righteous. You don't understand the situation in Wano-kuni. Only by pretending to be a fool and dancing naked in the streets every day can I ensure the safety of the people of Wano-kuni. This is my responsibility. I'll take your responsibility. Hiro could no longer suppress his anger and couldn't help but curse. You're AF G idiot. You deserve to be eaten alive by that B D big snake. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 full seconds, and then there was a click sound, and the call was decisively hung up. Damn it, Kazuki Odin, you're hopeless. No one can save you, you idiot. Shiro was so angry that he was shaking all over, his teeth were chattering, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Gulalalalala. Kaido heard the conversation clearly, and then he changed back to human form, holding his stomach and laughing, his tone full of undisguised sarcasm. How's it going, Jimmy Hiro? I've already given you a chance. It's Odin himself who doesn't want to come. It's not my fault. Hiro took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and glanced at Kaido coldly. Okay, Kaido, I won't interfere in Wano-kuna's affairs for now. See you later. After saying this, Hiro did not stop, raised his hand and slapped his body. The power of the meatball fruit was activated again, and his figure disappeared in the night of Linghao Township. When Hiro's figure condensed again, he had returned to the eerie and strange Devil's Triangle. As soon as he returned to the German service, he asked everyone he could find whether Moria was there, but he received an uncertain answer. Xiao Ba, who was eating barbecue, answered thoughtfully. Just now, a man suddenly appeared on the boat. However, Jinbei, Yishao, and Mihawk teamed up to beat him up and threw him out. I don't know if he is still alive. The corners of Hiro's mouth twitched, and he quickly released observation haki to find Moria's whereabouts. Chapter 81. Conquering people with virtue. About half a minute later, Hiro stepped on the broken wooden boxes piled on the deck and finally caught a glimpse of Moria curled up in the shadow of the bottom of an abandoned 3-masted ship broken in two. He was covered in wounds, his signature long hair stuck to his blood-stained cheeks, and his chest was heaving weakly, clearly dying. Hiro frowned slightly, strode forward, and without hesitation, reached out and grabbed Moriya's collar from behind, pulled him out like a torn sack, and threw him onto the deck of his own pirate ship not far away. The heavy impact sound, accompanied by the vibration of the wooden board, was particularly clear on the silent sea. Unexpectedly, as soon as the muffled sound fell, 3 figures rushed over quickly. Observation Haki's perceptive smile, his eagle-like eyes, and Jinbei's muscular body, all 3 of them rushed to Moriya almost at the same time and started punching and kicking him again. The dull thud of fists hitting flesh, the crisp sound of toes kicking ribs, mixed with the incessant curses, instantly broke the silence on the boat. "You are itching for trouble, aren't you, you fool?" Jinbei waved his fists as big as casserole pots, each punch carrying the sound of wind breaking through the air, and his tone was filled with uncontrollable anger. "Haven't you learned enough from your previous lesson yet? You dare to provoke us again? Do you really think our German pirates are easy to bully? You don't take us seriously at all, do you?" Yi Xiao kicked Moriya's side accurately, and seeing the other person curled up in pain, he withdrew his foot and scolded. "Do you know why we're called the German pirates? We want to win people over with virtue, but if we don't first defeat a stubborn guy like you, how can we win people over with virtue?" After saying that, he kicked him twice more, each one full of force. Hawkeye stood aside, his face still as indifferent as usual, but his eyes on Moriya became colder and colder, and his attacks became heavier. He kicked Moriya's shoulder and said lightly, "Speaking of which, this guy is in really good shape. He's not dead yet after being beaten up like that by us." Hey, what are you doing? Stop it." As soon as Hiro jumped onto his own boat, he saw that Moriya had been beaten into a pile of mud, breathing less than he took in, and he quickly rushed over to stop it. He pushed away Jinbei, who was still swinging his fists, and squatted down to quickly check Moriya's breath. When he felt a faint, almost imperceptible airflow from his fingertips, he breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease. Just as Hiro frowned and was about to accuse everyone of being too cruel, Brooke's signature, piercing laugh suddenly rang out. "Yo ho ho ho. Great, thanks to your timely intervention, my shadow is finally back." He shook his body, which had become solid again, and happily turned around in a circle. Jinbei, Yi Xiao and Hawkeye turned around in unison as if they hadn't heard what Hiro said, and walked straight to Brooke, congratulating him one after another. "Congratulations, Brooke, you're finally back to square one." Jinbei patted Brooke's shoulder and a rare smile appeared on his face. Yi Xiao also nodded. "That's really cause for celebration." Hawkeye nodded slightly as a greeting. Hiro looked at Moriya lying motionless on the deck, walked up to him angrily, kicked him hard in the thigh twice, and muttered to himself. "It's all because of you, you be ********, that I became a bad person too." But after kicking, looking at Moriya's almost breathless appearance, he finally shook his head, stretched out his right hand, and activated the ability of the meatball fruit. A pale pink ball of flesh appeared in his palm, and as he moved, he gently pressed it against Moriya's body, pushing the pain that had penetrated deep into her bones out of her body bit by bit. Moriya, who originally thought that she was going to die, suddenly felt as if her whole body was wrapped in a warm current, and the heart-wrenching pain disappeared in an instant. He suddenly sat up from the deck, blinked blankly, and quickly scanned the surroundings. Jinbei's angry eyes, Hawkeye's cold gaze, Yi Xiao's half-drawn sword, and Zailuo's half-smile suddenly reminded him of the scene of being beaten just now. He couldn't help but hold his head, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he shouted loudly. "Let's talk it over. Let's talk it over, don't hit me." Hiro's outstretched hand froze in place, looking at Moriya's distraught expression, thinking to himself. "Good boy, he's already been traumatized. It seems they were really ruthless just now." "Hey, Captain, why did you heal this guy?" Jinbei frowned and walked forward, glaring at Moriya fiercely, his tone full of confusion. "This guy doesn't look like a good person at first glance. He'll be a nuisance if he keeps him around." Shi Luo waved his hand, signaling Jinbei not to get excited. He turned around, his eyes fell on the somewhat panicked Moriya, and said in a deep voice. "Moonlight Moriya, you should know who I am, right?" Moriya nodded quickly, her voice trembling slightly. I know. You are Jimel Hiro, the former tyrant of the Roger Pirates." This name is well known in this ocean, how could he not know it? "That's right," Hiro raised his eyebrows and leaned forward, with a subtle threat in his tone. "Originally, I wanted you to hand over Brooke's shadow, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. His shadow has already returned." He paused, looked at Moriya's nervous expression, and slowly put forward his purpose. "So, would you like to join our German pirates group?" "What? Join you?" Moriya looked like he had heard a huge joke, or was extremely frightened. His face was full of disbelief, and his body leaned back unconsciously, almost falling off the deck. "What's the problem, Moriya?" Yi Xiao walked forward slowly and gently placed the sword in his hand on the deck in front of Moriya, making a dull, dong, sound. "You don't seem very willing." "Yes, Moriya." Hawkeye crossed his arms, the sharp light in his eyes seemed to be able to pierce through people. "You should know that we, the German pirates, have always been known to win people over with our virtue." Hiro held his forehead with his right hand, a look of despair on his face, and complained madly in his heart. "This is not the kind of thing where you're convincing people with virtue. They're clearly a bunch of violent people. Is this what convincing people with virtue means?" How did I even come up with that name in the first place? Moria, who had suffered a psychological trauma from the beating he had just received, felt his scalp tingling as he looked at the three guys with strong auras in front of him. He huddled into a ball pitifully and helplessly. Chapter 82, Stunning Bounty. Okay, you scared him. Hiro took a step forward, stood in front of Moria, pretended to be embarrassed, and said to Moria. Xiao Mo, please express your opinion on whether you want to join or not, otherwise, I can't help you. I'll join, Moria said this almost through gritted teeth. He knew that in this situation, he had no choice at all. Great, Xiao Mo, your choice is absolutely right. Hiro immediately put on a warm smile, walked up and patted Moria on the shoulder, but a cunning glint flashed in the corner of his eyes. Moria looked at him like this and sighed inwardly, feeling hopeless. These guys are as strong as monsters. If I don't join them, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. How can I survive? Next, the members of the pirates came forward one by one to shake hands with Moria and express their welcome. When it was Brooke's turn, Moria remembered that she had snatched the other person's shadow before, and she couldn't help feeling guilty, and her eyes were a little evasive. Unexpectedly, Brooke was very generous. He stretched out his bony skeleton hand and said with a smile. Let's let the past go. We should get along well from now on and go see girls' panties together in the future. To celebrate our new member, we're having a party tonight. Jeppu, please go and prepare it. Hiro cheered loudly with excitement, and the sound spread far away on the sea. Receive. Jeppu responded, turned around and quickly ran into the kitchen, ready to show off his skills. At the banquet, the lights were bright and there was constant laughter. Moria, who has always been arrogant and domineering, seems to have become a different person at this moment and has become very worldly wise. He held the wine glass and carefully toasted everyone one by one with an extremely respectful attitude. Looking at him like this, Hiro nodded with satisfaction and sighed in his heart. It seems that Moria has thoroughly understood the purpose of our German pirates, which is to win people over with virtue. Very good, very teachable. The noise of the banquet gradually faded away, and the aroma of barbecue and the sweetness of fruit wine still lingered on the deck. Hiro leaned against the side of the ship, raised his hand and rubbed his brow, his fingertips brushing across the wine stains on his sleeves, turned his head and shouted towards the cockpit. Jinbei, adjust course, target the twin gorges of Upside Down Mountain. Jinbei poked his head out of the cockpit upon hearing the voice. His deep blue fishman skin glowed with a warm luster in the sunset. He nodded respectfully. Understood, Captain Hiro. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned around and adjusted the rudder. The huge ship of the Defu slowly turned, and the bow of the ship breaking through the waves stirred up layers of white waves. Hiro looked at the sails filled with sea breeze, and his thoughts surged in his heart. On the one hand, the storms and adventures of the first half of the Grand Line are still fresh in our minds, and now that we are nearly halfway through the route, it is the perfect time to step into the new world and face broader challenges. On the other hand, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the cabin, and Brooke's figure, always a little lonely, emerged in his mind. The whale who kept his promise with his companions had to wait too long to reunite with Brooke. And he wants to shorten this wait by 21 years with his own hands. You know, in the original Destiny, Laboon and Brooke's reunion would not happen until the Straw Hat Pirates led by Luffy arrived at the Twin Gorge. In order to fulfill a promise made to the Rumba Pirates, the giant island whale waited day after day, year after year in the waters of Twin Straits for a full 50 years. Now, with the change of course of the Defu, this agreement spanning half a century is about to be fulfilled ahead of schedule. Just after the Defu had been sailing smoothly for several days, a newsbird suddenly flapped its wings and appeared right above the ship. It had a roll of newspaper in its mouth and was circling with its wings flapping. Shiro was leaning on the deck chair with his eyes closed. When he heard the flapping of wings, he slowly opened his eyes. He stretched himself and thought to himself, I haven't read the newspaper in a while. I wonder what's going on in the pirates' world lately. As the thought came to his mind, he raised his hand and condensed a trace of the meatball fruit's energy. With a slight movement of his fingertips, an invisible air shock wave shot out instantly, accurately hitting the rope under the newsbird's claws. The newsbird flapped its wings a few times as if startled, and the newspaper fell to the ground. Hiro stood up and caught it steadily. Then, he quickly stepped forward, with a faint energy of the meatball fruit lingering on his fingertips, and gently placed it on the injured wings of the newsbird. The soft energy instantly soothed its panic. The newsbird tilted its head to glance at Hiro, then flapped its wings and flew away. Hiro opened the newspaper and just as he unfolded the front page, his eyes were drawn to the headline on the front page. 2 lines of eye-catching bold letters were printed on it. Shocking. Former Roger Pirates member, Tyrant, Jimuel Hiro has gone to sea. Shocking. The $4.58 billion pirates rescued Gecko Moria from Kaido. Oh my god, Morgans is such a jerk, he's been haunting me all day, staring at my news. Shiloh stared at the exaggerated headlines in the newspaper, cursing under his breath, his fingers subconsciously stroking the edge of the newspaper. But the next second, his gaze stopped at the number, 4.58 billion inches, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the dissatisfaction on his face was instantly replaced by shock. When did my bounty rise to 4.58 billion? Hiro's eyes suddenly widened, his mouth slightly opened, and his tone was full of disbelief. He knew clearly that in today's pirates' world, this number was second only to the Pirate King Roger. Although he understood that the bounty on the Roger Pirates members skyrocketed because they arrived at the final island and learned the secret of One Piece. But even so, the fact that his bounty almost doubled in just over a year still exceeded his expectations and was truly too exaggerated. At this moment, the crisp sound of swords came from the other side of the deck. Hawkeye was holding the black knife and practicing swordsmanship in the sun. The corner of his eye inadvertently swept across the newspaper in Shiluo's hand. Hearing Shiluo's exclamation, he paused in putting away his sword, and a low voice slowly rang out. Don't be surprised. A few months ago, you caused a scene in Logetown and rescued Roger right in front of the Marine. That battle caused the prestige of the Marine and the world government to plummet. Naturally, they'll significantly increase your bounty. As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye sheathed the black blade, and the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed on the deck. He stepped forward and looked at Hiro sharply. In the eyes of the world government, you are now a vicious thug. Hiro listened to Hawkeye's words, shook his head helplessly, and threw the newspaper on the table next to him. I had already anticipated the world government's reaction. During this time, he also cut off the arm that prevented Marine from capturing Master Tom and cut off one of Chatton's arms. The bounty will definitely increase, but I didn't expect it to increase so quickly. Chapter 83. Twin Gorges looking for Laboon at this moment, Moria quickly stepped forward, bent down to pick up the newspaper on the table, quickly scanned the contents, and immediately squatted down, with a flattering smile on his face, and flattered Hiro. Captain, you have such a high bounty. This is the glory that all pirates dream of. Looking across the entire ocean, there are only a few who can have such strength and treatment. Hiro looked at Moria's flattering appearance, grinned, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, and deliberately asked. Hey, Xiao Mo, you've been involved in a lot of things in paradise, including going to New World to fight Kaido and running your own territory. How much is your bounty now? When Moria heard this, the smile on his face froze for a moment. He rubbed his hands, his eyes evasive, and lowered his head in embarrassment. I only have over 300 million berries. Compared to your 4.58 billion, Captain, there's a huge difference. It's not even worth it. It's fine. Hiro reached out and gently patted Moria's shoulder, with a comforting tone in his voice. There will be plenty of opportunities to increase the bounty in the future. Remember, as long as you're on the ship, Defu, and follow me, everyone will have an astonishingly high bounty in the future. Upon hearing this, Moria nodded vigorously, his eyes instantly lighting up with a fiery light. In his mind, he began to imagine the scene of his bounty skyrocketing and his fame rising on the sea in the future. The flattering smile on his face also became more sincere. Time passed quietly during the peaceful voyage. In more than half a month, the Defu crossed several sea areas, experienced several small-scale storms, and finally arrived at the Gemini Gorge of Upside Down Mountain one morning. Shiro stood at the bow and looked into the distance. The unique landform of Twin Gorge came into view. The huge mountains stretched across the sea like a sleeping dragon, and the waterways between the mountains were winding and twisting. He was about to ask Jinbei to slow down the boat and look for Laboon. Suddenly, the ship under my feet shook violently, and the originally calm sea surface became turbulent. The seawater began to surge wildly, forming huge uzumaki. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible strong suction force came from the sea ahead, and the huge hull of the Defu was dragged uncontrollably in the direction of the suction force. In the cockpit, Jinbei's roar came rapidly. Captain, this is bad. The Defu is out of control. It seems like something is sucking the ship over there. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jinbei holding the rudder tightly with both hands, the muscles in his arms bulging with veins, and his forehead was covered with sweat. But even so, the rudder remained motionless, and the Defu continued to move rapidly in the direction of the suction force. The crew members on the deck were staggering, some were clinging to the railings of the ship, and some were stumbling and falling to the ground. For a moment, exclamations and discussions were heard one after another. Everyone was in a panic and didn't know how to deal with this sudden change. At this moment of chaos, a huge black shadow suddenly emerged on the sea. The black shadow moved slowly into seawater, and as the distance got closer, its size became larger and larger. Before everyone could react, the black shadow suddenly opened its bloody mouth, its sharp teeth gleaming coldly in the sunlight. A powerful suction force burst out from its mouth, instantly sucking in the seawater in front of it along with the Defu. This scene made Hiro's pupils shrink, and then a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He was too familiar with this scene. He immediately recognized that the huge black shadow was an island whale. And this is exactly the Laboon that he is looking for on this trip. Hey, Laboon, don't swallow us. Hiro roared at the huge figure, his voice piercing through the roar of the waves, but the sound of the rolling waves was too noisy at this time, and Laboon did not hear his shouts at all. In just a few seconds, the German service was completely swallowed by Laboon. The ship moved rapidly in the darkness with the turbulent seawater, surrounded by wet inner walls and sticky liquid. It was not until a moment later that the Defu slowly landed in a relatively flat area. This is Laboon's stomach. Surprisingly, there is a small island in Laboon's stomach, covered with sparse vegetation. On the edge of the island, a middle-aged man in simple clothes was sitting on a rock, holding a fishing rod in his hand, leisurely fishing in the gastric juice. When Hiro saw the man, a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. This person is Crocus. In the original plot, Crocus would join the Roger Pirates as a ship's doctor and sail with them on a journey. But because of Hiro's time travel, the meat glob fruit he possesses not only has powerful combat capabilities, but its medical abilities far exceed any doctor in the world. Roger Pirates naturally no longer needed an additional ship doctor, so Crocus did not board Roger's ship and remained in Twin Gorges to accompany Laboon. Crocus sensed the arrival of the Defu and sighed helplessly. He put down his fishing rod and looked at Hiro and the crew members who came off the boat. There was a hint of complaint in his tone. Hey, Laboon, why has he been eating pirate ships lately? The wreckage of these ships and the debris brought by the crew are not good for his health. When Hiro heard Crocus' words, he immediately activated the ability of the meatball fruit in his body, and then slapped his own body hard. The next second, an invisible energy enveloped his body, instantly teleporting him to the island where Crocus was, and landed in front of Crocus. When Crocus saw Hiro suddenly appear in front of him, his pupils suddenly dilated, his eyes full of shock, and the fishing rod in his hand almost fell into the gastric juice. Hiro gave Crocus a friendly smile and explained in a calm tone. Hello, Mr. Crocus. My name is Jimel Hiro. Don't be surprised. This is my devil fruit ability. It allows me to teleport. Crocus' eyes widened when he heard Hiro call out his name accurately. He looked Hiro up and down, his tone full of doubt. You actually know my name? I've been in Twin Gorges for so long, and apart from the occasional pirates who pass by, few people should know me. Of course, you are a very famous doctor with a high reputation in the sea. I have heard of you for a long time. Hiro told the lie, seriously, without a single flaw on his face. He couldn't possibly tell Crocus that he was from another world and knew the original plot. Chapter 84, 29 Years Promise. Crocus heard this, and the confusion on his face gradually dissipated. He nodded as if suddenly understanding something, then bowed slightly, his tone apologetic. I see. Then I have to apologize to you. You're trapped here because of my friend Laboon. I don't know what's wrong with it lately. It keeps swallowing passing ships by mistake. I know that, Mr. Crocus, you don't have to worry about it. Hiro waved his hand, interrupting Crocus's apology. He then paused, his eyes sweeping across the sticky gastric juice around him and the German service, in the distance, and continued. Besides, we came to Twin Gorge specifically to find this whale, Laboon. What? Crocus' voice suddenly rose, and a look of deep surprise flashed across his cloudy eyes. Well, there's a crew member on our ship named Brook, a former member of the Rumba Pirates. He has a pact with Laboon that spanned ages. Hiro pointed to the conspicuous skeleton figure on the deck of the Defu, not far away, and his voice was a bit solemn. We sailed this time specifically to bring him here for the appointment. Of course I know about this agreement. Crocus' voice trembled. He looked in the direction of Hiro's finger, and when he saw Brook's snow-white skeleton with empty eye sockets, a chill suddenly ran up his back without warning, along his spine and rushed straight to the top of his head, making him shiver. And no, that's not right. You just said that. That skeleton ghost was the one who made the agreement with Laboon back then. He even stuttered when speaking, his eyes full of disbelief. Mr. Crocus, you don't need to be so nervous. Hiro quickly took a step forward, slowing down his tone, trying to soothe the other person's tense emotions. That man was indeed a member of the Lombard Pirates, named Brook. However, 29 years ago, the Lombard Pirates were unfortunately struck by a virulent plague during their voyage, and all the members on board could not survive and died one after another. At this point, Zailuo's voice lowered a bit, and his tone unconsciously carried a hint of sadness and regret. Only Brook, because he accidentally ate the yomiuri fruit, his soul was able to return to his body. That's why he survived in the form of a skeleton and has been waiting until today. I see, Crocus muttered to himself as if suddenly realizing something. He raised his hand to touch his wrinkled chin and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. His eyes drifted into the distance, as if he was recalling the past 29 years ago with the Rumba Pirates and Laboon. After a moment, he suddenly came back to his senses, his expression instantly became solemn, and he said anxiously. You probably don't know this yet, but this is Laboon's stomach. You must find a way out right now. Otherwise, if you stay in this enclosed space, how are you going to let that skeleton? Let Brook and Laboon meet? It's not difficult for me to get out of here. Hiro smiled confidently, then changed the subject, looking at the famous doctor with a bit of expectation in his eyes, and his tone became much softer, even with a hint of pleading. It's just that I'd like to ask you, Mr. Crocus, to come with us and help us explain the situation to Laboon. After all, you're the person Laboon trusts the most. No problem. How could I refuse to save someone and keep an appointment? Let's go out now. Crocus agreed without hesitation, and the solemnity on his face dissipated a lot, replaced by anticipation for this agreement. Upon seeing this, Hiro immediately took Crocus aboard the Defu. Then he walked to the center of the deck, took a deep breath, and a faint white halo appeared on his hands. He just slammed the deck hard, and after a dull bang, an invisible force enveloped the entire Defu. In an instant, the surrounding space was distorted. The next second, the Defu disappeared from the stomach cavity and returned steadily to the blue sea. Laboon. Stop. As soon as he returned to the surface of the sea, Crocus quickly walked to the side of the ship, put his hands to his mouth, and shouted loudly at the moving island, not far away, Laboon. Laboon was rolling anxiously on the sea, its huge body causing huge waves. But when it clearly heard this familiar voice, its movements suddenly stopped and its huge body instantly became quiet. Those big eyes, like giant lanterns, were full of joy and confusion as they slowly approached the direction of the Defu. Laboon, look! Crocus pointed his finger at Brook on the deck, his voice loud and clear. This is Brook from the Rumba Pirates. The guy you made a promise with back then, he's here to keep his date. Laboon looked in the direction of Crocus's finger, and when he saw Brook's skeleton, the joy in his eyes was gradually replaced by confusion. Its huge eyes kept blinking, and it obviously did not recognize that the strange skeleton in front of it was the partner who had fought side by side with it and agreed to meet again. Seeing this, Brook silently took out a shiny sound shell from his arms, held it carefully in his hands, and slowly showed it to Laboon. He gently pressed the switch of the sound shell, and suddenly, a distant and familiar symphony flowed out from the sound shell. That was the melody most often played by the Rumba Pirates back then, carrying with it countless memories. The moment Laboon heard this music, his body froze. Then, a light of ecstasy burst out from the huge eyes. It immediately let out a joyful, deafening cry, its voice full of excitement and joy. Its huge body kept shaking on the sea, and its huge tail slapped the sea, stirring up waves several meters high. Even the Defu was shaking violently in the waves and almost capsized. The crew hurriedly tried to stabilize the boat. Boo, boo, Laboon cried happily, and kept spraying water from its nostrils. Crystal tears slid down the corners of its eyes and dripped into the sea. Those were tears of happiness, tears of reunion after waiting for 29 years. Brook looked at the excited Laboon in front of him. Although there were no tears in his eyes, there was a lot of warmth in his eyes. He slowly took out the violin from behind him, placed the bow on the strings, and slowly played along with the familiar melody in the shell. The melodious sound of the piano and the melody of the shells are intertwined and echo on the sea. At this moment, Brook's memories that had been sealed for 29 years seemed to be pried open by this melody, and some vague fragments flashed in his mind. Everyone on the boat watched this touching scene, with a look of melancholy on their faces and their eyes filled with emotion. After all, this is an agreement that spans 29 years, a promise that has gone through life and death and has never been forgotten. This persistence and waiting are enough to move anyone. Hey, isn't it? At this moment, Moria folded her arms, leaned against the side of the ship, and spoke in a sarcastic tone, her tone full of disdain. It's just a meeting between a skeleton and a whale. Are you so moved? Isn't this a very common thing? When Jinbei, Yi Shao and Yingyan heard this, they looked at each other with a hint of displeasure in their eyes. Without a word, the three men walked straight to Moria, held his arms on the left and right, and dragged him to the stern effortlessly. Immediately afterwards, there was a crackling sound from the stern and Moria's screams. Obviously, the three of them are using their unique way of winning people over with virtue, to teach Moria a lesson on respecting other people's feelings. Chapter 85 returned to Sky Island after helping Brook and Laboon successfully keep their appointment. The German pirates team did not stay for too long and continued on their next voyage. Laboon seemed reluctant to part with Brook and kept following behind the German service. His huge eyes were full of anticipation, and he obviously wanted to go with the pirates. However, Hiro looked at Laboon's huge body and shook his head helplessly. He walked to the side of the ship and patiently explained to Laboon. Laboon, it's not that I don't want to take you with me, it's just that you're too big for our ship to accommodate. Besides, there are still many unknown dangers on the subsequent voyage, and it's too inconvenient to bring you along. He temporarily rejected Laboon's request to join the ship, but did not say absolutely. Instead, he made a solemn promise to Laboon. Don't worry, I made a promise with you that when we find a devil fruit similar to the human fruit ordinary man form, in the future, we will definitely come back and give it to you. Then, you will be able to shrink and board the Defu ship successfully and sail an adventure with us. Although Laboon was a little disappointed, he nodded sensibly when he saw Hiro's serious expression. He made a few reluctant calls to the Defu, and slowly stopped where he was. After bidding farewell to Laboon and Crocus, the Defu adjusted its course, preparing to cross the upside-down mountain and head towards the new world full of unknowns and challenges. However, just when everyone was full of expectations, a thorny crisis quietly arrived. When Hiro was counting the supplies on the ship, he found that the pirates' funds were almost exhausted. You have to know that the funds originally used for the voyage were the severance pay that Hiro received when the Roger Pirates group disbanded. Although this amount of money was not small, it could not withstand long-term consumption. During this period of time, the pirates have been sailing on the sea, and daily supply purchases and ship maintenance all cost money. More importantly, since Sheppu came on board as a chef, in order to cook more delicious and nutritious meals for everyone, he has selected all fresh and expensive ingredients, which has directly increased the speed of fund consumption several times. Hiro sighed helplessly and took stock of the crew's financial situation. The others are simply a bunch of guys whose pockets are cleaner than their faces. Hawkeye was originally a famous pirate hunter. He lived a comfortable life by capturing pirates with bounties on their heads and selling them to the world government in exchange for high bonuses. But since he joined the German pirates, he completely gave up his job as a pirate hunter and just lived off Captain Hiro for food and drink, not spending a penny on him anymore. Yi Shao particularly likes gambling, and he doesn't like winning. Every time he docks on the ship, he can't help but go into the casino as soon as he sees it. His meager savings have long been lost. Jinbei was a pauper when he joined. As a fishman, when he lived in the sea, he would jump into the sea to catch fish to eat when he was hungry. He had no concept of saving money at all. When Zeph was a chef at a sea restaurant, he not only didn't make much money, but his wages were often deducted. In the end, it was Shiro who helped him get back the meager wages. Not to mention Xiaoba, who used to work in a rip-off bar, and earned a pitiful salary, barely enough to make ends meet, with no money left over. Moria originally had his own pirates group, and often accumulated treasures by looting merchant ships. However, since his battle with Kaido, the pirates group was wiped out, and all the treasures were left in Wano-kuni. Now he is penniless. Where can I get some money? Hiro leaned against the helm, stroking his chin in deep thought, his brows furrowed tightly. The funds on the ship are no longer enough to support us to the next supply point. If we can't find a way to make money, we will probably be left to starve at sea. After thinking for about 5 minutes, an idea suddenly flashed through Hiro's mind. He slapped his head and his eyes lit up instantly. He remembered that he had been to Sky Island when he sailed with Roger pirates. On the island floating in the sky, there are mountains of gold. At that time, because they had already snatched a lot of treasures from the celestial dragon Saint Roseward, they felt that the gold on Sky Island was a bit redundant, and did not move it away. The gold still remains on Sky Island today. Perfect. My pirates group is desperately short of money right now. Why not go to Sky Island and bring back the gold for funding? Hiro made up his mind, then turned around and said loudly to the crew members who were busy on the deck. Everyone, listen up. Wait here for now. Don't move the boat. I'm going to get some money to supplement our voyage expenses. I'll be back soon. When everyone heard this, they stopped what they were doing and looked puzzled. Where is the captain going to get the money, and they won't allow us to move the boats? However, in the German pirates group, Captain Hiro's prestige was extremely high. Since it was the captain's order, although everyone was confused, they did not ask any more questions and nodded in compliance. Okay, Captain, we'll be waiting here for you to come back. A white ball of light condensed at Shiro's fingertips, and he gently patted his chest with his palm. The next second, it completely disappeared from the spot, leaving only faint energy ripples in the air. When his figure solidified again, the azure sea was no longer beneath his feet, but Sky Island covered with soft white clouds. The islands suspended in the sky are dotted with lush green vegetation, strange vines are entwined with glowing crystals, and even the sea breeze carries a hint of sweetness. In order to avoid being involved in the conflict between the residents and the Shandians as soon as he arrived at Sky Island, Hiro slowly released the Conqueror's haki in his body as soon as he set foot on this floating land. An invisible pressure spread outwards, causing the tools in the hands of passing Sky Island residents to fall to the ground, and the Shandia hunters also stopped their patrols. Everyone's eyelids drooped heavily under the shock that came from the soul, and they were all coaxed to sleep. However, this powerful Conqueror's haki still alarmed Sky Island's current god, Gonfowl. Gonfowl was seen riding on the sky-pointed bird Pierre, followed by 4 followers wearing different priest costumes. Several figures flew across the sea of clouds and quickly stopped in front of Hiro. Seeing that the person coming was Gonfowl, Shiloh took 2 steps forward, a slightly relaxed smile appeared on his face, and he raised his hand to greet him. Sasabuladana, Sky Island god, Gonfowl, and all the other priests, how are you? You are Jimmel Hiro from the Roger Pirates. Gonforge's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils contracted slightly, and his tone was full of surprise that was difficult to conceal. The 4 priests behind him also changed their expressions instantly. They looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. How did this legendary pirate suddenly appear on the isolated Sky Island? Yes, that's me. Hiro nodded slightly, his right hand unconsciously touching the back of his head, the tips of his ears slightly reddened, and his tone was filled with a bit of embarrassed pleading. Mr. Gonfall, I came here because I'm in a little trouble and I want to ask you for help. Chapter 86. Almost sinking, Gonfowl frowned tightly, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on Weeba's armrest, his tone revealing a clear refusal. Mr. Hiro, as you know, Sky Island has never had much contact with the Netherworld. The stone tablet related to the historical text was long ago handed over to the Roger Pirates. I'm afraid we can't help you much. You misunderstood. Hiro waved his hands quickly, paused, and rubbed his hands subconsciously, as if he was unable to speak. Actually, the Roger Pirates disbanded a long time ago, and I want to continue sailing on my own. It's just that I've run into a difficult problem right now. Funds for the voyage are extremely tight, so I'd like to ask for your support. So that's what it's about. Gonfor was stunned at first, then he rolled his eyes and couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. He never imagined that the crew of Roger Pirates would come to Sky Island for help because of lack of money. He waved his hands helplessly, and his tone became more relaxed. You can take as much gold as you want from the Golden Country, but the Golden Bell is the symbol of Sky Island, so you must keep it. Thank you so much. Hiro immediately bowed deeply to Gonfall. The embarrassment on his face disappeared, replaced by an unconcealable joy. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the famous saying he had heard in his previous life, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Money isn't everything, but without money, nothing can be done. Afterwards, Gonfall led Hiro to the legendary Golden City. The gold all over the ground sparkled brightly under the sunlight of Sky Island. There were huge golden statues and piles of gold blocks piled up like mountains. Even the ground was covered with a thin layer of gold powder. Gonfor waved his hand, signaling Hiro to take as much as he wanted, while he stood aside with his arms folded, waiting to see how much the pirates could take. But Shiro was not polite at all. The light pattern on the ball of flesh in his palm lit up again, and he stretched out his hand and gently patted the golden block in front of him. Every time it touched, a light blue light pattern would spread along the gold. The next second, the gold block weighing dozens of kilograms would fly straight into the sky and disappear into the depths of the sea of clouds. He slapped it methodically, and the gold blocks took off, one after another like an assembly line, at a speed that was dazzling. Gonfor looked indifferent at first, thinking to himself, no matter how much a person can take, he can't take away much, but as he looked at it, his expression gradually changed. Can Hiro's fleshball fruit actually have the power of space transfer? And this guy shows no mercy at all. He watched helplessly as the gold in the golden country decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally mountainous pile of gold soon shrank by half, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. He caught a glimpse of the four priests behind him with stiff expressions, but the words had already been spoken, and he was too embarrassed to step forward to stop them. Oh no, I can't take anymore. Just as Gonfor was about to speak, Hiro suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaimed, and stopped. Upon hearing this, Gonfor and the four priests breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. If we continue to take it down like this, the golden city will be emptied. But before they could recover, Hiro's next words almost made them spit out blood. If I bid on the defu again, the ship will probably sink. Hiro spoke seriously, then bowed to Gonfowl again, said sincerely, "Thank you for the hospitality," and patted himself lightly. His figure turned into a halo again and disappeared into the golden country. Gonfor looked at the direction where Shiro left, and then heaved a long sigh of relief. The priests behind him also showed relieved expressions. At the same time, the deck of the defu was already in chaos. At first, pieces of gold suddenly fell from the sky, hitting the deck with a clang. The crew was stunned at first, and then burst into thunderous cheers. "I'm going to get rich. Gold is actually falling from the sky, it's incredible." Xiao Ba excitedly grabbed 2 pieces of gold, held them above his head and shouted loudly, with an undisguised, clear stupidity, in his round eyes. "Xiao Ba, is your brain squeezed by the door?" Jeppu skillfully put pieces of gold into the cloth bag in his arms while complaining unhappily. How could gold fall from the sky for no reason? The captain must have used his powers to shoot it down. Jinbei, standing aside, crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the gold on the ground with an expressionless face. Yi Xiao leaned on his cane and calmly swept the deck with his observation haki, showing no interest in these golden things. Hawkeye leaned on the railing of the boat, one hand in his pocket, his eyes still cold, as if the gold in front of him was just an ordinary stone. Only Moria's eyes looked strange. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. He stared at the gold on the deck and couldn't help but think. If I could take all this gold for myself, I could immediately gather my men and quickly make a comeback. Everyone had different attitudes, but they all watched as the gold on the deck increased in number, soon forming a small mountain, and the ship even began to sink slightly. Not good. Jinbei suddenly leaned forward, his face changed, and he exclaimed. If they keep piling up like this, the boat will sink. What should we do then? Yi Xiao rarely showed an anxious look, tightened his grip on the crutch, and asked hurriedly. Jinbei touched his chin, thought for a moment and suggested. There's no other way. Before the ship sinks, throw some of the gold into the sea. That's the only way. Hawkeye nodded, stood up, took a step forward, and reached out to move the gold block beside him. Moria, who was standing by, felt her heart tighten as she watched, and grimaced in pain. She wanted to step forward to stop it, but was afraid of getting beaten. At this moment, Hiro's figure suddenly solidified on the deck. Captain. Xiao Ba was the first to react. He excitedly waved the gold in his hand and shouted loudly. Everyone's eyes instantly turned to Hiro, except for one smile. Mahawk, what are you doing standing by the railing with the gold? Hiro looked at the gold nugget in Hawkeye's hand, frowned, and looked surprised. That's right, Captain. Jinbei quickly stepped forward and explained. We saw too much gold and were worried the ship would sink to the bottom of the sea, so we wanted to throw some away. Put it back. You loser. Hiro's eyes widened instantly, and he shouted at Hawkeye angrily, his voice full of heartache. This gold was specially obtained by this captain from Sky Island. It will provide all the future funding for our pirates, Chapter 87 entering the New World. Captain, you can't blame Mahawk. Yi Xiao quickly stepped forward to smooth things over and said in a gentle tone. We're also worried that you'll keep sending gold here, and if the ship sinks, it'll be troublesome. Wait, you said this gold was obtained from Sky Island? Moria's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief and doubt, and he couldn't help but ask. Sky Island. That place that only exists in legends, does it really exist? Nonsense. Hiro raised his eyebrows, his tone filled with pride. I've already been to Sky Island when I was with Roger Pirates. I see. Everyone showed expressions of sudden enlightenment and couldn't help but be amazed. The legend of Sky Island has been around for so long, I never thought it actually existed. After successfully solving the pirates' funding problem, Hiro stood on the bow of the defu and looked at the strange outlines of the inverted mountains in the distance, shrouded in clouds and mist. That is the upside-down mountain that separates the first half of the Grand Line from New World. A hint of determination flashed in Hiro's deep eyes. He turned around and shouted an order to the crew members beside him. Everyone, get ready. Adjust the rudder, calibrate the course, we're going to cross the upside-down mountain and head for the New World. Under Jinbei's helm, the Defu slowly sailed towards the upside-down mountain, and finally successfully crossed this iconic mountain range and officially set foot in the waters of the New World. A few days later, the Defu finally sailed completely into the range of New World. As someone who had served in the Roger Pirates group, New World was very familiar to Hiro. When he sailed with Roger, he spent most of his time in this sea area and saw countless strange islands and powerful opponents. Those past experiences seemed to have happened just yesterday, making him feel both awe and confidence in his control over this sea area. However, for the other crew members except Moria, the New World is a completely new area. It is their first time to set foot in this legendary sea. Looking at the sea view that was completely different from before and feeling the unique scent in the air, the crew members all showed a look of curiosity on their faces. Only Brook, because he had lost his memory, didn't feel much about what was happening in front of him. He just stood quietly by and occasionally laughed, yo ho ho ho, when he saw something new and interesting. After sailing in the New World for a few days, the German pirates arrived at an island called Rodrigues. The island is covered with dense forests and has a winding coastline. From a distance, you can see the vague outline of a town on the island. What surprised Hiro even more was that he had never heard of this island before, let alone been there, which undoubtedly added a bit of unknown fun to this voyage. After many days of sailing, the pirates' stored food and fresh water had been almost used up, and the crew members were eager to reach the island to replenish supplies and have a good rest. Hiro looked at the few remaining supplies in the cabin, then glanced at Rodrigues Island not far away, and immediately decided. Everyone, get ready. We're going to the island to replenish food and water, and take a look at this unfamiliar island. So, Hiro took a small boat with his crew and slowly sailed towards Rodrigues Island. After landing on the island, everyone was surprised by the scene before them. Although this island has not paid heavenly gold, and is not protected by the world government, the towns on the island are extremely prosperous. There are shops on both sides of the street, with a wide variety of goods on display. Pedestrians come and go with happy smiles on their faces, without any worries about being robbed by pirates. This strange sight filled Hiro with doubts. According to common sense, in the Grand Line, especially New World, those islands that have not paid sky gold, and are not protected by the world government. It was often attacked and looted by pirates, making it difficult for it to develop, let alone become so prosperous. Hiro frowned and thought to himself, what's so special about this island that it's been able to thrive so well without the protection of the world government? Is there some powerful force protecting it? Although full of doubts, replenishing supplies is the top priority. Hiro turned to the crew and said, everyone, be safe. Go and prepare what you need. Remember, everyone must return to the Defu before dusk to avoid delaying the voyage. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and then dispersed to wherever they wanted to go. Zhepu and Zhaobo were responsible for purchasing ingredients, and they headed straight for the market on the island. Hawkeye became interested in the weapons shop on the island, and he walked towards the weapons shop alone. As someone who loves swordsmanship, whenever he goes to a place, he will go to see the local swords. Moria took Jinbei for a stroll around the island. As they walked, they observed the environment on the island. Occasionally, they would stop and chat with the local residents to learn about the situation on the island. Yishaoze was still the same as usual. As soon as he arrived on the island, he asked around for the location of the casino. For him, gambling is the greatest pleasure. No matter where he goes, as long as there is a casino, he will go in and gamble a few times. Ever since the pirates had sufficient funds, they were no longer as shy about spending money as before and were very generous in their spending. This is especially true for Yishao, as you no longer have to worry about gambling money. Hiro knew that Yishao was addicted to gambling and was worried that he would lose too much money in a moment of impulse. After all, even if he had enough funds now, he couldn't waste them casually. So, after arranging the other crew members, Hiro rushed to the casino where Yishao was going, wanting to see what was going on and to stop it if necessary. Hiro quickly found the casino. As soon as he entered, he saw Yishao exchanging chips at the counter. Yishao directly exchanged a large number of large chips, then took the chips and walked straight to a dice table and started betting without hesitation. At this time, many gamblers had gathered around the gambling table. A beautiful dealer with a hot body and beautiful appearance was standing in front of the gambling table, holding a sieve in her hand and shaking it skillfully. After the sieve was shaken, the beautiful dealer placed the sieve on the table and said to the gamblers around her, "Dear guests, the betting has begun." The gamblers around started to place their bets, but the amounts they bet were relatively small, basically not exceeding 50,000 berries. Yishao seemed particularly generous. He directly picked up the chips worth 500,000 berry and placed them on the small position. When the beautiful dealer saw the amount of money Yishao bet, her eyes suddenly narrowed and an expression of surprise appeared on her face. You know, at this gambling table, few people would place such a large bet. She couldn't help but smile a few more times, muttering to herself. Who is this person and why is he so generous? Chapter 88 Casino Tycoon. Buy it and leave it. The beautiful dealer calmed herself down, shouted out the casino jargon, and then reached out to open the sieve. Wait, let me take another look, a gambler suddenly shouted, but was quickly drowned out by the urging of other gamblers around him. The beautiful dealer no longer hesitated, opened the sieve and announced loudly. 446, 14 o'clock, big. After hearing the result, Yishao's face showed no expression. He just silently picked up the chips on the table and continued to bet. This time, he was more decisive and directly placed 1 million berry chips on the small position. When the gamblers around saw Yishao place such a big bet again, they all started talking about it. Some thought he was too impulsive, while others were looking forward to seeing an exciting game of gambling. The beautiful dealer shook the sieve again, and after opening it, the result was still big. Yishao remained calm and pushed Barry's 2 million chips to the small position. However, the number of points opened is still big. Despite losing 3 rounds in a row, Yishao showed no sign of backing down. Just as he was about to pick up the 4 million berry chips on the table and continue betting on small, a pair of strong hands suddenly held down his arms. Hey, Yishao, you're such a spendthrift. Hiro said with a complaining tone, even if we have money now, we can't waste it like this. After 3 consecutive losses, can't you change your bet or stop for a while? Yishao slowly turned his head with a faint smile on his face, looked at Shiro and asked. So, which side do you want to bet on this time, big or small? Shiro sighed helplessly. He knew Yishao's character. Once he made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. He glanced at the sieve on the table, sensed the surroundings, then pointed to the small position and said, keep playing, but be careful this time. At the same time, Hiro secretly activated the ability of the meatball fruit, and the invisible force quietly spread, locking the space inside the sieve tightly, ensuring that the number of points on the dice in the sieve could change according to his expectations. The beautiful dealer didn't know all this. As usual, she stepped on the buttons on the corner of the gambling table a few times, trying to control the number of dice through the mechanism. But at this moment, she found that the button did not respond at all, and there was no expected sound of dice rolling in the sieve. Her face turned pale instantly, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. Seeing that the beautiful dealer was taking so long to open the sieve, the gamblers around began to get impatient and started to make a noise. Open it. Why haven't you opened it yet? Why are you taking so long? Is there something wrong? That's right, if you're tired you can ask someone else to drive the car. Don't delay us from gambling. Are they trying to cheat and secretly change the points? I don't think this casino is legitimate at all. Various questioning and urging voices continued to ring out. Under pressure from everyone, the beautiful dealer had to bite the bullet and open the sieve with trembling hands. The moment the sieve was opened, the gamblers around held their breath and stared at the dice in the sieve. I saw that the number of points inside was 1, 1, 3, which added up to 5 points, small. Yishao saw the result and took the chips back from the table with an expressionless face. In the next few rounds, Yishao still placed his chips on the small position, and the points that came out each time were indeed small. As the gambling games progressed, the chips in front of Yishao piled up higher and higher, and soon accumulated to more than 30 million berries, attracting the attention of the gamblers around him, their eyes full of envy and surprise. The beautiful dealer's forehead was covered with crystal beads of sweat, and her hands were shaking constantly. She wiped the sweat with her sleeves, looked at Yishao nervously and smiled. Her heart was already in a mess. She knew that if this continued, the casino would lose a lot of money, but she had no way to stop it. When Yishao picked up the 30 million berry chips in front of him again and was about to continue betting, the beautiful dealer finally couldn't help it. She stepped forward and stopped Yishao, saying anxiously, Sir, I'm sorry, but this table only accepts a maximum bet of 20 million berry chips. If you'd like to continue playing, please go to the VIP room on the 2nd floor, where they can accept larger bets. At this moment, not far from the gambling table, a tall security guard in a black suit noticed the situation here. He quietly picked up the Den Mushi on the table and reported the situation on the scene to the owner of the casino in a low voice, his tone full of tension. Shiloh glanced at the piles of chips on the table, then at the anxious beautiful dealer beside him, and knew that there was no point in continuing to gamble on the 1st floor. He waved to the waiter beside him and said, Give me a bag, please. The waiter quickly brought a sturdy cloth bag. Hiro carefully put the chips on the table into the bag, then patted Yishao's shoulder and said, Let's go, Yishao, let's go to the VIP room on the 2nd floor and experience the different treatment. Yishao nodded and followed Shi Luo to the 2nd floor. The decoration on the 2nd floor is much more luxurious than that on the 1st floor. There are precious oil paintings hanging on the walls, soft carpets on the floor, and a faint fragrance in the air. Since there are fewer people in the VIP hall, it is less noisy and bustling than on the 1st floor, making it very quiet and comfortable. Hiro originally thought that since he had already won a lot of money this time, he should quit while he was ahead. After exchanging the chips for cash, he would leave here and continue the voyage of the pirates. However, when he subconsciously activated observation hockey and sensed the surrounding situation, he discovered that there was a powerful person in a room on the 2nd floor. That hidden aura sparked a hint of interest in him. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary casino actually had such a person hidden inside. This is a good opportunity to see him. At this time, a well-dressed security guard came up with a polite smile on his face and said to Hiro and Yishao, Gentlemen, what kind of gambling would you like to play? We have baccarat, blackjack, roulette, and many other options. Hiro thought for a moment and said casually, Let's just play baccarat. Upon hearing this, the staff smiled even more enthusiastically and said quickly, Okay, gentlemen, please come this way. I'll take you to the special VIP room. After saying that, the security guard took Shi Luo and Yishao through the corridor and came to the door of a spacious VIP room. He opened the door, made a gesture of invitation, and said, Gentlemen, please come in. Chapter 89 Crocodile Hiro and Yishao walked into the room and saw a neatly and clean baccarat table in the room. High-quality rum and fresh fruit plates were already prepared on the table. There is also a comfortable sofa and coffee table on one side of the room for guests to rest. It's worthy of being a VIP room. The treatment here is really different. It's much better than the first floor, don't you think, Yi Xiao? Hiro said as he walked over to a seat next to the gambling table and sat down. He picked up a piece of cut apple from the fruit bowl, wiped the water droplets on it, and put it into his mouth. The crisp texture and sweet taste made him nod with satisfaction. Yi Xiao walked to another seat and sat down with an expressionless face. He looked around the room and said with some dissatisfaction in his tone. It's too quiet here. There's no lively gambling atmosphere like on the first floor. It feels a little less interesting. Hiro leaned back in his comfortable chair, picked up the rum on the table, poured himself a glass, took a sip, and said in a teasing tone. I'm just kidding. You really don't know how to enjoy yourself. This quiet and comfortable environment is so nice. You can gamble and relax at the same time. It's definitely better than being squeezed on the first floor and listening to everyone else's noise. At this moment, the middle-aged dealer in the room, who was in his 40s or 50s and dressed in a neat suit, stepped forward, with a professional smile on his face, and asked softly. Gentlemen, are you satisfied with everything? If so, can we get started? With a big wave of his hand, Hiro slammed a 50,000 berry chip with a cold blow on the edge of the table. The crisp collision sound was particularly loud in the luxurious gambling room. Then he threw the chip to the security guard who led them up all the way. The clerk took the chips with both hands, a flattering smile on his face, his waist bent almost to the ground, and after thanking him repeatedly, he walked out of the room briskly. The middle-aged dealer was wearing a neat black suit, with slender and flexible fingers. He unfolded two brand new decks of cards in front of Shi Luo and Yi Xiao. The action of shuffling the cards was smooth and fluid, and the cards seemed to come alive in his hands, making a fine, swish, sound as they flew around. In just a moment, he finished shuffling the cards and placed them neatly into the silver card box. He nodded slightly and said in a respectful yet professional tone. Please place your bets, my dear guests. The minimum bet in this room is 5 million berries. Hiss. Hiro took a deep breath, his pupils slightly constricted, his gaze fell on the bronze plate on the corner of the table marked, minimum stake, and he was secretly shocked. The stakes here are so high. 5 million berries is enough for an average family to live on for over a decade. The man standing aside still looked calm and composed, with his eyes half closed, as if he didn't care at all about the huge amount of chips on the table. He raised his hand and pushed, and the more than 30 million berry chips piled up in front of him slid along the green gambling table to the idle area. The sound of the chips colliding was like the sound of rain of gold coins. Hey, can you stop being so aggressive? Hiro couldn't help but turn his head and complained in a low voice. He reached out to stop it but it was too late, he could only shake his head helplessly. Buy it and leave it. The middle-aged dealer cleared his throat and his voice suddenly rose a few notches with unquestionable majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, the cards in his hand flew out and landed precisely in front of Hiro and himself. Hiro and Yi Xiao were dealt a card with the 10 of spades and the 2 of diamonds, totaling only 2 points. The middle-aged dealer was dealt a 9 of hearts and a 5 of clubs, which totaled 4 points. According to casino rules, the player must draw a third card if the score is 5 or less. Just as the dealer was about to deal the cards, a sharp light flashed in Hiro's eyes, and his observation hockey quietly unfolded, allowing him to clearly see. The dealer is trying to swap the cards hidden in the Vice Admiral's sleeve with the cards that are about to be dealt. If they succeed, the cards they get will become 8 points, and they will definitely lose. Don't even think about it. Hiro snorted in his heart and activated the ability of the meat glob fruit without hesitation. A faint white light appeared in his palm, and an invisible space barrier instantly enveloped the middle-aged dealer's arm. The dealer felt his body suddenly stiffen, his arms seemed to be tied by invisible chains, and the cards in his sleeves could not slide out. Hiro flipped over the third card in front of him, and there was a 6 on the card. Adding the previous 2 points, the total points instantly became 8 points, firmly suppressing the dealer's 4 points. How come? The middle-aged dealer's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was in turmoil. Fine beads of sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead, slid down his cheeks, and dripped onto his black dress, leaving a small stain. Next it was the middle-aged dealer's turn to deal himself a third card. Just as he was about to use the same trick again, Hiro's spatial restraint was activated again, locking his wrist tightly. The dealer had no choice but to deal the cards truthfully. When he opened the cards tremblingly, his face turned pale instantly. It was an 8. 4 points plus 8 points is greater than 10 points. According to the rules, the units digit is taken, and the total number becomes 2 points. The outcome of this bet was no surprise, and Hiro and Yi Xiao won easily. In the next 2 games, Hiro still relied on his observation hockey prediction and the ability of the meatball fruit to repeatedly see through and prevent the middle-aged dealer's card-changing tricks, winning 2 games in a row. In just a short moment, the chips in front of them piled up like a mountain, and after a careful count, there were more than 200 million berries. The middle-aged dealer's black suit had long been soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to his body. His hands were shaking like sieves and he almost didn't have the strength to pick up the cards. Just as he was about to deal the 4th round of cards, a young man's voice, lazily and arrogantly, suddenly came from the door. Since you 2 distinguished guests have come from afar to visit my Tsar casino, I naturally want you to have a great time. Why not let me play with you too? Hearing the voice, Shi Luo turned around and instantly locked his eyes on the person who came. The man had a neatly combed back hair and a burning cigar dangling from the corner of his mouth, with smoke curling up. The left hand has no palm, but instead has a golden hook that gleams with a cold light. There was a faint evil smile on his face, and a hint of rebelliousness in his eyes. Isn't this crocodile in his youth? A knowing smile appeared on Shi Luo's lips, and he understood instantly. The hidden strongman he had just sensed with observation hockey turned out to be the famous 7 warlords of the sea. It was not until this moment that he fully understood. This island has not paid any heavenly gold, but it can still exist peacefully and no pirates dare to plunder it, precisely because it has Crocodile's support behind it. Boss, I. When the middle-aged dealer saw Crocodile, he immediately jumped up from his chair and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. His voice was obviously trembling, and he didn't even dare to raise his head. Crocodile waved his hand impatiently, and the golden hook drew a cold arc in the air. You are no match for them, please step back, yes. The middle-aged dealer was as if pardoned. He quickly took out a tissue to wipe the sweat off his face, hurried out of the room, and even closed the door gently when closing it, for fear of upsetting the boss. Chapter 90. Betting with Crocodile. Crocodile's eyes swept over Shilao and Yishao, with a bit of scrutiny in them. Then he slowly blew out a smoke ring, and the smoke dispersed in the air, carrying a faint smell of tobacco. What do you two think? Do you want to take your chips and leave the casino now, or do you want me to continue playing with you? Then go ahead. Hiro leaned back slightly, crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Crocodile with a playful look, and said with a hint of teasing. But if we keep winning, I'm afraid your casino won't be able to come up with enough money to compensate us, right? Dear guest, you don't have to worry about that at all. The golden hook in Crocodile's left hand kept tapping against his palm, making a tapping sound, and his face was full of confidence in his wealth. We at the Tsar Casino are well funded. Even if we don't have enough cash for the time being, the docks, hotels, shops. Many of the properties on this island belong to me. You can choose whatever you like as compensation. Then let's get started. Hearing this, Hiro leaned forward slightly, made an elegant, please, gesture with his right hand, pointed his fingertips at the center of the gambling table, and with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, signaled Crocodile to come up to the table and start the game. The game resumed, and Crocodile personally walked to the dealer's seat, sat down, picked up the card shoe and prepared to deal the cards. Seeing this, Yishao was about to push all the chips in front of him away. Shiro was quick-witted and grabbed his arm, shaking his head gently. Then, Hiro counted out 5 million berries from the pile of chips and placed them firmly in the idle area. Crocodile glanced at the 5 million chips on the table, frowned slightly, and obviously didn't take this small amount of money seriously. But out of basic respect for the gamblers, he didn't say much. With a slight movement of his fingers, the cards fell accurately in front of the two men, and his movements were quick and neat. In the first hand, Hiro and Yishao's cards totaled 6 points, while Crocodile's card was 8 points. The two lost without any suspense. In the second round, Hiro still only bet 5 million on berry, but still lost. This went on one round after another until the end of the 10th game. Hiro and Yishao lost 10 games in a row, and lost a total of 50 million berries. Sir, you won't be able to make back your money if you bet so small. Crocodile pressed the cigar gently in the ashtray, and the ashes fell down. He had a half smile on his face, and his tone was a bit of a reminder and a bit of sarcasm. It's okay. Anyway, these chips were won before, so I won't feel bad if I lose them. Hiro showed a sly smile on his face, with a barely perceptible glint in his eyes, and said in a relaxed tone. Besides, the one who won't be able to recoup the money in the end will probably be your casino. Crocodile's mouth twitched unconsciously when he heard this. The mockery in his eyes faded a little, and there was a hint of vigilance. Hiro ignored Crocodile's expression and continued to count out 5 million berry chips and put them in the idle area. After losing 5 more hands, Hiro suddenly stopped and held the remaining chips in front of him with both hands. That's a full 150 million berries. He took a deep breath and pushed all the chips out. The chips slid across the gambling table, making a loud clattering sound, and instantly filled the idle area. Oh, guest, this is interesting. Crocodile saw this scene, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. A smile of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. He tapped the golden hook lightly on the table, and his tone was full of anticipation. I thought you were going to keep shrinking like this. Let's get started. Hiro leaned back slightly, folded his arms across his chest, stared sharply at the card box in Crocodile's hand, and spoke in a clear and firm voice. His fingertips glowed with white light, and the power of the meatball fruit had quietly condensed. Just as the two playing cards fell steadily in front of Hiro and Crocodile, the power of the meatball fruit on Hiro's fingertips silently and completely wrapped the silver card box on the table. Hiro gently moved the cards in front of him with his fingertips. 2 playing cards with the number 9 printed on them made a slight friction sound on the table, and the superimposed points clearly stopped at 8. He glanced at the opposite side out of the corner of his eye, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised up. Crocodile, sitting opposite, slowly opened his cards with his left hand wearing a metal claw. A 2 and a 10 lay quietly on the table. According to the casino's point-counting rules, the point is only 2 points, which means that he must add a third card as required. As Crocodile's claws reached for the silver card box, the familiar feeling of flowing sand at his fingertips suddenly disappeared. His pupils shrank slightly, and he instantly realized something was wrong. Before the gambling game began, he had already quietly embedded the fine sand condensed from the sand fruit into the middle of each card in the card box. As long as he activated the fruit ability when taking the cards, he could accurately control the surface of the cards through the touch of the sand and easily get the cards he wanted. But at this moment, no matter how he mobilized the power of the fruit in his body, the sand in the card box seemed to be frozen and had no reaction. The ability of the sand fruit was completely ineffective. What's wrong? Crocodile, it's time to show your cards. Hiro grinned with a playful smile, tapping the table lightly with his fingertips, and his urging tone was full of confidence. Crocodile frowned tightly, and its claws paused above the card box for a few seconds. It tried to mobilize the fruit power 3 times, but the card box still did not move. He took a deep drag on the cigar in his mouth. The sizzling sound of the burning tobacco was particularly clear beside the quiet gambling table. In the end, he had to give up control and reached out to pull out the top card from the card box. The Queen of Hearts suddenly came into view. According to the rules, cards above 10 were counted as 0 points, so his point value was still 2. In an instant, the face of the man known as the King of the Desert darkened, a sinister look flashed across his originally calm eyes, and his left hand under the table clenched unconsciously. That way, I'll have 300 million chips in my hand. Hiro smiled and took the chips in front of him, and without hesitation pushed them all to the idle area. The crisp sound of the chips colliding seemed particularly harsh at this time. This time, I'll continue to bet on the player. Crocodile's brows furrowed even tighter, and the gloom in his eyes deepened a little, but he suppressed the strangeness in his heart, picked up the card box again and started dealing cards. His fingers unconsciously quickened their pace, as if he wanted to conceal his inner fluctuations in this way, but in the end, the winner was still Hiro. In the next 2 gambling games, Hiro seemed to have calculated the results, and each time he placed all his chips on idle, without hesitation, and the results were not unexpected. He won 3 games in a row. At this moment, the chips in front of Hiro were piled up like a mountain. A rough calculation showed that there were 2.4 billion Baileys. Chapter 91 Crocodile joins. Crocodile puffed on the cigar in his mouth until only a small piece was left. The sparks were particularly dazzling in the dim light and almost burned the filter. His originally calm eyes finally revealed an unconcealable panic, and the claws placed on the edge of the table unconsciously scraped across the table, leaving a few shallow scratches. If I win again, Hiro leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table, and looked at Crocodile with a smile, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Your casino probably doesn't have enough cash to pay out, right? Crocodile took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly, trying to calm his inner emotions. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness. If you win this time, this casino will be yours. Okay, it's a deal. With a big wave of his hand, Hiro pushed the pile of chips in front of him, which amounted to 2.4 billion, to the center of the gambling table. The sound of the chips colliding seemed to announce the final bet of this gambling game. Open the cards. This round of the game was still firmly under Hiro's control. When the last card fell, the balance of victory fell to him again. Crocodile's expression changed instantly, and the suppressed emotions completely erupted. A strong murderous intent burst out of his eyes, and even tiny sand blades condensed on his claws. You know, although this King of the Desert has other businesses on this island, such as bars and docks, the most profitable and the one he values the most is this casino. The value of all other industries combined cannot match the value of this casino that makes a fortune every day. Hey, Crocodile, don't be so sore loser. As Hiro spoke, an invisible sense of oppression suddenly emanated from him. Conqueror's haki instantly engulfed the entire room. This haki shocked Crocodile, and most of his killing intent dissipated. The casino is mine now, so there's no need to gamble anymore. Yes, you are right, Tyrant, Jimel Hiro. Crocodile felt the pressure from Conqueror's haki, and his body paused imperceptibly. Then he tried to calm himself down, his tone filled with helplessness. Even if I take action now, I can't do anything to a strong man of your level. You have good eyesight. Hiro smiled and clapped his hands. The applause was particularly clear in the quiet casino. However, I do have a new suggestion. Let's take one last gamble. If I lose, the casino and the chips in my hand will be returned to you. If I win, you have to agree to one condition of mine. How about it? What conditions? A gleam suddenly flashed in Crocodile's eyes, and he sat up slightly, as if he was interested in this condition. Hiro moved closer, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. He stated his conditions in a calm tone, his voice not loud but very clear. If you lose, you will have to join my pirates group and sail with me. Going to sea with the Tyrant from the former Roger Pirates? Crocodile was stunned for a moment, then a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a low laugh rang out beside the gambling table. Ha 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 ha, that's not a bad idea, then let's get started. Hiro said eagerly, a glint of understanding in his eyes. He knew very well that gambling was the easiest thing to make people addicted. Even a meticulous person like Crocodile would inevitably be affected by emotions after losing several games in a row. As expected, Crocodile's hand began to tremble slightly when dealing the cards, and grains of sand from his fingertips would occasionally accidentally fall onto the cards, completely different from his previous composure. Hiro had already activated observation hockeys, foreseeing the future, and with the help of the meat glob fruit's control over the card box, he naturally won the final bet easily. You lose, Crocodile. Hiro smiled and stretched out his right hand, with a certainty in his tone. From now on, you are my crew member. Crocodile looked at the hand that Hiro extended, his face full of reluctance, his fingers unconsciously clenched into claws, but he knew in his heart that the person in front of him was a tyrant, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger, and he had no room to refuse. Finally, he loosened his fingers and stretched out his right hand to hold Hiro's hand. Don't be like that, Crocodile. The smile on Shiluo's lips widened, and he patted his shoulder. Suddenly, he changed the subject, lowering his voice a bit, with a hint of seriousness. I know you have unfulfilled ambitions in your heart. Don't worry, when we complete this journey, I will return everything to you, including your freedom. Interesting. After hearing this, the resentment in Crocodile's eyes gradually dissipated, and his signature devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His deep laughter sounded again. Ha 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 ha, I'm suddenly interested in joining your pirates group. Just when the two reached an agreement, Yi Xiao on the side suddenly stood up in dissatisfaction, and the chair made a harsh friction sound on the ground. He still had the unfinished cards in his hand, his face full of depression. Oh, I was planning on having some fun, but it ended up being a crew recruitment exercise. What a bummer. Hey, 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 smile. Hiro hurriedly shouted at his back, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. This casino is now our pirates' property. You can play however you want until you have enough fun. What's the point of this? He smiled and waved his hand without looking back. After saying this, he walked straight towards the pirate's ship. Defu. With a look of loss in his back. Captain, I'm going to go talk to the guys at the casino and take care of the follow-up matters. Crocodile's eyes swept across the familiar scenes in the casino, from the bar to the gaming tables, every single one of which bore traces of his years of management, and his tone carried a hint of reluctance that was difficult to conceal. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. After Hiro finished speaking, he patted his body lightly. The power of the globule-shaped fruit was activated, and his body instantly appeared at the entrance of the casino with quick and decisive movements. Not long after, Crocodile also walked out of the casino. Although his face still had no expression, the reluctance in his eyes had faded a lot. He walked to Hiro's side, his tone more respectful. Come on, Captain, show me our ship. The two walked side by side towards the Defu, and soon returned to the ship. At this time, the other crew members had finished their work and returned to the deck. Seeing Hiro coming back with Crocodile, they all showed curious expressions. Hiro stood in the middle of the deck, cleared his throat, pulled Crocodile to his side, and introduced him to everyone. Everyone, this is Crocodile. From today on, he's the new member of our pirates. The crew members immediately gathered around, extending their hands to shake Crocodile's hands with welcoming smiles on their faces, and the deck instantly became lively. Then, Hiro shouted to everyone, his voice full of excitement. To celebrate Crocodile's joining us, we're having a party tonight. Chapter 92 Battle between crew members on the deck. The aroma of barbecue fat mixed with the mellow scent of rum filled the air, and the noise and clinking of glasses from the crew members rose and fell. Crocodile was originally leaning against the pillar in the corner, holding an unburned cigar between his fingers, with his usual cold expression. But he couldn't resist the wine jars enthusiastically handed to him by the crew members around him, and gradually he let go of some of his alienation as he listened to everyone talking about strange stories at sea. Occasionally he would take the jar of wine and take a sip, and even when someone talked about a dangerous encounter, he would raise his eyebrows and add a sharp comment, quickly becoming friends with the crew. When the crew talked about the past achievements of Hawkeye, Yi Xiao, Jinbei and Moria, and mentioned that they were all powerful pirates who could stir up waves on the sea. Crocodile paused for a moment, his fingers holding the cigar in between. A barely perceptible glint flashed across his eyes, and his competitive spirit was suddenly ignited. You know, since he embarked on the road of pirates, he has been roaming around the New World for many years and has only suffered one defeat. That was at the hands of Edward, Whitebeard, Newgate. Even Bullet, known as the Devil's Heir, ended up in a draw with him due to various reasons. The day after the banquet, just as the sky was getting light and the mist on the deck had not yet dissipated, Crocodile was already standing at the bow and proposed to everyone to train in a combat manner. This suggestion was exactly what everyone wanted. Hawkeye raised his hand and adjusted the brim of his hat, a knowing smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Yi Xiao leaned on his cane and sword and nodded gently. Jinbei clenched his fists, with anticipation flashing in his eyes. Everyone expressed their agreement. Soon, the battle groups were settled. Hawkeye's eyes swept across the entire room, finally landing on Yi Xiao, who was also skilled in knife handling, and spoke lightly. Mr. Yi Xiao, how about a sparring match? He smiled and agreed, and the two of them immediately took their positions on the left side of the deck. On the other side, Jinbei walked straight towards Crocodile and said in a deep voice. Crocodile, I want to challenge you to a duel. Only Moria huddled in the shadows in the corner of the deck, staring blankly at the duel in the distance. Ever since the crushing defeat against Kaido, the ambition in his eyes was like an extinguished flame, leaving only cold ashes. In addition, during this period of time in the pirates group, he would be taught a lesson from time to time by the strong people in the group using the method of conquering others with virtue. Either they were beaten black and blue, or they were ridiculed to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. As a result, this originally ambitious guy now has less courage to even look people in the eye. He can only shrink his neck. He has completely lost his former haki and instead looks a bit more timid. Following an invisible signal, 2 duels on the deck began simultaneously. Hawkeye and Yishao on the left took the lead in the fight. Hawkeye raised his hand and drew out the black knife, Knight, from behind him. The moment the silver blade came out of the sheath, it made a sharp sound of breaking through the air. He smiled and slowly raised his staff knife. His steady arm sank slightly, and the blade of the staff knife shone coldly in the morning sun. The two moved almost at the same time. The silver arc drawn by the black knife was like a meteor across the sky, and the wind from the staff knife was like a raging wave rolling ashore. The flashes of swords and shadows of knives intertwined on the deck, and the clang sound of metal collision was endless. Sparks splashed on the wooden boards and went out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought for 40 or 50 rounds. Every collision caused the wooden boards on the deck to tremble slightly, and even the sea breeze seemed to be disrupted by the sword energy. At this moment, Hawkeye has not yet awakened Conqueror's haki, and his strength has not yet reached its peak. Yishao is different. Although he is over 30 years old, his strength has already reached its peak, not to mention that he has also eaten the gravity fruit that can control gravity. In order to make the duel fairer, Yishao whispered before the battle began. Mahawk, I don't know how to use my fruit ability. I can only compete with you in swordsmanship. After saying this, he gently patted his staff and sword to show his sincerity. If we only talk about pure swordsmanship, Hawkeye is naturally slightly better. Each of his strikes was precise and ruthless, hitting the vital points directly. But the advantages of a smile are also very obvious. His physical strength is stronger than Hawkeye at this period. He swings his sword with the calmness accumulated over the years. His combat experience is astonishingly rich. He can always avoid Hawkeye's killing moves at critical moments and even take the opportunity to counterattack. Because of this, the confrontation between the two was always evenly matched, and neither of them was able to gain a clear advantage. As a spectator, Hiro stood at the edge of the deck, arms folded across his chest, his gaze fixed on the duel on the field, secretly estimating the combat power of the two at their peak. If Hawkeye awakens Conqueror's haki and cultivates his swordsmanship to the highest level, he will be stronger than Ichigo. By then, Conqueror's entanglement will be enough to deal with Yishao's gravity fruit ability, and coupled with his own greater agility, his overall combat power will be a little stronger than Yishao. However, at this level, the gap between strong men is extremely small. Even if a winner is to be determined, it will probably take 5 or 6 days to see the result. On the other side, the duel between Crocodile and Jinbei was also very close. Jinbei's fishman karate is vigorous and powerful, and every punch he throws is filled with moisture, and you can hear the dull, bang bang sound when his fist hits the air. Crocodile's sand fruit has strange and varied abilities. It can summon sand blades by raising its hand, and the sand under its feet can turn into a quicksand trap. The collision of two completely different abilities creates an exceptionally unique visual experience. The two fought for more than 200 rounds, and Jinbei gradually showed signs of fatigue. After all, due to his lack of combat experience, he was a little slow in dodging the sand blade, and Crocodile seized the opportunity and hit his right shoulder with a desert sword that condensed a large amount of yellow sand. With a puff sound, Jinbei groaned and took a few steps back, covering his shoulder tightly with his right hand. Blood quickly seeped out from between his fingers, staining his clothes red. Seeing this, Shi Luo hurried forward and squatted down to check Jinbei's injuries. As soon as his fingertips touched his bleeding wound, Jinbei groaned again, cold sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. He used the power of the meat globe fruit to quickly heal Jinbei's injuries. As the captain, Hiro naturally had to step forward to comfort him. He patted Jinbei on the back, his voice gentle but firm. Jinbei, don't be discouraged. Crocodile has fought Whitebeard and Bullet before, so he has much more combat experience than you. Besides, you didn't even utilize the true strengths of Fishman Karate, so you lost. What are the advantages of Fishman Karate? Jinbei raised his head, frowned, and looked at Shi Luo in confusion. Yes, you forgot? Hiro nodded. His eyes swept over Crocodile, who was adjusting his cuffs not far away. Then he lowered his voice and whispered in Jinbei's ear. The greatest advantage of Fishman Karate is the ability to control seawater, and Crocodile's sand fruit is most afraid of water. He paused, his tone a little cunning. So, on the sea, you are his nemesis. Chapter 93 Environmental Advantages. I see. Jinbei's eyes lit up instantly, and a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stood up, stretched his shoulders, and then walked in front of Crocodile again, challenging him with a firm look in his eyes. Crocodile, I want to fight you again. At this time, Crocodile, who defeated Jinbei, focused all his attention on the duel between Hawkeye and Yishao. He squinted his eyes, watching the interweaving blades on the field, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his cuffs, and sighed inwardly. The swordsmanship of these two is ridiculously superb. It wasn't until Jinbei's voice came that he slowly turned his head. Seeing Jinbei standing in front of him again, he couldn't help but frown, his tone filled with a bit of impatience. You've already lost. If you continue fighting, the result will be the same. No, this time, I will definitely beat you. Jinbei's tone was extremely firm, his eyes burning with desire to fight, and even his voice was a little louder than before. Well, I'll fight you again. Crocodile sneered, a scornful smile flashing across his lips. But if you lose again this time, don't bother me again. As soon as the second match started, Jinbei did not hesitate at all and directly used the secret of human karate, Wu Lai Guan. He quickly formed seals with his hands in front of him, and the seawater beside the deck seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, surging up in an instant, turning into a water dragon a meter high, rushing towards Crocodile. Crocodile's expression suddenly changed. Sand Fruit is afraid of water, and as a fruit ability user, he avoids seawater even more. Faced with the surging seawater, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He could only keep dodging backwards and occasionally raised his hands to build a defensive wall with yellow sand. However, as soon as the sand touched the seawater, it would instantly get soaked and clumped together, and it had no blocking effect at all. As the saying goes, a long defense will lead to a loss. It wasn't long before Crocodile had no way to escape Jinbei's continuous seawater attack. A stream of water hit his chest hard. In an instant, he felt as if all the strength in his body was drained, his limbs became extremely heavy, and even his ability to summon yellow sand became a little dull. Jinbei seized this opportunity, gathered seawater shockwaves with both hands, and pushed hard towards Crocodile. With a loud bang, the shockwave hit Crocodile solidly. He groaned and flew backwards, falling heavily on the deck. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. Great, I win. Jinbei excitedly waved his fist and even couldn't help jumping up. Then he turned to look at Shiro, his eyes full of gratitude. If it weren't for Shiro's reminder, he would never have thought of using seawater to restrain the opponent. Xiao Ba, who was watching the battle from the side, was so excited that he danced with joy, waving his 8 tentacles in the air and cheering non-stop. Brother Jinbei won. Brother Jinbei won. That's awesome. The sound was so loud that it almost drowned out all the other noises on the deck. Hiro's figure flashed in front of Crocodile almost at the moment he staggered to his feet. Without the slightest hesitation, the softly glowing flesh ball fruit power in his palm was instantly activated, and pale white energy ripples slowly seeped into Crocodile's body covered in dust and wounds along his palm. The wounds torn by the erosion of seawater during the naval battle healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the healing power of the meatball fruit. Even his skin, which was slightly shriveled due to dehydration, gradually regained its former firmness. After the last wound completely disappeared, Shi Luo withdrew his hand and looked at the sand crocodile in front of him who had roamed the desert, with just the right amount of comfort in his tone. Crocodile, there's no need to be depressed. Jinbei was able to win because it took advantage of the maritime environment. This is his home ground of fishman karate. The water flow can maximize his strength, but you are most afraid of water. If this were a desert filled with yellow sand, with your sand fruit's absolute control over the environment, you would definitely be the winner. Crocodile's fingers hanging at his side moved slightly, and a barely perceptible flicker of astonishment flashed across his sandy yellow pupils before he slowly sank into deep thought. He recalled the feeling of powerlessness and suppression during the naval battle, when the seawater soaked through his clothes. He also recalled his overwhelming posture in the Alabasta Desert when he stirred up a sandstorm with a flip of his hand. His tense shoulders gradually relaxed. After a moment, his signature, arrogant smile reappeared, and his voice regained its usual calmness. You're right. Experts of our level are inherently on par with one another in terms of strength, and external circumstances often play a decisive role. Hiro nodded when he heard this, and suddenly tapped his palm with his fingertips. As if he suddenly remembered something important, his expression became serious. By the way, Crocodile, I heard that you fought Bullet to a draw. Was the place where you fought in the desert? It's in the desert. Crocodile raised his eyebrows, with a hint of obvious surprise in his eyes, as if he didn't expect that such a thing would reach Hiro's ears. Bullet is a monster. His strength, speed, and hockey are all ridiculous. If we weren't in the desert and I could use the power of the entire desert to unleash my sand fruit ability, there's no way I could fight him to a draw. That's right. Hiro suddenly hit his left palm with his right fist, making a crisp sound, and the doubts that had been bothering him were finally completely resolved. He had always thought that Bullet's strength should be far superior to Crocodile's, but now he understood that it was the desert environment that allowed Crocodile to unleash the power of the sand fruit to its ultimate level, which allowed him to barely fight Bullet to a draw. The defeated Crocodile was obviously still holding back his anger, with nowhere to vent his frustration. He immediately turned his attention to Moria, who had a bye, and took the initiative to challenge him. Moria originally huddled against the side of the ship, wanting only to be a spectator. He repeatedly waved his hands, saying he didn't want to fight, but he couldn't resist Hiro's smiling encouragement. What are you afraid of? It won't hurt to fight him a few times, and it won't be shameful to lose. Moria could not resist the captain's instigation and had to accept the challenge reluctantly. In terms of hard power, Moria is actually not much worse than Crocodile. If the power of the shadow fruit is used well, it can also create a considerable threat. But the problem was that Crocodile, who had just been defeated, was still full of fighting spirit, and every attack was fast and fierce, without any hesitation. On the other hand, Moria didn't want to fight at all, and was always hesitant when attacking. Sometimes he was worried that his shadow would be broken up, and sometimes he was afraid of being hurt by Crocodile's sand blade. His mentality became more and more confused, and he soon fell into a passive position. The battle was almost one-sided. Before he could even make it 100 rounds, Moria was hit in the abdomen by Crocodile's sand blade. He staggered and fell to the deck, grimacing in pain. Crocodile looked down at him with a mocking smile on his face. It seems that the recently rising fame of Moonlight Moria is nothing more than this. Chapter 94. Xiao Ba's 9-sword style hero stood aside, looking at Moria's helpless appearance, and he didn't even have the interest to go forward to treat him. He simply leaned on the boat's pole with his arms folded, letting him lie on the deck and fend for himself. Moria covered her burning abdomen and looked up at Hiro. Her face was filled with pain and grievance, and her voice was filled with tears. "Captain, I think I can still be saved. Can you use the meatball fruit to heal me?" "Roll." Hiro rolled his eyes rudely, his tone full of disgust. "It's just a minor injury. You'll be fine after a while. Don't keep asking me to treat it. I'm not your personal doctor." After saying that, he looked away and looked at the other side of the deck. The duel between Yi Xiao and Hawkeye is still going on. They have fought for more than 500 rounds. The flashes of swords and shadows of sabers are intertwined in the air. Every collision makes a sharp metallic roar. Several deep marks have already been cut on the deck, but the two are still inseparable. As the fight went on, Yi Xiao's hand holding the cane and knife sank slightly, and Hawkeye's black knife also emitted a cold light. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the two were about to unleash their ultimate moves. Seeing this, Hiro quickly stepped forward and shouted to the two to stop. Hey, watch out, both of you. We're on a boat. If you unleash that powerful energy slash, the boat planks will be split in half, and then we'll all fall into the sea to feed the fish." Yi Xiao and Hawkeye paused, looked at each other, then slowly retracted their moves and stopped the fight. With the intervention of Captain Hiro, the crew members who were originally fighting each other stopped, and the melee on the deck finally came to an end. Xiao Ba watched from the side with shining eyes, waving his 8 tentacles excitedly, his face full of eagerness, obviously wanting to join the battle. But everyone knows that Xiao Ba's fighting ability is limited. He was always knocked down quickly when fighting with others before. No one was willing to fight him, for fear of accidentally hurting him. This made Xiao Ba extremely depressed. He sat in the corner with his tentacles drooping, secretly clenching his fists and swearing, "I must become stronger, and one day everyone will recognize my strength." From then on, Xiao Ba got up before dawn every day to practice swordsmanship. He held 8 swords on 8 tentacles respectively and waved them while standing on the deck. The sword lights flickered in the morning light and he danced with great skill and power. In addition to swordsmanship, he also pays special attention to physical training, and runs to the storage cabin to lift weights from time to time. He used all the large pieces of gold on the ship, which were originally used as wealth reserves, as exercise props. He would do squats and bench presses every day while holding the gold pieces, and he would not stop even when he was sweating profusely. Perhaps it was this persistence that touched fate. After some hard training, Xiao Ba unexpectedly awakened armament hockey. When his tentacles were covered with a layer of pitch black hockey and he steadily caught a practice sword thrown by Hawkeye, even he was stunned, and then jumped up on the deck excitedly. Seeing Xiao Ba being so motivated, Hiro was very pleased and felt that he should give him some good guidance. He looked at the way Hachi held the sword with his 8 tentacles, and suddenly remembered Zoro's 9-sword style in the original work. 9-sword style Ashura Ichigiri Jin, 9-sword style Ashura Shuduan, 9-sword style Ashura Xuanwei, and 9-sword style Ashura drawing the sword the play of the dead. If Xiao Ba could learn these moves, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. But after hearing this suggestion, Xiao Ba became entangled, and his 8 tentacles drooped down. "Captain, I only have 8 tentacles, so I can only hold 8 swords at most. I can't use the 9-sword style." Shiro looked at his distressed expression, and suddenly an idea came to him. He pointed at Xiao Ba's mouth. "Silly, can't you just put the 9th sword in your mouth? That way, you'll have 9 swords, and you can practice the 9-sword style?" Xiao Ba was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and patted his head. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" After saying that, he immediately found the 9th sword, carefully put it into his mouthpiece, and began to try to control the direction of the sword with his mouth. The crew members around frowned when they saw this scene. Xiao Ba was seen holding a sword in his mouth, and each of his 8 tentacles held a sword. He looked quite funny, even a little vulgar, and some people couldn't help laughing out loud. "Xiao Ba, your look is too weird." But Xiao Ba doesn't care about other people's opinions at all, and insists on practicing controlling his swordsmanship with his mouth every day. At the beginning, he could never hold the sword steady. The sword would fall off if he moved it a little. His mouth was also rubbed sore by the hilt, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a while, he was finally able to skillfully use his mouth tube to control the rise and fall, slashing of the sword, and even coordinate with the sword on the tentacles to perform simple combos. Afterwards, Xiao Ba began to practice the 9-sword style according to the details of the moves described by Hiro. Although he does not have Zoro's talent of summoning ghost energy, he cannot perform the Ashura form with the aura of the underworld like Zoro. But with the awakened armament hockey, he covered the 9 swords with hockey, and each slash was powerful and could exert considerable power. After a while, Xiao Ba was able to fully perform the 4 moves of the 9-sword style. When his 8 tentacles and the sword in his mouth were swung out at the same time, and 9 sword lights wrapped in black hockey intertwined into a sword net, even Hawkeye and Yi Xiao, who had been watching coldly, showed surprise. From then on, the two of them no longer looked down on Xiao Ba. Instead, they would take the initiative to find him to practice sword from time to time and patiently teach him sword skills. Under the guidance of the 2 top swordsmen, Xiao Ba's strength improved faster and faster, and he gradually became an indispensable combat force on the ship. The sales of the Defu fluttered in the unpredictable sea breeze in the second half of the Grand Line. The hull split the waves with dark purple Uzumaki and moved steadily towards this area with countless powerful people. During this voyage, sporadic groups of pirates appeared from time to time. Those pirates who were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and whose mouths were full of foul language were taught a lesson with fists and feet by the crew members of the Defu, who believed in conquering others with virtue, before they could even draw their weapons. Every education left the troublemakers with bruised faces and crying for their parents, and in the end they could only flee in embarrassment with their heads in their hands, and never dared to provoke the reputation of the Defu in this sea area again. One day, a solitary ship suddenly appeared at the end of the horizon, instantly attracting the attention of everyone on the Defu. Xiao Ba lay on the top of the mast, put his hands on the awning to observe carefully, and reported loudly to the deck. "Captain, that ship isn't flying the pirate's flag, and it's large. It looks like a cargo ship." Chapter 95 Don Quixote family's cargo ship. Hearing the sound, Hiro walked to the side of the ship, holding a telescope and looking at the approaching freighter, his brows slightly raised. In this sea area threatened by the Defu, are there still ships that dare not hide or avoid it? Sure enough, when the people on the freighter saw the highly recognizable pirate's flag on the mast of the Defu, the entire ship was still sailing steadily in the original direction, without any signs of slowing down or turning. This unusual behavior caused the crew of the Defu to explode. Jinbei touched his chin and asked in confusion. "Strange. We've taught so many pirate groups a lesson lately. Every time a ship in the nearby waters sees our flag, they all turn around and run. Why is this freighter acting so abnormally?" The crew members also started talking, their eyes full of surprise. Even Hawkeye, who was usually the calmest, couldn't help but tighten his grip on the hilt of Black Knife Knight. Shi Luo put down the telescope, his eyes became sharp, and he shouted an order to Jinbei. "Come closer, I want to see who on this ship is so bold." The crew of the Defu immediately took action, adjusting the sails and turning the rudder. The huge ship was like a nimble beast, quickly approaching the freighter. Not long after, the two ships were docked face to face on the sea, with only a few meters of seawater separating the sides of the ships, and the movements of both sides could be seen clearly. A tall man stood at the bow of the freighter, a black fur-brimmed hat tilted on his head, a bright red windbreaker swaying in the sea breeze, two dark brown wrinkles on his face extending from the corners of his eyes to his jaw, revealing a bit of rebelliousness and arrogance. He glanced down at the people on the Defu, with a condescending look on his face, and spoke in an arrogant tone. "Listen up, everyone on the other side. We're from the Don Quixote family. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't mess with us, otherwise." "How about this?" Before he could finish his words, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him out of nowhere. It was Hiro, who used the power of the meat glob fruit to teleport to the freighter. Shiro's eyes were cold. Without waiting for the other party to react, he reached out and grabbed the man's collar. With force of his arm, he threw him directly onto the deck of the Defu, like throwing away garbage. Bang! The man fell heavily to the deck, grimacing in pain. The strong men on the Defu could no longer hold back and surrounded him, punching and kicking him in turn, muttering, "You're so arrogant. You don't know the rules of conquering others with virtue, right? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson." The dull sound of beating, accompanied by the man's screams, soon spread throughout the entire sea area. Before long, the man was beaten black and blue, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His body curled up on the deck, his breathing becoming weaker and weaker, and he was on the verge of death. Seeing this, Sheila hurried forward and persuaded helplessly. Hey, that's enough. If you keep fighting, you're going to kill someone. How are we going to get any more information?" As he spoke, he kept an eye on the man, fearing that someone might have died. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped what they were doing and stepped aside, not forgetting to glare at the man on the ground. Hiro squatted down, reached out and patted the man's face, and said in a calm tone, "Hey, wake up, Diamante." That's right, the man who was beaten horribly was Diamante, Doflamingo's capable cadre. He felt severe pain all over his body and his head felt dizzy and heavy, as if it were filled with lead. Hearing Hiro's voice, he barely opened his eyes. When he saw Hiro's face clearly, his body instantly tensed up. He instinctively protected his head with his arms, muttering non-stop, don't hit me, our young master won't let you go, he will definitely avenge me." Looking at his panicked expression, Hiro helplessly put his right hand on his forehead, sighed and said, "I won't hit you. Just talk properly and don't cry like a baby." Diamante then slowly lowered his arms, fear still in his eyes. He raised his head tremblingly, trying to regain some of the dignity of a Don Quixote family cadre, and said in a hoarse voice, You know how powerful our Don Quixote family is in North Blue? We control the entire North Blue underground market. If you offend us, you won't be able to leave this sea area." Hiro frowned, and seeing Diamante's unclear look on his face about the situation, he couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. This guy probably doesn't know who he is facing. He sighed helplessly, his tone full of undisguised disdain. "I'm not interested in knowing how powerful your family is. I just want to ask you, what's in your freighter?" When Diamante heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became sharp. His voice was not loud, but full of threat. "It's okay to tell you. The weapons on this ship are destined for Wano Kuni for Lord Kaido. Not only have you offended our Don Quixote family today, you've also cut off Lord Kaido's supply. Expect to be hunted down by these two major forces. I see. Hiro nodded as if suddenly realizing something. His eyes fell on the cargo door of the freighter, and he thought to himself. I didn't expect that the cooperation between Don Quixote family and Kaido has been going on so early. It seems that it was not in vain to stop this ship this time. Seeing Hiro's silence, Diamante thought he was scared and immediately gained confidence. He struggled to get up from the deck, straightened his back, and with a ferocious smile on his face, he taunted loudly. What? Are you scared? Kneel down and apologize now, then cut off one of your arms. Maybe I can even plead for you in front of the young master and spare your lives, ha 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 ha. Seeing him still unrepentant even when facing death, Hiro was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He turned around and waved to the crew behind him, saying in a cold tone. Everyone, it seems that education just now wasn't thorough enough. Let's continue, conquering others with virtue. The crew members could no longer hold back, and upon hearing Hiro's order, they immediately surrounded Diamante again, their fists raining down on him. This time, everyone showed no mercy and used all their strength in every punch, determined to make him face the reality. Diamante's screams became weaker and weaker, and the initial curses turned into painful groans. Not long after, his eyes rolled back and he fainted completely. After an unknown amount of time, Diamante slowly woke up from a turbulent period. He opened his eyes drowsily and found himself back on the deck of the freighter. And Shiro was standing beside him, looking at him with cold eyes. Chapter 96 Don Quixote family in North Blue. You, what are you doing? Diamante was so scared that he immediately hugged his head and curled up into a ball, fearing that he would be beaten again. Hiro looked at his frightened appearance and spoke with unquestionable majesty. Diamante, stop talking nonsense. Stand up right now and order the helmsman to turn around and return to North Blue, to your Don Quixote family's lair. You want to go find our young master? Diamante cautiously poked his head out, his eyes full of confusion. He really couldn't understand why Hiro dared to come to them when he knew the power of the Don Quixote family. That's right. Hiro took a step forward, stretched out his hand to grab Diamante's jaw, and forced him to look up at him, with a naked threat in his tone. You don't need to know the reason, just do what I say. If you dare to play tricks, you know the consequences. Diamante trembled at the coldness in Hiro's eyes and nodded quickly. Yes, I'll give the order right now. I'll make them turn around right now. He struggled to get up from the deck and staggered towards the cab, taking every step carefully for fear of angering Hiro. Hiro stood at the bow of the freighter, looking at Diamante's obedient back, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the pirate's philosophy of winning people over with virtue is the right one. Some people refuse to accept a toast and won't be punished unless they're severely disciplined. They have no idea what the rules are. In the next few days, the Defu followed the freighter, crossing the complex waters of the Grand Line and sailing towards North Blue. Finally, one morning a few days later, a familiar island appeared on the sea level. It is the headquarters of the Don Quixote family. The freighter slowly entered the port, and the Defu followed closely behind and stopped on the other side of the port. The crew members on the ship gripped their weapons tightly, staring sharply at the building of the Don Quixote family headquarters in the distance. Doflamingo leaned against the side of the flagship, his fingers casually entwined with the corner of his signature pink feather coat, his eyes fixed on the distant sea level. Their own cargo ship, which was supposed to be fully loaded with arms and heading towards Wano-Kuni, was now zigzagging towards the port, its sails badly damaged and several obvious impact marks remaining on the hull. From a distance, it looked like a defeated dog that had fled back in a panic. Tisk, that's really interesting. Doflamingo snorted softly, his pupils shrinking slightly behind his sunglasses, and his originally lazy expression instantly became sharp. He had already sensed through the string fruit that there was a strange aura on the freighter that did not belong to his crew. Torrible, you saw it too, didn't you? There's something wrong with the aura of that ship. Torrible, wrapped in a sticky cloak, was playing with his cane while sniffling. Upon hearing this, he immediately stopped being cynical and moved closer to Doflamingo, lowering his voice. Dover, that's really strange. Diamante is always so cautious, so why would he turn the ship back halfway? Did he run into a marine? Marine has no business letting my men return in such a mess. Doflamingo strides forward with her long legs, her pink coat drawing a bold arc in the sea breeze. Let's go and see who dares to tamper with my territory. As soon as the two men stepped onto the deck of the freighter, they saw Diamante slumped on the ground. The fencing coat that he was usually proud of was covered in dust, and there was still a look of fear on his face. Even the hand holding the sword was shaking. Hearing the footsteps, Diamante looked up suddenly. The moment he saw Doflamingo, it was like he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable fear. Young master. This person hijacked our ship and forced me to come back. He raised a trembling finger and pointed at Hiro, who was standing in the middle of the deck. Doflamingo looked in the direction Diamante pointed, and when his gaze fell on Hiro, even through the toad-shaped glasses, he could feel the shock in his eyes. The golden hair, the powerful aura emanating from his body, and the rebellious temperament between his eyebrows all perfectly matched the legendary figure. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his body unconsciously took half a step back. The power of the string fruit subconsciously gathered in his palm, but was forcibly suppressed by him. You are the former member of the Roger Pirate's crew, Tyrant, Jimmel Hiro. Doflamingo's voice was more serious than usual. He stared at Hiro, trying to find a flaw on his face, but the oppressive feeling around Hiro became stronger and stronger, causing the veins on his forehead to throb faintly. Hiro leaned against the mast with his hands in his pockets. When he heard Doflamingo's words, a playful smile appeared on his lips. He glanced at Diamante, who was lying on the ground, and his tone was full of undisguised contempt. Well, not bad, you actually know me. You're more knowledgeable than your stupid subordinate. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to have penetrating power. Every word fell clearly into the ears of everyone present, making Diamante's face flush red, but he did not dare to refute it at all. Why did you hijack our ship? And why are you here? Doflamingo forced himself to calm down, his body tense, and he stared at Hiro warily, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack. He could feel that Hiro's strength was far superior to his own, and if he was not careful, the entire family might be in crisis. Seeing this, Hiro slowly stood up and spread his hands, his posture as relaxed as if he was just chatting, signaling Doflamingo not to be too nervous. Don't be nervous, Doflamingo. I'm not here to embarrass you today. I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Doflamingo frowned suddenly, his eyes full of surprise, and he asked in a low voice, his tone full of suspicion. In his opinion, with Hiro's identity and strength, there is no need for him to cooperate with his force that is still struggling in the underground world. There must be something fishy here. Yes, cooperation. Hiro nodded, took 2 steps forward, his eyes fell on Doflamingo, and said clearly. I know you're active in the underground world, accumulating wealth through arms trafficking and continuously expanding your power. The cooperation terms I propose are very simple. I will support you in dominating the underground world, help you take over most of the underground business, and make you the real underground king. In return, you will become a subsidiary of me, Jimil Hiro, and give me half of your profits every year. How about that? What? Doflamingo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously looked at Torpal beside him. The two looked at each other, and saw shock in each other's eyes. Half the profit? That's a whopping amount. Chapter 97 The Godfather. Torpal didn't care about the dust on the deck that was sticky on his cloak. He quickly leaned over to Doflamingo's ear and whispered in a low voice. Dover, in my opinion, we don't need to submit to any force. You are the man who has awakened Conqueror's Haki. You will definitely become the king of pirates in the future. How can you be inferior to others? He's just relying on the fact that he's a former member of the Roger Pirates group. We don't need to be afraid of him. Doflamingo heard this and unconsciously rubbed his chin with his fingers, falling into deep hesitation. Torpal's words really touched his heart. He had never thought of submitting to anyone, but Hiro's strength forced him to be cautious. The identity of a former Roger Pirates crew member is not just talk. However, every word of their whisper was captured clearly by Hiro's observation Haki. A barely perceptible smile crossed the corners of Hiro's mouth, and the playfulness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a powerful pressure. The next second, he released Conqueror's Haki without hesitation. In an instant, a Haki with red and black lightning swept towards Doflamingo and Torpal like a tsunami. The wooden boards on the deck creaked under the pressure, and the seabirds on the distant sea fled in panic. Torpal only felt a huge force coming towards him, and his body took several steps back uncontrollably. He hit the side of the ship heavily before he could stabilize his body. His face turned pale and even breathing became difficult. Seeing this, Doflamingo's eyes became stern, and without hesitation, he released his Conqueror's Haki with all his strength. 2 Hakis, each carrying black and red lightning, collided violently in the center of the deck. The air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp roar. The surrounding crew members were frightened by the pressure and collapsed to the ground, not even having the courage to look up. After just half a minute, Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki was clearly at a disadvantage. Hiro's Haki was not only more powerful, but also carried a sharpness that had been experienced in countless battlefields. Like a sharp knife, it continuously compressed the range of Doflamingo's Haki. Doflamingo felt a dull pain in his chest, and a trace of bloodline gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. The frog-shaped glasses on his face also cracked under the impact of the 2 Haki, and finally shattered with a click, revealing his eyes full of unwillingness and unwillingness to admit defeat. Seeing this, Hiro's eyes remained unchanged as he increased the intensity of Conqueror's Haki. This time, Doflamingo could no longer hold on. Haki was completely suppressed, and fine bloodstains appeared on his skin. Blood continued to seep out of the wounds. Finally, with a thump, he fell heavily to his knees on the deck, and had to support himself with his hands on the ground to barely stay awake. Hiro then slowly retracted Haki, and the pressure on the deck dissipated instantly, leaving only a strong smell of blood. Doflamingo was breathing heavily and comfortably, sweat mixed with blood flowing down his face, and his vision was beginning to blur. What do you mean, Dover? Do you agree to my terms of cooperation? Hiro walked up to Doflamingo and looked down at him, with a hint of amusement in his tone, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife, as if he would take action immediately if Doflamingo said, no. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, staring at Hiro's shoes. After struggling for a long time, he finally squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. I promise you. He knew that he was no match for Hiro at the moment, and resistance would only lead to disaster. Surrender might give him a chance to turn the tables. That's right, Dover, you made the right choice. Hiro showed a satisfied smile on his face, took a step forward, stretched out his hand to help Doflamingo up, then raised his right hand. A white ball of flesh appeared in the palm of his hand, and gently patted Doflamingo's body. In an instant, a warm power surged into Doflamingo's body. The severe pain all over his body disappeared instantly, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the bloodline on his face disappeared. Doflamingo's eyes widened as he looked down at his intact hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the power of the meatball fruit? It could heal serious injuries so easily. Before that, you have to promise me one thing. Hiro suddenly remembered something, retracted his hand, his eyes became serious, and emphasized to Doflamingo. What is it? Doflamingo recovered from his shock, raised his head, looked at Hiro with complicated eyes, and asked. He knew that Hiro would not let him go so easily, and there must be other conditions. After this, your weapons sales with Kaido must cease. You can no longer sell weapons to him. Hiro stared into Doflamingo's eyes, his tone filled with unquestionable certainty, leaving no room for negotiation. But, Kaido. Doflamingo's body suddenly stiffened, fear instantly appeared in his eyes, and his speech became stammering. He had heard about Kaido's terror a long time ago. He was a monster with a body of iron and steel. Once the arms sales stopped, Kaido's wrath would be something he could not bear. No buts, Dover, I'll take care of Kaido. Hiro interrupted Doflamingo, a confident smile appeared on his lips, and he said in a relaxed tone. If Kaido ever comes to bother you, all you have to do is call my Den Den Mushi. You know, my meatball fruit ability allows me to teleport. No matter where you are in the world, I can get there immediately. Hearing this, Doflamingo's eyes kept rolling around, and he was calculating quickly in his mind. Since Hiro dared to say such words, he must have the confidence to deal with Kaido, and the teleportation ability of the globule-shaped fruit is indeed frightening. If he has Hiro's support, he can not only dominate the underground world, but also get rid of Kaido's control. This seems to be a sure win deal. After a moment, Doflamingo raised his signature smile and laughed his unique laugh. Hey. This is really interesting, Godfather. From now on, I, Doflamingo, will follow your lead. What did you call me? Shiro was stunned for a moment, thinking he had misheard, and asked with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. He didn't expect Doflamingo to suddenly change his address. The Godfather. Doflamingo smiled respectfully, lowered his head slightly, and explained sincerely. In the underworld, anyone who is supreme and can control the fate of others will be respected as the Godfather. Since you are willing to help me dominate the underworld and give me this opportunity, I should naturally call you Godfather, which is the honorific you deserve. Chapter 98 Doflamingo, the Emperor of the Underworld. Hiss. Shi Luo took a deep breath, and the image of Lu Biyu from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that he had read in his previous life flashed in his mind. The joke, Fang Tian Hua Ji, I stabbed my adoptive father with it, now carries a chilling chill. It made him understand the ambitions and risks hidden behind Doflamingo's title of Godfather. After a moment, he slowly relaxed his tense shoulders, his eyes showing a certain scrutiny and determination. When he spoke, his voice was steady and powerful. In that case, I accept the title of Godfather. Dover, from now on, it's up to you to take good care of the complex connections in this underground world. Don't let me down. Yes, Godfather. Doflamingo's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He bowed slightly, placed his left hand on his chest, and performed a standard yet somewhat ostentatious etiquette. His eyes behind his sunglasses flashed with a desire for power. The gesture was respectful yet concealed a hint of impatient ambition. Looking at him like this, Shiro nodded with satisfaction, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the sword at his waist, and he had already planned the subsequent layout in his mind. Then he took the lead and walked towards the Defu, docked at the port with Doflamingo. Lola introduced the crew members around him, from the strong fighters to the experienced helmsman, and then to the ship's cook, to Doflamingo one by one. Every time I introduce someone, I specifically point out their areas of expertise and level of strength. When Doflamingo heard Hiro say that besides the captain himself, there were 5 other people on the Defu, who were as strong as himself, the smile on his face froze instantly. He subconsciously looked at the crew members, only to see them leaning against the side of the ship, wiping their weapons, or closing their eyes to rest, yet emitting a vague sense of oppression. Only then did he realize it belatedly. What he was holding this time was not just an ordinary thigh, but a giant leg that was strong enough to shake the world. For the next half-month, the German pirates team stayed in North Blue temporarily. Hiro made full use of the ability of the meatball fruit, and every move was crisp and clear. With a light flick, he would blow away the so-called kings of the underground world, and then imprison them with the power of his fruit, forcing them to sign a surrender agreement and submit to Doflamingo. Those who once called the shots in the underground world could only surrender in the face of the absolute disparity in strength, and watched Doflamingo's sphere of influence expand at an alarming rate. Half a month later, a grand coronation ceremony was held on a hidden island in North Blue. Doflamingo, dressed in a gorgeous feather coat, was officially crowned as the Emperor of the Underworld surrounded by the crowd. The news spread quickly throughout the world. Morgans, the news king of the underground world, smelled the scent of big news and immediately printed the headline in bold on the front page of the World Economic News. The young Emperor of the Underworld, Doflamingo. The newspaper also included a photo of Doflamingo standing on the throne with a defiant look on his face. As soon as this news came out, it caused an uproar on the sea, and the top forces from all sides turned their attention to this underground emperor, who suddenly appeared. In the waters near the Sphinx Island of New World, the massive ship, Moby Dick, is docked steadily at the harbor, with the Whitebeard Pirates logo on the side of the ship looking particularly majestic in the setting sun. Marco held a newspaper in his hand, and the phoenix wings behind him still had a faint warmth from the flames. He quickly ran to the deck and shouted to Whitebeard, who was sitting on a huge barrel and drinking wine. "Dad, look, the underworld has completely changed. There's a kid named Doflamingo who has defeated all the kings of the underworld and is now crowned the Emperor of the Underworld." Whitebeard took the newspaper slowly, pinching the edge of the newspaper with his rough fingers, casually glanced at the headlines and photos, then threw the newspaper aside carelessly, picked up the wine jug and took another big gulp. He slowly turned around, looked at Marco with a sharp gaze, and spoke with unquestionable authority. "Remember, the Whitebeard Pirates' goal has never been petty gains in the underworld. As long as this guy knows what's good for him and doesn't mess with our people or our territory, there's no need to waste your energy on him." Marco nodded solemnly, took his father's words to heart, and turned to arrange the subsequent vigilance work. At the same time, a sweet aroma filled the air on Cake Island. Inside the huge castle, Auntie Charlotte Linlin was sitting on the throne, with several bowls of sweet soup on the table in front of her. Katakuri stood below, his posture as straight as a pine tree, reporting the news that Doflamingo had become the underground emperor. The Auntie picked up a large bowl of strawberry sweet soup, drank it all in one gulp, and threw the empty bowl on the ground. The sound of the bowl breaking echoed in the hall. She frowned, the fat on her face trembling slightly, and said to Katakuri in a deep voice, "Go arrange for someone to contact this kid named Doflamingo. Our business in the underground world cannot be affected. As long as he cooperates and doesn't hinder our financial path, we can keep him for the time being. If he dares to get in the way." As the Auntie spoke, she suddenly raised her hand and made a neat, beheading gesture, with a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Katakuri immediately bowed his head and accepted the order. He turned around and walked out of the room quickly. He took out his Den Mushi and began to contact various business partners to ensure that the interests of Cake Island would not be affected. Wanokuni, Onagashima's main hall was filled with the smell of alcohol and anger. When Kaido saw the news in the newspaper, his face turned red, and he suddenly grabbed the barrel full of liquor next to him and threw it to the ground. The wine barrel shattered, wine splashed everywhere, and a large area of the wooden floor was soaked. He roared, "Damn it! That be asterisk 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 D Doflamingo. How dare he suddenly stop the arms trade with us? Does he think he's such a lousy emperor that he has the guts to go against me, Kaido? He's so bold." Yan Zai-jin, who was standing by, flapped his black wings behind him, took a step forward, and asked in a low voice, "Boss Kaido, what should we do now? Our plan to completely capture Wanokuni relies entirely on the specialized weapons provided by Doflamingo. If we run out of supply, the subsequent battle plan will be greatly affected." Kaido took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and his eyes gradually became gloomy. "Send someone to investigate first. That guy used to be timid in front of me and doesn't have such great abilities. He must have someone backing him up." He walked to the window, looking at the turbulent sea outside Onigashima, and began to calmly analyze this sudden change. His mind quickly checked the forces that might support Doflamingo. Chapter 99 Hawkeye visits Teacher Guy. On an unknown island in the New World, the vegetation is lush and the air is filled with the smell of metal and gunpowder. Golden Lion Shiki was standing in a massive shipyard, watching the craftsmen busily crafting parts for a flying battleship. He held the fundraising account in his hand, his eyes gleaming with his obsession with rebuilding the Flying Invincible Armada. When he saw the news in the newspaper about Doflamingo becoming the underground emperor, he suddenly clenched the newspaper tightly, wrinkling the paper with his fingertips, and a cold murderous look appeared on his face. This ignorant brat actually dared to monopolize the underground world's weapons trade and block Golden Lion's financial path. I guess I have to personally teach him a lesson and show him who is the overlord of the new world. The atmosphere in the conference room of the World Government Building was solemn. The 5 elders sat behind the long table, with the newspaper containing Doflamingo news spread out in front of them. They all had expressions of disbelief and surprise on their faces. Because this new young emperor of the underground world is actually the rebellious son who killed his father many years ago and attempted to restore his identity as celestial dragons. I never thought that the kid who only knew how to attract attention with brutal means and whose abilities were pitifully mediocre back then would be able to achieve this. Saturn Satan spoke slowly, his tone full of doubt and scrutiny. After intense deliberation, the 5 elders finally reached a consensus. On the one hand, the bounty on Doflamingo was greatly increased, and finally set at 1.56 billion berry, in order to show the world government's attention and vigilance towards him. On the other hand, they also thought about recruiting. After all, Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon and has some understanding of the operation of the world government. If he can be won over, he may become a pawn to check and balance other forces. As for the German pirates, after helping Doflamingo successfully secure his position as the underground emperor and officially incorporating him as a subordinate force, they packed up their bags, left North Blue, and continued sailing on the sea. In fact, this trip to North Blue, in addition to supporting Doflamingo, also brought an unexpected surprise. After witnessing the thrilling Conqueror's hockey showdown between Hiro and Doflamingo, Mihawk's long accumulated bottleneck was suddenly broken, and he successfully awakened Conqueror's hockey. When Hiro heard the news, he patted Hawkeye on the shoulder with joy and taught him all his tricks of controlling Conqueror's haki without reservation. From how to compress haki concentration to how to accurately lock onto the target, every detail is explained in great detail. After Hawkeye was able to skillfully control Conqueror's haki and was able to use it freely, Hiro taught him the techniques of using Conqueror's entanglement and even demonstrated it several times himself. However, after carefully understanding the usage techniques of Tyrant, Hawkeye practiced hard behind closed doors for a long time, but he was still unable to master this advanced skill. Every time he tried, Conqueror's haki either failed to wrap around the weapon smoothly or fell apart upon contact, never achieving the effect demonstrated by Hiro. This scene made Shi Luo stand aside in embarrassment. He didn't know where to put his hands. He couldn't help muttering to himself. What's going on? I've explained every detail clearly and demonstrated it countless times. Hawkeye is so talented, so why can't he learn it? Am I going to be like Rayleigh, a mediocre teacher who can only use it himself but can't teach others? Helplessly, Hiro temporarily suppressed his frustration and patted Hawkeye on the shoulder. Don't worry, maybe we need to find an environment more suitable for practicing tyranny, and find someone who's good at it to teach you. Come on, I'll take you to Wano Kuni. After saying that, he used the power of the meat glob fruit to send himself and Hawkeye flying to Wano Kuni. When the two figures cut through the miasma surrounding Wano Kuni Ghost Island, Hiro did not hesitate at all. He turned to Hawkeye who was wiping the black knife behind him and said in a deep voice. Mahawk, Kaido is on the island. This is the perfect opportunity for you to hone your swordsmanship. Go fight him. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye slowly raised his head, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, and the black knife in his hand shone coldly in the sunlight. He nodded slightly, and his figure shot towards the depths of Onigashima like an arrow. He soon confronted Kaido, who had rushed over after hearing the news, in the square in front of the castle. Kaido transformed into a human form, with a strong Conqueror's haki surrounding him, and collided with Hawkeye's sword energy in the air, making a roaring sound. The figures of the two men fighting fiercely kept crossing each other in the square. Every blow of Hawkeye's was sharp enough to cut through everything, while Kaido relied on his strong body and mace to take the blows. The sound of maces colliding with blades and the explosion of haki continued for more than half an hour. As the battle intensified, Kaido's roars shook the surrounding rocks. He suddenly gathered haki all over his body, wrapped his arms with dark red lightning, and performed his signature domineering move, descending the third world and inducing Naraku. A huge amount of energy blasted towards Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye tried his best to block with his sword, he was ultimately unable to fully withstand this powerful force. He was hit hard in the chest, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards. Just when Hawkeye was about to fall heavily to the ground, Hiro's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and his hands gathered the power of the meatball fruit to steadily support Hawkeye's body. His eyes focused, and he quickly injected strength into Hawkeye's body. Then he gently pushed Hawkeye towards the distant Defu, ensuring that it would not be attacked by Kaido again. Back in the cabin of the Defu, Hiro immediately stretched out his palm and placed it on Hawkeye's wound, and the healing power of the meatball fruit continued to flow in. The wounds on Hawkeye's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his complexion gradually regained its rosy complexion. After waking up, Hawkeye sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of black knife yi. His mind kept replaying the feeling of taking Kaido's domineering move, and a hint of inspiration quietly emerged. But he quickly shook his head and whispered to himself. This one contact alone isn't enough. I only vaguely grasped some of the tricks, but I can't really put them into practice. These words happened to be heard by Hiro who walked into the cabin. He walked forward with a smile. I had expected this. After all, you and I are in completely different circumstances. When I was in the Roger Pirates group, I often saw Roger, Rayleigh and Jabba perform the domination techniques. I was influenced by them and naturally mastered them faster. I understood the essence of domination after only fighting Kaido once. But you are different. You have been alone for many years and have rarely seen others use the domination technique. You definitely cannot fully master it after only fighting Kaido once. Hiro paused, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and there was a hint of ridicule in his tone. But it doesn't matter. Once isn't enough, then twice. Chapter 100 Golden Lion comes to North Blue. Sure enough, the next day, Hiro came to Onigashima again with Hawkeye who had recovered as before. This time, Hawkeye took the initiative to attack, trying to further feel the power of Bakken in the battle, but was ultimately defeated by Kaido and was hit by, descending third, in a rage, again. Hiro still took action in time, rescued Hawkeye and brought him back to the German service for treatment. After this incident, Hawkeye's understanding of Bakken deepened a bit, and the light in his eyes became more determined. In this way, Hiro brought Hawkeye to challenge Kaido again and again. From the second time to the third time and the fourth time, Hawkeye tried his best every time. Even though he ended up losing every time, he never gave up. It was not until after the fifth challenge, when Kaido's, descending the third world, inducing Naraku, attacked again, Hawkeye's eyes flashed, and the black knife in his hand was instantly wrapped with a faint haki. He swung his sword fiercely and actually managed to block Kaido's move. The domineering power began to take shape in his hands. Hiro stood aside, watching this scene, and couldn't help but shouting to Kaido. Thanks to Mr. Guy's meticulous teaching, my crew successfully mastered the Ba-chan technique. When Kaido heard this, he was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead and he almost vomited blood. He never imagined that he would become someone else's sparring partner. Since then, Hawkeye, who has mastered the power of dominance, has made great progress in strength, and his swordsmanship has reached a new level. His strength is now very close to the level of a general emperor, and he is one step closer to the goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. A few days later, the Defu was still sailing on the vast ocean, the sea breeze blew across the deck, the crew members were doing their duties, and Hawkeye was practicing sword in the open space at the stern. The sword energy of Black Blade Yi split the waves, leaving traces. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi on Hiro's waist suddenly rang. He picked up the Den Den Mushi and saw that Doflamingo's face was displayed on the screen. Hiro's heart tightened, and his first reaction was that Kaido was angry about the previous incident and ran to North Blue to cause trouble for Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo was Kaido's partner, so it was reasonable for Kaido to vent his anger on him. However, the news coming from the other end of the phone was not that Kaido was causing trouble. Doflamingo's voice was filled with obvious helplessness and anxiety as he spoke intermittently. Godfather, it's not Kaido. Someone is indeed looking for trouble with me, but this person is Golden Lion Shiki. He said that I was blocking his path to wealth, and now he has come to my Don Quixote family's headquarters. The situation is critical. Hearing this, Shi Luo frowned, his heart filled with doubts. Dover, why did Golden Lion Shiki come to you? Hasn't he always been active in the New World? I don't know either. Doflamingo's voice became more and more urgent. He came indiscriminately and said he wanted to settle a score with me. Now the whole place outside the headquarters is in chaos. I know, come right over. Hiro hung up the Den Den Mushi and immediately gave a few instructions to the crew on the deck, asking them to continue sailing according to the route, while he himself prepared to use teleportation to North Blue. Just as he was about to activate his ability, Hawkeye, who was practicing with his sword, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Hiro, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Captain, are you going to North Blue to fight Golden Lion? Take me with you. He was also a formidable swordsman famous across the sea. I want to fight him. Hiro instantly understood Hawkeye's idea. Golden Lion was once a great pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard, and he was also a powerful swordsman. For Hawkeye, who is determined to become the world's greatest swordsman, he is undoubtedly an extremely attractive opponent. He wanted to prove his strength by defeating Golden Lion. Hiro smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go together. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hands and injected the power of the meatball fruit into himself and Hawkeye respectively. With a flash of white light, the two figures disappeared on the deck, and the next second they appeared above the North Blue Don Quixote family headquarters. At this time in North Blue, there was chaos above the Don Quixote family headquarters. Golden Lion Shiki was suspended in midair, controlling an entire huge island under his feet. Under his control, the rocks and trees on the island fell towards the castle below like rain. Doflamingo, you little brat, what's the point of hiding in the castle? Come out now. Golden Lion's hockey-filled voice echoed over the headquarters, shaking the air around them and sending the servants in the castle below into hiding in fear. Inside the Don Quixote family's castle, a group of cadres gathered in the hall, their faces filled with anxiety, running around like ants on a hot pan. Diamante paced back and forth, sword in hand, and asked Doflamingo in a panic. Young master, the Golden Lion is about to attack. What should we do? Should we go out and fight them? Doflamingo's face was gloomy. After hearing Diamante's words, he kicked him aside impatiently and said angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Golden Lion is a great pirate from the same era as Roger and Whitebeard. His strength is unfathomable. How can we possibly deal with him with just a few of us? Torebel lay on the ground, sniffing his nose and asking incoherently. Dover, when will Lord Hiro arrive? If this continues, the castle will be destroyed by the Golden Lion. Doflamingo looked up outside the castle and saw that the island in the sky was still dropping rubble. His brows knitted tightly into a knot and he said in a deep voice. They should be here soon. Jimel Hiro possesses the flesh ball fruit, which allows him to reach anywhere instantly. He will definitely make it in time. But the Golden Lion had no patience to wait any longer. Seeing that Doflamingo was still unwilling to come out, his anger grew stronger and he shouted. You little brat, how dare you look down on me like this? Today I'll let you taste my power. Before he finished speaking, Golden Lion swung the two swords in his hands, and two brilliant golden sword oars formed instantly, slashing towards the Don Quixote family's castle like a huge crescent moon. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Following a loud shout from the Golden Lion, two sword energies came whistling and slammed heavily into the castle wall. There was a loud boom, and a small part of the castle was chopped into rubble by the sword energy, with smoke and dust filling the air and rubble flying everywhere. Doflamingo looked at the scene before him, his expression becoming increasingly grim. He knew he could no longer sit there and wait for death, so he gritted his teeth and ordered. No, let's go out and hold out for a while until Hiro arrives. After saying that, he rushed out of the castle first, and Pika, Torapal and Diamante immediately followed with expressions of fearlessness on their faces. Virgo followed at the back, his eyes moving rapidly, as if he was thinking about something. Golden Lion laughed uncontrollably when he saw Doflamingo and his group finally come out. Ha 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 ha, you finally came out. If that's the case, then let's die together. Before he finished laughing, he suddenly controlled half of the island in the air and smashed it towards Doflamingo and his group. Chapter 101. New and Old Grudges. The huge island fell with the momentum of destroying the world, and the air around it seemed to be compressed. Doflamingo and the others' expressions suddenly changed, and they could only barely muster their strength to prepare for this fatal blow. That small half of the island flew rapidly, and the rock and soil were constantly twisted and reorganized under the power of Golden Lion Shiki's devil fruit. However, in an instant, the floating sky island completely lost its original form and transformed into a giant lion's head with a diameter of tens of meters. This move is one of the Golden Lion Shiki's secret weapons that has allowed him to dominate the sea for decades. Lion Majesty Katakana middle. Govern place Earth coiling. Seeing this, the 5 people on Doflamingo's side looked even more solemn. The first to attack was Trebol, the user of the sticky fruit. He suddenly sprayed out a large amount of slime that condensed into a thick sticky whip and lashed it fiercely at the lion's head. Diamante transformed his cape into a sharp blade, spinning and cutting the air, leaving silver arcs of light. Pika manipulated the surrounding rocks, condensing several sharp stone spikes, and stabbed the weak points of the lion's head from the side. Virgo then launched a blue slash towards the lion head. Doflamingo himself even used the awakening ability of the string fruit. Countless transparent silk threads rose from the ground and wove into a huge net, trying to bind the entire lion head tightly. The 5 people's special skills intertwined into a dense attack net, and simultaneously hit the huge lion head floating in the air. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded in the air, and the golden energy shock wave spread rapidly, even raising huge waves several meters high on the sea surface in the distance. Doflamingo and his crew relied on their tacit cooperation and managed to block the golden lion's powerful attack. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the energy aftermath of the explosion came rushing in. The scorching shockwave ignored Diamante's blade defense and even tore several holes in Doflamingo's wire net. They didn't even have time to dodge before they were hit hard by the aftermath of the energy. Their bodies flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, blood spurting out of their mouths and their clothes were burned black. Ha 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 ha. You little devils, go to hell. Golden Lion Shiki's wild laughter echoed in the air. He seized this perfect opportunity and dropped from the sky, the 2 swords in his hands simultaneously emitting golden light. 2 golden slashes filled with terrifying sword energy cut through the air and headed straight for Doflamingo. At this point, Doflamingo's men were all severely injured and could not even stand, so no one had time to step forward to stop them. Doflamingo himself had exhausted too much energy in blocking the attack just now, and his arms were still shaking uncontrollably. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 golden sword energies, which were powerful enough to split him in half, approached rapidly. For the first time, despair appeared in the eyes of this man who had just established himself in the underground world and was hailed as the Emperor of the Underground. No, Doflamingo let out an unwilling roar. He could even feel the biting chill brought by the sword energy. At this critical moment, a golden figure appeared in front of Doflamingo. The figure was wearing a black windbreaker embroidered with dark patterns, and his short golden hair shone in the sunlight. It turned out to be Shiro, who had been watching the show on the top of the castle not far away for a long time. Hiro's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his right hand quickly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. With a crisp sound of swish, the tetanus blade was pulled out in an instant. Then he shook his wrist lightly, and a silver-white slash poured out, so fast that it left an afterimage. In an instant, the 2 golden sword energies emitted by the golden lion collided with Hiro's slash in the air. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a slight swish sound. The golden sword energy melted quickly like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, and was eventually completely blasted into nothingness, without even a trace of energy fluctuation left. Godfather. Doflamingo slowly raised his head and looked at the tall figure standing in front of him. The despair that had filled his eyes quickly disappeared, replaced by unconcealable joy and excitement, even his voice was choked. I'm sorry, Dover. Hiro turned around, reached out to help Doflamingo, who was still sitting on the ground, and started talking nonsense seriously. Just now, Mahawk said he wanted to come and see the fun, and he insisted on coming with me, so we were delayed a bit. Didn't keep you waiting too long. Godfather, I'm glad you can come. Doflamingo shook his head vigorously. He didn't care whether what Hiro said was true or false. As long as this powerful backer appeared, he would have the confidence. He raised his hand and pointed at the golden lion Shiki in midair. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and his voice was filled with a hint of request and expectation. Help me defeat him. How dare this old fellow do this to me? No problem, Dover, just leave this little thing to me. Hiro patted Doflamingo's shoulder and waved to him and his men, who were still struggling to get up, signaling them to step back. Take your brothers and rest over there first. Leave this guy to Mahawk and me. I promise to help you get rid of this anger. Yes, Godfather. Doflamingo responded respectfully, then winked at Torpal, Diamante and others who were already injured around him. Several people supported each other and slowly retreated towards the castle in the distance. Before leaving, they did not forget to glare at the golden lion fiercely. Aren't you the kid from the former Roger Pirates? Golden Lion Shiki was suspended in midair, looking at the sudden appearance of Shiro. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, which was then replaced by anger. His voice rang out like thunder. Why are you here? How dare you interfere with Lousy's good deeds? Sashi ignores Dana, Golden Lion Shiki. The corners of Hiro's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a playful smile, and he greeted him in a relaxed tone, as if he was not facing the legendary pirates, but an ordinary old friend. You want to know why I'm here? I can tell you. Doflamingo is someone I personally raised up. If you touch him, you are slapping me in the face, so you can't touch him. A-hole. You said you won't touch it, so don't touch it. Golden Lion Shiki glared at the tetanus blade in Hiro's hand, and the anger in his eyes grew even stronger. He was once a great pirate as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. When had he ever been provoked like this? I haven't even settled the score with you for stealing my Sakura 10 back then, and now you're meddling in Lousy's business. So, let's settle both old and new grudges today. Chapter 102 Hawkeye challenges Golden Lion. Golden Lion. Hiro slowly put the tetanus blade back into the sheath, his movements unhurried, his tone full of confidence, even with a hint of contempt. Don't think you're still the great pirates who could rival Roger. With your current strength, you're no longer my match. What? How dare you look down on me, Golden Lion Shiki, you little brat. Golden Lion Shiki was completely enraged by Hiro's words. He clenched the dead wood in his hand tightly and released the conqueror's haki without reservation. The air around him seemed to be distorted. You're looking for death. Before he finished speaking, he kicked his feet and rushed towards Xyluo, with golden sword energy constantly condensing on the blade. Wait a minute, Golden Lion. Hiro reached out his hand and calmly stopped him, then pointed to Mihawk, the hawk-eyed man who was leaning against the castle wall with his arms folded and a serious expression on his face. I didn't say I wanted to fight you myself. I found an opponent for you. You fight him first. If you can defeat him, you can fight me later. How about that? Golden Lion Shiki stopped and glanced at Hawkeye in the direction of Hiro's finger. Hawkeye was seen wearing a black windbreaker, a wide-brimmed hat, with a cold expression on his face, and the black knife slung across his back, looking inconspicuous. Golden Lion immediately showed a look of disdain, sneered and said. Just him, an unknown brat. Even if you two come at me together, I, Golden Lion Shiki, won't be afraid. Mihawk, go. Hiro ignored the Golden Lion's ridicule and waved his hand at Hawkeye. When Hawkeye heard this, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled out the sword known as the Black Knight from behind him. The blade was shining with a cold light. Then, he tapped the ground lightly with his feet, jumped out with a few leaps, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Golden Lion Shiki, with the blade of Heidao Yi already pointed at the Golden Lion's throat. Kid, if you want to fight me, come to my floating sky island. The space here is too small for Lousy to display his skills. Golden Lion Shiki snorted coldly. As he spoke, the lion fruit ability in his body was activated again. His body slowly rose and flew towards the huge floating sky island he had brought with him earlier. The island still bore traces of the Lion Majesty governed place earth coiling, with earth and rocks scattered across it, resembling a sleeping giant. Hawkeye Mihawk frowned. Although he was good at swordsmanship, he did not have the ability to fly. He could only look up in the direction of Hiro with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Seeing this, Hiro flashed in front of Hawkeye. Without waiting for Hawkeye to react, he stretched out his right hand and gently slapped Hawkeye on the back, directly slapping Hawkeye towards the floating sky island. At the same time, Hiro also went up to the floating sky island and landed on a rock at the edge of the island, ready to watch the duel between the top swordsmen. Golden Lion Shiki landed in the center of the floating sky island. Looking at the swordsman who suddenly appeared before him, the disdain on his face had not completely disappeared. He decided to test the opponent's strength first. After all, anyone who can be recommended by Hiro should not be too weak. He took a deep breath, and the conqueror's haki in his body surged out. The aura containing the king's pressure swept towards Hawkeye, and the surrounding soil and rocks began to tremble slightly, as if fearing this power. Mihawk, the eagle-eyed man, saw this but his expression remained calm. He slowly raised his head, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, and the conqueror's haki in his body was released without reservation. Unlike Golden Lion's haki, which is full of violent aura, Hawkeye's conqueror's is more condensed, like a sword drawn from its sheath, with an indomitable momentum. Two powerful conquerors' haki collided in the center of the floating sky island. The air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a buzzing sound. The surrounding soil and rocks shattered, and even the clouds in the sky were distorted by the shock. This standoff lasted for a full half-minute, and the contempt on Golden Lion Shiki's face finally disappeared. He looked at the determined swordsman in front of him, and his tone became more serious. I didn't expect that a little brat like you also has the talent to become a king. Tell me, what ambition do you want to achieve in your life? Become the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk, the hawk-eyed man, spoke these 10 words clearly without any hesitation. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable determination. Good. You have guts. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes flashed with admiration. In that case, I'm going to take a good look today at how capable you are as a man who aspires to be the world's greatest swordsman. As he spoke, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly raised his right hand and pressed hard on the ground of the floating sky island. The lion fruit ability in his body merged with the power of the earth, and the terrain of the entire island began to change dramatically. The soil and rocks continued to rise and twist, converging towards Hawkeye as if they had life. Lion Majesty Katakana middle dot earth coiling. Following a light shout from the Golden Lion Shiki, 4 gigantic lion head-shaped rocks and earth rose from the ground simultaneously from the east, south, west, and north of Hawkeye. Each lion head was more than 10 meters high, and its open mouth was filled with sharp rock teeth. They closed towards Hawkeye with a whistling sound, as if they wanted to crush him completely in this cage made of earth and stone. Faced with this seemingly unsolvable attack, Hawkeye Mahawk remained calm. He was not even in the slightest bit of panic. He just slowly raised his left hand, grasped the hilt of the black knife behind him with one hand, and slowly pulled out the heavy black knife. The movements seemed slow, but they contained the rhythm of ultimate. Then, he flicked his wrist lightly, and the black knife drew a perfect horizontal arc in the air. It seemed like a casual slash, but it carried the power to shake the heavens and the earth. A huge green sword energy took shape instantly and spread out in a circular shape. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was cut with a sharp sound. Boom! After a loud bang, the 4 earth and stone lion heads that were closing towards Eagle Eyes were instantly split into 2 by the green sword energy, and then collapsed with a loud bang, turning into countless pieces of rubble that scattered all over the ground, raising dust all over the sky. Golden Lion Shiki looked at this scene. Not only was there no anger in his eyes, but a glint of excitement flashed across his eyes, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, interesting. This is so interesting. As expected of a man who aspires to be the world's greatest swordsman, this single strike alone packs such terrifying power. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki has completely recognized Hawkeye Mahawk. He finally stopped viewing the other party as a little devil, and instead regarded him as an opponent worthy of serious consideration. The contempt he had for the new generation of swordsmen disappeared, and the Golden Lion understood that the man before him was worthy of drawing his sword. He slowly raised his hands and finally unsheathed the 2 swords at his waist. Chapter 103: A evenly matched showdown. But in this scabbard, there is only a dead tree, lying quietly. His original sword, Sakura 10, was taken away by Hiro many years ago. The famous sword that had accompanied him in his conquests across the world and slew countless enemies has now changed hands, leaving only the dead wood to witness the vicissitudes of time. Later, Golden Lion searched everywhere and finally found a knife of good quality that could barely be used with dead wood. But every time he held this new knife, he would unconsciously think of the sharpness and smoothness of Sakura 10. Whether in terms of feel or power, this new knife was quite different from Sakura 10. Because of this, he was never able to recover his sword skills to the level of freedom and invincibility he had at his peak. The glory that once allowed him to traverse the sea with 2 swords and compete with Roger was eventually reduced. What further weakened his strength was the old wound he suffered during the Battle of Edwall. During that brutal battle, a huge piece of the ship's rudder hit him hard on the head. Even if he survived by chance, the rudder remained embedded in his skull and had never been removed for many years. This not only caused him to suffer from severe headaches from time to time, but also seriously affected his reaction speed and strength control. Every time he swung the sword with all his strength, it might involve old injuries, further reducing his strength. It is the combination of these 2 factors that makes the Golden Lion of this period, although still a powerful and feared warrior on the sea, its overall strength no longer reached the recognized level of General King. Even so, as a veteran warrior active in the Roger era, the combat experience he has accumulated through countless life and death battles is still a valuable asset that the younger generation cannot reach. The battle horn had already sounded. Golden Lion held a sword in each hand, controlling the 2 swords to draw sharp arcs in the air, and started a shocking air-to-ground duel with Hawkeye, who held the black knife, Knight. Golden Lion's swordsmanship style has always been bold and vigorous, with each swing carrying an unbridled momentum. What's even more terrifying is that he combines the ability of his lion fruit to free his slashes from the constraints of conventional trajectories, often attacking from incredible angles. Sometimes, even the gravel split by Hawkeye would recondense under his control, turning into sharp flying blades and shooting towards Hawkeye again, making it impossible to defend against them. Slash wave. With a deep shout, Golden Lion seized the opportunity when Hawkeye was busy dealing with the gravel and sharp blades, and suddenly exerted force on his wrist. A dazzling golden sword energy shot out like lightning, slashing directly at Hawkeye's body, trying to catch the opponent off guard. On the other hand, Hawkeye's swordsmanship is in stark contrast to Golden Lion's. Ultimate's swordsmanship is precise and concise, and every blow carries a firm will to cut through everything. Facing the Golden Lion's violent attack, he remained calm, slashing or thrusting. Each swing of his sword was just right, neutralizing the incoming attacks one by one. His slashing blows also possessed astonishing power. Even from a great distance, they could still fly out easily and smash all the boulders whistling from afar into pieces, leaving no trace. Just as Golden Lion's slash wave was about to approach, Hawkeye's eyes became stern, and the black knife, Knight, in his hand stabbed straight towards the center of Golden Lion. The 2 powerful sword energies collided violently in the air, colliding and exploding wildly. The deafening noise spread throughout the entire island. The sword energy that spread out was even more powerful, cutting the island beneath his feet into pieces. The ground was covered with deep gullies, and the scene was extremely tragic. This is a pinnacle contest that takes the art of slashing to the ultimate level. On one side are the legendary pirates who once competed with Roger and witnessed the beginning of the pirates' era. On the other side is a new generation of strong men who aim to become the world's greatest swordsman. The confrontation between the 2 can be described as a clash of eras. As the battle gradually entered a white-hot stage, both Golden Lion and Hawkeye clearly realized that it would be difficult for each of them to overwhelm the other in a short period of time with pure sword skills. A fierce glint flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes, and he immediately flapped his wings and flew high into the sky, his wild laughter resounding through the sky, while at the same time pushing the Lion Fruit's ability to the limit. Let me show you the true power that allowed Lousy to compete with Roger back then, Lion Majesty, Gosho Tenwan. The moment he finished speaking, the environment of the entire floating sky island underwent earth-shaking changes under his control. Huge avalanches poured down from the top of the mountain, and turbulent tsunamis gathered at the edge of the island. Immediately afterwards, avalanches, tsunamis, and all objects on the island, including rocks and trees, mixed together and eventually condensed into several huge lion heads that were large enough to swallow the entire city. The lion head exuded a terrifying pressure and pounced towards Hawkeye from all directions, like an irresistible natural disaster, ready to completely devour this space. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Hawkeye still stood in the center of the storm, with no intention of retreating. He slowly raised the black knife, in front of him, his eyes sharp as an eagle, as if he could see through all the vanity in the world. Then, he began to continuously concentrate the sword skills he had cultivated throughout his life into this one strike. The aura around him became increasingly fierce, and even the air around him seemed to be frozen. At the moment when the power was concentrated into ultimate, Hawkeye made a simple and powerful thrust. This move was created after he witnessed Hiro perform God's evasion, and combined it with his own understanding of kendo. He spent countless efforts to create this unique move. This move perfectly integrates armament hockey and conqueror's hockey into swordsmanship, and its power is considered to be the most advanced slashing attack, enough to cut through anything in the world. However, due to Hawkeye's aloof personality, no matter how powerful his moves were, he never named them. Suddenly, a thin black line condensed to the ultimate level appeared. This thin line seemed to be able to tear through space, carrying a terrifying aura of severing fate, and instantly pierced through all the lion heads that were rushing towards it. What's even more amazing is that it not only defeated the lion's body, but also completely cut off its core power, that is, the control power given by the Golden Lion Fruit. All the attacks, having lost their power, remained in stalemate in the air for a brief moment before collapsing and scattering into debris all over the sky. Golden Lion was shocked and angry when he saw that his proud special move was easily broken, but his years of combat experience prevented him from panicking at all. He keenly seized the moment when Hawkeye's breath was briefly stagnant after he launched a full-strength attack, and quickly crossed his swords with both hands, using his other killing move, Lion Thousand Slice Valley. In an instant, dozens of intersecting golden sword energies, like a huge net, with a sharp sound of tearing the air, rushed towards Hawkeye's shield, blocking all his space to dodge. Hawkeye reacted extremely quickly and immediately drew his knife to block. The sound of metal colliding was endless. Chapter 104 Golden Lion ends. Although he successfully blocked the attack, the huge impact force contained in the Golden Lion's attack still pushed him back hundreds of meters. His feet drew two deep grooves in the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing Hawkeye's top hat being cut off by a sword, his black hair fluttering in the wind, but he himself was unharmed, still standing steadily with the knife in his hand. But his chest was rising and falling a little rapidly, and it was obvious that this round of confrontation had exhausted him a lot. The Golden Lion was suspended in the air, with a corner of its cloak cut off by Hawkeye's final penetrating blow, and the fragments slowly fell in the air. Because he had just used too much power to activate the Lion Majesty Gosho Tenwan, the entire floating sky island lost its stable power support and began to tremble violently and collapse. Huge cracks spread across the ground like a spider web, and could collapse completely at any time. Just as the two fought fiercely to a draw and the floating sky island was about to collapse, Hiro hurried over from a distance, stepped forward quickly, and said to the Golden Lion in the air. Golden Lion, you and my crew member Hawkeye have already reached a draw. Let this contest end here. You should just leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Little devil, you're looking for death. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion was immediately furious. He roared and swung his swords, emitting a stubborn and unyielding spirit. Do you think Lousy is only this strong? I can still fight. If you have the guts, then go ahead and make a move. Hearing this, Shi Luo smiled confidently, his tone full of undisguised disdain. Golden Lion, don't even mention that you're almost completely exhausted. Even if you were fully energized, you wouldn't be my opponent. I advise you to learn your lesson and leave now. Little devil, you are too arrogant. Golden Lion's tone became increasingly angry, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Back when Roger and I were fighting for dominance of the sea, you were just a clueless brat, nothing at all. The smile on Hiro's face gradually disappeared, his expression became serious, and his tone was clearly threatening. Golden Lion, your time has come to an end. Stop harboring unrealistic thoughts. Otherwise, I will show no mercy and you won't have the chance to regret it. How dare you, little brat, look down on me like that? The Golden Lion was completely enraged, roaring wildly, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Before he finished speaking, he brandished his two swords and rushed towards Hiro with a fearless attitude. Seeing that the eyes of Golden Lion Shiki that once looked down upon the sea were now filled with only bloodshot madness. It was clearly the end of the road, but he still dragged his broken body forward and fought desperately. Hiro's fingers gripping the hilt of the sword tightened slightly, and he understood clearly. The time has finally come to make a clean break with Golden Lion. He slowly drew out the tetanus blade from his waist, which shone with a cold light. He then turned to look at Hawkeye Mahawk, who was standing beside him with his hands behind his back. His voice was as steady as a rock. Mahawk, your mission is complete. You don't need to fight any more in the next battle. I will personally send this unruly lion to his doom. When Hawkeye heard this, a hint of imperceptible recognition flashed in his hawk-like eyes. He nodded slightly, without any extra words, and exerted force on his feet. With a few neat leaps, he passed over the rubble at the edge of the battlefield and quickly retreated to a safe area 1,000 meters away, watching this final battle from afar. Hiro took a deep breath, and the conqueror's haki in his body suddenly erupted. A black wave of air spread out from him, and even the air seemed to be torn apart wherever it passed. At the same time, the black armament haki also flowed into the tetanus blade, along the arm, instantly wrapping the sword with a thick layer of black armor. What was even more shocking was that a scarlet light suddenly appeared in his dark pupils, and observation haki was running at full power, and the ability to foresee the future was quietly activated. Every move and breath of the Golden Lion that followed was clearly visible in his mind. But in an instant, Hiro had completed all preparations. When the Golden Lion roared and brandished his swords and pounced forward, Hiro stomped his feet on the ground and rushed forward to meet him. He tightly grasped the tetanus blade in both hands, his eyes fixed on the opponent's defenseless waist and abdomen, and slashed with the sword without hesitation. Huang Yuhun. With a low and powerful shout, the red and black sword energy cut through the sky like a crescent moon, and the tip of the tetanus blade had already touched the Golden Lion's clothes. The next second, the two of them remained motionless in their respective positions, as if time had been frozen in an instant. Golden Lion held his iconic swords tightly in his hands, his ferocious face still showing the madness of the attack, but a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Hiro maintained the posture of having finished swinging his sword. The tetanus blade still remained in midair. The red and black haki on the sword slowly dissipated, only those scarlet eyes were still as sharp as a blade. Few people know that Hiro's wild soul was what he learned when he was a disciple of the pirates King Roger. Not only is the power contained in it no less than Roger's famous skill, divine avoidance, it also contains a strange power that can directly impact the soul. Facing the Golden Lion, which was already at the end of its strength and even haki was struggling to maintain stability, Hiro did not bother with it anymore and just wanted to end the battle quickly. You actually. Golden Lion made a vague sound in his throat, and the madness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep disbelief. He obviously never imagined that this young guy in front of him could be so powerful. Golden Lion, don't be surprised. Shi Luo slowly sheathed his sword. The crisp sound of the sword being sheathed was particularly clear in the silent battlefield. Your strength has dropped by at least 20% compared to your peak. After hours of fierce fighting, your physical strength has long been exhausted. Defeat by me is inevitable. After a pause, his tone became even colder. What's more, you've committed evil your entire life, causing countless bloody storms on the sea, killing countless people, and causing countless families to be torn apart and destroyed. The fact that you've met such an end now is nothing but what you deserve. After hearing these words, the ferocious look on Golden Lion's face gradually turned into unwillingness, and his brows were furrowed as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter carrying a hint of relief and a hint of self-mockery. Kid, you're right. I, Golden Lion Shiki, have done all kinds of evil my whole life. My hands are stained with blood. How could I possibly have a good ending? He stared at Shi Luo, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Your spirit is really similar to that guy Roger, ha 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 ha. The wild laughter echoed on the empty floating sky island for a long time, as if playing the final elegy for his legendary life. However, before the laughter died down, the Golden Lion suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the crimson blood mist sprayed on the ground in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a crack slowly appeared in his body from the waist and abdomen, and then with a thump, it split into two parts and fell heavily to the ground. The legendary great pirates, who were as famous as the pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, came to an end. That's right, Hiro's seemingly simple sword strike just now had accurately cut the Golden Lion in half, ending his life cleanly and neatly. Chapter 105 Who Should Eat the Lion Fruit? With the death of the Golden Lion, the power of the lion fruit that enveloped the floating sky island instantly dissipated. The entire island lost its buoyancy and began to fall rapidly towards the ground below at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rubble and vegetation on the island fell off and smashed towards the Don Quixote family castle below. Amid the chaos of the island's fall, Hiro remained remarkably calm. He quickly raised his hand, and the white spatial force instantly enveloped the Golden Lion's body, forming a translucent spherical barrier. This is exactly his space binding technique. Boom. A deafening roar resounded throughout the world, and the floating sky island slammed heavily onto the top of the Don Quixote family castle. The sturdy castle roof collapsed instantly, bricks and wood flew everywhere, and the entire castle was almost completely crushed. Doflamingo and his men in the castle had no time to dodge and were all buried in the ruins by the pouring mud and rocks. After a full 3 minutes, Doflamingo finally struggled out of the pile of mud and rocks. His signature pink feather coat was covered in dust and dirt, and his face was also covered in grime, making him look disheveled. His men also crawled out from the ruins, all covered in dust and coughing. But when their eyes fell on the body of the golden lion that was cut into 2 pieces not far away, all the embarrassment was thrown out of the window, and their eyes revealed a complex emotion of surprise and excitement. Isn't that golden lion Shiki? A legendary pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard, and he was actually cut in 2. Virgo couldn't help but exclaimed, his tone full of disbelief. At this moment, Doflamingo stood there, looking at Hiro's back, and had a new and subversive understanding of the strength of this godfather in his heart. The celestial dragons, who had always been ambitious and good at forbearing, now felt that his previous ideas of wanting to dominate the world were so ignorant and ridiculous, and even felt a little scared. He had fantasized countless times that once his power was strong enough and he was fully fledged, he would get rid of Hiro, completely control the underground world, and then realize his ambition of dominating the world. But now, after witnessing Shiro's heroic feat of killing the golden lion, the desire to resist deep in his heart has disappeared without a trace. But Hiro had no time to care about Doflamingo's thoughts at the moment. He stared at the golden lion's corpse that was shrouded in space constraints, and waited patiently for the lion fruit to appear. According to the normal rules of devil fruit, after the death of a person with special abilities, the corresponding devil fruit will randomly appear in a corner of the world, and its trace will be difficult to find. However, Hiro's space binding technique can create a completely enclosed space in a short period of time, firmly locking the appearance range of devil fruit within this space to ensure that the fruit will not be lost. A few minutes later, a faint golden light lit up next to the golden lion's body, and then a devil fruit with a surface covered with golden spiral patterns and a shape similar to a lion's head slowly emerged. It is the lion fruit that everyone dreams of. A hint of excitement flashed in Hiro's eyes. He walked forward quickly and carefully took the lion fruit in his hand. There was still a faint warmth on the surface of the fruit. Hawkeye, Doflamingo, and their men, who were not far away, were all shocked when they saw this scene, and sighed softly. It turns out that you can accurately obtain devil fruit using this method. It's amazing. I've only heard that devil fruit appears randomly before, but I didn't expect that Master Hiro could actually control where the fruit appears. Hiro took the lion fruit, turned around and walked to Hawkeye, and handed him the fruit with a smile. Mahawk, how about this lion fruit for you? With its power, perhaps your swordsmanship will become even more powerful. Hawkeye looked down at the devil fruit that was emitting an alluring luster, frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he slowly shook his head and said in a firm tone. No need for that. My lifelong pursuit is to practice pure swordsmanship. I don't want to be distracted by the power of the devil fruit, and I don't want to become a landlubber and lose the possibility of fighting in the ocean. When Shi Luo heard this, there was no surprise on his face. He had long guessed that Hawkeye would be the answer. After all, with Hawkeye's dedication to swordsmanship, he would never easily accept the power of the devil fruit. So, he stuffed the lion fruit into his arms and kept it carefully. Then, he walked up to the still embarrassed Doflamingo and said in a relaxed tone. Dover, I'm so sorry for what happened to your castle during the battle just now. No, Godfather, don't say that. Doflamingo hurried forward and bowed respectfully to Hiro, his tone full of respect and gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Thanks to you for killing the golden lion, our Don Quixote family was able to survive. It's just a castle. We can just destroy it and rebuild it. It's not worth mentioning at all. Okay then. Hiro stepped forward, reached out and patted Doflamingo's shoulder, feeling the slight stiffness in his body, and continued. Go and greet Morgans later and tell him that you killed Golden Lion Shiki yourself, and have him publish this on the front page of the World Economic News. This should deter the forces that are eyeing the Don Quixote family and prevent them from taking action against you. Thank you, Godfather. You've thought so much of me. Doflamingo was even more moved when he heard this, and bowed deeply again, his attitude more respectful than before, and his waist bent even lower. You are welcome. Hiro waved his hand, his tone still nonchalant. Then I'll be leaving first. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat in the future, you can always call my Den Mushi and I'll come as soon as possible. After saying that, he turned and walked towards Hawkeye not far away, ready to leave the ruins. Yes, Godfather, take care. Doflamingo stood there, bowed slightly, and watched Hiro and Hawkeye leave. He didn't stand up until the two disappeared from his sight. The men behind him were completely shocked by Hiro's strength and vision. The rebellious thoughts that occasionally arose in their hearts were no longer there. All that was left was awe and obedience to Hiro. Soon after, Hiro returned to his pirate's ship, the Defu. He sat on the sofa in the cabin, carefully took out the lion fruit from his arms, placed it in his palm and looked at it carefully, and began to think in his mind. Among the crew, who is the most suitable person to eat this lion fruit? He went through the crew list in his mind one by one. Yishao, Crocodile, Moria, and Brook, these four people have each eaten a devil fruit. According to common sense, one person cannot withstand the power of two devil fruits at the same time, so these four people can be ruled out first. Of the remaining people, Hawkeye had clearly refused to eat the devil fruit, so he was naturally out of the question. Jinbei is a fishman, and his greatest strength lies in the sea. The power of his fishman karate also needs the help of seawater to be fully exerted. If he eats the devil fruit and becomes a landlubber, it will weaken his strength, so Jinbei cannot eat it. Xiaoba, like Jinbei, is also a murloc and is also not suitable for eating devil fruit. After eliminating them one by one, the only one who met the requirements on the ship was Chef Zapu. Chapter 106 Zapu eats lion fruit. Let's do it. Give the lion fruit to Zeph. After making up his mind, Hiro clutched the devil fruit with strange patterns on it and walked briskly towards the kitchen. As I approached the kitchen door, I heard loud clanging sounds coming from inside. The crisp sound of the iron pan and the wok colliding was mixed with the dull sound of the chopping board being chopped down. In the kitchen, Zapu was busy working in his washed-out apron. Although he was wearing chef's attire, his broad shoulders stretched his apron tight, and the muscles of his arms were faintly visible in the rolling steam. He was seen lifting an iron bucket filled with fresh sea fish with one hand, and with a slight turn of his wrist, he poured the fish accurately into the pool. His movements were so smooth that it didn't seem like he was processing food, but rather like he was practicing some neat fighting moves. In front of the stove, his arms were as steady as a rock when he flipped the wok. The iron pot weighing dozens of pounds was as light as a feather in his hand. The flames were stirred and created waves of heat, but there was no sign of effort on his face. Obviously, cooking day after day has already honed his physique far beyond that of an ordinary chef. Zapu, come here for a moment, I have something to talk to you about. Shiro called out softly from the doorway, his eyes unconsciously falling on Zapu's hand, which was covered with thin calluses but was exceptionally strong. He had seen it more than once, that Zeph could subdue troublesome pirates with just one hand. The power of his fist and his quick reaction were better than many professional pirates on the sea. Zeph glanced at Hiro, frowning, his left hand still stirring, and said impatiently, I'm busy. Wait until I finish cooking this pot of seafood risotto. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his wrist, and the ingredients in the pot drew a perfect arc in the air and fell back into the pot accurately. The crisp and neat force vaguely revealed the style of a master of physical skills. Shiro could only stand obediently at the kitchen door and wait. He knew in his heart that Zapu was more than just a cook. The last time they were attacked by a sea monster, Zapu rushed forward with a kitchen knife. With just his nimble dodging and precise slashing, he managed to force back a sea monster that was 10 times his size. It was then that he truly witnessed how solid this chef's physical skills were. After all, this not only concerns the food and drink of everyone on the ship, but also the hidden combat power on the ship. As the captain, he naturally dare not put on airs in front of Zapu. 15 minutes later, Zapu pushed the food cart towards the restaurant. After arranging the food exquisitely, he turned back to look at Hiro, his voice slightly raised, with a hint of chef's earnestness in his tone. Captain, what's the matter? Is it because the latest seasoning is not to everyone's taste? No. Hiro waved his hands quickly, his tone sincere. Your cooking is better than any restaurant at sea. I came to you because I wanted to treat you to something special. Give me something to eat. Zapu was stunned, and the hands that always held the knife unconsciously clenched the apron. He really couldn't figure out what other ingredients could make the captain come to him specifically. Hiro then took out the lion fruit and placed it in front of Zeph. The peculiar patterns on the fruit instantly attracted Zapu's attention. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his rough fingers gently brushed across the surface of the fruit, his eyes full of vigilance and curiosity. Although he focused on cooking, he had heard of the legend of devil fruit, but he never thought he would see it with his own eyes. This is the lion fruit of Golden Lion Shiki. After he died, this fruit fell into my hands. Hiro explained slowly, handing the fruit to Zeph, his tone firm. I've thought about it carefully. Of all the people on the ship, you're the most suitable to eat it. Golden Lion to Lion Fruit. Zapu's voice instantly rose, his mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist, his face full of disbelief and shock. That's the devil fruit that can manipulate gravity and make people fly. You know better than me how valuable it is. Because it is precious, it should be given to the most suitable person. Hiro looked at Zeph, his eyes full of anticipation. You already have a strong physique. When you fought against pirates before, your skills were better than many of them. If you add the ability of the lion fruit and develop it well, you will definitely become a strong man who is no less powerful than Crocodile and others. He couldn't help but imagine that if Zeph could move flexibly in the air, combined with his precise physical skills, he would definitely be able to unleash unexpected power in future battles. Such a precious fruit, and you actually gave it to a chef like me. Zeph's voice trembled a little. He looked down at the fruit in his hand, then looked at Hiro, feeling like he was dreaming. He had been dealing with pots and pans all his life, and even though he had good strength and physical skills, he had never thought that he would be associated with words like strong and devil fruit. What's so strange about that? Hiro patted Zeph's shoulder and could clearly feel the tightness of his shoulder muscles. You're our partner. Not only do you cook delicious meals for everyone every day, but you also rushed to the front when we encountered danger last time. Your importance is no less than that of the other crew members. Yeah. Zeph slowly turned around, his back facing Hiro, his voice gradually choked with sobs. He thought of the days when he was adrift at sea. Although he is an excellent cook, he often offends the restaurant owner and is kicked out because of his obsession with finding the freshest ingredients. He has met many colleagues, but no one has ever regarded him as a partner. They only regard him as a tool to cook. Even when he later boarded the Defu, and everyone respected his cooking skills, he always felt that he was just a cook. It was not until this moment that he truly realized that he was also an indispensable member of this pirates group. Zapu, why are you crying? Shiro looked at Zeph's slightly trembling shoulders and felt a little surprised. He had long heard that Zapu had experienced a lot of hardships at sea when he was young, but he had never seen this tough guy show weakness, let alone shed tears. I'm not crying. Zapu wiped his eyes suddenly, his red eyes revealed his emotions, but he still stubbornly argued. I just came out of the kitchen and the sea breeze was so strong that it hurt my eyes. He clenched his fists, his unwillingness to admit defeat resembling the way he usually did when cooking. Okay, it's the sea breeze's fault. Hiro smiled and cooperated with him, and hurriedly urged. Eat the fruit quickly. The sooner you adapt, the better. Zeph nodded and took a big bite of the fruit. The next second, his face twisted instantly, his brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but complain. What the hell is that smell? It's even worse than spoiled seaweed. Devil fruit is like this, you swallow it whole, don't chew it. Hiro said, turning around and getting a large can of juice from the kitchen. Zapu immediately stuffed the remaining fruit into his mouth, picked up the juice and took a few gulps, and his uncomfortable expression was slightly relieved. Not long after, Zapu felt his body become light, as if his feet had lost weight. At the same time, an unfamiliar force surged within his body, gradually merging with his original strength. Chapter 107 Hawkeye disembarks. Hiro took the opportunity to show off the lion fruit moves he knew. For example, how to control objects to float, make yourself fly, and even use gravity to suppress enemies, he told Zapu one by one. Zeph immediately ran to the deck to test his abilities. He first tried to make himself float. At the beginning, he was a little unstable and his body was shaking, but with the sense of balance and physical skills he had developed through years of training, he soon found the trick. He slowly adjusted his posture in the air, sometimes moving quickly, sometimes stopping and circling, and even tried to use his ability to control the barrels on the deck, making them move according to his wishes. That precise control is exactly the same as the precision he uses when cutting vegetables. In the days that followed, Zapu used all his free time to practice his skills. During the day, he cooked attentively in the kitchen, and his movements of stirring the wok were still powerful. At night, he stayed on the deck, adapting to lion fruit's gravity manipulation while working on new moves combined with his own physical skills. For example, you can use your ability to make the enemy temporarily weightless, and then take the opportunity to attack with quick punches and kicks, or control kitchen utensils as weapons for long-range attacks. He was already physically strong and had a solid foundation in physical skills, so he learned these new abilities much faster than the average person, and he could clearly feel the progress with every practice. About 3 months later, Zeph was able to fully control the power of the lion fruit. Not only can he fly freely in the air, but he can also easily manipulate objects weighing dozens of kilograms, and can even combine physical skills to flexibly use his abilities in combat. For example, he would first use water slash, his common chef's knife technique, to attack the enemy, and then take the opportunity to use the ability of lion fruit to suspend the enemy in the air, making the enemy unable to resist. That day, Hiro stood at the bow of the ship, watching Zapu stretch his body in the air, his movements light and powerful, sometimes diving, sometimes circling. Now, he can not only feed his companions' stomachs, but also use his own strength to help the defu when danger comes. Hiro couldn't help but smile with relief, thinking silently in his heart. Before long, the name of Flying Golden Chef, or Golden Chef Zapu, will spread throughout the entire pirate's world. After all, Zeph is probably the only person in the world who can combine cooking skills with powerful physical skills and devil fruit abilities so well. On the blue sea, the waves pushed the side of the defu forward. The days slipped away quietly amid the sound of ship songs and the laughter of the crew, and the 1500-year scale of the sea circle calendar was clearly engraved in the logbook. On this day, Hawkeye, who had just finished sparring with Yishao, sheathed his sword. Before the seawater dripped from the tip of the knife hit the ground, he turned to look at Hiro, who was wiping his tetanus blade on the deck, his black cloak fluttering in the sea breeze. Captain, I want to fight you. Hearing this, Shiluo raised his eyes, a knowing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, his hands kept moving, and his tone was a little relaxed. I couldn't ask for more. The battle lasted from the early morning mist to the scorching sun in the afternoon. The sword light and the energy of the meatball fruit collided above the sea, producing a dazzling light, sometimes raising huge waves several meters high, and sometimes leaving marks of varying depths on the deck. The crew members had already stopped their work and gathered around, watching the battle with bated breath. Even the sea breeze seemed to be holding its breath for this ultimate showdown. When the last energy wave dissipated, Hawkeye's black knife, Knight, hung limply at his side. He looked at the unharmed Shiro and slowly put away his weapon. He lost this battle willingly. Hiro walked forward, and a light pink ball of energy appeared in his palm. He gently placed it over the wound on Hawkeye's shoulder. The warm energy instantly smoothed out the cracks in his skin. Hawkeye felt his injuries healing quickly, raised his eyes and stared at Hiro. A struggle flashed in his deep eyes, and finally, as if he had made some kind of decision, his Adam's apple rolled twice, and he spoke in a low voice. Captain, I want to get off the boat. Oh, why? The smile on Hiro's face froze instantly, replaced by a look of surprise. He put down his hand and asked in confusion. Are you unhappy staying on the boat? No. Hawkeye immediately denied it, his eyes sweeping over the crew members around him, the grinning Jinbei, Xiaoba holding a shell instrument, and Yishao leaning against the mast, with a rare slight smile on his lips. My time on the German service ship was the happiest I've ever been. These guys are all really great companions. Then why did you suddenly get off the boat? Shiro's frown deepened, and the confusion in his eyes grew even more pronounced. Hawkeye took a deep breath and returned his gaze to Shiro and Yishao, his eyes filled with a desire to become stronger. I want to pursue a more ultimate swordsmanship. On the German service, only you and Yishao can fight against me, but there are too few opponents like you. I need more challenges, to fight with different swordsmen from all over the world, and to find opportunities for breakthroughs in every battle. Only in this way can we get closer to our goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Hiro was silent for a few seconds, then looked at the determined light in Hawkeye's eyes. He suddenly smiled and patted his shoulder. I see. Then I agree to let you get off the boat. He paused and added, Mahawk, our previous agreement is void. You can come back whenever you want or get off the ship whenever you want. Thank you, Captain. Hawkeye's eyes were slightly red, and he bowed solemnly to Hiro, his voice a little hoarse but extremely firm. Even if I leave the German service, I will always be a member of the German service pirates for the rest of my life. Okay, stop being sentimental. Hiro smiled and waved his hand, then turned and walked towards the cabin, while loudly announcing to the crew. Listen everyone, Mahawk plans to disembark at the next island to pursue his swordsmanship. Hawkeye stood there, looking at Hiro's back, the moisture in the corners of his eyes became more and more obvious, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. When the crew heard the news, they gathered around him. Some handed him a carefully polished sword tassel, and some stuffed him a package full of food. While they were reluctant to let him go, they also gave him their most sincere blessings. Especially Xiao Ba, who held Hawkeye's sleeve tightly and refused to let go, and kept asking him about the details of swordsmanship, from basic sword moves to practical combat techniques, until Hiro urged, it's time to prepare to dock, and then he reluctantly let go. Hiro then stuffed a few pieces of gold into Hawkeye's bag and asked him to take it away. In this way, in order to achieve the ultimate goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, after arriving at the next island, stood at the dock with his luggage and black knife on his back, waving goodbye to the Defu. Only when the boat disappeared on the sea level did he turn around and embark on his own path of cultivation. Chapter 108 Ohara Incident. The days returned to their former tranquility. A few days later, in the morning, the Defu was sailing in the waters of New World as usual. Suddenly, a warship painted with the marine logo passed by at high speed from behind, and the roar of the ship cutting through the waves broke the silence. Captain, that's a marine warship. Jinbei stood in the boat's cabin, put his hand on the rudder and observed carefully, then immediately shouted to Shi Luo inside and outside the cabin. Hearing this, Shi Luo walked into the cab, touched his chin, and looked in the direction Jinbei pointed, his eyes full of surprise. According to common sense, once the marine warship spotted the pirates' ship, they would immediately turn around and start chasing it. But today, the warship seemed not to have seen the Defu, and rushed straight forward without even stopping for a moment. Something's wrong. Hiro frowned, thinking rapidly in his mind. The only way the Marines could give up on capturing the pirates is that they have a more urgent and important mission. This year, there is only one major event that can make Marine mobilize so much and even ignore pirates, the Ohara incident. Could it be a buster call, initiated by the world government? A hint of interest flashed in Hiro's eyes, and he shouted to the driver's cab. Jinbei, full speed ahead, catch up with that marine warship. I want to see what's going on. Receive. Jinbei responded immediately, quickly turned the rudder, and ordered the crew to start all the thrusters. The Defu instantly accelerated and chased in the direction where the marine warship left. But in the short time that the two men were talking, the marine warship had already sailed a long distance away, and the black shadow of the ship was getting smaller and smaller on the sea level. Even if the Defu accelerated at full speed, it would be difficult to catch up for a while. Jinbei could only keep a close eye on the direction of the warship and drive the Defu across the sea. After a day and a night, the Defu finally arrived at the West Blue Waters. A green island came into view. At the port, the familiar marine warship was docked steadily at the shore. Hiro stood at the bow, looking at the outline of the towering trees on the island, his eyes becoming solemn. This is Ohara Island, the archaeological site with the Tree of All Knowing. He paused, his voice lowered a bit. And the historians on the island have been studying the lost 100 years of history that the world government has expressly banned. When the Defu docked at the port, Shi Luo, Jinbei, Yishao and others stepped onto the island and were shocked by the scene before them. Raging fires broke out all over the island, and thick smoke billowed into the sky, dyeing it a gray color. Buster call has been implemented. Several people ran towards the center of the island. The closer they got to the Tree of Omniscience, the clearer the screams became. Dozens of marine soldiers were surrounding a group of people in white robes. They were historians studying the lost 100 years of history. They were tied up with iron chains and struggled desperately, but were still pushed into the burning wooden house by the marine soldiers. The flames instantly engulfed their figures. At this moment, a scorching red light flashed from the front. Hiro looked up and saw a Kainu, then Marine Vice Admiral, standing on the rocks by the sea, his hands condensed with boiling magma. He unhesitatingly launched a great eruption at a lifeboat full of the elderly, the weak, women and children. Not good. Hiro's pupils suddenly shrank, and without thinking too much, he immediately activated the ability of the meatball fruit and instantly slapped himself in front of Akainu, trying to prevent this fatal blow. But it was still too late. Just as he was about to reach Akainu, the hot lava hit the lifeboat. With a loud bang, the lifeboat was instantly swallowed by the lava and turned into flying debris. Only floating wood chips and desperate screams remained on the sea. Akainu. Hiro glared at the man in front of him, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. You even spared these unarmed innocent civilians. Are you still a human being? Akainu turned around slowly, his face showing no trace of guilt, only cold indifference. He glanced at Shi Luo, his tone as cold as ice. Jimir Hiro, we Marines are carrying out our mission, and it's not your place as a pirate to give us orders. He paused, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. There might be a historian among these civilians who has escaped capture. I'd rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let even one go. This is the absolute justice I advocate. FK absolute justice. Hiro could no longer contain the anger in his heart. He roared, and with his right hand, he suddenly pulled out the tetanus blade behind his back, exerted force with his arm, and slashed at Akainu fiercely. In an instant, a silver-white energy slash came towards Akainu's chest with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Akainu saw this, without any panic on his face. His whole body was instantly covered by the hot magma, and his body turned into the form of magma. He directly transformed his body into elements, allowing the silver-white energy to slash into his body. Akainu looked at Hiro's slashing blow with disdain in his heart. As a user of the Logia lava fruit, he had already elementalized his body, transforming it into flowing, hot magma. I thought this move was enough to easily block the opponent's ordinary slash. But he had never expected that the weapon in Hiro's hand, nicknamed Tetanus Blade, had long since lost its old appearance and evolved into a black knife with a cold luster all over. You know, the most core feature of the black knife is the condensed armament haki on the blade itself. And this armament haki is precisely the absolute nemesis of the elementalization on which the Logia demon fruit power depends. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly pierced the sky of Ohara. Akainu suddenly lowered his head and saw that his chest, which should have been in the form of magma, had a deep scar that could be seen to the bone, and hot blood was dripping from the wound. How is this possible? How can even a normal slash hurt me? Huge doubts instantly filled his mind, making him forget to fight back for a moment. It wasn't until his eyes fell on the inky black knife in Hiro's hand that he suddenly realized. It turns out that the opponent's knife is no longer an ordinary weapon. He gritted his teeth and stopped insisting on elementalization. Instead, he concentrated all the armament haki in his body into his fists. The pitch-black haki covering his fists intertwined with the crimson of the magma, and he rushed towards Hiro with a violent momentum. The second fierce confrontation between the two began. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Aokiji and Yishao also officially clashed. Aokiji's body is filled with cold air, and every wave of his hand can condense large ice crystals, showing the power of frozen fruit's low temperature. Yishao closed his eyes slightly and controlled gravity solely by perception. The power of the gravity fruit made the air around him become heavy, and the ground cracked from time to time due to the distortion of gravity. The two of them fought back and forth, ice spikes and gravity waves constantly collided, roars came one after another, the fight was difficult to resolve, and for a while, neither could suppress the other. Chapter 109 Saul's Instructions. The Buster Call, launched by the world government this time has a luxurious lineup. In addition to the two top vice admirals Akainu and Aokiji, there are also two other capable vice admirals Momosugi and Chatten, as well as three experienced naval headquarters vice admirals Flying Squirrel, Stallo Berry, and Huo Shaoshan. A group of marine elites gathered in Ohara, vowing to clear the place. Faced with such a formidable enemy, the German pirates showed no fear and threw themselves into the battle. Crocodile was surrounded by flying sand and gravel as he fought with Momosugi, who was holding a famous sword. The sand blades and the sword lights intertwined, and they were evenly matched. Jinbei, relying on the strength of fishman karate, faced the flying squirrel head-on. Every collision of his fists and feet was accompanied by a dull sound, shaking the surrounding ground slightly. After eating the lion fruit, Zapu's strength increased greatly. Holding a sharp kitchen knife, he engaged in close combat with Stallo Berry, using swift and fierce moves. It is worth mentioning that the kitchen knife in Zapu's hand is not an ordinary item, but is made by re-refining the famous sword, Dead Wood, of Golden Lion. Moria controlled the shadows to fight against the burning mountain, which could release flames. The coldness of the shadows contrasted sharply with the heat of the flames. Brook drew his sword and faced the T-Pig with only his left arm left. He dodged flexibly with his skeleton body and used strange sword moves from time to time. Xiao Ba was responsible for clearing out the surrounding marine soldiers. As his octopus tentacles waved, he beat the marines back step by step. For a time, fierce battles were everywhere on Ohara Island. The sounds of shouting, weapons clashing, and fruit abilities exploding were intertwined and echoed throughout the island. The duel lasted for a full hour, and the situation gradually tilted towards the German pirates group. With the advantage of the black sword, superb swordsmanship and the ability of the meatball fruit, Hiro completely suppressed Akainu, making Akainu exhausted. Aokiji and Yishao were still fighting to a draw, but both were showing signs of fatigue. Crocodile and Momosugi of this period were equally powerful, with neither able to gain an absolute upper hand. Jinbei, Zapu, Moria and Brook gradually took the initiative in their respective battles, gained advantages and forced their opponents to retreat step by step. If the situation continues to develop in this way, as long as they continue to fight, the German pirates group is fully capable of annihilating all the Marines participating in the Buster Call. However, the accident still happened. As the initiator of this Buster Call, Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku is sitting on the Marine flagship not far from Ohara Island, coordinating and dispatching all Marine forces. In his opinion, the elites sent this time, including Akainu and Aokiji, are enough to easily wipe out Ohara Island and complete the Buster Call mission. But at this moment, the Den Den Mushi on the table suddenly rang, and a Marine signalman's voice came with a hurried and panicked request for emergency support. What's going on? With so many elites rushing to Ohara, how could they not even complete this little mission? Sengoku's voice suddenly dropped, his tone filled with anger and confusion, and he asked the communication soldier on the other end of the Den Den Mushi in a harsh voice. Report to Admiral Sengoku. The German pirates, founded by Jimil Hiro, have also arrived in Ohara. Hiro is leading the attack. Please immediately. The signalman's voice suddenly stopped, and then a shrill scream came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi, followed by dead silence. What? Why is Jimil Hiro in Ohara? Hey, answer me. Sengoku's heart sank suddenly, and he shouted anxiously to the Den Den Mushi, but no sound came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. At this time, he realized the seriousness of the matter. The intervention of the German pirates group completely disrupted Buster Call's deployment. He immediately turned around and gave a stern order to the Marine helmsman. Send the warship to Ohara immediately. Full speed ahead. When Sengoku's flagship arrived near Ohara Island, he saw the tragic situation on the island at a glance. Most of the subordinates he sent out were covered in wounds, and some even fell to the ground and were unable to get up. The battle situation that was originally in his favor had long been reversed. Sengoku gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation he activated the Devil Fruit ability. Golden light burst out from his body, and his body quickly grew in size, transforming into a giant Buddha. His huge body leapt into the air and flew towards various battlefields to provide emergency support. Big Buddha shockwave. One after another, golden shock waves containing terrifying power blasted out from his hands, sweeping across every corner of Ohara. Not only did it force back the members of the German pirates group, but it also bought a chance for the injured Marine to catch his breath. With Sengoku's full support, Akainu, Aokiji and other high-end Marine fighters were quickly rescued from the melee and temporarily escaped danger. Hiro watched from afar as Sengoku's giant Buddha form crisscrossed the battlefield, quickly calculating in his mind. Sengoku is extremely powerful. With his joining, it is impossible for the German pirates to gain an advantage. If they continue to fight, they can only be on par with the Marine at best, and there may even be casualties among the crew. After weighing the pros and cons, Hiro made a prompt decision and shouted to the crew members around him. Everyone, stop fighting and prepare to retreat. Soon, the members of the German pirates group fought and retreated, approaching the German pirates ship anchored on the seashore, and successfully retreated back to the ship. But just when everyone thought they were about to leave safely, an extremely tall figure suddenly appeared in front of the deck of the Defu, blocking everyone's way. He was a giant over 20 meters tall, with a sturdy build, wearing simple clothes, and a gentle yet firm expression on his face. What do you want, big guy? Seeing this, Zeph immediately took off into the air and asked the giant in a stern voice, his hands ready for battle. However, the moment Hiro saw the giant's face clearly, he recognized it at a glance. This person was Saul from the Giant Clan, who once served as Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, but later left Marine due to different philosophies. He quickly shouted to Zapu. Zapu, stop it, he probably means no harm. Saul heard Hiro's voice and slowly lowered his head. His eyes swept over the people in the German pirates group, and finally landed on Hiro. He said sincerely. Friends of the German pirates, I have a request. Please take this little girl away. No matter what, do not let the Marines or the world government find her. As he spoke, Saul stretched out his huge hands and carefully picked up the little girl, who was about 8 years old, from his shoulders. The girl had straight black hair, wore a simple dress, and had a timid and confused look in her eyes. She was Ohara's youngest history PhD, Nicole Robin. Chapter 110. Robin boarded the ship. Saul gently placed Robin in front of Hiro, his eyes full of expectation and entrustment. Shiloh looked at the little Robin in front of him, and his past could not help but emerge in his mind. When he was 4 years old, he joined the Roger Pirates and sailed with Roger, Rayleigh and others. Buggy and Shanks were adopted by Roger Pirates shortly after they were born and grew up under the protection of the pirates. In contrast, little Robin now has to face the pursuit of Marine, his family is broken up, and he is left without anyone to rely on. At this moment, Hiro felt a strong empathy in his heart and was full of sympathy for Robin's unfortunate experience. Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded solemnly to Saul and said in a firm tone. Don't worry, Mr. Saul. We will take good care of Robin until she is able to live on her own. Little Robin stood in front of Hiro, looking at the German pirates with curiosity and timidity. There's Crocodile covered in sand, Jinbei in fish man form, Moria in great stature, and... When her eyes fell on Brooke, who was only a skeleton left, her pupils suddenly shrank, The fear on her face instantly intensified, her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, and she subconsciously took a small step back. At this moment, Saul's gentle but firm voice sounded behind Robin. Little Robin, be obedient. Only by following Hiro and the others can you survive and grow up well, understand? There was a hint of reluctance in his voice, but more of it was his expectation and concern for Robin's future. Robin paused, slowly turned around, and his eyes fell on Saul's tall figure. The sunlight filtered through the smoke of Ohara Port, casting a hazy golden edge on him, and the warm memories of their time together instantly flooded his mind. It was he who accompanied me in running in the woods, it was he who said with a smile, the sea is so big, there is always a place for us to live, and it was he who stood in front of me in times of danger. Hot tears welled up in her eyes. She pursed her lower lip tightly, afraid that her sobs would reveal her deep reluctance. She just nodded vigorously at Saul. Come on, little Robin, come sailing with us, no one can bully you. Hiro slowly squatted down, and his rough palm gently placed on Robin's head, with his fingertips having just the right temperature. His voice lost the sharpness it had when facing the enemy, and became as soft as the afternoon sea breeze. Every word was wrapped in a reassuring power, dispelling the remaining fear in Robin's heart. A group of crew members gathered around, with curiosity in their eyes. They didn't understand why the captain would take the risk of taking in this little girl. But the rules of the pirates have long been engraved in everyone's mind, and the captain's decision will never be questioned. Some people quietly gave Robin a kind smile, and some people tacitly stepped back to give space to the two people who had just established trust, silently expressing their support. Brooke shook his skull head, his empty eye sockets gleaming with enthusiasm. His signature, yo-ho-ho, laugh floated over first. As the most familiar person on the ship, he walked briskly to Robin, his bony fingers imitating the movement of plucking the strings of a guitar in the air. Little Robin, from now on our German service, I will play the most beautiful music for you every day. I guarantee that it will make your heart blossom with joy. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Robin was frightened by the appearance of being reduced to bones, and his body instinctively shrank back. His small hands tightly grasped the corner of Hiro's clothes, and half of his body hid behind him, leaving only a pair of timid eyes exposed, looking at Brooke vigilantly. The smile on Brooke's face froze instantly, his raised hand stopped in midair, and his skull head tilted slightly, looking embarrassed and at a loss. The crew members around could no longer hold back and covered their mouths with their hands, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably and tiny laughs leaking out from between their fingers. Even the usually serious crocodile turned his face away, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. Hiro suppressed his laughter, reached out and patted Brooke's shoulder, his tone full of comfort. Hey, Brooke, don't be so anxious. Little Robin has just been through a lot and hasn't adapted to her new environment yet. Once she's on board and familiar with the ship, you two can slowly develop a relationship. By then, she'll definitely realize how good you are. Brooke finally breathed a sigh of relief, shook his head, smiled again, made an okay gesture to Hiro, turned around and stepped onto the deck of the Defu first. Robin followed Hiro closely, and the moment she stepped onto the Defu, she couldn't help but look back. Saul was still standing at the harbor, his figure looking particularly tall in the sea breeze. She waved her little hands vigorously, her arms raised high, her eyes full of reluctance. Saul looked at the gradually receding ship, opened his mouth, and shouted in the direction of the Defu. Little Robin, remember to smile often. Your smile is so beautiful, brighter than the sunshine in Ohara, barking ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Robin nodded vigorously at Saul, and the tears in the corners of her eyes finally fell, dripping down her cheeks onto the deck, but she grinned and imitated Saul, letting out a choked but sincere laugh. Bark hee-ha-ha-ha-ha. In this laughter, there is farewell, gratitude, and a hint of expectation for the future. The sails of the Defu were filled with sea breeze and were slowly leaving Ohara's waters. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by at the port, so fast that people were caught off guard. The crew members on the ship stopped what they were doing and looked in that direction in surprise. Even Moria, who was adjusting the sails, stuck her head out, her eyes full of confusion. The man was hunched over, with a somewhat wretched look on his face, and the most noticeable thing about him was his empty right shoulder. Who else could it be but Marine Vice Admiral Chaden, whose arm was cut off by Hiro before? Jimmy or Hiro, UB asterisk 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 D. Chaden's voice was filled with deep hatred. He stared at Hiro on the deck, his eyes looking as if they were about to spit fire. You broke my right arm. During this time, I practiced my left-hand swordsmanship day and night, and finally achieved perfection. Today, I must avenge this broken arm and make you pay with blood. Before he finished speaking, Chaden kicked the ground with both feet and leapt towards the Defu. The long sword in his left hand shone with a cold light in the sunlight. Captain, it seems he came here specifically to seek revenge on you. Crocodile leaned against the side of the ship, crossed his arms over his chest, and spread his hands out, his tone carrying a hint of joking interest. Why bother? Hiro raised his eyebrows, his tone full of helplessness. Why are you doing this? When will the cycle of revenge end? Can't you just let go of your hatred and live your life properly? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his hand suddenly pressed on the tetanus blade at his waist. The sword flashed, and a fierce slash with red and black lightning slashed towards Chaden's chest. It was his ultimate move, divine avoidance. Chapter 111 Special Training for Robin. Chadden had never expected that Hiro would attack so quickly. Caught off guard, he could only rely on his years of fighting instincts to suddenly turn sideways, narrowly avoiding the vital points. But the speed of the slash was too fast and the power was astonishing. Although it did not hit the chest, it accurately hit his left arm. Ah! A shrill scream cut through the sea, and Chadden's left arm was broken, blood gushed out, his body lost balance and fell into the sea. The sea water was instantly dyed a dazzling red. At this moment, a figure came quickly from the port. It was Aokiji who was chasing Chadden. When he saw this scene, his face changed suddenly. He immediately raised his hand and used the power of frozen fruit to instantly freeze the seawater next to the tea-pig into ice, preventing the blood from spreading further and preventing the tea-pig from sinking to the bottom of the sea. It was not until the Defu had sailed away completely that Aokiji quickly stepped forward and carefully rescued the dying tea-pig from the ice. His brows were tightly furrowed and his eyes were full of complexity. On the deck of the Defu, Moria looked at the gradually shrinking figure in the distance, a playful smile on his face, and said jokingly, "Captain, you were really ruthless that time. You cut off the Marine Vice Admiral's left arm. He probably won't be able to hold a sword anymore and won't be able to use swordsmanship anymore." "Who said that?" Hiro immediately turned around and retorted, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. "Doesn't he still have a mouth and 2 legs? If he works hard, holding the sword in his mouth and kicking it with his legs, he might even be able to develop a new sword technique." Moria opened his mouth, wanting to refute but couldn't find the right words. He could only look at Shiro helplessly, unable to utter a word for a long time, causing the crew around him to burst into laughter again. After experiencing the Ohara incident, the German pirates finally escaped the Marines' pursuit, returned to the right track, and continued to move towards the New World waters. Robin felt a little uneasy on the boat, feeling that he was useless and a burden to everyone. She would take the initiative to find Shi Luo every day and ask cautiously, "Captain Hiro, is there anything I can do on the ship? I don't want to be idle all the time." Shiro looked at her serious expression and thought for a long time. He knew that Robin was thoughtful, but still young and not very strong. If he went into the kitchen to help, the smoke and heat might affect the girl's skin, and going to the deck to help pull the sails would be too tiring. After careful consideration, he finally decided to let Robin be responsible for cleaning the boat. This would not be too tiring and would also allow her to find her own value. From then on, little Robin would hold a broom almost as tall as herself, stand on tiptoe, and carefully clean every corner of the German service. The broom was too heavy, so she held it tightly with both hands. When she encountered stubborn stains, she squatted down and wiped it bit by bit with a cloth. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, but she never complained. In his spare time, Robin would always sit in the corner of the deck with a thick history book and read quietly. The sea breeze blew through her hair, the sunlight fell on the pages of the book, and her eyes were focused and serious. It was her longing for her mother and Ohara historians, and it was also her only spiritual sustenance. Shiro looked at her with mixed feelings. He actually knows the historical text that Robin and those dead historians have been studying, and even knows all the information, including the blank 100 years of history, covered up by the world government. He wanted to tell Robin several times so that she wouldn't have to run around looking for the original historical text. But on second thought, if the truth is told now, Robin may lose the motivation to pursue his dream and lose the direction to move forward. In the end, Hiro swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He wanted Robin to explore on his own and find his own answers instead of having others tell him the results directly. One day, Hiro was passing by the deck and saw Robin standing next to the trash can. She moved her arms slightly, and several pink arms suddenly emerged from the air, nimbly picking up the garbage scattered on the deck one by one and throwing them into the trash can accurately. That's her flower fruit's ability. Hiro stopped and looked at this scene, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Robin's fruit ability has great potential. If it can be developed well, she can not only protect herself, but also become a helper to the pirates in the future. It is necessary for me to help Robin develop the ability of flower fruit. He slowly walked to Robin, leaned over, gently touched her head, and asked softly, "Little Robin, do you want to become stronger?" When Robin heard this, he raised his head suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and nodded vigorously. "Of course I do. I want to become very strong, so that I don't have to trouble everyone to protect me, and I can also protect the people I want to protect. Becoming stronger requires hardship. You'll have to undergo high-intensity training every day. You might get injured, or even get so tired that you can't even walk. Can you handle it?" Hiro continued to ask. His tone was a bit serious. He didn't want Robin to think that becoming stronger was an easy thing. "Yes, I can endure any hardship." Robin gritted his teeth and answered firmly, an astonishing determination bursting out of his small body. At this moment, the image of her mother Orvia and the kind historians in the Ohara library emerged in her mind, and she remembered the scene where they fell under the Marine artillery fire in order to protect the historical texts. Those clear eyes were instantly filled with tears, but she blinked hard to force the tears back. She couldn't cry. She had to become strong and fulfill the unfulfilled wishes of her mother and teachers. "Okay then." Shiloh looked at her determined expression and said solemnly, while taking out a notebook and a pen from his pocket, he lowered his head and began to write on it. "I'm going to tailor a training plan for you right now. It's going to be very strenuous, much more tiring than cleaning. You have to endure it, understand? Robin clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms, but her eyes were full of anticipation. She nodded vigorously. I understand, Captain Hero. I will definitely stick to it. As Hero wrote the plan, he was thinking in his mind. This training plan is based on the plan that Rayleigh developed for him back then. But considering that Robin is a girl and her body cannot withstand as much as boys, he deliberately reduced the amount of training by half. At the same time, it still follows a step-by-step upward model, starting with basic physical training and then gradually adding the development of fruit abilities to ensure that Robin can slowly adapt and will not be injured due to excessive training. There were more and more words on the notebook. Robin looked at Hero's serious profile, his heart filled with gratitude and full of confidence in future training. Chapter 112. 10,000 Swords Return. From then on, every time the first ray of sunlight shone on the deck of the pirate's ship, Defu, Robin would pick up the broom and rag and start his unshakable work for the day. After cleaning and taking a short rest, she immediately changed into training clothes that were easy to move in, went to the open space on the deck, and began the hard training day after day. Whether it was basic physical training or manipulation exercises for the flower fruit's abilities, she completed them meticulously. Sweat slid down her cheeks, soaking her training clothes, but she never slacked off. I don't know if it's because of the extraordinary intelligence that Robin has shown since she was a child, but her talent in cultivation is far beyond that of ordinary people. Whenever Hero or other crew members of the pirates passed on some theoretical knowledge from training and experience and skills accumulated from actual combat to her, she was always able to quickly understand the essence of it. You can even draw inferences from this and develop your own little tricks. Just like when she was learning how to better control the power of the fruit by adjusting her breath, she not only quickly mastered the basic methods, but also figured out the tricks to adjust the rhythm of her breath in different environments. This shocked the members of the German pirates group who were used to seeing strong people. Everyone looked at the young girl with disbelief in their eyes. After all, even some veterans in the group who had practiced for many years would find it difficult to achieve such a learning speed and comprehension ability. After just over a month, Robin's physical fitness has improved significantly through continuous high-intensity training. His originally thin physique has become stronger, and the muscle lines in his arms and legs have become clearer. As her physique grew stronger, she became more adept at controlling the flower fruit's abilities. In the past, he could only conjure up dozens of hands at the same time to perform simple operations, but now he can easily conjure up hundreds of hands. Some of these hands were quickly organizing supplies on the deck, while others were flexibly making various complex gestures in the air, coordinating with each other in perfect harmony. Looking at this amazing scene, Hero stood aside, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and suddenly a bold idea emerged in his mind. If Robin uses the flower fruit's power to practice swordsmanship, wouldn't the effect be incredible given her ability to control multiple arms at once? She might even be able to create unprecedented sword techniques. Once this idea came into being, it could no longer be suppressed. Hero immediately looked for a suitable swordsmanship teacher on the ship. After some thought, he set his sights on Jabbar. Because in the entire German pirates group, only Grandmaster Jabbar's 9 swords style can control 9 swords in battle at the same time. This experience of manipulating multiple swords is undoubtedly the most valuable for Robin, who is about to learn to use the power of the fruit in conjunction with swordsmanship. So, Hero found Jabbar and told him his idea. After hearing this, Jabbar was also very interested in this novel teaching method and immediately agreed. However, the learning process is much more difficult than imagined. When Robin first tried to hold the sword with the hand transformed by the flower fruit, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Although those phantom hands were flexible, they lacked the precise force control of real arms. Not long after grasping the hilt of the sword slipped from his hands and fell to the deck with a clang. Once, twice, 3 times. After failing countless times, beads of sweat oozed out of Robin's forehead, and her palms became a little red from repeatedly holding the sword, but she had no intention of giving up. She picked up the sword on the ground again and again, constantly adjusting the output intensity of the fruit ability and the way her hands exerted force. Gradually, she began to find the trick. Her conjured hand could hold the sword for longer and longer periods of time, and she could even try to make simple sword swinging movements. As time went on, her control became more and more proficient, and the number of swords she could grasp with her conjured hands increased, from the initial 2 or 3 to more than 10, and then dozens. Until one day, Robin was able to use hundreds of conjured hands to firmly hold hundreds of swords at the same time, and arrange them neatly on the deck like a forest of swords. Hero, who had been silently observing her training, had a satisfied smile on his face. He stepped forward and whispered the ideal sword move he had conceived for a long time: 10,000 swords return to the origin. This move originated from a martial arts novel that Hero read in his previous life. The person who performed this move could control hundreds or even thousands of swords to attack the opponent, and the power was strong enough to change the situation of the battle in an instant. In fact, Hero himself has always wanted to practice this move, but the physical limits of ordinary people cannot support the control of so many swords at the same time, so this idea can only be buried deep in his heart. However, Robin's flower fruit ability perfectly solved the problem of controlling the number, making 10,000 swords returning to the origin, from a fantasy into a possibility. Under Hero's patient teaching, Robin began a more difficult training. Hiro required that every sword she controlled must emit a tiny sword energy, and the strength and angle of each sword energy must remain consistent. Then he gathered these hundreds of tiny sword energies together to form a huge sword that contained terrifying power and blasted towards the opponent. This method of attack not only requires extremely high precision in controlling the fruit ability, but also requires strong mental strength to coordinate the movements of each sword. The difficulty is naturally unimaginable. However, Robin's perseverance is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even though she felt dizzy several times during the practice due to her intense concentration, and her arms ached from prolonged manipulation, she would only take a short break and immediately return to practice, honing this move over and over again. Time passes quietly as I practice day after day. 6 months later, on a sunny day with a gentle sea breeze, Robin stood at the bow of the Defu, gazing at the boundless sea and taking a deep breath. This time, she was going to attempt to officially perform 10,000 swords returning to the origin. She quickly formed seals with her hands and whispered the activation words of the fruit's ability. In an instant, hundreds of white arms emerged from the air around her, each hand firmly grasping a sharp sword. As Robin concentrated his mental power, all the swords were raised at the same time, pointing towards the sea, and tiny but sharp sword energy burst out from the sword tips. Then, under Robin's control, the sword energies quickly gathered together and gradually condensed into a huge pink sword. Drink! Robin shouted softly, and the giant sword slashed towards the sea with the momentum of destroying the world. In an instant, the calm sea surface was cut in half by the pink giant sword, forming a huge ravine. The sea water surged to both sides, revealing the mud and sand on the seabed. What was even more shocking was that wherever the sword energy passed, countless fish and shrimps in the seawater had no time to react and were blasted into powder by the terrifying sword energy, and a layer of fine white powder floated on the sea surface. Chapter 113 Inches Red Earl, Redfield. I did it. Robin looked at the spectacular scene before him, an ecstatic smile on his face, and excitedly uttered these 4 words. However, due to the long period of mental exhaustion and overdraw of her abilities, she felt dizzy as soon as she finished speaking. She fainted from exhaustion and fell limply onto the deck. Hiro, who had been standing by, was quick to step forward and support Robin. Without any hesitation, he activated the power of his meatball fruit to eliminate the fatigue in her body. Not long after, Robin slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Hiro weakly, and the first thing she did when she woke up was to ask anxiously. Captain, did I succeed just now? Did that move really have the effect you said it would? Hiro looked at Robin's eyes full of expectation, a sincere smile appeared on his face, and his tone was full of praise. Little Robin, that move you just made was beautiful. It was exactly as I imagined, and even better than I expected. Really? Hearing Hiro's affirmation, Robin instantly became excited, and his originally weak body seemed to be filled with strength all of a sudden. She sat up from Shiro's arms and jumped up happily, a joyful smile on her little face. But before long, the joy gradually faded away, and a trace of sadness appeared on Robin's little face again. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and his eyes became a little depressed. Hiro noticed her change, looked at her in confusion, and asked softly. What's wrong? Little Robin, you've mastered the 10,000 swords returning to the origin move. This is such a joyful thing, you should be happy. Why are you sad? Robin lowered his head, his hands tightly clutching the corner of his clothes, and sighed helplessly, his face full of resentment. I'm still so useless. I just managed to execute this one move, but I've already exhausted all my strength and fainted. If I encounter an enemy in the future, I won't be able to continue fighting. How can I help you like this? Looking at Robin's self-blaming expression, Hiro couldn't help but smile. He reached out and gently picked her up, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Little fool, how old are you? You can already master such powerful moves now. It's already amazing. As you grow older, your body will become stronger and stronger, and you will naturally have stronger stamina and endurance. By then, there will definitely not be such a situation of exhaustion as now. That's more like it. Hearing Hiro's words, Robin's eyes lit up instantly. She waved her fist in Hiro's arms, pretending to be fighting with high morale, and said firmly. From now on, I will fight alongside you and use the 10,000 swords returning to the origin technique that I've mastered to help you defeat the enemy. Hiro looked at Robin's energetic appearance, and the smile on his face became even gentler. He gently touched Robin's head and said in a firm tone. Yes, there will definitely be such a day. By then, you will have grown into a powerful warrior who can stand on your own, and shine your own light on the battlefield. As Hiro spoke, his eyes unconsciously looked towards the distant sea. On the blue sea, it seemed as if the heroic scene of Robin holding countless swords and fighting fiercely with the enemy many years later had emerged. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the 1500-year sea circle calendar is coming to an end. The German pirates continue to sail in the vast new world, looking for adventures and opportunities that belong to them. During this peaceful voyage, they unexpectedly encountered a person who was a problem for the entire pirates group. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and the breeze was not dry. Xiao Ba was practicing his 9-sword style on the deck of the Defu, as usual. When he finished accumulating strength, he used his own move, 9-sword style, Ashura, piercing power, towards a seabird flying in the sky, and countless sharp sword oars shot towards the seabird. But at this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous raft floating on the sea in the distance out of the corner of his eye. Xiaoba immediately stopped what he was doing, pointed in the direction of the raft in surprise, and shouted into the cabin. Everyone, come and look. There's a raft on the sea over there. Someone actually dared to venture into the new world on a raft. That's crazy. When Hiro, Robin and other pirates members in the cabin heard Xiaoba's call, they all put down what they were doing, quickly came to the deck, and looked in the direction of the raft that Xiaoba pointed. When they saw the simple raft and the person sitting alone on it, they all showed shocked expressions. You must know that the seas of New World are turbulent and full of dangers. There are not only violent currents and huge sea kings, but also countless powerful pirates. Even the pirates, who had sturdy ships and powerful forces, had to be cautious when sailing in the New World, let alone traveling alone on a simple raft. They also didn't expect that besides Hawkeye who would row a boat on the sea with a black knife, there would be another person who dared to perform such a nearly crazy feat. As the Defu continued to approach, the raft also got closer and closer, and the appearance of the person sailing alone on the raft became clearer and clearer, and finally his true face was revealed. The man was wearing a crimson shirt with a unique texture, paired with blood-red trousers, and a wide red cloak on the outside. His face is long and pointed, with a high nose bridge. The most eye-catching thing is his red eyebrows, which are like flames and contrast with the red clothes he is wearing. He sat quietly on the raft, holding a simple oar in his hand, but he did not show any panic because of the danger he was in. Instead, he exuded an indescribable strange aura. Hiro stood at the front of the deck, staring closely at the man on the raft. When he saw the man's appearance and temperament clearly, a name that had long been forgotten in the depths of his memory flashed through his mind: Patrick Redfield. As soon as this name appeared, Shi Luo's pupils shrank suddenly, and a storm of emotions arose in his heart. He immediately recalled the legend about this man, nicknamed the Red Earl, or the Lonely Red. He was a legendary pirate from the same era as the Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and his strength was unfathomable. Later he disappeared for some reason. I didn't expect to meet him today in the waters of New World. I actually saw a character that didn't appear in the original novel. Hiro couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was a great figure from the old days, a legendary pirate of the same rank as Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. The difference is that there is only one person with this powerful strength. The most talked about achievement was that he soloed the Whitebeard pirates group. Whitebeard had no way of dealing with him. Redfield possesses an innately powerful observation haki. Unlike Katakori's future foreseeing observation haki, Redfield's observation haki can see into people's hearts. As he grew older, his magical power became stronger and stronger, and he could even read people's memories. This magical power allows him to see through his opponent's intentions in battle and gain the initiative. It was also because of such a powerful observation haki that Redfield saw countless ugly and dirty hearts. So, he no longer trusted anyone around him and chose to stay alone. By chance, the young Redfield met Brooke, a musician in the Rumba Pirates. The warm atmosphere of the Rumba Pirates and Brooke's beautiful music infected Redfield. This, Lonely Red, found his life goal, to go out to sea and become a pirate. However, even so, Redfield still didn't trust anyone and drifted alone on the Grand Line. Just as Hiro was shocked, the knowledgeable crocodile touched his chin with the golden hook and said, "This guy is Red Earl, Redfield. He's very powerful. We have to be careful." Upon hearing this, Jinbei immediately became excited and was ready to compete with the Red Earl. Redfield looked at the people on the Defu and muttered to himself, "Is this the German pirates group? I don't think I've heard of them." He knew what everyone was thinking through observation haki, so he easily found out the name of the pirates. The bond between pirates is the most ridiculous. They only betray each other. Redfield muttered to himself, then suddenly his expression hardened, a fierce gleam in his eyes, and he flew towards the Defu. Chapter 114 Hero vs. Redfield. Hiro's roar resounded across the rolling deck of the Defu, and the sea breeze carried his fighting spirit across the four directions. "Let me meet you, the legendary Red Earl." Following this deafening shout, the tetanus blade at his waist was suddenly unsheathed, and the black blade cut through the air, with a sharp and piercing whistle, heading straight for Redfield's face. Before the blade even reached his body, the cold murderous aura had already lowered the temperature around him a few degrees. Redfield's hands, covered in dark red matte leather gloves, quickly raised up almost the moment the blade was unsheathed. With a graceful and swift twist of his fingertips at the side of his waist, a strange bat umbrella sword with dark patterns wrapped around the ribs and bat totems printed on the umbrella surface was firmly grasped in his hand. Bite. The tip of the umbrella sword and Hiro's long sword just collided with each other. The movement was so fast that people could hardly see the trajectory. Only a shadow flashed in the sunlight. Clang. The crisp and loud sound of metal clashing suddenly exploded, causing the wooden barrels stacked on the deck to buzz, and the barrels shook and splashed out a lot of rum. The auras of the two powerful men collided violently, forming a circle of invisible shock waves visible to the naked eye, which spread in all directions, forcing the crew members who were watching the battle and originally cheering to retreat one after another. Many people even stumbled and bumped into the side of the ship, their faces full of shock and fear. Hiro's swordsmanship was powerful and every swing of the sword carried a heart-shaking force, and the wind from the sword carried the terrifying pressure of Conqueror's haki. Each chop made the air crackle with a dull thud, and the deck vibrated slightly beneath his feet. However, Redfield's swordsmanship is completely different, strange and agile. The umbrella sword in his hands changed unpredictably, sometimes turning into a tricky and fierce short thorn, directly attacking Hiro's vital points, and sometimes quickly unfolding into a black umbrella surface to block the fierce attack. He always manages to avoid Hiro's powerful attack with pinpoint accuracy, his movements graceful yet deadly. In an instant, the deck of the Defu was filled with sword energy, and the sword light intertwined into an impenetrable light net, covering the entire deck. Every time weapons collided, dazzling golden sparks flew out, and the sparks fell on the deck, burning tiny scorch marks. The thick oak deck beneath their feet was torn into dense, varying depths of sword marks by the crisscrossing sword energy. Fine wood chips flew all over the sky with the strong wind generated by the clash, falling like snowflakes. However, in just a short moment, the two had fought for hundreds of rounds at lightning speed. The people around them could hardly see their movements and could only hear the continuous sound of metal clashing and wind breaking. Yishao, who was standing aside, tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, watching the battle situation with a serious expression. Crocodile's brows were knitted into knots, his mouth was pressed into a cold line, and the golden hook in his hand trembled unconsciously. Obviously he was also affected by this fierce duel. What made everyone feel depressed was that even Hiro, whose strength was already comparable to Whitebeard and who was a big name in the New World, was unable to gain the slightest advantage in this peak showdown with the Red Earl. The two remained in a stalemate, neither able to suppress the other. This thrilling showdown lasted a whole day and night. From the noon when the sun is blazing and the sea is sparkling, to the late night when the sky is full of stars and the sea breeze is cool. The battle started at dawn when the sky was turning pale, and ended in the early morning when the sun was rising and golden sunlight was shining on the sea. The breathing of both men had become heavy and rapid, sweat soaked their clothes, sticking the fabric tightly to their bodies, and the muscles in their arms twitched slightly from swinging the sword for a long time, but there was still no sign of stopping, and the fighting spirit in their eyes became even more intense. Redfield's observation hockey is so powerful that it's almost perverted. He can always predict Hiro's every move a second or two in advance, firmly taking the initiative in the confrontation. Hiro perfectly combines his superb swordsmanship, the awakened conqueror's hockey, and the mysterious ability of the meat glob fruit. Each blow contained a force that could shake the heavens and the earth, forcing Redfield to concentrate all his energy and fight back, unable to remain calm any longer. As time passed, the physical strength of both men began to decline sharply, the speed of swinging swords gradually slowed down, and their steps became a little staggering. There was a bit of fatigue in their originally clear eyes, but they still stared at each other, refusing to relax at all. Redfield, you will never be able to defeat our German pirates. He took a step forward with a smile, his heavy boots making a dull sound as they stepped on the deck, and the sword at his waist hummed as it sensed the fighting spirit of its owner. So what if you can tie with the captain? Look around, we still have so many brothers here. His voice was steady and powerful, containing both a desire to persuade the enemy to surrender and an undisguised threat. His eyes swept over the crew members around him who were ready to fight, full of confidence. Upon hearing this, Redfield suddenly laughed, his laughter was low and strange. Really? So what if there are a lot of people in front of me, the Red Earl? No matter how many people there are, they are just ants. I can still come and go freely. Hey, ha 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 ha. A wicked smile appeared on his face, his scarlet tongue slowly licked his cracked lips, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung a sword towards Shi Luo. The dark sword energy rushed forward with a fierce murderous intent. Under the seemingly powerful and fierce attack, there was a hidden intention of retreat. Hiro subconsciously blocked with his sword, and after a crisp, clang sound, Redfield used the reaction force to suddenly retreat backwards. He lightly tapped his feet on the deck, leapt up, and instantly opened up a distance of dozens of meters, landing on the edge of the ship, scanning the people on the deck with cold eyes. Be careful, he's trying to attack us. Yishao keenly sensed Redfield's intention, and his roar rang out again on the deck, his voice full of vigilance. Upon hearing this, the faces of the German pirates suddenly changed. They drew their weapons, gripped their swords and guns tightly, assumed fighting postures, and stared at Redfield nervously. At this moment, Hiro, Crocodile and Yishao reached a tacit understanding in an instant, and rushed towards Redfield in AV formation. The three figures blocked all his possible escape routes and pressed forward aggressively. Redfield's eyes swept across the deck quickly, his eyes cold and sharp. When he saw Robin hiding in the corner of the cabin, trembling with fear, his scarlet eyes suddenly lit up, flashing with greed and ruthlessness, and he obviously wanted to take Robin as a hostage. Chapter 115. The Red Earl was sent to the Marine headquarters. Don't want. Hiro understood Redfield's intention, roared, and exerted force on his feet, intending to use the power of the meatball fruit to teleport over. He had only one thought in his mind. Nothing could happen to Robin. But it was still a step too late. Redfield appeared in front of Robin before Hiro, bringing with him a gust of cold wind. Robin looked up at the strange man with a face as pale as paper and bloodshot eyes. He was so scared that he even forgot to cry. Fear was written in his big eyes and his body stood stiffly in place. She forced herself to remain calm, clenching her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms, but her body trembled uncontrollably. She bit her lips with her teeth, trying hard not to make any sound of fear. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Redfield's eyes, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand wearing a dark red glove and was about to step forward to kidnap Robin. At this critical moment, Robin gritted his teeth, a hint of stubbornness flashed in his eyes, and suddenly activated his flower fruit ability. In an instant, hundreds of slender pink arms appeared out of thin air in every corner of the deck, picking up the swords scattered on the deck one by one, their movements neatly and swiftly. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Robin shouted softly, her voice was a little childish but extremely firm. She followed the method Hiro had taught her before and launched this ultimate move with all her strength. Hundreds of swords were under her control, and they simultaneously shot out a soft yet powerful pink sword energy in the direction of Redfield. The sword energy gathered and merged in the air, eventually forming a huge energy sword. The sword body flashed with dazzling pink light and blasted towards Redfield with a whistling sound. This kid actually knows such powerful sword moves. The smile on Redfield's face froze instantly, and a hint of surprise and vigilance flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak little girl actually possessed such powerful abilities. He didn't dare to be careless and turned around quickly. The bat umbrella sword in his hand drew a dark red arc and launched a red slash with a bloody smell, barely blocking Robin's powerful attack. Boom! The two forces collided, generating a huge shock wave. After one move, Robin was completely exhausted, his body softened, and he fell on the cold deck, his consciousness beginning to blur. Redfield dusted himself off, took a few steps towards Robin with a cold look in his eyes, and reached out to grab her, a smug smile on his face. At this critical moment, a golden figure appeared behind the Red Earl. It was Hiro who had gathered his strength again. A ball of white energy slowly emerged from the palm of his hand, and the air around him began to distort. Get out of here, Shiro growled, his voice filled with anger and murderous intent, his face flushed red as he used all his strength to activate the ability of the meatball fruit. All the strength in his body poured out, and a white ball of energy continued to expand in his palm. This is, a hint of disbelief and surprise flashed in Redfield's blood-red eyes. He could clearly feel that the space around him was distorting violently, and a powerful repulsive force came from behind him, making his scalp tingle. Before he could react, the scenery before his eyes changed rapidly. The deck, the sails, the sky, the sea. Everything is blurring and dissolving. In an instant, Redfield's figure completely disappeared from the deck of the Defu, leaving only the deck that was in a mess due to the energy impact and the air that was still slightly distorted. At this moment, Robin felt dizzy and all the strength in his body was drained away. His body went limp and he was about to fall onto the cold deck. Fortunately, Shiro turned around in time, rushed forward, caught her steadily, and held her tightly in his arms. Feeling that familiar and warm embrace, Robin's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He closed his eyes peacefully and fell asleep in Hiro's arms. 2 hours later, Robin slowly opened his eyes amidst a slight shaking of the ship and found himself lying on a soft hammock in the cabin, covered with a thin blanket that smelled of sunshine. Shiro was sitting on a wooden box next to her, holding an apple in his hand, looking at her with interest, with a relieved smile on his face. Little Robin, you're finally awake. When Zyluo saw her open her eyes, he immediately put down the apple in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and a bright smile appeared on his face, his eyes full of concern. How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? Captain, how long have I been asleep? Robin slowly sat up on the hammock, rubbed his still heavy head, and asked softly with a hoarse voice as if he had just woken up, looking around curiously at the familiar cabin environment. About 2 hours. Shi Luo paused, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, he stretched out his hand to scratch his chin, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. But having said that, little Robin, you did really well this time. Facing a formidable foe like the Red Earl, you managed to remain calm and even activated 10,000 swords returning to the origin to buy time, giving me the chance to charge and send Redfield flying. You're much braver than I thought. Robin's cheeks flushed slightly at the captain's recognition and praise, and a surge of joy filled his heart. A faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes lit up. After a moment, she suddenly thought of something, a hint of curiosity and worry flashed in her eyes, she looked up at Hiro and asked softly. Captain, where did you teleport that Red Earl? Will he come back? Hiro's fingertips gently stroked the wood grain of the ship's side, a sly smile on his lips as he looked out the window at the shimmering sea. He should be at Marineford, the Marine headquarters, by now. What? Robin's eyes, which always seemed calm, widened into a wide open space, his pupils filled with disbelief and astonishment. You actually teleported Redfield to Marine headquarters. 2 hours ago, in the square of Marineford, the headquarters of the Marine Corps, the air was filled with the faint smell of sea salt and the heavy sound of military boots stepping on the cobblestone road. Redfield was wearing a dark red cloak that fell to the ground. He stood quietly in the deep shadow cast by the clock tower. His blood-red pupils clearly reflected the shiny military boots on the patrolman's feet in the distance. His brows suddenly knitted together, images swirling in his mind, and a hoarse voice with a hint of unbelievable anger rang out in his heart. It was that guy. He used the Devil Fruit's spatial ability to teleport me here. I didn't expect my observation hockey to not sense that brat's movements at all. I was so careless. Don't move. A loud shout suddenly broke the silence of the square, followed by the crisp, click, sounds of 30 rifles being loaded at the same time.